More than 200 years ago, a large number of strange creatures with metal bodies suddenly appeared all over the world, which once became a nightmare for human survival. Those strange creatures, called genetically modified creatures by humans, are completely different species from humans. Their bodies are made of steel or even crystals, which are completely different from human flesh and blood. Even the lowest level of genetically modified creatures have bodies as hard as steel, and ordinary bullets can hardly cause effective damage to them. The body strength of advanced genetically modified creatures has reached a level that is unimaginable to humans. The hot weapons that humans are proud of can hardly cause effective damage to them, and human society was destroyed in a short time. Until someone discovered that the genetically modified fluid in the body of genetically modified creatures can make humans grow incredibly metamorphosed like insects turning into butterflies, evolve into a body like metal armor, and use genetically modified keys to control genetically modified creatures and turn them into pets, then they have the capital to fight against genetically modified creatures. More than 200 years later, it is an era where mutants and mutant pets are rampant. Bases built with mutant biological materials are increasingly appearing around the world, and human civilization is gradually showing signs of revival. It's really true. This is unscientific. Lin Shen looked at the strange creature that stood motionless in front of him like a statue, his eyes full of uncontrollable surprise. This is a steel-level mutant creature, like a horse or a cow, with a pig iron-like luster all over its body. At this time, it is standing there motionlessly in the posture of a horse stepping on a flying swallow. Anyone who sees it would think it is a pig iron statue. But Lin Shen is extremely sure that it is not a statue, because a few minutes ago, it was still rushing like a tank and almost knocked him to the ground. Although this is only the lowest level steel creature among the mutant creatures, its strength and speed are not comparable to ordinary humans. Even creatures such as elephants and rhinos, with natural divine power, cannot match it. But Lin Shen only tapped its body with his finger, and this iron-level iron-horned beast was frozen there as if it had been acupunctured. Of course, Lin Shen did not know how to acupuncture. In fact, the legendary martial arts of acupuncture had long been scientifically proven to be non-existent. Even today, when humans can practice evolution, no matter how strong their own strength becomes, even if they can penetrate a steel plate with one finger, it is impossible to acupuncture an ordinary human, let alone a steel-hard, genetically modified creature. Lin Shen stroked his fingers, still a little unbelievable. He actually did it. Not long ago, he found a very strange genetically modified egg in the warehouse. The so-called genetically modified egg is actually an egg laid by a genetically modified creature. Since the emergence of genetically modified creatures, it has been more than 200 years, and humans have long developed a complete set of theories and methods for using genetically modified creatures to practice evolution. Genetic mutation eggs are not rare things. Some low-level genetically modified eggs are not much more valuable than a meal. Lin Shen was also a person who was engaged in the business of genetic mutation eggs. He had seen countless kinds of genetic mutation eggs, but he had never seen such a weird and bizarre genetic mutation egg. The genetic mutation egg was like a mosaic, and the whole body was covered with constantly changing small colored light grids, which looked dreamy and unreal. Lin Shen studied it for a long time, but he did not find any difference in the genetic mutation egg. Even when he asked his shop assistants to look at it, they could not see the changing mosaic on the genetic mutation egg at all. In their eyes, it was an ordinary steel grade Genetic mutation egg emitting a black metallic luster. This made Lin Shen think that he had hallucinations for a while. Until after he slept, the genetic mutation egg inexplicably returned to normal. After the mosaic phenomenon was no longer there, Lin Shen found that there was an extra piece of information in his mind inexplicably. Failed supergene evolution spark acupuncture effect. The state of the creature by hitting the acupuncture points on the creature. After that, things gradually became weird. As long as Lin Shen stared at a creature for a long time, he could see some faint light spots appearing on the creature. Whether it was on humans or genetically modified creatures, those light spots could be seen. The only difference was the number and location. Ordinary humans would have more light spots on their bodies. The higher the level of genetically modified humans and genetically modified creatures, the fewer light spots they would have. Lin Shen couldn't hold back, and finally did an experiment on the iron-horned beast he kept at home today. The result surprised him greatly. He actually acupunctured the iron-horned beast. Standing on the side of the iron-horned beast, Lin Shen stretched out his finger again and pressed the faint light spot on the iron-horned beast. The iron-horned beast, which had been fixed there like a statue, instantly returned to its original running state and rushed out at once. It couldn't stop and crashed into the metal fence, making a low cry of pain. The failed evolutionary fire is so terrifying. What if it is a successful evolutionary fire? Lin Shen was so excited that he couldn't express it in words. If such a fire was used to hunt genetically modified creatures, it would be invincible. As if he had thought of something, Lin Shen ran out of the animal pen, closed the door, and hurried to the warehouse. He wanted to see if there were any other genetically modified eggs with fire. In the huge warehouse, rows of shelves were filled with many genetic mutation eggs. Most of these genetic mutation eggs were low-grade goods, but this was not the point, because the genetic mutation egg with the fire was also low-grade goods. In fact, there were no high-grade genetic mutation eggs in his store. He looked through all the genetic mutation eggs in the warehouse, but was a little disappointed. He did not see any genetic mutation eggs covered by mosaics. That's right. When these genetic mutation eggs were put into the warehouse, I put them on the shelves myself. If there were any, I should have seen them a long time ago. Lin Shen shook his head, thinking that he was a little too greedy. It was an unimaginable miracle to have such a fire, so how could he expect more? Restraining his excitement, Lin Shen went to the store. His store was an egg-grabbing store, similar to the very popular claw doll store in the past. In each egg-grabbing machine, there were several genetic mutation eggs, and the eggs inside could be grabbed by inserting coins. Of course, the probability of successful catching is adjusted to be quite low, which can basically be said to be a sure win. Business. Fifth brother, there are still not many people today. Zhao Li, a clerk, saw Lin Shen coming and walked out from behind the counter. She looked at the empty store and said with some concern, "Fifth brother, we have to find a way to get some high-grade genetic mutation eggs, otherwise the business will be taken away by the Easter egg shop next door." Yeah. Lin Shen nodded slightly, but didn't say much. He is the fifth child in the family, with 3 older brothers and a sister, so Zhao Li usually calls him fifth brother. The Easter egg shop next door is really bullying. Their clerks came to our store today to pull people in, and said that the genetic mutation eggs in our store are garbage, and the claws are very loose, even if they are caught. They are garbage, Zhao Li said indignantly. Lin Shen didn't want to listen to her complaints, because his eyes were completely attracted by an egg-grabbing machine, staring at the egg-grabbing machine. To be precise, he was attracted by a genetic mutation egg in the egg-catching machine, because he saw the weird mosaic again. There is still one? Lin Shen was surprised and walked to the front of the egg-catching machine in disbelief, staring at the genetic mutation egg, wrapped in mosaic inside, and said to Zhao Li anxiously, "Go and get the key." After Zhao Li got the key, Lin Shen opened the egg-catching machine, took out the mosaic genetic mutation egg from it, and looked at it carefully in his hand. Although the size of this genetic mutation egg is different from the previous one, the brilliance of the mosaic is almost the same. Fifth brother, is there any problem with this genetic mutation egg? Zhao Li asked doubtfully. Don't you think there is something different about this genetic mutation egg? Lin Shen did not answer, but asked instead. Is there anything different? Isn't it just a steel-level knife demon genetic mutation egg? Zhao Li looked left and right, but didn't see anything different about this genetic mutation egg, and the doubt on her face became even stronger. Take good care of the store. I have something to do, and will go back first. Lin Shen said nothing more and left with the genetic mutation egg. He was extremely confused because the business was not good recently. The genetic mutation eggs in the egg-catching machine were put in a week or even earlier. He had seen it countless times and had not found such a situation before. Why did there suddenly appear such a genetic mutation egg with mosaics? Lin Shen did not understand why there was suddenly such a genetic mutation egg with mosaics. After returning home, he studied it for a long time, but he did not figure out how to transfer the fire to himself. In fact, how did the mosaic of the previous genetic mutation egg transfer to himself? Lin Shen still did not figure it out. He had studied the genetic mutation egg for a long time before, but he did not figure out why there was a mosaic. Later, he was so sleepy that he fell asleep and put the genetic mutation egg next to him. As a result, when he woke up, the mosaic on the genetic mutation egg was gone. And there was more fire information in his mind. It seems that I can only try again. I hope it will work. Lin Shen lay on the bed, put the gene-mutated egg beside him, and struggled for a long time. He tossed and turned and couldn't fall asleep. He didn't know how long it took before he finally fell asleep again. When Lin Shen woke up the next day, his first reaction was to look at the gene-mutated egg beside him. After seeing it, Lin Shen suddenly felt like he had eaten a ginseng fruit, and the pores all over his body seemed to be cheering. The mosaic on the gene-mutated egg disappeared, and a fire seed information appeared in his mind. Failed super gene evolution spark, 7 steps of weaponry. The gun is faster than 7 steps, and I am faster than 7 steps. Lin Shen was like taking stimulants, wishing he could do a backflip and a 720-degree Thomas spin. Everyone knows that for ordinary people, the gun is faster than 7 steps, and the gun is faster and more accurate than 7 steps. The idea that the hand is faster than the gun is just a human fantasy. If the previous spark-pointing acupoints had not been confirmed, Lin Shen would not believe that such a thing would happen, but now he just wants to find a gun to verify whether the 7 steps of weaponry is really that magical. However, the 7 steps of weaponry spark is not as good as point-pointing in Lin Shen's opinion, because some advanced mutators may be faster than bullets, and this talent is not as powerful as point-pointing. But for humans who have not yet mutated, this is indeed a very incredible ability, and this is not the point. Since there is a second spark, it means there will be more. Lin Shen now wants to rush out immediately and visit all the shops selling mutated eggs to collect all the spark mutated eggs. Lin Shen put on his clothes and was about to go out. Just as he opened the door, he bumped into a figure. Little fifth brother, where are you going in such a hurry? The man who was bumped into did not move at all. He looked at Lin Shen, who took a few steps back in surprise, and asked with a frown. Lao Yi, are you back? Where is fourth brother? Lin Shen stood firm and looked behind the man. He found that the man was the only one left. He could not help but be a little surprised. Lao Yi was the fourth brother Lin Shendong's man. He had always been inseparable from fourth brother. Since he met Lao Yi, Lin Shen had never seen Lao Yi alone. Every time he saw him, he followed fourth brother, like a shadow sticking to fourth brother. Something happened. Lao Yi looked a little unhappy. After entering the door and closing the door, he whispered to Lin Shen. What happened? Lin Shen's heart sank. More than a month ago, the third master came to the fourth master and said that he found a steel beetle nest outside the base and needed the fourth master's help. The fourth master went without saying anything. When the two quietly left the base, they said they would be back in about half a month. It has been more than a month, but there is still no news. Lao Yi said with a gloomy face. Lin Shen's heart skipped a beat when he heard it, and he forced himself to calm down and said, maybe there are too many steel beetles over there, and they haven't cleaned them up yet, so they delayed time. Don't you know the character of the third master? The fourth master can do such a thing, but the third master will never do such a thing. Even if he encounters trouble, he will first find someone to bring back a letter to report safety. As a result, there is no news at all, so they must have encountered something. Lao Yi shook his head. The third master that Lao Yi mentioned is Lin Shen's third brother Lin Zhongxing. Lin Shen naturally knows the character of the third brother. If it is not a last resort, it is impossible for him to not send back any news. How many people are there at home? Call them all, let's go. Find it. Lin Shen forced himself to calm down and said to Lao Yi. I can't go, and I can't go. Lao Yi shook his head again. Why? Lin Shen frowned and looked at Lao Yi. You can't take risks. And it's useless if you go. Lao Yi said. Lin Shen knew that Lao Yi was not belittling him. Since the accident of the second brother, the four siblings of the Lin family have set a rule. The eldest sister of the Lin family is in charge of the family business, the third and fourth brothers go out to work. And he, the youngest of the Lin family, is responsible for carrying on the family line at home. He is a typical tool kept at home. In the words of the third and fourth brothers, the old Lin family must leave a seed at least. If they all die, the Lin family must rely on Lin Shen to pass on the incense and cannot break the bloodline. So Lin Shen is 21 years old, and the number of times he has left the base is few and far between, let alone those dangerous places. It's time now, how can I care so much? Lin Shen frowned. Even if you want to go, it's useless. The third master didn't tell us where they went. And with the abilities of the third master and the fourth master, even if they encounter trouble and are trapped for a while, they must have a way to solve it. It's just that they can't come back for a while. If you go, it may make them feel constrained. Lao Yi shook his head and said. Lin Shen couldn't help but be stunned. Then what do you mean by coming to me? Now there is a troublesome thing. The recruitment meeting jointly held by the Lin, Qi, and Wang families is about to begin. In recent years, the fourth master has represented the Lin family and attended with representatives of the other two families. If you don't attend, the other two families in the base may have some unwarranted speculations, which will be very troublesome at that time, and it will not be conducive to our recruitment of genetic mutations, so we must attend this time. Lao Yi said. Lin Shen frowned and said nothing. Nowadays, there are genetic mutations everywhere in the world. Humans have built bases with genetic mutation materials to resist the invasion of genetic mutations. In the Suenio base, the Lin, Qi, and Wang families are in a three-way competition. If the Qi and Wang families knew about the current situation of the Lin family, it would be very troublesome and they would inevitably be suppressed. What can I do? Lin Shen looked at Lao Yi and asked. He knew that Lao Yi came to him because he must have something he could do. Brother Xiaowu, you and the fourth master are very similar in body shape and voice. If you can wear a mask and pay attention to pronunciation and speaking style, it should be difficult to tell the difference between you and the fourth master if you are not very close to him. Lao Yi looked Lin Shen up and down and said, You mean? Lin Shen didn't say anything extra, knowing that he had to take this risk. In the past, his elder sister and several brothers had always protected him from the wind and rain. Now that something happened at home, he naturally had to step forward. Don't worry, the activity venue is in the base, there will be no danger, but you need to guard against being discovered by the people of the Qi and Wang families, and you also need to think of a reason to wear a mask. Lao Yi sighed. The people of the Qi and Wang families are not easy to deal with. No matter how reasonable the reason is, it is difficult to completely dispel their suspicion. You have to be careful to deal with it. How much time is left before the recruitment meeting starts? Lin Shen thought for a while and asked again. Tomorrow morning. Lao Yi said, It's too late to go to the base now, so we must carefully consider all the details and must not make any mistakes. Lin Shen took Lao Yi into the house, and the two repeatedly considered various possible details. The rest is fine. But the excuse of wearing a mask is hard not to arouse suspicion, but it can barely make sense. Another important issue is that there is another link at the recruitment meeting. Originally, the representatives of the three families of Lin, Qi, and Wang were required to show their skills and kill a genetically modified creature to show the strength of the Lin family in order to recruit more genetically modified people to join their own family. Lin Xiangdong is the signboard of the Lin family on the surface, equivalent to the celebrity spokesperson in the past. If Lin Xiangdong was there, this would not be a problem, but now only Lin Shen can participate in the recruitment meeting, which is very troublesome. Brother Xiaowu, you haven't mutated yet, so you can't participate in the link of killing genetically modified creatures. You can only think of a way to deal with it. However, the Qi and Wang families have recently become suspicious and suspect that the fourth master is not in the base. It may not be so easy to get away with it. After a pause, Lao Yi said, Fortunately, the fourth master usually shows an arrogant temperament. When the time comes, you just need to show your disdain for the representatives of the Qi and Wang families, and let me take your place. The fourth master has the qualifications to be so arrogant. Lao Yi, what grade of genetically modified creatures will be killed at that time? Lin Shen asked thoughtfully. Lao Yi's method is just a method out of a method. If he can't get away with it, he can't expose himself. If it was before, Lin Shen really had no way, but now he has acupuncture and 7-step weapons, so he may not be unable to pass. It's just an ordinary alloy creature. With my ability, I can kill it with one blow. Lao Yi said. Alloy creatures are more terrifying than steel creatures. In addition to being stronger and faster than steel creatures, the hardness and toughness of the metal body are also much stronger. The hardness and toughness of steel creatures are generally between 5 and 10, while the hardness and toughness of alloy creatures are between 5 and 20. Once the hardness and toughness exceed 10, it is difficult for pistol bullets to cause damage to alloy creatures. That means that the same steel-level genetic changer will have a hard time breaking through defenses against alloy creatures, let alone a guy like Lin Shen, who has not yet been genetically changed and is not even a steel-level person. On top of the steel creatures and alloy creatures, there are even more terrifying crystal-based creatures. They rarely appear near the black bird base. Lin Shen has only seen them in some video materials, and occasionally sees crystal-based biological materials in stores. Or crystal eggs. Most of which are high-end goods flowing out from large bases. Olji, the key details are almost correct. That's it for today. Seeing that the sky was about to get dark, Lin Shen stood up and said, Brother Xiao Wu, it's better to be right again, right? You can't go wrong with this matter. Lao Yi frowned slightly. That's all I can think of. You also know that my memory is not very good. I can't remember too many things. I have something to go out for. That's it for today. Lin Shen knew that Lao Yi also wanted to help him and the Lin family. Okay, but for Lin Shen, he has more important things to do. Brother Xiao Wu, if anything happens, I can find someone to arrange it. Lao Yi said. Don't worry, Lao Yi, I'm sensible. Lin Shen knew what Lao Yi was thinking, but he could only do this by himself. He needed to go there before the shops that sold human beings turned into eggs were closed. See if he can find other genetically modified fire eggs. Even if he can only find one, it will be of great help to him. I'll wait here for you to come back. I'll think about it again and see if there's anything I've missed. We'll talk about it when you come back. Old ambition was helpless. Lin Shen had no way to explain. He could only say sorry in his heart, then opened the door and left. The fifth brother has been taken care of so well by the third and fourth masters. He has never experienced any storms. Suddenly such a big thing happens to him. It's really difficult for him. Seeing Lin Shen's figure disappearing outside the door, the old man couldn't help but sigh. I hope the third and fourth masters can come back soon. After Lin Shen left home, he went straight to the market in the base. There was a street selling genetically modified eggs. According to Lin Shen's idea, he could find 2 genetically modified eggs with fire in an egg-catching shop like his. Walking down such a street, you can at least find a few more. But after he actually walked around, his mood gradually sank. He almost looked through all the shops on this street, but he didn't find even one genetically modified egg with a mosaic. It can't be such a coincidence, right? The only 2 fire genetically modified eggs happen to be in my store? Isn't this too much of a coincidence? The more Lin Shen thought about this, the more wrong it became. Of the 2 Tinder genetically modified eggs discovered so far, one was a product that had just come in. That was the first time he had seen it, and the other had been in the egg-catching machine for a long time. No abnormalities had been found before. It's very strange. Lin Shen thought about it and found only two possibilities. One possibility is that fire genetically modified eggs do not always have fire, and the mosaic can only be seen at specific times. Another possibility is that Lin Shen himself did not have the ability to see fire before, but recently acquired this ability suddenly, so he was able to see mosaics. Lin Shen couldn't think of any possibility for a while. If it was an ability he had acquired recently, but he had not encountered anything special recently, nor had he received anything special, how could he suddenly have this ability? It seems unreasonable to say that the fire will appear on the genetically modified egg at a specific time. It is difficult to explain why. Only he can see the fire, but others can't see anything. Lin Shen still prefers that he has obtained some kind of ability, but he doesn't know how he obtained it. Could it be that I am gifted and my hidden talent suddenly awakened? Lin Shen himself quickly rejected this idea. The 5 Lin brothers and sisters were all born to the same parents. The family really has this kind of genetic talent. The eldest sister and the others should have awakened it long ago. He cannot be the only one to awaken the talent. In terms of talent and ability, Lin Shen felt that he should be the worst among the 5 siblings. The eldest sister has had photographic memory since she was a child. The second brother's physical talent is unparalleled. He weighed 9.5 pounds when he was born. He grew to 1.8 meters before he was 10 years old. His physical talent is famous for his toughness. Coupled with his perseverance, he is willing to do it. After hard work, even though he was young before the accident, everyone would call him second master when he saw him. It was from him that the Lin brothers were called master. The third brother and the fourth brother are also famous for their high IQ and emotional intelligence, and their cultivation talents are also among the best in Suanio base. On the contrary, Lin Shen does not have the gift of photographic memory, and his business intelligence is only average. Even in terms of hard work, he is far behind his second brother. If there is any genetic talent, there is no reason for it to be inherited only in him. What is the reason why I can see those fires? Lin Shen was puzzled and couldn't think of a reason. He visited all the shops on the street, even the street stalls on the roadside. Lin Shen was very disappointed. He didn't find even a fire genetically modified egg. Is it really such a coincidence that the only 2 fire seed genetic mutation eggs are in my store? Lin Shen didn't believe it would be such a coincidence. The probability of this is even smaller than winning the lottery. But he walked all over the street and didn't find a single fire seed genetic mutation egg. Even if other people have stocks and collections, they won't show them to him. There is no other place to look. Suddenly, Lin Shen's eyes lit up, and he thought of a place where there are still a lot of genetic mutation eggs. That's right, the place Lin Shen thought of was the egg-catching shop next to his shop. Speaking of the egg-catching shop, Lin Shen was very depressed. The reason why Lin Shen opened the egg-catching shop was because this business was easy and effortless, and the genetic mutation eggs in his shop were all provided by his family, which was a business that was sure to make money. In fact, his family didn't expect Lin Shen to make money, as long as he was honest and didn't cause trouble and was not dangerous. Lin Shen named his shop Explosive Wealth and originally thought that he could make a lot of money from this shop and get some pocket money. The business was really good and the First few months. Although it was not a sudden fortune, it made a lot of money. It can be said that he could make money even if he was lying down. Until last month, a store called Colored Egg opened next to his house, and Lin Shen's good days came to an end. The store has a lot of high-quality genetic mutation eggs, and the tightness of the claws is adjusted a little higher. In addition, the variety is complete. The value of the egg-catching coins is low, and the store is large and lavish. Not long after it opened, Lin Shen's business was snatched away. If it weren't for the fact that the store and the genetic mutation eggs were all his own, Lin Shen would have even wanted to close the store. He simply couldn't compete. It's hard to say who is right or wrong in commercial competition, but according to Lin Shen's observation, based on the genetic mutation eggs that were recently taken away from the Easter egg store, it is basically a loss-making business. Not only is it not profitable, it is also losing money. It is obvious that they want to lose money and ruin his store. The most unbearable thing is that the owner of the Easter egg store is Qi Tianfu. Qi Tianfu is from the Qi family. He grew up on the same street as Lin Shen, and they are of similar age. They can be considered childhood friends. But I don't know if it was a grudge from their previous life. The two of them have disliked each other since they were young, and neither of them is willing to give in to the other. Whatever you have, I must get it, and it must be better than yours. They compete to see who grows faster and taller, who urinates higher and farther, who runs faster and jumps higher, and whose girlfriend is prettier. Anyway, there is nothing they don't compete with, and they can't stand seeing the other better. If it weren't for this, Qi Tianfu wouldn't have opened the Easter egg shop next to Lin Shen's shop. What kind of evil wind is this that blew your Lin family's fifth master here? A fat man weighing more than 200 pounds was sitting behind the counter. When he saw Lin Shen coming in, he was startled at first, then narrowed his eyes and laughed, saying in a yin-yang tone. Lin Shen ignored him and walked around the shop, looking at the genetically modified eggs in the egg-catching machine. Qi Tianfu's shop is more than 2 or 3 times bigger than his. Lin Shen's shop only has a dozen egg-catching machines, but here there are at least 40 or 50 machines, and the genetically modified eggs inside are even more diverse, and many machines have high-quality genetically modified eggs. Suddenly, Lin Shen's heart beat violently, because he saw a fire seed genetically modified egg wrapped in various colorful mosaics in an egg catching machine. Lin Shen, I'm talking to you, didn't you hear me? I call you fifth master. That's to give your third and fourth master's face. Do you really think of yourself as a master? Lin Shen ignored him. Qi Tianfu said with a hum. I'm really the master today. Exchange them all for egg coins. Lin Shen took out a stack of 100 yuan bills from his pocket and slapped them on the counter. You still want to be a master? With this little money, who are you looking down on? I don't want to do your business, so get out of here. Qi Tianfu was stunned at first, then he said with a cold snort after he realized what he was doing. Are you not willing to do it, or are you afraid that I will find out that the egg-catching machine in your store is fishy? Lin Shen said calmly. Whose egg-catching machine are you saying is fishy? My egg-catching machine has tight claws, and the quality of the genetically modified eggs is high. You know nothing. Qi Tianfu was furious when he heard this. The two people were talking so irritably that the customers in the store had already raised eyebrows. Naturally, Qi Tianfu couldn't take the blame. Besides, Lin Shen was indeed wronging him. If there's Nothing fishy, what are you afraid of? Just change the money. Lin Shen pressed the money with 3 fingers and pushed it in front of Tianfu. Okay, you can catch as many as you want. Tianfu glared at Lin Shen, grabbed the money, took out a box of egg-catching coins and pushed it hard in front of Lin Shen. Lin Shen took the coins and walked directly to the egg-grabbing machine with the fire-evolved eggs, without saying a word. At this time, there was no one in front of the egg-catching machine. Lin Shen put in the coin and started to operate the joystick. Boss, that boy Lin Shen is too arrogant. Do you want to loosen his claws and let him know the dangers of society? The clerk came to Tianfu and lowered his voice. It can't be adjusted. I don't understand that bitch very well. He looks like a big sunny boy who is harmless to humans and animals. In fact, he is very doggy. He must have no good intentions when he comes here. Tianfu felt that he had seen through Lin Shen and snorted coldly. He deliberately angered me when he came here. If I loosened my claws, so many customers wouldn't be able to catch him even if they saw him spending so much money. Plus, that dog barks, which will definitely have a negative impact on our business. Influence. It's useless to play these little tricks in front of me. Let him catch as many as he wants. It's just for advertising for us. It has to be you, boss. The store owner said with admiration. Stop flattering. And watch from here. Tianfu cursed with a smile, walked out from behind the counter, and stood behind Lin Shen to watch him catch the eggs. Lin Shen knew Tianfu was coming, so he didn't turn around to look at him and just focused on catching eggs. I have to say that the quality of the genetically modified eggs in Tianfu's egg-catching machine is indeed better than that in his store. There are a total of 8 genetically modified eggs in this egg-catching machine. Although they are all steel-based genetically modified eggs, the steel-based genetically modified eggs also have advantages. The difference between inferior and inferior strength, speed, hardness, and toughness are important data for measuring genetically modified creatures. Although the highest numerical value of steel creatures is 10, the data of most steel creatures cannot reach 10. If it can reach 8 or 9, it is considered good, and it can be regarded as a small best. Most of the genetically modified eggs used in Lin Shen's shop are iron-horned beasts. The speed of an adult iron-horned beast can reach about 8, and its strength is about 7, but its hardness is only more than 5 points, and its toughness is only more than 6 points. Such a value can only be considered average among steel creatures. The genetically modified eggs in this egg-catching machine are 100 refined steel-armored beasts. Although their speed is a little weaker, only 5 points, their strength and hardness are above 8, and some can even reach 9. Their toughness is above 7, and their combat power is comparable to that of iron horns. The beast is much stronger. The adult 100 refined steel-armored beast is comparable in size to an elephant, but its weight is far greater. It can be used as a mount or as a battle pet. It is also very capable of transporting large equipment and supplies, making it a very practical pet. In fact, the materials used in the construction of many bases come from 100 refined steel beasts, and their value is much higher than that of iron-horned beasts. Different egg-catching machines require different amounts of egg-catching coins. This egg-catching machine with a 100 refined steel beast base requires 4 coins to play once, which is equivalent to 40 yuan to grab a handful. It is also considered a relatively expensive machine in Tianfu's store. Lin Shen tried throwing coins several times, but every time after the genetically modified egg was caught, the genetically modified egg fell when his claws walked towards the exit. After catching it 5 times, there was still no harvest. "Little Woozy, you are so unlucky," Qi Tianfu teased from the side. "Those without ability need to rely on luck." Lin Shen didn't look at Qi Tianfu, so he put in 4 more coins and started the egg-catching machine. "TCH, if you don't rely on luck, what do you rely on? Does the Jade Emperor bless you?" Qi Tianfu curled his lips and said. "You can rely on technology," Lin Shen said and shook the joystick repeatedly. Lin Shen was the first person to open an egg-catching shop in the Sueño base. Before him, few people in the Sueño base had tried this thing. Qi Tianfu also followed suit and opened a shop. He had never done it before. In terms of catching eggs, Qi Tianfu's understanding of egg machines is much worse. After 5 tests, Lin Shen had figured out what gear the egg-catching machine was set to. Indeed, the claws here are tighter than those in Lin Shen's shop. For ordinary people, it is still very difficult to catch. According to the set probability, a genetically modified egg can be caught about 20 times. But that only refers to the probability of ordinary people catching it. The reason why Lin Shen adjusts his claws so loosely that he cannot even catch the genetic eggs in many cases is because he is not guarding against ordinary customers, but those egg-catching experts. Lin Shen had studied it for a while before opening the shop, and had also watched many videos of egg-catching experts. He knew that this thing was not just based on luck. With the tightness of the claws like this, it was too easy for an expert to catch the genetic mutation eggs. Although Lin Shen himself was not a very powerful expert, he had been playing with it before opening the shop. He opened the shop because he liked to play, so he was naturally good at it. The claws in the machine also swung regularly with the shaking of the joystick, and at this time, the position of the claws was just above the exit, and the exit was below, and it was not aimed at the position of any genetic mutation eggs. After the claws swung to a certain angle, Lin Shen suddenly pressed the grab button, and the claws fell down diagonally, just grabbing a genetic mutation egg next to it. The genetic mutation egg was caught, and when it reached the top, it fell down before the claws moved. But the original position of the claws was just above the exit, and the fallen genetic mutation eggs fell directly into the exit and rolled out. "Throw the claws." Qi Tianfu's face changed slightly. He followed Lin Shen and opened a shop purely to squeeze Lin Shen. He was not interested in catching eggs, but he knew some skills like shaking claws. He just didn't expect that Lin Shen could do this. "Can you catch eggs like this?" The young man playing the egg-catching machine next to him widened his eyes and couldn't help shouting. Lin Shen put the mutated egg he caught into his pocket, turned his head and looked at Qi Tianfu and smiled. "Xiao Fuzi, I opened an egg-catching shop because I like to play this, and you have no interest in these things at all. You rely on luck to catch eggs, and I rely on skills." After that, Lin Shen threw 4 more coins and continued to catch. It was the same operation again. The claw swung regularly and fell down again, catching a mutated egg. The same scene, the familiar picture, the mutated egg fell into the exit warehouse again. The tightness of this claw is not difficult for Lin Shen at all. Although he can't win every time, he can reach a level of 50% to 60%. In a short while, Lin Shen caught 4 genetic mutation eggs, and almost all the customers in the store were attracted to watch. Every time Lin Shen caught a genetic mutation egg, the crowd of onlookers exclaimed. So you can catch eggs like this? I played it for nothing before, so you catch eggs like this? Qi Tianfu's face was as black as if he was sprayed with ink, and he gritted his teeth, but couldn't say a word of rebuttal. Get me a cart. After changing several egg-catching machines, Lin Shen couldn't finish the genetically modified eggs he had caught. So he asked the clerk to bring a cart over. Except for the egg that he put in his pocket. Except for one, the rest were put into the cart. In a short time, Lin Shen had captured all the hundreds of steel beast-based transformed eggs in several egg-catching machines nearby. Lin Shen did not hesitate to change the machine and continue catching. The crowd also moved positions with Lin Shen. Most of them wanted to learn the egg-catching technique. It's not like there weren't people from the Blackbird base who wanted to practice their egg-catching skills and make a fortune from Lin Shen's shop. It's just that there is no manufacturer of egg-catching machines in Suanio base. The egg-catching machines need to be transported from outside bases. There are many dangers on the way. Most people have no chance to get the egg-catching machines and practice on their own. In fact, as long as you have the opportunity to practice more, it is not particularly difficult to learn to swing your claws. Damn it. You fucking came to me to buy goods, right? Looking at the cart of genetically modified eggs that was almost filling up, Qi Tianfu cursed Lin Shen fiercely in his heart, and his face was as black as the bottom of a pot. Boss, we can't continue like this. If we continue like this, we will lose nothing. How about we adjust the machine that Lin Shen is playing first? A confidant clerk said softly next to Qi Tianfu. Adjust. Lower the tightness of the claws by 2 levels. Qi Tianfu really couldn't see Lin Shen's irritating expression, and the words seemed to be squeezed out from between his teeth. The clerk quickly and quietly took out the remote control and quietly adjusted the tightness remotely. Lin Shen used his claws this time, and his claws only grabbed the genetically modified egg a little distance, and then let go. Even with the claw-swinging technique, he could not catch the genetically modified egg. Many onlookers screamed secretly. Pity. I tried it twice more, but the result was the same. I couldn't catch it high enough to fall into the exit. At this time even the onlookers could see that the claws had obviously become loose and could not be grasped at all. What else are you playing with? The store owner is so stupid. How can you play with the claws so loosely? Many people were muttering in a low voice. Lin Shen turned to look at Qi Tianfu and saw Qi Tianfu raising his eyebrows proudly, as if to say, I just loosen my claws, what can you do to me? What are you looking at? Are you ready to catch me? Qi Tianfu curled his lips and said, Of course. Lin Shen smiled at him without any sign of anger, and then held the joystick with his hand and turned it counterclockwise. Everyone didn't quite understand. The claws were loose like this. If you continue to play, wouldn't you get money? As the rocker rotated, the claws inside the glass cover also shook violently. Suddenly, one of the 3 hooked claws hooked on the cable connecting the claws to the set-top box, and the claws became tilted. At this moment, Lin Shen pressed the button again, and his paws swayed down, grabbing the genetically modified egg next to the exit. As the claws rose, the tilted claws lifted the genetically modified egg that had just risen a little. The eggs were pushed into the exit warehouse. Everyone was stunned. For a moment, even Qi Tianfu's eyes widened. Brother, you still have a lot to learn about opening an egg-catching shop. Lin Shen took out the genetically modified eggs and put them into the cart. Qi Tianfu was so angry that he snatched the remote control from the clerk's hand and adjusted the claws to the loosest position. Catch me. If you can, I will take your surname. Qi Tianfu was about to go crazy with anger, secretly feeling cruel in his heart. Unexpectedly, Lin Shen suddenly stretched, then walked to the egg-grabbing machine next to him, put in a coin, shook the joystick twice, and directly pressed the grabbing button. Qi Tianfu didn't react at all. He didn't even have time to adjust it. Another genetically modified egg was captured. Dog, this dog is such a dog. Qi Tianfu was so angry that he gritted his teeth and pressed the buttons of the remote control with his fingers so hard that he almost crushed the remote control. Who knew that Lin Shen had no intention of catching a second time, so he moved to another egg-catching machine and quickly inserted coins to catch eggs. Under Qi Tianfu's cannibalistic gaze, he grabbed another genetically modified egg and took it out. So there was a funny scene in the egg-catching shop. Lin Shen kept changing the machines to catch the eggs and catch the eggs. Qi Tianfu, who was mad, couldn't control it so much. He pressed the remote control desperately until all the egg-catching machines were almost adjusted to the maximum. This farce ended only in loose mode. The genetically altered eggs that Lin Shen grabbed had already piled up in the cart, but there were still a lot of chips in the box. I'm tired, come back to buy goods next time. I'll refund the remaining coins. Lin Shen casually stuffed the box containing the chips into Qi Tianfu's hand, and patted Qi Tianfu on the shoulder. Brother, next time I put in more good stuff. Every time, but I caught so many shabby things in a long time, which is not enough for my consumption. For a month. Back off. Qi Tianfu wished he could jump up and give Lin Shen a slap in the face, but with so many guests here, he could only hold it back, smashing his teeth and swallowing it in his stomach. Letting him, the man exchanged Lin Shen's remaining egg-grabbing coins for money. I'll use the cart and bring it to you later. You know I'm next door and can't run away. Lin Shen pushed a cart full of genetically modified eggs out. When he walked to the door, he still said to the onlookers, the customer said, if you want to exchange egg-catching skills, you are welcome to come to my rich egg-catching shop. Although my claws are not very tight, they will not change no matter who catches them. If you have the skills and ability, you can catch them. After that, Lin Shen pushed the car and left without looking back. Seeing Lin Shen leave, all the customers in the store left with no one left. Anyone can see that the machines in this store have been adjusted to the loosest level. Now catching eggs is like throwing money into the water. You bitch, I can't spare you. Qi Tianfu finally couldn't help but cursed loudly while jumping on his feet. Lin Shen didn't even look back, but turned around and went into his egg-catching shop, handing the cart to Zhaoli, who looked puzzled. These genetically modified eggs are of good quality. Put 2 or 3 in each egg-catching machine. Lin Shen finished explaining to Zhaoli, who looked confused, and left the store to mind his own business. When he got home, Lin Shen didn't see Lao Yi and thought Lao Yi had left. Unexpectedly, he saw Lao Yi coming in from the outside and closed the door smoothly. Lin Shen immediately realized that Lao Yi must have quietly followed him to Qi Tianfu's Easter egg shop. Old Yi, did you see what happened just now? Lin Shen said. Lao Yi nodded and said, these are extraordinary times. We must not make any mistakes. I was afraid that something would happen to you, so I followed you. The fourth master often said that you are good at eating, drinking and having fun. I used to think that it was because the fourth master was a little fond of you. I didn't know what it means to hate iron but not steel. I'm afraid it's not what I thought. In fact, fourth master was praising you. If I hadn't gone with you today, I wouldn't have thought that there are so many things in an egg-grabbing machine. Lin Shen smiled and said, we are all from our own family, Lao Yi, you don't need to be so tactful. Among our brothers, I am the least talented and uncertain one. The only advantage is that I like to eat good food and drink. It's just fun to play something new, it's not a good thing. Playing is different from playing. Lao Yi shook his head but did not continue the topic, and said thoughtfully, but now is not the best time to attack Qi Tianfu. Even if an egg-catching shop has collapsed, it won't have much impact on the Qi family, we still need to solve the immediate trouble first. Then let's sum up the details for tomorrow. Lin Shen knew that Lao Yi wanted to say that at this time, he shouldn't lose the big because of the small, but he didn't explain it because it was really difficult to explain. The two went over various details together again. When it was almost midnight, Lin Shen said to Lao Yi, go back and rest. There will be a tough battle tomorrow. We have to be mentally prepared to deal with it. I'll sleep in the living room. Lao Yi wanted to say something else, but he had to give up when he saw Lin Shen yawning repeatedly. Lin Shen nodded and went back to his room. He lay on the bed and took out the mosaic transformed egg from his arms. He looked at it repeatedly for a long time, but still didn't find the problem. I hope there will be a good result tomorrow. Lin Shen rolled his eyes and fell asleep, holding the genetically modified egg. When he woke up, the sky was still dark. Lin Shen turned around and saw that the mosaic on the genetically modified egg had disappeared, and there was some information in his mind again. Only then could it be seen clearly that this was a genetically modified egg of 100 refined steel beast. It seemed to be no different from an ordinary genetically modified egg of 100 refined steel beast. The failed super-based evolutionary fire, the contract of infinite strength. Infinite strength contract, raise a creature and make a contract with it. Hold the creature and run for a kilometer every day. As the creature grows and gains weight, it will gain strength equal to the creature's weight. This fire is unique, can only form an infinite contract with one creature. Lin Shen was suddenly surprised and delighted, and thought to himself, isn't this the legendary cow holding kung fu? According to folklore, there is a cowherd boy who carries his newborn calf from his home to the mountains to graze every day. As the calf continues to grow, the strength of the cowherd boy increases day by day. Until the cow reaches adulthood, the cowherd boy becomes a strong man capable of lifting thousands of kilograms. This is obviously an unscientific training method. A calf can grow to hundreds or thousands of pounds in a few months, but human strength cannot grow that fast. So in reality, it won't take long for the cowherd boy to be unable to hold the cow, and it is impossible to keep increasing his strength. The infinitely powerful contract can turn the impossible into possible and complete unscientific false theories. Theoretically, as long as he can find the cub of a huge creature, Lin Shen's power can be infinitely enhanced. The power of picking up a cow is not too strong for a genetic changer, but what if it is a giant genetic change creature? As far as Lin Shen knew, there were some genetically modified creatures that could far exceed the size and weight of whales. Lin Shen only needs to get one such genetically modified egg and start cultivating it from a young age, and he can gain power that is so terrifying that ordinary people cannot imagine it. This is really exciting. The only question is where to get such genetically modified eggs. Among the genetically modified eggs that Lin Shen has access to, the 100 refined steel beast is already the largest. Even if there are some giant alloy creatures, their size and weight are not much larger than the 100 refined steel beast. However, Lin Shen had seen some images. Some of the genetically modified creatures in those images were as huge as giant dragons. If such genetically modified eggs could be obtained, the infinite power contract would have the same ability as Bug. It's just that most of those genetically modified organisms are crystal-based organisms. Not to mention whether you can get the eggs of crystal-based organisms. Even if you can get them, the growth cycle of crystal-based organisms is relatively long, and some take several years or even it takes decades to reach adulthood. Relatively speaking, the growth cycle of steel creatures is relatively short. But it is not easy to find particularly huge ones. If you want to have your cake and eat it too, I'm afraid you'll have to put some effort into finding an oversized steel creature. This is not a problem that can be solved in a short while. Even if you have money, there is no such thing in Sueño base. Unless you go to other large bases, there may be hope. Lin Shen was in no hurry. Even if he used the 100 refined steel beast contract now, he wouldn't be able to gain power right away. Anyway, he wouldn't be able to use it in this recruitment meeting. Lin Shen stared at the genetically modified egg of the 100 refined steel beast, and the message of forming a contract with blood emerged in his mind. However, he did not choose to make a blood contract, but put it into the incubation chamber. There are 2 genetically modified eggs in the incubator. One is the steel genetically modified egg steel-tailed scorpion, and the other is the steel genetically modified egg Tian, both of which were previously genetically modified eggs with fire. Lin Shen wanted to hatch them and see how they were different from ordinary steel-tailed scorpions and black iron swallows. When he came to the living room, Lao Yi was already waiting there. According to the previous plan, Lao Yi brought Lin Shandong's clothes and things. After Lin Shen was dressed, he looked in the mirror and didn't feel that he looked like Lin Shandong. Is this okay? Lin Shen looked at Lao Yi uncertainly and asked. If you don't look at the face and listen to the voice, you and the 4th master are at least 80 similar. Lao Yi said, taking out a bronze mask that looked like an evil ghost and handed it to Lin Shen and continued, this is made of alloy creatures. The mask made of the material of the green armor demon has been worn by 4th master before, so it should be able to get away with it. Lin Shen took the mask. It was as thin as paper, but it was not light. It should weigh about 2 kilograms. The texture was very hard and a little cool to the touch. Putting the mask on his face, it felt a little heavy. He looked in the mirror and saw that the green-faced and fanged evil ghost's face was really scary. Okay, as long as you don't speak, people who have seen this mask will probably think of you as the 4th master. Lao Yi praised you, and then said, but your voice is still a problem, although the 4th master and you the sound is a bit similar, but there are still some differences. You need to pay more attention and it is best to speak as little as possible. But you can't stop talking. You also know that the 4th master's temperament will make people suspicious if he doesn't talk at all. Oldie. Lin Shen pinched his throat and tried several times, but his voice gradually became different from usual. It's really like. Lao Yi became more and more surprised the more he listened. He didn't expect that Lin Shen had such a skill. It sounded 99 times like Lin Shandong's voice. After all, they are brothers. So their voices are similar. In addition, I liked to go to the karaoke bar for a while before, so I studied the vocal skills a little bit, and I can imitate the voices of some singers quite well. Lin Shen said with a smile. Brother Xiaowu, this is really done. As long as you don't make a move, no outsider should be able to tell that you are not the fourth master. Lao Yi was even happier after hearing this. Let's just call him the fourth master. Lin Shen raised his eyes slightly. He knew that his advantage was that he knew the fourth master very well. He was not good at acting, so he could only put himself in the shoes of the fourth master. Every time he did something or said something, he had to think about what he would do and say if it was the fourth master. Lao Yi was stunned at first, then he bowed solemnly to Lin Shen, and said repeatedly, Fourth master, I was wrong, you are the fourth master. Let's go. Lin Shen walked out first. Lao Yi nodded slightly. He also knew that letting Lin Shen pretend to be Lin Shandong was a way out of no choice. The risk was very high, but there was no other way. There are definitely flaws, but only by believing that you are the one can you cover them up. It's hard for Xiaowu brother. I hope that the third master and the fourth master can return safely. Otherwise, even if Xiaowu brother can pass this time, he can't keep fooling around. Lao Yi said in his heart. When Lin Shen and Lao Yi arrived at the venue, the representatives of the Qi and Wang families had already arrived. They had been sitting on the stage for a long time and were a little impatient. Lin Shen brought Lao Yi to come late. This was decided by Lin Shen and Lao Yi in advance. They arrived at the place when the recruitment meeting started, so that the representatives of the Qi and Wang families would not have time to talk so much with Lin Shen, and the possibility of revealing flaws would be much lower. Xiaowu brother, as we guessed before, the representative from the Qi family is Qi Shuing, and the representative from the Wang family is Wang Tianer. Their fame and strength are close to the fourth master. Be careful to deal with them. Lao Yi said in a voice that only the two of them could hear. Lin Shen remained calm and didn't say anything, just walked straight to the stage. There were already two men sitting on the stands. Qi Shuheng, who looked like a scholar with a somewhat elegant temperament, and the other strong man with eagle eyes and wolfish look, was naturally Wang Tianer. Lin Shen secretly took a deep breath, looked at the two men with a firm look, and walked onto the stage with a bit of arrogance. Originally, I thought that Qi Shuheng and Wang Tianer would definitely question his wearing a mask after seeing him, but who knew that when they saw him coming up, they did stand up, but did not talk to him, but looked behind Lin Shen. What are they looking at? Lin Shen couldn't help but turn around and look. After seeing this, his pupils couldn't help but shrink and he stayed there. Lao Yi also turned his head and saw a man walking slowly towards the stage. Although his face did not change, his eyes had a subtle change. For someone like Lao Yi, who never showed his emotions, this change in his eyes was enough to explain many problems. But Qi Shuheng and Wang Tianer were right next to him, so he had no way to give Lin Shen any hints. Fourth master, do you mind if we invite this friend to watch? Qi Shuheng stared at Lin Shen's eyes and said with a smile. Shuheng, this is your fault. This person's presence has already given our Suanio base great face, making our recruitment meeting glorious. Moreover, she is an old friend of the fourth master. The fourth master can't thank us enough, so how could he mind? Wang Tianer said. turning his eyes to Lin Shen's face, and said with a smile, "Fourth master, don't you think so? Why would she come here? How could Qi Shuang and Wang Tian'er have such a tacit understanding? Could it be that the Qi and Wang families have reached a cooperation? If so, I'm afraid it won't last until the third and fourth masters come back." Lao Ye's heart was burning like fire, but he didn't dare to make any move, otherwise it would only make the Qi and Wang who stared at Lin Shen and wanted to see something from his only exposed eyes more suspicious. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Shen's face. Lin Shen looked at the person who had walked onto the stage. His eyes did not change at all, but he was already extremely suspicious in his heart. Can humans carry the fire of superevolution? What surprised Lin Shen was not the identity of this person. In fact, he did not see who this person was, but only vaguely recognized that this was a woman. Because the whole body of this woman seemed to be mosaiced, Lin Shen could not see what she looked like. Since the discovery of the fire, Lin Shen had only seen the fire on the genetically modified eggs. Even on the hatched genetically modified creatures, he had not seen the existence of fire, let alone seeing the fire on humans. In fact, Lin Shen had never thought that humans could have fire. This discovery made him pleasantly surprised. The reason for his joy was that there was another way to obtain fire. The reason for his surprise was naturally that he had no idea who this person was. Not to mention that he did not know her, even if he knew her. The woman was covered with mosaics, and he could not tell who she was. "Brother Lin, how are you?" The woman walked in front of Lin Shen and said lightly. This sentence reminded Lin Shen a little. He knew that his fourth brother Lin Shandong was sent to the remote Cape base for training by his second brother when he was very young. He stayed there for nearly 10 years before returning. Every time Lin Shandong drank too much, he would talk about how advanced the Cape base was and how awesome the base changers there were. If the Cape base was a metropolis, the Suanio base was not even a village compared to it. Of course, Lin Shandong said this not to say that the Suanio base was not good, but to pave the way for his own bragging. Every time Lin Shandong talked about how talented he was, the big guys in the Cape base were vying to train him, and many coaches in the training camps were looking forward to it. He picked and chose, and reluctantly chose a coach who was known as the best in the Cape base, to practice with him. The coaches who were not selected by him beat their chests and stamped their feet, only hating their inability to miss such a rare genius. He also said that when he was practicing, the students in the same class were all so awesome, but when they saw him, they were so scared that they were like mice seeing a cat, and they kept calling him senior brother. It was nothing else, just because he, Lin Shandong, crushed his classmates and was invincible in the same level. Lin Shen heard it many times and felt that Lin Shandong's words were unreliable and boasted too much. If the fourth brother was really as awesome as he said, he could beat his peers in a place like Cape base, so how come there were still a few people of similar age who could challenge him in a small place like Suanio base? However, because Lin Shandong's eloquence was really good, even if he was bragging, he could tell the story with ups and downs and make people imagine. In addition, Lin Shen heard it many times, so he remembered a lot of people and names in the story. Of course, those people were used to set off how awesome Lin Shandong was, like a background board. It's just that in order to show that he is more awesome, Lin Shandong added some amazing identities to those background boards. What rare natural genius, what son of a noble family, what school beauty, etc. it makes people feel a little vulgar after hearing too much. Lin Shen talked about many female classmates. Basically they were fascinated by his charm and personality, and couldn't extricate themselves from it. One by one, they cried and shouted that they had to be his girlfriend, which made him tireless. In Lin Shen's mouth, the only female classmate who didn't want to date him was a little fan who was deeply impressed by his cultivation, talent and fighting ability. Lin Shen remembered that the little fangirl in Lin Shen's mouth was Bai Shenfei. She was 1 grade lower than Lin Shen, but she was a genius girl who turned into a figurine at the age of 12. She was also a martial arts fanatic. Every day she was either practicing or on the way to fighting in a competition. At that time, Lin Shen was only 1 year older than Bai Shenfei. Before he turned into a figurine, he defeated Bai Shenfei, who had already broken the figurine. Since then, Bai Shenfei regarded him as an idol and would ask him for advice every time he had a problem in cultivation. The so-called transformation is an important step from human to mutator, just like the process of insects turning into butterflies and forming figurines. And the body is perfected. Practitioners must also go through similar steps to make their flesh and blood bodies evolve towards the direction of steel bodies. Lin Shen recalled that the background board classmates that Lin Shen talked about were basically his classmates, and only Bai Shenfei was a junior sister from a lower grade. This woman calls me senior brother, is she Bai Shenfei? Lin Shen felt that there was this possibility, but he was not completely sure. After all, Lin Shen must have more than one Bai Shenfei. If he made a mistake, the consequences would be unbearable for Lin Shen. Under the gaze of everyone, Lin Shen looked at the mosaiced woman and said in a somewhat arrogant manner, "You came to the Suenio base, why am I the last person to know?" As he said that, Lin Shen also glanced at Qi Shuheng and Wang Tianer. Everyone could see that he seemed very unhappy. On the first day of coming to Suenio base, I went to Lin's house to visit senior brother Lin, but your family said that senior brother Lin was overcoming an important technical difficulty and it was not convenient for him to see guests for the time being, so I had to go to Qi's house and Wang's house again, Bai Shenfei said. Lin Shen couldn't see Bai Shenfei's expression and eyes, but she sounded calm and didn't get angry because of his bad attitude. She explained very patiently, and seemed to be really good to Lin Shen. From what you said, you didn't come to Suenio base to see me this time? Lin Shen decided to continue testing. If it was an ordinary classmate relationship, his blaming tone would definitely make the other party feel a little abnormal even if he was not angry. If the woman didn't have an unnatural tone at all, then it was very likely that she was Bai Shenfei. Fourth Master Lin, it's not very kind of you to talk like that. People came all the way to our Suenio base to find you first, but you blocked them outside the door and refused to even let them see you. Now we finally meet, but you're wearing a tattered mask and still can't see each other. Do you think you've met or not? Or, you, Fourth Master Lin, are too ashamed to show your face to others and are afraid of being seen by people you know? Or, your face under this mask is different from Fourth Master Lin's? Wang Tianer almost said that Lin Shen was a fake. Lin Shen followed Lin Zongjing out quietly, saying that he was studying something important. Even Lin Shen only found out that Lin Shen was not at the base after Lao Yi came over, but went out with his third brother, Lin Zongjing. However, Lin Shen had not shown up for more than a month, which still made the Qi and Wang families suspicious. This time, Lin Shen came wearing a mask, which made them even more suspicious. Standing behind Lin Shen, Lao Ye's palms were already sweating. This situation was something they had never expected before. In this kind of emergency, let alone Lin Shen, even Lao Ye himself didn't know how to deal with it perfectly at this moment. But if Lao Ye jumped out to help Lin Shen now, it would only make them more suspicious, but if he didn't help, Lin Shen might not even be able to get through this level. Just when Lao Ye couldn't help but speak, Lin Shen had already taken the lead. Lin Shen suddenly approached Wang Tian'er, his face almost touching Wang Tian'er's. The sudden action scared Wang Tian'er, because he was very afraid of Lin Shandong, and he stepped back reflexively and pulled out the pistol from his waist. Hot weapons are still very powerful weapons in this era, especially for humans. The threat of pistols still exists. After all, humans cannot be in this state of steel body for 24 hours, and the vast majority of mutations are not 100% steel body, and even some mutations have less than 50% steel body coverage. So many people carry pistols, not to deal with mutations, but to deal with their own kind. When discussing the details with Lao Ye last night, Lin Shen had already noticed Wang Tian'er. His strength is the same as Lin Shandong, both are alloy mutations, but he likes to use guns very much. It is said that many people died under his gun. At the moment when Wang Tian'er drew his gun, Lin Shen's hand swung out like a venomous snake. Wang Tian'er didn't react at all, and he didn't even have time to hold the gun tightly, and he felt his fingers loosen and the pistol was taken away by someone. Lin Shen did not expect that he could directly snatch Wang Tian'er's gun. After all, Wang Tian'er was an alloy base changer. When he burst out with all his strength, his speed was not much slower than a bullet. Originally, Lin Shen did not think of snatching the gun directly. He just wanted to use the speed of the 7-step weapon to block Wang Tian'er's hand that was pulling out the gun, and then start his mouth cannon. Unexpectedly, the speed given to him by the 7-step weapon seemed to be faster than he expected, and the unprepared Wang Tian'er could not react and snatched the gun directly. Lin Shen, who had not even completed the base change, could actually snatch the gun from the hands of the alloy base changer. It was really too amazing. Lin Shen was ecstatic and took the opportunity to aim the snatched gun at Wang Tian'er's head. Wang Tian'er's face changed drastically. While he quickly dodged to the back, his skin also changed rapidly. The mysterious blue substance oozed out and turned into a shell-like armor, protecting his body. Even his head and face were wrapped in it. The clothes on his body were torn in many places by the metal armor, revealing a blue metallic luster. Qi Shuheng looked slightly disappointed. With such means and speed, the person who could force Wang Tian'er into such a mess must not be an ordinary mutationist. There were not many of them in the Lin family. It seemed that the intelligence was wrong. Lin Shandong did not leave the base. The person in front of him was most likely Lin Shandong. Lao Ye was surprised and happy. He really couldn't figure out how Lin Shen did it. A person who had not yet completed the mutation could actually snatch the gun from the alloy mutationist. Even if he took advantage of the other party's unpreparedness, it was really too amazing. But no matter what, with this move, they should be less suspicious of Lin Shen, and this hurdle today should be passed. Seeing Wang Tian'er's appearance, Lin Shen laughed arrogantly, threw the gun back to Wang Tian'er, and said disdainfully, "Wang Lauer, don't you want to see the face under the mask? I stretched my face to let you lift the mask, but you were so scared. You are so old, but you can't even hold the gun steadily. How did you survive until now?" Wang Laoer was angry and wanted to say something, but Lao Yi said first. The time for the meeting to start has passed, don't delay the business, and there are so many people here. Don't let outsiders see the jokes of our three families. Miss Bai rarely comes here, it's not good to spoil Miss Bai's elegance. Lao Yi said this, to prevent Wang Laoer from getting angry and really turning hostile, and secondly, to point out the identity of Bai Shenfei, so no one should be suspicious now. Humph, we will settle this account another day. Business is more important. I won't bother with you today. Wang Tian snorted coldly, turned around and walked off the stage. He had to change his clothes. He couldn't recruit radical changers on the stage like this. Lin Shen ignored Wang Tian and looked at the woman and thought to himself, this woman is indeed the white goddess. But why does she have the fire of super-radical evolution? Can humans also have the fire of super-radical evolution? Lin Shen couldn't figure it out for a while. The fire was really an extremely wonderful thing. He only thought that the 7-step weapon allowed him to have a speed faster than a bullet within 7 steps, but now it seems that it is not entirely the case. After actual combat, Lin Shen had a deeper understanding. The real meaning of this ability might be that as long as the opponent uses a gun and is within 7 steps, no matter how fast the opponent is, his shot will be faster than the opponent. This is a bit strong, but the limitations are also great. It's just a misunderstanding. Let's take a seat first. Qi Shuheng said gentlemanly and invited Bai Shenfei to sit next to him. Lin Shen remembered that Lin Xiongdong said that Bai Shenfei was his little fan girl. He also taught Bai Shenfei a lot. The relationship between the two was very good. It can be said that they were both teachers and friends. Of course, Bai Shenfei couldn't sit next to Qi Shuheng at this time. Fourth brother said what he usually called Bai Shenfei? Lin Shen thought about it and remembered it. He waved to Bai Shenfei and said, Little Fei, come and sit here, senior brother. Before, when Lin Shen talked to Bai Shenfei like that, Bai Shenfei didn't mind at all, which made Lin Shen believe what Lin Xiongdong said before. At this time, he naturally had to get along with Bai Shenfei according to Lin Xiongdong's habits and couldn't let her see the flaws. After all, Lin Shen couldn't be sure whether Bai Shenfei went to the Lin family first before, and what her relationship was with the Qi and Wang families, and why she had to ask the Qi and Wang families for help. After hearing what Lin Shen said, Bai Shenfei did not hesitate and went to the seat next to Lin Shen and sat down. Qi Shuheng could only sit down by himself. After a while, Wang Tian, who had changed his clothes, came back and sat down next to Qi Shuheng. The recruitment meeting officially began. Under the arrangement of the host, many gene changers who were interested in joining the 3 major families of Suanio base began to line up on the stage to show their strength in order to win the favor of the representatives of the 3 families. Lin Shen was not very interested in these people. He turned around and asked Bai Shenfei, Little Fei, what are you doing in Suanio base? Bai Shenfei slowly approached Lin Shen, her lips almost touching Lin Shen's earlobe. It seems that Bai Shenfei and fourth brother have a really good relationship. Lin Shen couldn't help but secretly praise fourth brother for being really good. It seems that he misunderstood him when he thought he was bragging before. I don't care who you are. If you dare to call me Little Fei again, I will chop off your head now without the Qi and Wang families revealing your identity. Although Bai Shenfei's voice was small, her tone was very unfriendly. Exposed. Lin Shen's body trembled, and he secretly complained in his heart, fourth brother, why are you bragging so much? You have really screwed me over. Needless to say, there must be something wrong with the name Xiao Feifei. If Lin Shen hadn't called Bai Shenfei Xiao Feifei so naturally when he first mentioned her, and said that Bai Shenfei liked him to call her that, and would get angry if he didn't call her that, Lin Shen would definitely not call her that. I can only say that Lin Shen is a swindler, and he is the kind who will kill people without paying for it. Now Lin Shen can only be thankful that he didn't reach out to pinch Bai Shenfei's cheek when he called her Xiao Feifei. At the beginning, Lin Shen swore that Bai Shenfei had a little baby fat and her face was the cutest. Given his relationship with Bai Shenfei, he pinched her chubby little face a lot. Fortunately, from what Bai Shenfei said, it seems that she doesn't intend to expose me. Lin Shen's mind was spinning, and his mind had turned 7 or 8 bends. He immediately sat up straight, his eyes looking at his nose looking at his heart, like an old monk in meditation. Who are you, and why are you pretending to be senior brother Lin? Seeing that Lin Shen didn't say anything, Bai Shenfei frowned and said again. What did you say? It's too noisy here, not a place to talk. Why don't you wait until the recruitment meeting is over and go to my place to have a good chat? Lin Shen would never admit here that he is not Lin Shen. As long as he doesn't admit it, no matter what Bai Shenfei says, he still has room to maneuver. If he admits it here, what if Bai Shenfei has bad intentions and makes a recording or something, then there will be no room for quibbling, and then it will be really over. Bai Shenfei glanced at Lin Shen and said nothing. While the two were talking in a low voice, Qi Shuheng and Wang Tian on the other side were also whispering in private. It seems that our guess is wrong. Lin Shen has not left the base. Qi Shuheng looked at Lin Shen and Bai Shenfei, who were whispering and looked very close. Wang Tian frowned and said, as for what he did just now, there are indeed few people in the Lin family who can do it. Except the Lin brothers. Even if there are others who can do it, they can't look so similar to Lin Shen, but I still feel that something is wrong. What's wrong? Qi Shuheng asked. Wang Tian glanced in the direction of Lin Shen and shook his head and said, I can't tell what's wrong. Since there is such news, even if Lin Shen didn't go out, I think there are some problems. Qi Shuheng also glanced in the direction of Lin Shen, and then whispered, that doesn't matter. Aren't there still links for our 3 families to show their strength? Later? Then we will try him again. With the speed he just showed, the ordinary alloy creatures we prepared before can't test anything, right? Wang Tian pondered. So we have to change one. Qi Shuheng said confidently, I just got a rare alloy level pet recently, which is just right for testing him. Will alloy level work? Wang Tian frowned. Other alloy level pets won't work, but mine will definitely work. As long as it is properly arranged, unless he is really Lin Shen, even Lao Yi can't do it, and other alloy level pets of the Lin family will be even worse. Qi Shuheng said. What pet? Wang Tian was also a little curious. What kind of pet made Qi Shuheng so confident? Have you heard of the alloy level super speed gunner? Qi Shuheng said. Wang Tian was shocked at first and then said. Happily, is it the super speed gunner with a speed attribute of 20, known as the fastest alloy level super speed gunner? Yes, it's the super speed gunner. Qi Shuheng smiled and nodded. That's great. Let the super speed gunner be his opponent. Unless he is really Lin Shen, he will definitely show flaws under many restrictions. Wang Tian was overjoyed. In the link, where the three families show their strength, they have always been unable to use various equipment and base-transformed pets, and can only use their own base-transformed power. With no weapons and the third master of the Lin family not in the base, no one except Lin Shen could easily deal with the speedster. Although Lin Shen's shooting speed was very fast, Wang Tian and Qi Shuheng thought that it was still much slower than the speedster. It was impossible to compete with the speedster. Even if the real Lin Shen came, it would be difficult to beat the speedster. He should win in other ways. In the alloy class, the speedster is the top speed-type genetic creature. It is almost impossible to find one faster than him. But you also saw that guy is probably Lin Shen. If it is really Lin Shen, my speedster is probably a meat bun hitting a dog. You also know how rare the speedster is, its value. Qi Shuheng did not finish, but his meaning was very clear. If you wanted him to take out the speedster, Wang Tian must share the risk. You and I will naturally advance and retreat together. If there is any mistake made by the speeding gunner, you and I will bear it together. Wang Tian did not hesitate and gave Qi Shuheng a reassurance. Then it's settled. Qi Shuheng made the final decision. The recruitment meeting was carried out in an orderly manner. Those gene changers showed their strengths one by one. In addition to wanting to gain fame, they also wanted to show their abilities to the three major families of Suanio base. The stronger the strength, the more likely it is to get better treatment and benefits. If you are favored by the three families at the same time, you may even get a sky-high contract. Of course, those base changers also have the right to choose which family to join, and they don't need to decide on the spot which family to join. Suanio base is just a small base, and there are not many talents. There are only a dozen new base changers in the recruitment meeting held every 6 months. In addition to some old base changers who re-participated in the recruitment meeting, there are only 30 to 40 people. Among them, there are only 4 or 5 who can really catch the eyes of the three major families. If there is a particularly eye-catching one, there is only one alloy base changer named Wei Wufu. In a small place like Suanio base, alloy base changers are already considered high-end combat power. Even if they don't participate in the recruitment meeting, they can get good treatment by joining any family. It is because Wei Wufu has just moved to Suanio base not long ago that no one knows him, otherwise people from the three major families would have come to invite him to join. Wei Wufu's performance is also amazing. Without using the alloy body, he easily grabbed the 1000-gene barbell with one hand and waved it casually. The means of easy grasping are definitely not something that the steel level can do. All three families offered him an olive branch, but Wei Wufu did not decide immediately, just saying that he would consider it. All the base changers who signed up for the recruitment meeting have already demonstrated their abilities, and finally it is the turn of the representatives of the three families to show their strength. I didn't expect that there would be alloy base changers participating in the recruitment meeting today. With Wei Wufu here, the demonstration session we arranged before seems a bit childish. If we bring it out again, it will only make people laugh. I have a suggestion. I wonder if you are interested in listening to it. Qi Shuheng said to himself. Brother Qi also makes sense. With Wei Wufu here, the previous preparations are indeed a bit unpresentable. I wonder if Brother Qi has any suggestions? Wang Tianer immediately intervened. I just got an alloy pet recently. I use it as a touchstone. What do you think? Qi Shuing said, taking out a pet capsule from his coat pocket and throwing it out directly. The blue metal capsule as big as an egg quickly changed in the air, just like a transformer. When it landed on the ground, it had magically transformed into a robot gunner with a blue metal exoskeleton. The robot gunner had a metal holster on his waist and a metal cowboy hat on his head. The speedster, who was a head taller than the average person, had a skull with a metallic luster and red light flashing in his eyes. He looked weird and scary, but also had an indescribable sense of horror. That's the speedster. Some of the mutants in the audience exclaimed in envy. The speedster, a rare alloy creature, was only seen in videos by most people. And it was the first time for most mutants to see the real thing. Is it too extravagant to use the speedster as a touchstone? Lao Yi said. He naturally knew how powerful the speedster was. If he encountered a speedster in the wild, he could use the terrain, equipment, and the power of his metamorphosis pet to deal with the speedster, which was not too difficult. But the current venue was so small, and he could not use equipment and pets. Even Lao Yi was not sure that he could deal with the speedster in this situation, and he might even be injured by the speedster. If that was the case, it would not be valid for him to take action on behalf of Lin Shen, and Qi Shuing and Wang Tian'er would definitely force Lin Shen to take action. Although Lin Shen had just shown a skill of taking the gun with his bare hands, which could be regarded as a stunning skill, Lao Yi knew very well in his heart that Lin Shen had not even completed his metamorphosis, and he must not let him fight the speedster head-on. I think it's okay. We can't let others laugh at our three families, right? It's rare that Master Qi is so generous and willing to take out such a rare super speed gunner as a touchstone. I have no problem with it. What do you think, Fourth Master? Lin? Wang Tian'er and Qi Shuing sang the same tune, as if they could not tolerate Lin Shen's refusal. Lao. You wanted to speak up to help Lin Shen out, but Lin Shen said lightly, I have always been a man who doesn't care about the severity of my actions. It would be a pity if such a rare pet was destroyed like this. It's just an alloy-level super speed gunner, which is nothing. Since Fourth Master Lin has no objection, let's do it this way. Qi Shuing said it directly. Lao Yi sighed in his heart, although Xiao Wuge is smart, he has not experienced much before and has little experience in handling things. How can he fight against Qi Shuing and Wang Tian'er? I can only fight desperately and help Xiao Wuge to get through this level. But the speed of the super speed gunner is so fast that there is no chance of a head-on confrontation. If it doesn't work, I can only take the speed gunner's attack and take a risk, hoping that both sides will suffer losses. As long as the speed gunner is destroyed, it should be able to deal with this level. As for whether the Qi and Wan families will be more suspicious, I can't care about it now. There is only one super speed gunner, and we have 3 people. You look at me like this. Isn't this prepared for me? Lin Shen stared at Qi Shuing and said coldly. Qi Shuing coughed twice. Master Lin, you are worrying too much. It is natural that we will take turns to fight. Everyone has to go on stage. How can it be prepared just for you? We can't miss such an opportunity to show our strength. Master Lin, if you are so impatient, we can let you go on stage first. Don't show off your inferior tricks in front of me. Don't you just want to see me take action? Don't you have to be so troublesome? It's very simple. Lin Shen raised his right hand and stretched out a finger in front of Qi Shuing. Master Lin, what do you mean by this? Qi Shuheng didn't understand what Lin Shen meant. One hit, just one hit, I can subdue him. If I do it, he belongs to me. Lin Shen pointed his finger at the speeding gunman. Master Lin. Lao. Yi was anxious. In his opinion, Lin Shen wanted to use this method to force Qi Shuheng to retreat, but this idea was too naive. How could Qi Shuheng retreat at this time? Although the speedster is precious, for the Qi family, it is worth it to use the speedster to exchange for an opportunity to verify Lin Shen's identity. Lin Shen waved his hand to stop him from talking, and said nothing, just looked at Qi Shuheng with contempt. Since the fourth master is so elegant, I will accompany you. The fourth master can do it. If you can subdue the speedster with one blow, he will be yours. But according to our previous agreement, you can only use your own base power, not pets and other weapons. Qi Shuheng narrowed his eyes and said slowly. It's over. Lao. Yi sighed in his heart. Things had developed to this point. It is impossible for Lin Shen to let him take over. Lao Ye's mind was racing. When he was thinking about how to break the situation, he heard Lin Shen say, okay, and actually stood up and walked down. Lao Yi was stunned for a while. He didn't know what Lin Shen was planning. That was an alloy-level speedster, and Lin Shen was not even steel level. What could he do if he went down? Not to mention that the speed of the speedster was not something that Lin Shen could keep up with. Even if the speedster stood there and let Lin Shen hit him, Lin Shen probably couldn't even break his defense. Although Qi Shuheng and Wang Tianer didn't know Lin Shen's background like Lao Yi, they didn't believe that Lin Shen could defeat the speedster with one strike. They all acknowledged that Lin Xiangdong was very powerful, but they didn't believe that Lin Xiangdong could defeat the speedster with one strike. If Lin Xiangdong could kill the speedster with one strike, they still believed that there was some possibility, but it was more difficult to subdue him with one strike than to kill him. This was the difference between killing and capturing him alive. Even if the person in front of them was really Lin Xiangdong, they didn't think he could capture the speedster with one strike, leaving the speedster no room for resistance and struggle. If he could really do that, the speedster should be almost killed. In that case, it would be useless for Lin Xiangdong to take him away. Lin Xiangdong is too crazy. Wang Tianer gritted his teeth and said. Now he was somewhat convinced that this person should be Lin Xiangdong. Apart from Lin Xiangdong, he really couldn't think of another person who was so crazy in Suenio base. Even if he is really Lin Xiangdong, he doesn't have much chance of winning. Qi Shuheng snorted coldly. Seeing Lin Shen walking towards the speedster step by step, countless thoughts flashed through Lao Ye's mind, but he didn't know if there was any way to break the current dilemma. We must not let Xiaowuj get into trouble. Even if he is exposed, we must protect Xiaowuj. Laoi has made up his mind to fight to the death, and he must not let Lin Shen get hurt no matter what. Fourth Master, why don't you use your base mutation power? Qi Shuheng saw that Lin Shen was less than 2 meters away from the speeding gunman, and his body still did not change, so he could only frown and say, why do I need to use base mutation power to subdue a mere speeding gunman? Lin Shen glanced at the speeding gunman and said proudly. After this, not only Qi Shuheng and Wang Tianer felt that Lin Shen was too arrogant, but even Bai Shenfei and Wei Wufu looked at Lin Shen with a strange look. The ordinary base mutation people in the audience were whispering to each other, thinking that Lin Xiangdong was too arrogant. They all knew that the fourth master of the Lin family was very strong, but without the use of the Base transformation power and the defense of the alloy body. How could a simple flesh and blood body withstand the alloy level? Power attack. Want to defeat the speed gunner by speed? That seems even more impossible. The speed gunner is a top-level speed-type alloy creature, and its attack speed is the best in the alloy level. Facing the speed gunner, he actually claimed that he didn't need to use the base transformation power. In addition to arrogance, they really couldn't think of a second adjective to describe the fourth master Lin. Only Lao Yi knew in his heart that Lin Shen didn't want to use the base transformation power, but he had no ability to transform at all. Lao Yi was ready to force his move, but suddenly saw Lin Shen's eyes looking at him, and the firmness in his eyes made Lao Yi slightly startled. Since the fourth master is so confident, Mr. Qi, you should fulfill him and don't delay. The fourth master's performance. A trace of murderous intent flashed in Wang Tian'er's eyes. Lin Shandong is very strong, but he is so arrogant that he does not use his base power. His flesh and blood body has the chance to be killed. This may be a great opportunity. Qi Shuheng obviously understood Wang Tian'er's meaning and said with a smile, since the fourth master insists, I can only obey your order. With Qi Shuheng's order, the cold mechanical palm of the super-speed gunman moved like lightning, and the pistol on his waist was pulled out in an instant. Fast. It's too fast. The spectators only felt a flash in front of their eyes, and the pistol was pulled out by the super-speed gunman. They didn't see how it was pulled out. Too fast. While they were still marveling at the speed of the super-speed gunman in their minds, they saw a scene that shocked them even more. The speed of the super-speed gunman was enough to shock them, but in this short moment of pulling out the gun, the fourth master of the Lin family, who was standing 1 meter away from the super-speed gunman and wearing a devil mask, actually flashed in front of the super-speed gunman like an invisible devil. As soon as the speedster raised his pistol, the fourth master of the Lin family pointed a finger at the speedster's chest armor 1 inch below. How is it possible? Qi Shuheng, Wang Tian'er and others, even Lao Yi, were all in disbelief, their eyes widened to the limit. Such a speed has exceeded the speed limit of the alloy level. How did he do it? Lao Yi had no way to understand why Lin Shen, who had not undergone a base change, could have such a speed. Could it be that Brother Xiaowu had actually completed the base change a long time ago? He had even been promoted to the alloy level a long time ago. He was a hidden trump card of the Lin family. The more Lao Yi thought about it, the more he felt that there was only this possibility. Otherwise it would be difficult to explain why Lin Shen could have such a speed, which was definitely not a speed that a person without a base change could have. The picture seemed to be frozen. Lin Shen's finger pointed at the speedster's abdomen, the speedster's arm drooped diagonally, and the pistol in his hand was also pointed at Lin Shen, as if he could shoot through his body as long as he pulled the trigger, but nothing happened. Qi Shuheng saw that the speedster was not knocked out, and thought that it was because Lin Shandong did not use the base power and only used 1 finger, so the power was not enough and failed to seriously injure the speedster. He could not help but feel happy. The two people agreed to subdue the speedster with 1 blow, but in the end, neither of them could beat the speedster back. Although the speed was indeed shocking, he won the agreement. Mr. Lin, I'm sorry. Qi Shuheng smiled and said that before he finished speaking, his face changed one after another, becoming very ugly, and he couldn't even say the rest. Lin Shen slowly retracted his fingers, without even looking at the speedster, turned around and returned with his hands behind his back, but the speedster was still frozen there. and could not move, and remained indifferent to Qi Shuheng's orders. Num. Num. Oh my God. This is too handsome. I've heard that the fourth master of the Lin family is invincible in his class, and it's true. This is no longer invincible, it should be called crushing, right? Without mutation, his speed is faster than the top speed type mutation. Creatures. Could he have reached the legendary crystal base level? Such a strong man, but unfortunately he doesn't look good. How do you know that the fourth master of the Lin family doesn't look good? If he looks good, why? Does he wear a mask? It's obvious that he has defects in his appearance, right? You know shit, I saw the fourth master of the Lin family with my own eyes, that's true handsome. Then why does he wear a mask? Women have long hair and short knowledge. He wears a mask because he is too handsome, so he has to wear a mask. Then I don't understand even more. Have you heard that there was a great general in ancient times who was too handsome and could not intimidate the enemy on the battlefield, so every time he went to war, he had to wear a mask like an evil ghost? The fourth master of the Lin family is also the same. So that's it. I really want to see what the fourth master looks like. No matter what others say. Lin Shen didn't say anything, for fear that he would groan in pain as soon as he opened his mouth, and it would be hard to guarantee that he would not show a painful expression. The body of the alloy creature is too hard. Even if the acupoints are relatively weak, it is still the same as a full strength finger on steel. The pain made Lin Shen wonder if his finger has been broken, so he can only pretend to be fine. While everyone was discussing, Lin Shen had already walked back to the stands, came to Qi Shuheng, and stretched out his hand directly in front of him. Do you want to do it yourself, or let me help you? Qi Shuheng wanted to say something, but was interrupted by Lin Shen. I, Qi Shuheng, keep my promise. This is yours, fourth master. Qi Shuheng hesitated for a moment, thinking of the terrifying speed that fourth master Lin had just displayed, and the speedster who was still standing there motionless. He didn't dare to say anything after all, and took out a blue metal key from his pocket and handed it to Lin Shen. Each genetically modified creature has a corresponding genetically modified key. The person who has the genetically modified key is the owner of the genetically modified creature and can obtain the absolute loyalty of the genetically modified creature. Only the genetically modified creature that offers the genetically modified key can be called a genetically modified pet. It is almost impossible for an adult genetically modified creature to offer its own genetically modified key to humans, so the general genetically modified pets are cultivated from genetically modified eggs. Once the genetically modified creature offers its own genetically modified key, then who will be their owner will not be decided by them. Lin Shen took the key and ignored Qi Shuheng. He walked straight to the acupunctured speedster and inserted the key into the keyhole on his waist. The next second, the speedster's body changed. The metal on his body kept flowing and shrinking. After a moment, it shrank into an egg-sized blue metal capsule with the key inserted at one end of the capsule. Lin Shen put away the pet capsule and the key separately, then walked back to the stands and sat down in his seat, playing with the pet capsule. The pet capsule showed the information of the speedster. Only those who had the corresponding base transformation key could see this information. Speedster, alloy creature. Strength, 11.6 speed, 19.7 hardness, 9.5 toughness, 17.6 base transformation talent, fast drawing, fast shooting. The attribute limit of alloy creatures is 20, and the speed of a superfast gunner is very close to the Limit. There are also top-notch super speed guns, with a speed of 20 points. This one is just a little short. But it can't be too wrong. The hardness and strength of the superfast gunner are relatively low among alloy creatures. Especially the hardness is less than 10. The hardness of some steel creatures can also reach this value. However, this superfast gunner has 2 basic transformation talents, and these 2 talents are very compatible with him, which is very good. Theoretically, the upper limit of steel creatures is 1 basic transformation talent, the upper limit of alloy creatures is 2 basic transformation talents, and the upper limit of crystal-based creatures is 3 basic transformation talents. But that is only the upper limit. In reality, many alloy pets only have 1 genetic transformation talent, and there are even many pets whose genetic transformation talents do not match their abilities at all. Generally speaking, the value of this super fast shooter should be very high. In a place like Blackbird Base, there should be no problem in changing to a property. Perhaps because of Lin Shen's amazing performance, or because the Lin family's reputation has always been quite good, several geneticists decided to sign contracts with the Lin family on the spot, and the number of signees was the largest among the 3. It's a pity that Wei Wufu still hasn't expressed anything. It seems that he has no plans to join any company for the time being. In fact, even if Wei Wufu wanted to sign a contract with the Lin family now, the Lin family would be in a difficult position. When the 3rd and 4th masters were around, it was okay to sign an alloy gene changer, but now that the 3rd and 4th masters were gone, signing an alloy gene changer with unknown origins was also a trouble for the Lin family. Lin Shen basically didn't say much after that. It was Lao Yi who was busy working. Qi Shuheng and Wang Tianer were not interested in saying anything to Lin Shen anymore. They chatted with concubine Bai Shen very enthusiastically. It was obvious that they wanted to curry favor with concubine Bai Shen, and they did not know who she was. He had not heard Lin Xiangdong mention the origin of concubine Bai Shen. Why did concubine Bai Shen come to Suenio base this time? Lin Shen felt a little headache. Without the unexpected variable of concubine Bai Shen, today's matter would have been perfectly solved, but now there is a little tail left. After the recruitment meeting was over, when Lin Shen stood up to leave, concubine Bai followed naturally. It seemed that she would not give up easily if she did not know Lin Shen's identity. Junior sister, we haven't seen each other for such a long time. We have to have a good chat. If you don't mind, come to my house for dinner, Lin Shen said with a smile. Okay. Concubine Bai Shen agreed when she saw Lin Shen taking the initiative to cooperate. Of course, Lin Shen would not take concubine Bai Shen to him. Instead, he took her to where Lin Xiangdong lived and arranged for her to rest in the living room. Who are you? Bai Shenfei had no intention of sitting down and stared at Lin Shen and asked, Who am I? Am I Lin Xiangdong? Is this question important to you? Lin Shen asked slowly. Important. Concubine Bai Shen said directly. Is it Lin Xiangdong who is important to you, or what can this person do for you? If it's the former, you can rest assured. If it's the latter, you can tell me, and I will definitely not shirk it to the best of my ability. Because of mosaics, Lin Shen couldn't see concubine Bai's expression after hearing what he said. Did Lin Xiangdong go to Calabash Mountain? Concubine Bai Shen said suddenly. Lin Shen was thinking about where Calabash Mountain was, and his eyes couldn't help but be confused for a moment. It seems you don't know anything. Concubine Bai Shen, who had been staring at Lin Shen's eyes, immediately noticed something and turned around to leave with some disappointment. Watching concubine Bai Shen leave, Lin Shen was very confused as to why she was leaving so suddenly. Lin Shen turned around and looked at Lao Yi behind him, only to find that Lao Yi's expression was very strange. He couldn't help being surprised. Lao Yi, honestly speaking, the third brother and the fourth brother didn't really go to that Hulu mountain, right? Lao Yi had a complicated look on his face. He pondered for a long time before he said, as if he had made up his mind, originally, the third master and the fourth master didn't want you, fifth brother, to know about this matter, but now the situation is complicated, and an outsider has found out about Hulu Mountain. I can't hide it from you anymore. Where exactly is Calabash Mountain? Is it a place near our base? Why have I never heard of this mountain? What are the third and fourth brothers doing there? Lin Shen couldn't help but feel a little anxious. This matter seemed to be bigger than he imagined. Even more difficult. Of course you haven't heard of it, because that place was temporarily named after the second master saw it, and not many people know the name Hulu Mountain. Lao Yi sighed. What's the name given by the second brother? Lin Shen couldn't help but be stunned. The second eldest son of the Lin family is called Lin Yin. And he is the best in the Lin family in terms of cultivation talent. The Lin family brothers were nicknamed Master because of Lin Yin. It can be said that Lin Yin single-handedly supported the Lin family, which was on the verge of decline. Even Lin Yin was one of the few strong men in the Blackbird base who had been promoted to the crystal base level. But when Lin Yin was at the height of his power, he disappeared while going out to hunt genetically modified creatures. When Lin Yin disappeared, Lin Shen was less than 10 years old. To him, Lin Yin was almost like his father. His parents died young, and there was more than 20 years of age difference between Lin Yin and Lin Shen. Lin Yin's influence on him was similar to that of his father. This is probably what the so-called eldest brother is like his father. After so many years, the majestic figure in the memory has begun to become a little blurry. Even what Lin Yin's face looks like, I can't remember clearly. However, Lin Shen still remembered that Lin Yin was very kind to him. He often took him to play when he was a child and bought him delicious and fun things. Lin Shen likes to play so much. Half of it is because of Lin Yin's pampering. Could it be that Calabash Mountain was where the second brother disappeared? Lin Shen asked with a frown. Lao Yi nodded. Little fifth brother is indeed smart. The last place you went to before he disappeared was Hulu Mountain, and he never came back after that. Did the third brother and the fourth brother find clues about the second brother, so they went to Hulu Mountain? Lin Shen said thoughtfully. That's one of the reasons. Lao Yi paused and continued before Lin Shen asked again. The third and fourth masters said they went to Hulu Mountain mainly to get you a figurine. Genetically modified eggs. Lin Shen was slightly startled when he heard this. With his strength, he could have transformed the figurines long ago. The third brother and the fourth brother had been persuading him to delay the transformation, but it turned out that they were preparing the genetic transformation eggs for him. There is only one way to complete the transformation from a human to a gene changer, which is to extract a special substance from the body of the gene change creature and use this substance to change itself until the figurine becomes a gene changer. This special substance can come from genetically modified organisms or genetically modified eggs, but before making figurines, a genetically modified egg must be needed, and the quality of this genetically modified Egg can affect the genetically modified egg to a certain extent. The transformed quality of the Man of Steel. It's just that Lin Shen doesn't quite understand that only one steel gene egg is needed to complete the first gene transformation. Even if there is an alloy egg or even a crystal egg, it cannot be used. Too advanced. Genetically modified eggs may completely metallize human beings during genetic modification and turn them into lifeless statues. Genetic transformation is a very magical and dangerous process. Only the right amount of energy can allow flesh and blood humans to have a foundation of steel. The process is even more bizarre than the complete metamorphosis of a butterfly. Is it necessary to take risks in such dangerous places for a steel-based egg? With the strength of the Lin family, there should be no pressure to purchase a top-quality steel-based transformed egg. Seeming to see the doubts in Lin Shen's heart, Lao Yi explained, in general, the top-grade steel-based transformation eggs only have one attribute that reaches the full value of 10 points. There can be two attributes that reach the full value of 10 points. It is already a very rare thing. The third and fourth masters want to find you a genetically modified egg with at least 3 attributes or even 4 attributes, so they went to Hulu Mountain. Lao Yi gave a bitter smile and continued, if they had known that you had completed the genetic transformation, Brother Xiaowu, there would be no need to go to Calabash Mountain. Lin Shen heard that Lao Yi was complaining about him. Lao Yi thought that he had changed his gender, but he didn't tell the third and fourth brothers, so they took unnecessary risks. But Lin Shen couldn't explain how a human without genetic changes could make a super-speed gunner lose the ability to fight back with one blow. How do they know there are those kind of genetically modified eggs in Calabash Mountain? Lin Shen felt that something was wrong with this matter. Because Calabash Mountain is actually a fundamental change point. Lao Yi said slowly. Lin Shen couldn't help but widened his eyes when he heard the word genetic change point, and said in shock, there is actually a genetic change point near us? More than 200 years ago, genetically modified organisms appeared all over the world. It was not that genetically modified organisms were everywhere at the same time. Instead, genetically modified organisms began to appear in some special places, and then slowly radiated to the surrounding areas. The location of genetically modified organisms is called a genetic mutation point. Not only are there many genetically modified creatures near the genetically modified point, but there may also be terrifying advanced genetically modified creatures. There was once a base with hundreds of crystal-level genetic changes. They wanted to break into the peripheral area of a genetic change point to plunder resources. As a result, they alarmed an extremely terrifying genetic change creature inside. Not only did all the genetic changes that removed the genetic change point after the group was wiped out, the genetically modified creature flew to a nearby human base and directly destroyed that human base, causing countless casualties. Since then, when constructing a general base, they will deliberately avoid being near the fundamental change point. Lin Shen did not expect that there would be a genetic mutation point near the Blackbird base, but for so many years, he had not heard of any terrifying advanced genetically modified creatures appearing nearby. No wonder someone like the second brother is trapped in it. Lin Shen was a little annoyed. If the third brother and the fourth brother were really trapped because they found him a man, then he might not be able to feel at ease in his life. Lao Yi, do you know the location of Calabash Mountain? Lin Shen asked. Little fifth brother, don't ask this. I can't let you go to Hulu Mountain. Even if the third and fourth masters die, they won't want you to take risks. Lao Yi immediately shook his head. Then send someone to Calabash Mountain to check the situation. Lin Shen said thoughtfully. No, the third master and the fourth master would rather take risks themselves in order to keep the secret of Helushan Mountain. We are sending people over now. If the secret of Helushan Mountain is exposed, then the painstaking efforts of the third master and the fourth master will be in vain. Lao Yi Lin Shen's proposal was rejected again. Lao Yi, since the name of Calabash Mountain was given by the second brother and no one outside knows, why does concubine by Shen know the name Calabash Mountain? After Lin Shen thought for a moment, he suddenly looked up at Lao Yi and asked. Lao Yi said in a deep voice, "This is what I want to say. The fourth master should not spread the news about Hulu Mountain. Something is wrong with Qi Shuang and Wang Tian today. They seem to be very sure that the fourth master is not at the base, otherwise they will not repeat it again and again. So explicit and provocative again and again." What do you mean? Lin Shen pondered and did not continue. There may be a traitor among us. Lao Yi looked gloomy. How many people know that the fourth brother followed the third brother to Calabash Mountain? Lin Shen asked. Except for me, no. One knows that the third master and the fourth master went to Hulu Mountain. Those four guys are the only ones who know that the fourth master has gone out. There are quite a few people who can guess that the fourth master may have gone out. Lao Yi said thoughtfully. The four guys Lao Yi mentioned are the four people Lin Xiangdong trusts most, besides Lao Yi. They are all alloy gene changers. Olji, who do you think among those four people might be a traitor? Lin Shen also knew those four people. They were all Lin Xiangdong's confidants. They had followed Lin Xiangdong through life and death for so many years, and had a lifelong friendship with him, including King Qi. It seems unlikely that the two families are traitors, because they are enemies. They have followed fourth master for so many years. Fourth master has saved their lives, and they have also saved fourth master's life. I really can't believe that there are traitors among them. And they have followed fourth master all these years, and they have not don't do anything to offend the Qi and Wang families. It's really hard to believe that they would seek refuge with that family. That's what's scary. Lin Shen sighed. Olji, the only one I can trust now is you. Don't worry, Brother Wu, I will definitely find the traitor. If it is really one of the four of them, I will personally dig out their heart to see if it is black. Lao Yi said viciously. Investigate privately, don't make a big fuss. Even if you find out, don't act rashly. Wait until the third and fourth brothers come back. Lin Shen said. What if? I say what if? What if the fourth and third masters are really trapped and can't come back? No, what if? They will definitely come back. Yes, the third and fourth masters are extraordinary people. They have experienced all kinds of storms. This time, they will definitely come back safely like before. Lao Yi paused and said, fortunately, you, Xiaowu brother, are already an alloy-based transformer. With you here, the Lin family still has a backbone. Even if the third and fourth masters really have an accident, I will risk my life to help you protect the Lin family's business. Lin Shen glanced at Lao Yi and nodded. Lao Yi, it all depends on you. Help me find that traitor first. Don't worry, Xiaowu brother, I'll go check it out now. Lao Yi said and walked out. After watching Lao Yi leave, Lin Shen took off the mask on his face, frowned and muttered to himself, this Lao Yi, He has hinted that I should go to Hulu Mountain for rescue. Several times. I hope I am overthinking. Lin Shen naturally wanted to go to Hulu Mountain, but he really didn't have that kind of strength, and it would be a waste of life if he went. Although acupuncture is very powerful, it also requires the ability to hit at close range, and the 7-step dagger is only effective when the opponent uses a gun. Only a few genetically modified creatures use guns. If he went, it would be no different from sending himself to death. If you want to help, you must first stop being a burden. Lin Shen thought. For a moment, quickly left Lin Xiangdong's residence, and returned to his own residence. After returning to his residence, Lin Shen came to the hatching chamber, looking at the 3 genetically modified eggs inside and thinking about something. In more than a day, the steel-tailed scorpion should be able to hatch. Let's see the situation first and then decide. Lin Shen felt that these genetically modified eggs, with supergenetic evolutionary fire, should have extraordinary properties. If the steel-tailed scorpion has a high attribute after hatching, he will directly use the base-changing eggs of the black iron swallow or the 100 refined steel beast to complete the base-changing. What kind of existence is the super-base evolution fire? Lin Shen couldn't help but think of Bai Shenfei again. Bai Shenfei is a human, but she actually has the super-base evolution fire on her body, which is really incredible. Lin Shen really wants to get the fire on Bai Shenfei. If the fire has the ability to defy the heaven, he will have more capital to go to Hulu Mountain. But until now, Lin Shen still doesn't understand how the fire was transferred to him. In actual operation, as long as he sleeps with the base-changing eggs with fire, he can get the ability of the fire. The problem is that Bai Shenfei is a person, and she is a woman. He can't let the woman he just met once sleep with him. Right? If spending money can solve the problem, Lin Shen is now willing to use his own small treasury to exchange Bai Shenfei for sleeping with him, but this is obviously not realistic. So you are the Lin Shen, the younger brother of the Lin family, who is good at eating, drinking, and having fun, that senior brother Lin often mentioned. A woman's voice suddenly sounded behind Lin Shen. Lin Shen turned around and saw a group of human-shaped mosaics sitting on his sofa. It should be no other person except Bai Shenfei. Lin Shen has actually thought of this possibility and has been very careful. There are also many genetic change guards in the Lin family compound, including alloy level ones. Concubine Bai Shen was still able to come to Lin Shen's room without anyone noticing, and no one could even notice that she was sitting behind him. This was something that Lin Shen could not avoid just by being cautious. There was a real huge gap in strength. Senior sister Bai went to such great lengths to come to me. She probably didn't want to ask me for advice on eating, drinking, and having fun, right? Now that the matter had come to an end, Lin Shen simply spoke frankly. I remember. Senior brother Lin said that you are 10 years younger than him, so it is appropriate to call me senior sister. Concubine Bai Shen nodded slightly and said, actually, I had already guessed your identity during the recruitment meeting. There was another reason why he left later. Do you know what the reason was? I really don't know. This. I have to trouble senior sister Bai to clarify the confusion. Lin Shen's eyes flashed slightly, as if he thought of something, but in the end he said nothing. Concubine Bai Shen smiled and said, it's not that you don't know, but you thought about it but didn't say it. It seems that you are a little different from what senior brother Lin said. You don't just know how to eat, drink, and have fun. After a pause, Concubine Bai Shen continued, the gene changer, who is following you today, is called Lao Yi, right? when senior brother Lin was practicing at Haijiao Base, he was the one who took care of senior brother Lin's daily life, and I also met him a few times. Lin Shen just looked at concubine Bai Shen and said nothing. Concubine Bai Shen was right. He had just guessed that what concubine Bai Shen wanted to say was Lao Yi. But from Lin Shen's point of view, there were some things he couldn't say and didn't want to say. There's something wrong with that guy, Lao Yi. Concubine Bai Shen was astonishingly direct. What's the problem, Lao Yi? Lin Shen asked calmly, without comment. When I mentioned Calabash Mountain, his eyes looked wrong, said concubine Bai Shen. People say that women's intuition is the most accurate. Senior sister Bai thinks that Lao Ye's eyes are wrong, so there must be something wrong with him. Lin Shen said. Senior brother Lin said that you are the most well-behaved and never say bad words. I didn't believe it at first, but now I believe it. You don't even use a bad word when you curse. So you really don't need to say bad words. Concubine Bai Shen was not angry, but said calmly. I'm going to ask you 3 questions. You can answer them or not. After asking these 3 questions, if you still think there is nothing wrong with Lao Yi, just take it as my intuition. I can answer it, so I won't shirk it, Lin Shen said. First question, did he persuade you to go to Calabash Mountain? Concubine Bai Shen asked. No. Lin Shen shook his head. Second question, do you think he persuaded you to go to Calabash Mountain? Concubine Bai Shen asked again. It seemed that the second question was a repeat of the first question, but Lin Shen hesitated and did not answer immediately like the first question. Concubine Bai Shen seemed to have gotten the answer she wanted. Without waiting for Lin Shen's answer, she continued to ask, is it his idea for you to pretend to be senior brother Lin to attend the recruitment meeting? Lin Shen also did not answer this question immediately. It wasn't that he wanted to hide it, but concubine Bai Shen's question brought up some of Lin Shen's previous doubts and made him think about what happened in the past 2 days again. After Princess Bai asked the 3 questions, she had no intention of forcing Lin Shen to answer. She sat on the sofa and looked at him with interest. Before the recruitment meeting, Lin Shen was also preparing measures to deal with emergencies, but that was only just in case. Normally, Lao Yi should help him solve most of his problems, but in fact, what Lao Yi did was much less than Lin Shen expected. These can also be explained by the old ambition, scruples, and unwillingness to deepen the suspicion of the Qi and Wang families. However, Lao Yi was indeed suspected of leading Lin Shen to Hulu Mountain several times, intentionally or unintentionally. Lao Yi is an old man of the Lin family. He has been in the Lin family when the second brother was young, and has taken care of the fourth brother for so many years. Lin Shen does not want to doubt him, but now the situation in the Lin family makes Lin Shen have to think more. But Lin Shen still couldn't figure it out. If Lao Yi wanted him to go to Hulu Mountain, there was obviously a chance from the beginning, so why would he go in such a big circle? He doesn't know where Calabash Mountain is. Concubine Bai Shen suddenly said this as if she had seen through Lin Shen's heart. Concubine Bai Shen's words immediately made Lin Shen connect the cause and effect. If Lao Yi doesn't know where Calabash Mountain is, then the only person in the Lin family who is most likely to know where Calabash Mountain is Lin Shen. This makes sense. If Lao Yi really had any agenda, he went around in such a big circle, just to find out if Lin Shenji knew where Calabash Mountain was. Senior sister Bai, what you said are all just speculations. Although Lin Shen was already a little suspicious, he would not deny Lao Yi, who had been in charge of the Lin family for so many years, just because of a few words from an outsider like Shen Fei Bai. I know where Calabash Mountain is. Concubine Bai Shen didn't say much, but every word seemed to hit the point directly. Lin Shen was surprised and looked at Concubine Bai with disbelief. Do you know where Calabash Mountain is? If even Lao Yi doesn't know where Calabash Mountain is, how can Concubine Bai Shen know where Calabash Mountain is? Of course I know. Bai Shenfei said calmly, the reason why I came to Suanio Base is that I was entrusted by senior brother Lin. If he fails to come back after the recruitment meeting, I will protect you to Hulu Mountain. Since fourth brother wants me to go to Hulu Mountain, why didn't he and third brother take me directly when they went, but asked you to take me to Hulu Mountain after something happened? Lin Shen felt that it didn't make sense. He didn't take you to Hulu Mountain because he didn't know that you had already undergone a basic transformation and had reached the alloy level. Even I was surprised by this. Senior brother Lin clearly said that you had not undergone a basic transformation. Bai Shenfei stared at Lin Shen and said, curiously, you brothers have been together for so many years, and you have already undergone a basic transformation to this extent. Someone as smart as senior brother Lin actually knows nothing about it. How did you do it? Lin Shen smiled bitterly in his heart. He had not undergone a basic transformation at all, and Lin Xiongdong certainly couldn't find out. Sister Bai, why did my fourth brother ask you to escort me to Hulu Mountain? If it was for the top-grade base transforming eggs that I could transform, do you think I need to go now? Lin Shen still didn't quite believe Concubine Bai, so he tried. Who told you that senior brother Lin went to Hulu Mountain to find top-grade base transforming eggs for you? As soon as Concubine Bai said this, she had already thought of the answer, and continued, if it was Olji who told you, then it is even more certain that he has a problem. Didn't my fourth brother go to Hulu Mountain to find top-grade base transforming eggs for me? Lin Shen was slightly stunned. Of course not, even if senior brother Lin didn't know that you haven't transformed yet, he only needs a steel-grade base transforming egg to find you. If it's for a crystal-grade top-grade base transforming egg, it's understandable. For a steel-grade top-grade base transforming egg, there is no need to go to a place like Hulu Mountain to risk your life. Concubine Bai said firmly. Then why go to Hulu Mountain? And why do you want me to go to Hulu Mountain? Lin Shen couldn't suppress his curiosity. For a possibility that may make you the strongest man under the starry sky. Concubine Bai said slowly, pausing for each word. Lin Shen stared at Concubine Bai Shen for a long time without saying anything. He didn't quite believe what Concubine Bai Shen said. If there really was such a thing in Calabash Mountain, why did Concubine Bai give him the opportunity? Just because he is the younger brother of senior Bai Shenfei? Taking a step back, Concubine Bai Shen is really just like Lin Xiongdong said, she is his little crush. She can't give up such an opportunity just because of Lin Xiongdong's entrustment, right? What's more, there is a big gap between the facts and what Lin Xiongdong said. Concubine Bai Shen is definitely not the little fangirl that Lin Xiongdong said. You don't believe me? Concubine Bai Shen understood Lin Shen's strange look. It doesn't matter whether you believe it or not. After a pause, Lin Shen said. Sincerely, a long time ago, we siblings have made an agreement that they will bear the glory of the Lin family. I am only responsible for passing on the bloodline to the Lin family, rather than becoming the strongest man under the stars. I want to pass on the blood of the Lin family, especially in this situation. It's too late. Concubine Bai Shen listened quietly to Lin Shen's words and suddenly sighed. Why is it late? Lin Shen was slightly startled, not knowing what Concubine Bai Shen meant by saying such a word without beginning or end. If you say so before I go to Qi and Wang's family, I can still stay in the base, but now it's too late. Bai Shenfei said helplessly. Why? Lin Shen still didn't understand what Concubine Bai Shen meant. I have made an agreement with the Qi and Wang families to take them to Calabash Mountain. Concubine Bai Shen said. You take them to Calabash Mountain, what does this have to do with me? Lin Shen frowned. If you didn't go to the recruitment meeting and didn't show such strong abilities, it would naturally have nothing to do with you. But it's different now. Do you think Qi and Wang will keep you here when all their elites come out? Base? Bai Shenfei said. Lin Shen's expression changed slightly. Just like the Lin family was guarding against the Qi and Wang families, they were also guarding against the Lin family. When the other two elites are gone, it is impossible to keep Lin Shen, the fake Lin Xiangdong, at the base. Even if it is a threat, he will definitely be taken with him. Now Lin Shen has no way to explain that he is not Lin Xiangdong. Even if he can make them believe that he is not Lin Xiangdong, he can't explain the method of subduing the speeding gunman with one blow. It will only make the Qi and Wang families more fearful, and they may even join forces to attack first. Take control of the Lin family. If you think more darkly, it is possible that the Qi and Wang families already knew that he was not Lin Xiangdong, and that even him pretending to be Lin Xiangdong was a conspiracy set up by the Qi and Wang families. It was just an excuse to capture Lin Shen and forcefully take him to Hulu Mountain. After all, Hulu Mountain was discovered by the Lin family, and the second, third, and fourth masters of the Lin family all went to Hulu Mountain. If the Lin family plotted against it, Lin Shen could be used as a hostage. It's just that they didn't expect that Lin Shen would have such terrifying abilities, so it was even more impossible to keep him at the base. Senior Sister Bai, if it is true that fourth brother asked you to escort me into Hulu Mountain, why did you tell Qi and Wang the news about Hulu Mountain? Lin Shen asked, staring at Concubine Bai. This is also senior brother Lin's arrangement. Bai Shenfei seemed to have no intention of explaining in detail. Lin Shen stared at Concubine Bai Shen for a long time. Because of the mosaic, she couldn't see Concubine Bai Shen's expression and eyes at all. After a long while, Lin Shen sighed and said, "It seems that I have to go this time. Senior Sister Bai, I have only one last question. Since Calabash Mountain has such an opportunity, which can make people become the strongest under the stars, why? You don't want it yourself? You remember wrongly. I am talking about the strongest man under the stars, not the strongest man under the stars. Getting that thing is only a possibility. It is possible to become a rich person. Or a rich person in the first place. It's still a lot worse." Concubine Bai Shen's tone was calm, but she was undeniably tough. The meaning of Concubine Bai Shen was obvious. Even if Lin Shen got the things from Calabash Mountain, he could only become the strongest man. And she, Concubine Bai Shen, was stronger than the strongest man. And was the strongest person under the starry sky. Senior Sister Bai is really confident. If I understand correctly, you already have that thing, right? Lin Shen said. If you don't have self-confidence, there is no need to embark on this path of evolution. Concubine Bai Shen said calmly, are you planning to go to Hulu Mountain as Lin Xiangdong? Or Lin Shen? Don't the Qi and Wang families know that the fourth brother went to Calabash Mountain? Lin Shen looked at concubine Bai Shen in disbelief. Concubine Bai Shen did not tell Qi and Wang that the third and fourth brothers had gone to Hulu Mountain. How could they possibly follow concubine Bai to Hulu Mountain with all their elites? I only know that senior brother Lin and your third brother went to Hulu Mountain and told them this. I don't know anything else. Concubine Bai Shen seemed to have something in her words. Lin Shen thought for a moment and understood the meaning of her words. The Qi and Wang families already knew that Lin Xiangdong had gone to Hulu Mountain, but they did not know whether Lin Xiangdong had returned. Therefore, theoretically, they could not be sure whether it was Lin Xiangdong who participated in the recruitment meeting, unless they knew early on that Lin Shen was pretending to be Lin Xiangdong. Then I'll go as the fourth brother, and ask senior sister Bai to help me cover up. Lin Shen thought for a while and said. Concubine Bai Shen laughed when she heard this. You want to test Lao Yi? Senior sister Bai is worrying too much. Lin Shen neither admitted nor denied it. This is your own business. I am only responsible for escorting you into Calabash Mountain. Concubine Bai Shen did not say anything more. That's a shame for you, senior sister Bai. In front of others, I can only call you junior sister. Lin Shen said. It's just a title, it doesn't matter. You get ready. I have already agreed with the Qi and Wang families to set off for Hulu Mountain the day after tomorrow morning. After saying this, Bai Shenfei got up and left. I don't know who immediately turned hostile after hearing the name of Xiao Feifei. Lin Shen secretly complained in his heart, but said in his mouth, what is in Hulu Mountain? How could the Qi and Wang families be so gullible? They don't believe me. Even if I wasn't there, as long as they knew the news, they would still go. It's just that now they are afraid that I will go first, so they have to cooperate with me. As for the things in Hulu Mountain, you will know what they are only after you see them. The things in each base mutation point are different, and you can determine them early. That thing is the key to the road to the strong. With it, you have the opportunity to become a real strong man. After saying this, Bai Shenfei walked out of the room and disappeared in a flash, like a ghost. The day after tomorrow? I hope it's in time. Lin Shen glanced at the incubator. The 3 genetically modified eggs that had been sucked of their fire were still motionless. After thinking for a while, Lin Shen came to the study, took out paper and pen and wrote a letter. Dear sister, although I have not been able to enjoy the happiness of my parents for 21 years since I was born, I have never felt a moment of loss and anxiety. You have given me all the most beautiful fantasies about my mother and sister, so much so that even I feel that I am overly spoiled. God is too good to me. I am afraid that I have spent 10 lifetimes of kindness to be born as your brother in this life. I think the second, third, and fourth brothers have had the same idea. Being your brother is the proudest thing in our lives. But as a younger brother, I am still very dissatisfied with you. You gave us the best of everything, but left nothing for yourself. In order to take care of us, you are still alone. Do you want us to be scolded as the demons who support our brothers? Sister, you are too good, but also too selfish. You are so selfish that you don't even give us a chance to give. Your brothers have grown up, and they also want to taste the beauty of giving for their loved ones. 3 brothers can still use me as a test subject. Who else can I use as a test subject? I heard from my 4th brother that there was also an excellent man who wanted to walk hand in hand with you, But he ended up parting ways with that man because he couldn't let us go. This is what's wrong with you, sister. Do you think your brother is so incompetent that he can't even take care of himself? If there is an afterlife, I hope I won't be your brother in the next life. Because I am no longer worthy of receiving more goodness from you. If there is an afterlife, I hope I can be your brother in the next life, and I will return all the doting you gave me tenfold. Sister. When you see this letter, I should have gone one step ahead. Don't be anxious, don't be sad, give me some time to find a relationship below, so that we can become brothers and sisters in the next life. Promise me that you will live for yourself in the remaining time, and don't let me owe you more, otherwise you won't be able to pay it back in the next life. That man, if you still like him, go find him, don't give your brother face, and sleep with him. Sister, I will wait for you in the next life. Your beloved brother Lin Shen. Put the written letter into an envelope and put it into an iron biscuit box. In the past, the elder sister always put the things that Lin Shen liked in this iron box. If Lin Shen can't come back this time, the elder sister should be able to find this letter after returning to the base. If he can come back, he will destroy the letter as soon as possible, and not even the residue can be left. For the adventure of Hulu Mountain, Lin Shen's heart is not so opposed to it, but because of the original agreement, he is unwilling to go out of the base to take risks. But there is still a certain impulse in his body. It is absolutely self-deception to say that he is not tempted by the things in Hulu Mountain. Putting the iron box back to the old place, Lin Shen was in a daze when he suddenly heard a strange sound from the hatching chamber. Lin Shen was delighted and hurried to the hatching chamber. He looked through the glass cover and saw a crack on the mutated egg of the steel-tailed scorpion. Crack! There was another crisp sound, and several cracks appeared on the mutated egg that was as hard as steel. These cracks spread outward from a point. Crack! The center of the crack was suddenly pierced, and a slightly curved black steel thorn pierced through, with a terrifying sharp coldness flashing at the tip. Before Lin Shen could see the black steel thorn clearly, the next second the black steel thorn suddenly retracted. Crack! Almost at the moment of retraction, the black steel thorn pierced out again. Under the continuous piercing, the eggshell could not withstand it and was completely broken. A black metal scorpion with a black body and the size of a palm crawled out. Is this a steel-tailed scorpion? Lin Shen stared at the steel-tailed scorpion that was gnawing at the eggshell, and was slightly surprised. There are many genetically modified creatures like steel-tailed scorpions near the Suanio base, and they reproduce very quickly. The value of genetically modified eggs is not high, and basically you can get them for the price of a meal. There are also many genetically modified people who have steel-tailed scorpion pets. And even ordinary people who have not been genetically modified have many steel-tailed scorpion pets. Lin Shen has seen so many wild and pet steel-tailed scorpions, but he has never seen a steel-tailed scorpion like this one. Generally, steel-tailed scorpions have steel-colored shells, and most of them have some rust-like spots on their shells. But this steel-tailed scorpion is pitch black, as if it were made of black iron, and its body size is slightly larger than that of ordinary newly born steel-tailed scorpions. Without time to think about it, Lin Shen quickly took out a few slightly larger egg shells, which made the steel-tailed scorpion very angry. It waved its claws and scorpion tail, with its teeth and claws, trying to attack Lin Shen to take back the egg shells. After trying several times, it found that it could not attack Lin Shen at all, so it could only eat the remaining small egg shells angrily. After eating, the steel-tailed scorpion turned a few times, then jumped up and rushed towards Lin Shen's face like a cannonball. Lin Shen was well prepared and raised a metal shield that he had prepared long ago and blocked it in front of him. With a clang, the steel-tailed scorpion's tail pierced the metal shield and actually made a small hole. If it weren't for the fact that its tail hook was not long enough, the metal shield would have been pierced through by it. Lin Shen was surprised and happy. The shield in his hand was made of alloy biological materials. It should be impossible for ordinary steel creatures to break through the defense. The strength and hardness of the steel-tailed scorpion were not enough to cause damage to such a shield, let alone a newly hatched steel-tailed scorpion, even an adult steel-tailed scorpion would not be able to do so. This steel-tailed scorpion was able to directly pierce the alloy shield, which only showed that its strength and hardness were much stronger than those of ordinary steel-tailed scorpions. The genetically modified egg with fire is indeed different. Lin Shen blocked the steel-tailed scorpion's attacks again and again until it gradually became exhausted. When the genetically modified creatures are just born, they need to eat their own egg shells to replenish the physical strength consumed by breaking the shell, so that they can have strength. This steel-tailed scorpion ate a little egg shell, and its physical strength was not replenished at all, and it was exhausted. The steel-tailed scorpion, which had no strength to attack Lin Shen, turned around a few times and suddenly lifted its tail forward as much as possible, revealing its abdomen behind. The abdomen was also shining with cold light like a black iron shell, and one of the parts suddenly popped out and turned into a small black iron key and flew towards Lin Shen. Lin Shen reached out and grabbed the key, breathed a sigh of relief, put down the shield in his hand, and placed the remaining egg shells in front of the steel-tailed scorpion. The genetically modified creatures that had just broken out of the eggs were in a confused state and had little physical strength. It was the easiest opportunity to tame them with egg shells. If you miss it, it will be a lot of trouble to tame them. The steel-tailed scorpion quickly ate all the egg shells, and its body became darker and colder, and there was a little cold light flashing on the scorpion tail. With the mutation key in hand, the steel-tailed scorpion seemed to be able to sense Lin Shen's thoughts. It crawled in front of Lin Shen, turned around, raised its tail, and aimed the keyhole under its belly at Lin Shen. Lin Shen inserted the key back and turned it gently. The body of the steel-tailed scorpion suddenly underwent incredible changes. All parts of the steel-tailed scorpion's body were rotating, and it was shrinking while changing. Soon it turned into a black metal capsule, the size of a quail egg. Lin Shen reached out to catch the pet capsule and pulled the key off. His eyes fell on the information displayed on the side of the capsule. Mutated steel-tailed scorpion, steel creature, evolvable, strength, 10. Speed, 9.9. Hardness, 10. Toughness, 10. Mutation talent, strength and armor-piercing thorns. After seeing the attributes of the steel-tailed scorpion, Lin Shen couldn't help but be overjoyed. The 4 stats are almost at the maximum value of the steel level, and the base talent is the armor-piercing thorn that can enhance the armor-piercing ability, and it is a strength and armor-piercing thorn. The armor-piercing thorn talent is common, and the powerful armor-piercing thorn talent seems to be possessed by some special base creatures. This mutant steel-tailed scorpion is undoubtedly a top-quality offensive pet. These are not enough to make Lin Shen so ecstatic. What really surprised him was that this mutant steel-tailed scorpion actually has the attribute of evolution. This means that the mutant steel-tailed scorpion has the opportunity to be promoted to the alloy or even crystal base level, and its value is not comparable to that of ordinary steel pets. Although the speedy gunner is at the alloy level, his upper limit is just that, and there is no possibility of promotion. He is a powerful helper for Lin Shen now, but he is destined to be eliminated in the future. If this mutant steel-tailed scorpion is properly cultivated, it may play a much greater role than the speedy gunner in the future. The fire seed genetic mutation egg is indeed extraordinary. Lin Shen put away the mutant steel-tailed scorpion capsule and looked at the other 2 genetic mutation eggs that had not yet hatched. Unfortunately, I don't have time. Lin Shen smiled bitterly and shook his head. Genetic mutation takes time, not just 1 or 2 days. If he hadn't gone to Hulu Mountain, Lin Shen could have chosen one of the remaining 2 genetic mutation eggs to complete the genetic mutation and upgrade to the steel level. But now it's too late. The Qi and Wan families can't wait for him to complete the genetic mutation before going to Hulu Mountain. So far, Bai Shenfei is still difficult to distinguish between friends and enemies. There are many contradictions in her actions, which are really hard to guess. The supergenetic evolutionary fire on her body makes her origin even more mysterious, and Lin Shen really can't judge. In addition, there must be spies inside the Lin family, which can be said to be internal and external troubles. Lin Shen found a backpack and put the remaining 2 genetic mutation eggs in it, intending to take it to Hulu Mountain. If there is a chance, he may be able to complete the genetic mutation there. These things are still difficult to become real combat power for the time being, and the ability given by the fire is more real, but where can I get the fire? Where are there a large number of genetic mutation eggs that I have not seen? Lin Shen thought for a moment, and suddenly his eyes lit up. He thought of where there were a large number of genetic mutation eggs that he had not seen. The genetic mutation eggs in that place are not normal genetic mutation eggs, but some dead eggs that failed to hatch. Those genetic mutation eggs not only failed to hatch genetic mutation organisms, but also completely solidified during the hatching process. They can no longer be used to extract genetic mutation liquid. Most of them will be smelted and used as industrial materials. Although they are dead eggs, they are still genetic mutation eggs after all. Lin Shen still plans to try his luck. The 3 major families have warehouses specifically for storing dead eggs. If Lin Shen wants to visit the warehouses of the other 2 families, he has to think of some ways. He can visit his own warehouse if he wants, without any scruples. I hope the latest batch of dead eggs has not been sent to the factory yet. Lin Shen didn't want to wait for a moment, and went out to his own warehouse, where the dead eggs were stored. Brother Xiaowu, why are you here? Songyun, who was guarding the warehouse, seemed very surprised to see Lin Shen. Songyun is also an old man of the Lin family. It is said that he is almost 80 years old. When Lin Shen's parents were still there, he was already looking at the warehouse door. Later, when the eldest sister took charge of the house, Songyun was still guarding the warehouse door. I heard from the eldest sister that when her parents were still alive, Songyun would often come to the house, drink a few glasses of wine and brag with Lin Shen's father, and the relationship was quite good. After her parents passed away, Songyun didn't come to the house for dinner very often. Uncle Song, are there any dead eggs in the warehouse? I want to take a few back. Lin Shen directly explained his purpose. The eldest lady has not come back in the past few months. Without her signature, the dead eggs have not been transported to the factory for smelting. The number is still quite large. Song Yun paused and continued with a strange expression, but Xiaowu brother, the Lin family has been doing business based on integrity for so many years, and they have never done anything to deceive others. Even if there are any difficulties, it is only temporary. If you destroy this golden sign of the Lin family, you will think about it later. It's hard to get up. Lin Shen was slightly startled, and then realized that Songyun had misunderstood. Songyun must have thought that he wanted to take the dead eggs back to the egg-catching shop and pass them off as good ones to compete with Qi Tianfu. Uncle Tsong, you are worrying too much. I just want to take a few dead eggs back and make some gadgets. Lin Shen explained casually. Okay, but you can't take too much. And you have to sign for it, otherwise the eldest lady won't be able to record it when she comes back. Songyun said and took out a bunch of keys, fumbled for a long time to pick out one, and opened the door to the warehouse. Pushed the door open and took Lin Shen into the warehouse. Generally speaking, dead eggs are weighed according to their grade, and dead eggs of different grades can be piled together. After all, they can only be used as materials. But Songyun is very careful. Even the steel-grade dead eggs are neatly arranged. Each dead egg has a label on it, indicating the type of dead egg and the time of storage. Lin Shen glanced over and saw that there were nearly 1,000 dead eggs in the steel grade, but not so many in the alloy grade, only more than 100. Unfortunately, there was no mosaic on these dead eggs, which made Lin Shen a little disappointed. Is that all? Lin Shen looked at Songyun and asked. All the steel-grade ones are here. Some of the alloy-grade ones are still in the small warehouse, and there is also one in the crystal-level small warehouse. However, the material value of those things is also very high. Without the signature of the eldest lady, even if it is 3, I can't take it even when I'm here, Songyun said. Take me to see the remaining alloy-grade dead eggs, Lin Shen said noncommittally. Songyun didn't say anything more when he arrived, and took Lin Shen to a special small warehouse in the large warehouse. The small warehouse was like a vault made of alloy. Songyun opened a few locks and then opened the door. The heavy alloy door opened. The metal used to build Xiaoku is not an ordinary alloy, but alloy-grade basic change material is added. Although it is not a pure basic change alloy, its thickness is very scary. It is impossible for ordinary alloy-level experts to break it in a short time. Open the small library door. The hardness and toughness of these alloy-level dead eggs are top-notch, above 18. If used to build equipment, it can allow steel-level genachangers to have a slight degree of self-protection when facing alloy creatures, or the ability to resist. The eldest lady wanted to make you a set of scale armor before, but unfortunately, she couldn't find a suitable caster, so it was delayed. Songyun pointed to a row of shelves against the wall. There are genetically modified eggs of different sizes and colors on the shelf. Most people can't tell the difference between dead eggs and live eggs. Are they all here? Lin Shen glanced at it and was immediately disappointed. He didn't see the mosaic at all. All the alloy-grade ones are here, and the crystal-grade one is over there. Songyun pointed to the other side and continued, but you can't take that one now. Lin Shen turned around and looked around, only to see a genetically modified egg that was like a sapphire and emitted a blur of brilliance under the light. It was placed on a special shelf with a glass cover outside. Although it is a dead egg, it is still incredibly beautiful, as if there are countless blue facets emitting a faint light inside. Unfortunately, there is still no mosaic on it. Lin Shen shook his head and sighed, a little disappointed, but it was right to think about it. How could it be so easy to find a fire genetically modified egg? In Lin Shen's own understanding, fire is equivalent to a bug in this world, and the abilities of fire are pseudoscientific or even anti-scientific. Any fire ability can be said to be a bug. If it were so easy to find, he wouldn't need to be genetically modified at all. He would be invincible just by relying on his fire ability. Just when Lin Shen was disappointed and was about to take 2 dead eggs back, his eyes inadvertently glanced at a corner of the small library, and his heart suddenly skipped a beat. What is that? Lin Shen suppressed his inner excitement and asked Songyun, pointing to the thing in the corner. Lin Shen really didn't see what it was, because it was blocked by a mosaic and couldn't tell what it was. What is certain is that it is not a genetically modified egg. No genetically modified egg is long and strip-shaped. That thing is at least 3 or 4 meters long. It is definitely not a genetically modified egg. Oh, that thing, it's a genetically modified creature, similar to a snake. Songyun looked at the direction Lin Shen was pointing, and after recalling it for a moment, he continued, that thing was brought back by the third master. I heard the third master said, it should be an alloy creature with the ability to evolve. When it was promoted to the crystal base, it failed and died for unknown reasons. When Mr. San found it, it had been wrapped upright in the figurine. Only the head came out and the body was completely solidified. Mr. San broke the figurine and got it back. He originally wanted to smelt it and build something. Yes, I tried it several times but couldn't melt it. It was really useless, so I just put it here. Third Master said that this thing should have almost completed the genetic transformation and been promoted to the crystal base. I don't know why it failed, but the body may have been partially crystallized, so the hardness and toughness are comparable to the crystal base level. I just don't know why. It is difficult to melt. In the future, if I have the opportunity to go to those bases with ultra-high temperature furnaces, I can try to see if I can cast something. While listening to Songyun's words, Lin Shen walked to the side of the thing and reached out to touch the dead genetically modified creature. After my fingers touched that thing, I immediately felt a chill coming from my fingertips, but it wasn't really cold. He reached out and grasped it, and found that although the thing was long, it was not very thick. With the length of Lin Shen's fingers, he could easily wrap it around it. His fingers slowly stroked its body. The surface was smooth and had some fine lines, a bit like mirror polished metal with fine patterns carved on it. Songyun said that this thing looked like a snake, but Lin Shen felt that it was actually not that similar. The shape of a snake is usually thick in the middle and thin at the ends. Except for the very tapered tail at the end of this thing's body, the rest of the body is about the same thickness. Moreover, a snake of this length cannot be so thin as a genetically modified creature. Its body length and thickness are somewhat disproportionate, and it is somewhat like an elongated javelin with rough workmanship. Lin Shen stretched out his hand to hold the middle position and lifted it up with slight force. It was similar to what Lin Shen estimated. The length of this thing should be more than 3 meters, but less than 4 meters. It felt quite good to hold. After swinging it twice, it was surprisingly easy to use. It really looked like a javelin with a special shape. It was not very heavy, only about 10 pounds, which was unexpectedly light. For ordinary people, swinging more than 10 pounds was already quite strenuous. Fortunately, Lin Shen had been using the base change liquid to strengthen himself. Although he had no base change, his strength was not comparable to that of ordinary people, so there was no problem swinging it. Uncle Tsong, lend me this thing. Lin Shen looked at Song Yun and said, "Okay, sign and take it away." Song Yun was unexpectedly straightforward. "Are you really letting me take it away?" Lin Shen confirmed again with some disbelief. After all, this was also a semi-crystalline base material, and its value was quite high. Song Yun smiled and said, "There is no equipment in our base that can melt this material. It's useless for you to take it away. You have to return it later." "Okay, then I'll take it away." Lin Shen signed and lent the thing out. On the way back, Lin Shen was still thinking about whether to go to the warehouses of Qi and Wang to take a look, but he couldn't find a suitable excuse, and it was impossible for them to let him, a member of the Lin family, enter the warehouse. "It's a great fortune to have this harvest. I wonder what kind of fire it can bring me." Lin Shen wanted to go home immediately and lie on the bed to sleep with it. When passing by his own shop, he found that many people were gathered in the open space next to Qi Tianfu's egg shop, and he didn't know what they were doing. Lin Shen didn't want to make trouble and just wanted to go home as soon as possible, but he found that Qi Tianfu was also in the crowd, cursing and looking very unhappy. "What's going on over there?" Lin Shen came to his own shop and saw Zhao Li standing on the threshold and looking over there, so he asked, "Fifth brother, someone set up a ring-tossing stall next to the egg shop, robbing a lot of fatty cheese business. That guy is almost angry to death." Zhao Li said with a smile. "Ring-tossing?" Lin Shen was slightly surprised. Of course he knew about the street game of ring-tossing. You find a place and put various prizes. Those who want to play pay to buy plastic rings, stand in the position marked by the stall owner and throw the plastic rings. If they circle the prize, they can take it away. This street game is not uncommon. There are many markets. Some stall owners also use genetically modified eggs as prizes. This is not enough to surprise Lin Shen. What really surprised Lin Shen was that someone dared to set up a stall next to Qi Tianfu's store. The stall owner was really brave. The strange thing is that with Qi Tianfu's arrogant temper, he didn't smash the stall. And how could a ring-tossing stall attract so many people to play? It's not like no one has played the ring-tossing game before. Lin Shen was curious, so he put the body of the genetically modified creature into the storage room, and then went out to squeeze over there to take a look. This look immediately surprised Lin Shen. This is indeed a ring-tossing street stall, but there is only one prize. A man sat on a chair with a base mutation egg on his head, which was the only prize in this ring-tossing stall. Many people who bought plastic rings stood outside the rope pulled by the stall owner and stretched out their hands to throw them on the man's head, hoping to catch the base mutation egg. At least 7 or 8 people were constantly throwing plastic rings, but although the distance was only 4 or 5 meters, no one could catch the base mutation egg on the man's head. After someone threw all the rings in his hand, he immediately took out money and threw it into the box placed by the stall owner, and then took another ring to throw. Lin Shen saw that the box said 10 yuan per ring, which was not cheap. The reason why so many people were willing to spend money to play was because the base mutation egg on the man's head was an alloy base mutation egg. Even if the alloy base mutation egg had poor properties, it could be sold for 5 figures. In comparison, this Little money was naturally nothing. Among those who kept throwing circles was Tianfu. He cursed in a low voice while throwing circles, but he couldn't hit the target. He was a little off every time. What really surprised Lin Shen was not these, but the stall owner who was sitting there with the base mutant egg on his head. It was Wei Wufu, who had performed very well in the previous recruitment meeting. It was easy for a dignified alloy base mutant to make a little money. Just hunting some steel creatures, you can make money without taking too much risk. Which is much better than setting up a stall to make a little money. To put it another way, he only needs to join a certain force, and the money he can get every month will not be less than 5 figures. Such a person actually set up a stall on the street. I don't know what he thinks. Tianfu did not attend the recruitment meeting. He obviously didn't know Wei Wufu. He was cursing while throwing circles. If he knew that Wei Wufu was an alloy base mutant, he should have behaved more gracefully. The more Lin Shen looked at it, the more strange it felt. It was indeed difficult to throw circles. It is not easy to hit a target with a 20 centimeters diameter ring from 4 or 5 meters away, but it is not too difficult. Accuracy is actually not related to strength. First, it depends on practice. After practicing for a long time, you will naturally become more skilled and your accuracy will be much better. Second, it depends on talent. If you want to be accurate, you just need to practice. If you want to be particularly accurate, you have to rely on talent. For such a close distance, you don't need to be particularly accurate. You just need to practice a little and throw it a few more times. Even if you are just guessing, you should be able to hit it once. But Lin Shen stood there for a while, and those people had thrown out at least hundreds of rings, but no one could hit the target, and they were just a little bit off each time. Tianfu alone threw at least 20 rings in this moment, and several times the rings landed on the genetically modified eggs and bounced out again. Which made Tianfu so angry that he threw all the rings in his hand to the ground. When Lin took Lin Shen to the market to play before, Lin Shen spent a lot of money on the ring tossing stalls, but he rarely hit the target. Later, he asked his second brother to buy rings for him, and he kept practicing at home. After a few days, he could hit almost 80% of the time. When he went to the market to play ring tossing again, the stall owner was about to cry. After hitting the target, Lin Shen felt that it was meaningless, and he rarely played since then. Lin Shen was also a senior veteran. After watching for a while, he felt that there must be a problem. Under normal circumstances, someone should have hit the target long ago, and it was impossible for him to miss the target all the time. Wei Wufu is really interesting. He could have just robbed the money, but he had to do this. Lin Shen thought to himself. Fuck you, you cheated, didn't you? Tianfu took another 20 circles, but he still missed every time. He had already hit the target several times, but it was still bounced out. Finally, he couldn't help but explode, pointing at Wei Wufu's nose and cursing. My skills are so bad, my luck is bad, and now I have no character. Lin Shen certainly wouldn't miss the opportunity to laugh at Tianfu. Tianfu turned around and saw that it was Lin Shen. He was about to curse, but he seemed to have thought of something, and he swallowed the dirty words on his lips again, staring at him with a sneer and squeezed. Your Zaiwai has high skills and good luck. If you can hit one, show me. If you can hit it, Master Fu will call you master every day in the future. Forget it, I don't have a grandson as useless as you. Lin Shen pretended to be disgusted and said. He knew what means Wei Wufu used, but he couldn't see what means it was. It would be useless to use it. It was impossible to get it right. There was no need to go up and make a fool of himself. Stop talking nonsense to me. If you have the ability, just use it. If you get it right, I will accept you even if you call me your grandson. If you don't have the ability and can't get it right, don't talk nonsense to me here. Qi Tianfu pointed at Lin Shen's nose and cursed. Lin Shen was about to retort, but he heard Wei Wufu, who had been sitting there like an old Buddha in meditation, suddenly say. Whether it can be used or not, you will know after trying it. Qi Tianfu and Lin Shen couldn't help but look at Wei Wufu. Qi Tianfu frowned, and Lin Shen felt strange in his heart. What does Wei Wufu mean by saying this suddenly? Others can't tell, but I know very well that he must have done something. But from his tone, is he not going to do anything? This doesn't make sense. Lin Shen felt that something was fishy. He didn't think that Wei Wufu would be grateful to him for letting him get the alloy egg just because he said that to help him out. With Wei Wufu's strength, even if he didn't help him out, Qi Tianfu couldn't do anything to him. If he really went to fight, Qi Tianfu would definitely suffer. Lin Shen didn't understand for a moment whether Wei Wufu's words had any deep meaning, or if he simply wanted to cheat him out of some money. Just now I said he cheated, and you said that my skills, character, and luck were not good. Now that he has asked you to cheat, why don't you cheat me? If you don't dare to cheat, that's fine, as long as you admit that what you said just now was bullshit and call me master. Fu, I will forgive you today and let you go. Qi Tianfu used words to squeeze Lin Shen. He felt that Wei Wufu must have said that because he wanted to cheat Lin Shen out of his money, so he added another brick. Qi Tianfu was cheated, and he was so angry that he couldn't sleep. If Lin Shen was also cheated, he would instantly feel that the world was vast and the sky was bright, and his whole life would be sublimated and cheerful. It didn't matter whether there was money or not, the key was that Lin Shen couldn't have an easy life. It's just a ring, so just do it. Lin Shen said as he walked to the box, took out 100 yuan and threw it in, and counted out 10 rings. Lin Shen didn't fall for Qi Tianfu's provocation, but he felt that Wei Wufu was really a bit strange. He was probably setting up a stall here today not just to make money, but seemed to be targeting him or Qi Tianfu. He wanted to see what Wei Wufu was trying to do. Is 10 rings enough? If you don't have money, just tell me, and I'll pay for it. Qi Tianfu pouted. Is it enough? You'll know after you do it. Lin Shen said as he threw a ring in his hand directly over Wei Wufu's head. After not playing for so many years, his technique was obviously rusty, and he threw the ring and missed all 3 targets. Xiao Wuzi, I won't talk about your character, but your technique is not good enough. Qi Tianfu was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. I'm saving face for you. You threw at least hundreds of rings just now, right? If I hit one, wouldn't it make you look incompetent? Lin Shen said as he threw the ring, and threw 2 more while talking, but still missed all 3 targets. I don't need others to give me face. If you have the ability, you can hit it. Whoever can't hit it is a grandson. Qi Tianfu snorted coldly. Xiao Fuzi, you are really a ruthless person. When you are ruthless, you even scold yourself. Lin Shen was amused by Qi Tianfu's words. He threw a ring casually and was about to say something, but was stunned. The ring fell on the alloy egg. And the ring hit the egg wall. After bouncing, it fell down again, and actually landed firmly on Wei Wufu's head, hitting the alloy egg. Qi Tianfu's face turned black, and the flesh on his face was shaking with anger. He jumped 3 feet high, pointed at Lin Shen and Wei Wufu with shaking fingers and cursed, "You shameless Lin Shen, this is another trap you set for me, right? You found this guy to trick me, right?" Before Lin Shen said anything, Wei Wufu had already stood up, took the alloy egg from his head and threw it to Lin Shen. While packing up his things, he said, "The trap is successful, the alloy egg is yours, I will go with you." "Okay, you are really in the same group, Xiao Wuzi, you are getting more and more shameless, how dare you use such a dirty trick?" Qi Tianfu's face was extremely ugly, and he looked like he was going to fight Lin Shen to death. Lin Shen felt confused and didn't understand what Wei Wufu meant. Why did he want to follow him after he set a alloy egg? "No, brother Wei, what do you mean? If you don't want to part with this alloy egg, I'll give it back to you." Wei Wufu packed up his things, carried the big bag on his back, and said expressionlessly, "The prize is me and the alloy egg. If you win, I will naturally go with you." Lin Shen understood, frowned, and said nothing. "Now it seems that way. Wufu set up this stall, just for him. If you want to leave, it's not that easy." Qi Tianfu's muscles trembled, and the mysterious steel-like substance seeped out from his skin all over his body. In a moment, it turned into a thick steel shell that wrapped his whole body and burst his clothes. Qi Tianfu, like a steel tank, blocked Wei Wufu, and his fist wrapped in steel directly hit Wei Wufu's chest, and he cursed, "If you play with technology, I will admit defeat, but if you play dirty, I will kill you." The huge iron fist instantly arrived in front of Wei Wufu, but Wei Wufu seemed to have seen nothing and rushed forward with his chest puffed out. The onlookers exclaimed. Qi Tianfu's iron fist was about to smash a big hole in Wei Wufu's chest. The next second, something unexpected happened. Qi Tianfu's iron fist hit Wei Wufu's chest hard, but it did not smash his chest, and it did not even stop Wei Wufu's steps. There was only a loud sound of metal hitting metal, and Qi Tianfu retreated with a scream. He covered the hand that hit Wei Wufu with his other hand, and retreated several steps, and sat down on the ground. The iron shell on his fist was broken, and blood was constantly oozing out. His 5 fingers were still shaking, and he couldn't even hold it. I'm afraid the finger bones were either broken or cracked. Lin Shen, you are so good. You found an alloy level to mess with me. My Qi family will never let you go. Qi Tianfu endured the pain in his hand and climbed up, staring at Lin Shen fiercely. He is not from my Lin family, and I didn't ask him to mess with you. Believe it or not. Lin Shen explained and turned away. Wei Wufu followed with a big bag on his shoulder. When he passed by Qi Tianfu, he said, My name is Wei Wufu. If you don't agree, come find me. After that, Wei Wufu left without looking back. Wei Wufu? Qi Tianfu was stunned. Although he didn't know Wei Wufu, he had heard about the alloy-based transformer at the recruitment meeting. However, he never thought that this street vendor was actually the alloy-based transformer Wei Wufu at the recruitment meeting. Yesterday, Qi Tianfu heard that someone in his family had specifically looked for Wei Wufu, hoping that he would join the Qi family, but was rejected. Before the Qi family went, the Wang family had already gone, but they were also rejected. I heard that the Wang family had fought with Wei Wufu, wanting to use their strength to subdue him. But with just one punch, the alloy-based transformer of the Wang family had its alloy shell blasted out. He didn't dare to fight again and retreated in a panic. The people from the Qi family had some ideas at first, but because they saw the Wang family's panic, they only invited Wei Wufu to join the Qi family. After being rejected, they left without daring to fight. The Qi family calculated that Wei Wufu should be a top alloy-based transformer, and the hardness of his alloy body was at least 19. The base transformers competed to see who was hard enough. If the hardness was not enough, they were just scum. The difference was also very large even at the same alloy level. For such a person, there was no need to cooperate with Lin Shen to set a trap for Qi Tianfu. Qi Tianfu knew himself well. He knew that it was unnecessary for a top alloy-based transformer to go through so much trouble to get him. Could it be that Wei Wufu was really tricked by Lin Shen? Qi Tianfu felt a little regretful. If he hadn't insisted on letting Lin Shen trick him, if he had persisted, maybe it would be Qi Tianfu who tricked Wei Wufu. The onlookers were even more amazed at Lin Shen's good luck. He only spent 40 yuan to trick an alloy egg and an alloy-based transformer. Warm reminder, if you find that clicking the next page will force you to jump to other websites, please use the chapter error or contact us at the bottom to let us know. We will handle it as soon as possible. Thank you for your understanding. If Lin Shen knew that Qi Tianfu would think this way, he would definitely think that he was blinded by greed. On the way back, Lin Shen had already persuaded Wei Wufu to return the alloy egg to him and let him go wherever he wanted. Wei Wufu only had one sentence: since Lin Shen had been tricked, he was Lin Shen's man, and he would go wherever Lin Shen went. Lin Shen didn't say anything more. Wei Wufu was obviously coming for him. Even if he didn't trick him, Wei Wufu would definitely find other ways to stick to him. It seems that this Wei Wufu is also coming for Hulu Mountain. What kind of things are there in Hulu Mountain that make strong men like Bai Shenfei and Wei Wufu flock to it? Lin Shen didn't chase Wei Wufu away again. He settled him in the guest room of the Lin family compound and asked someone to secretly watch him. Brother Xiaowu, I heard that you tricked Wei Wufu back. Lao Yi came over quickly. That's right. Lin Shen nodded slightly. There must be something wrong with Wei Wufu. Both Qi and Wang families sent people to invite him to join, but he refused. Wang Chuan, the alloy-based transformer of the Wang family, wanted to give him a warning, but his alloy shell was broken with just one punch. Lao Yi sighed and said, Brother Xiaowu, you shouldn't have brought this trouble back. If I don't bring him back, will he not come? Lin Shen said indifferently, come. If you want to. There are many people who have ideas about our Lin family now, and he is not the only one. Lao Yi wanted to say something, but Lin Shen said first, I have promised Bai Shenfei that I will go to Hulu Mountain with her the day after tomorrow. People from Qi and Wang families will also go with us. Go back and prepare. Go with me the day after tomorrow. Lao Ye's face suddenly changed when he heard this, and he said anxiously, Brother Xiaowu, you are confused. How can you bring outsiders to Hulu Mountain? It's not me who takes them to Hulu Mountain, but Bai Shenfei who takes us to Hulu Mountain. Lin Shen looked at him and said, she couldn't possibly know where Hulu Mountain is. She must want to trick you into taking her to Hulu Mountain. Tell me in detail what she said. Lao Ye's face was a little gloomy. I Don't know where Hulu Mountain is. What's the point of her lying to me? Lin Shen roughly recounted the content of his conversation with Bai Shenfei. Most of it was true, but the part about Lao Yi was omitted. It's impossible. If it was really the fourth master who asked her to take you to Hulu Mountain, how could I not know about it? Lao Ye's expression changed. Lao Yi, I can't not go this time. Where is Hulu Mountain? And what is there? Now you can tell me, we have to prepare in advance. Lin Shen stared at Lao Yi and said, Brother Xiaowu, did the third master and the fourth master really not tell you about Hulu Mountain? Lao Yi asked in a deep voice. No. Lin Shen answered directly. Lao Yi stared at Lin Shen for a long time before saying, third master and fourth master didn't tell you, of course they have their reasons. If I tell you, maybe it will delay their business. Well, since we have already promised concubine Bai, let's go to Hulu Mountain with her first to see what she is planning. Lao Yi thought for a while and said, now there are only a few alloy-based transformers in the family. We have to decide who to take with us. At least 2 alloy-based transformers must be left behind to avoid being taken advantage of by the Qi and Wang families. No need. Third and fourth brothers are not here. Even if we take all the alloy-based transformers, we are not the opponents of the Qi and Wang families. So I only plan to take you. If that way Wufu must follow, then take him with him. Lin Shen said. How can this be possible? Lao Yi shook his head quickly. They all stay at the base to protect our Lin family's business. With third and fourth brothers in Hulu Mountain, we won't suffer any loss. Lin Shen interrupted Lao Yi again. What if the third master and the fourth master are trapped and can't get out? Lao Yi continued to persuade. If even they can't protect themselves, what's the point of us taking a few alloy-based transformers? Lao Yi, this is it. If you think it's too dangerous, then stay at the base to help me guard the house. Lin Shen said lightly. I will definitely be by your side. Brother Xiaowu. Even if I risk my life, I must ensure your safety, otherwise how can I be worthy of the fourth master? Lao Yi said excitedly. Then let's do this. Go back and prepare. We will set off the day after tomorrow morning. Lin Shen said. Okay, then I'll go back and prepare first. Lao Yi said as he was about to leave. The moment he turned around, he suddenly stretched out his hand and pressed Lin Shen's chest. Lao Ye's speed was too fast. Without the blessing of the 7 steps of weapons, Lin Shen didn't react at all, and Lao Ye's palm pressed on his chest. Lin Shen only felt a huge force coming, and he couldn't help but take several steps in a row. This was when Lao Yi was shocked and forced to hold back most of the force. Brother Xiaowu, you. Lao Yi looked at Lin Shen in doubt. That's right, I'm not an alloy base changer, nor a steel base changer, I haven't changed yet. Lin Shen said calmly. Then how did you? Lao Yi asked doubtfully. I was able to subdue the speedster because my third brother gave me a life-saving thing before, but it's a pity that the thing can only be used once. In that case, I had no other choice but to use it. Lin Shen said. Brother Xiaowu, you really haven't changed? Lao Yi still couldn't believe it. Look for yourself. Lin Shen rolled up his sleeves and stretched his arm in front of Lao Yi. Lao Yi reached out and touched Lin Shen's skin and bones carefully. After the mutation, even if the mutation power is not used, the body will be somewhat different, especially the bones, which will be denser and harder than the bones of ordinary people. This cannot be faked. Lao Yi knew that Lin Shen did not have a mutation as soon as he touched it. Brother Xiaowu, you haven't had a mutation yet. It's too dangerous to go to Hulu Mountain. Lao Yi looked at Lin Shen with a strange look. It doesn't matter. You will protect me, right? What's more, if I say I won't go now, will the Qi and Wang families agree? Even if the Qi and Wang families agree, will the White Goddess agree? Lin Shen retracted his arm and put down his sleeves. Brother Xiaowu, don't worry. I, Lao Yi, will protect you at the cost of my life. Lao Yi swore. That's it. Go back and prepare. I can only rely on you for this trip. After sending Lao Yi away, Lin Shen fell into deep thought. He felt that there were more and more suspicious points on Lao Yi, and he was no longer trustworthy. The Qi and Wang families were watching closely, and it was difficult to guess whether Bai Shenfei and Wei Wufu were on the way. This trip was probably full of dangers. Lin Shen didn't believe Bai Shenfei or Lao Yi, because his third and fourth brothers had said before that no matter what happened, they would not let Lin Shen go out to take risks. So if they asked Lin Shen to go to Hulu Mountain, Lin Shen was skeptical. But if Lin Shen didn't go, I'm afraid they would use tough measures. At that time, not only would Lin Shen be forcibly taken to Hulu Mountain, but the Lin family that his brothers and sisters had worked hard for so many years would also suffer a heavy blow, so he had no choice. I must add some more chips to myself. I hope this fire will be useful. Lin Shen put the javelin-like body of the genetically modified creature beside the bed and lay down on the bed. Wei Wufu's alloy egg was in Lin Shen's hand, but it took time to hatch the alloy egg, and it might not be used for a while. The speedster is a good helper, but it is not enough to deal with such a complicated and dangerous situation with only one speedster. Lin Shen regretted not getting a few alloy pets around him. Now there is really no place to get alloy pets. He had not been out of the base before, and there were people protecting him inside the base, so he didn't need those pets at all. It seems that the only thing I can rely on is those bug-like fire seeds. Lin Shen fell asleep in a daze while thinking about it. I don't know how long I slept. But Lin Shen felt as if something cool was wandering on his body, and the coolness slid across his skin, making his sweat hair stand up involuntarily, and he woke up. Lin Shen opened his eyes and looked, and his eyes widened immediately, and he almost jumped out of bed in fright. It's not that he didn't want to jump up, but his body was entangled by something like a snake, tied up like a stick, and he couldn't jump up at all. That thing is alive. Lin Shen looked at the thing that raised its head like a snake, and looked at him, and finally saw its true face. When Lin Shen touched it before, he felt that it didn't look much like a snake, and now it looked even less like one. Snakes have heads, but this thing's head is not very obvious. At first glance, it looks more like an earthworm, with only an almost invisible hole at the top, which should be its mouth parts. Its body doesn't look much like an earthworm, and it looks a bit like a snakeskin rope woven from dark red metal wire. In general, if you don't look closely, this thing looks like a rope. Lin Shen couldn't tell what it was, and he didn't have time to think about it. As if sensing that Lin Shen had woken up, the thing's body suddenly swelled up. The body, which was only about 3 centimeters thick, suddenly swelled to the thickness of a bucket. The mouthparts, which looked like pinholes before, also swelled up to the point where they could easily swallow a human head. Inside the mouthparts, there were circles of blood-colored crystal saw teeth like gears, slowly rotating inside. Its body, flashing blood light that flickered, like a blood crystal crusher that was starting up. If the head was swallowed by it, it would probably be shredded into bloody and fleshy residue in just a moment. Seeing that the monster's horrible mouthparts were about to swallow Lin Shen struggled desperately, because the front half of the monster's body was expanding, and the back half had not yet expanded, which gave Lin Shen, who was originally entangled, a little space. At the moment when the monster's mouthparts were about to fall, a hand suddenly pulled out. Lin Shen was desperate and punched a red dot under the monster's head. That was the acupuncture point that Lin Shen saw on it. Because the monster was expanding, the red dot also became much larger. Bang! At the moment when the monster's mouthparts were about to swallow Lin Shen's head, Lin Shen's fist also hit the red dot, heavily. Lin Shen could feel the intense pain from his finger bones, and he estimated that his finger bones were either broken or cracked. The monster's body was not completely pinned down, but it became a little slow, and it was still swallowing Lin Shen's head. The acupuncture did not work completely. If it was just strength, Lin Shen's strength could not even break the monster's defense. Lin Shen's head tilted to one side desperately to avoid the monster swallowing, and at the same time, his fist smashed the red dots on the monster's body frantically. The finger bones felt a heart-wrenching pain. But Lin Shen didn't care so much. Even if the bones were all broken, it was better than losing his life here. Blood splashed on the monster's body. It was all the blood splashed from the flesh and blood on Lin Shen's fist. The monster was not damaged at all. The monster was still moving slowly, not completely pinned down. But the movement had become very slow, and the force that bound Lin Shen's body gradually became very weak. Lin Shen's other hand finally got out, pressed the front end of the monster's expansion, and pulled his body out. At this time, Lin Shen's previous hand could no longer even make a fist. His fingers were bent unnaturally, and the flesh was blurred. Blood kept dripping out. The monster's body was also shaking violently. Every time it shook, its body was also wriggling in the shaking, as if it was about to break the restraint of the acupoints on its body. Lin Shen knew that it was not that the ability of acupoints was useless, but that his own strength was not enough to completely seal the monster's acupoints. Just like someone wearing a piece of armor, you know where the acupoints are. If the power cannot penetrate the armor, it is naturally impossible to penetrate and affect the acupoints. Fortunately, the vibration generated by the bombardment can be transmitted and have a certain impact on the monster. Lin Shen used his good hand to touch the clothes at the head of the bed, trying to find the pet capsules of the speedster and the steel-tailed scorpion. But when he touched it, he did not touch the capsule of the steel-tailed scorpion, but only the capsule of the speedster. At this time, he did not care to think too much, and took out the key hidden close to his body and opened the pet capsule directly. The pet capsule changed quickly, and the speedster appeared in front of Lin Shen. Under his command, he drew his gun and shot at the monster. The bullet hit the red dot, but it was bounced to the side, leaving only a little white mark on it, and the monster's body squirmed faster. Lin Shen was shocked and realized that the power of the fire seed could only work when he used it himself. Even if the external force could hit the acupoints, it would not have the effect of acupoint pressing. This further proved that the power of the fire seed was not scientific at all. The speedster shot at other parts of the monster's body, but the result was even worse. The red left a little mark that was equivalent to nothing, and no marks were left in other places. The bullet that hit the monster's mouth hit the blood crystal-like sawtooth and was directly shattered. Those blood crystals were harder than the monster's body, which reminded Lin Shen of what Uncle Tsang said before, that this guy had an accident when he was promoted to the crystal base, and he already had a partial crystal base body. Seeing that the monster was about to break through the restraints of the acupuncture points, Lin Shen had to rush forward himself, pulled up the bed sheet and wrapped it around his hands, and used his other uninjured fist to hit the red dot. After a few punches, the bed sheet wrapped around his hands had a trace of blood seeping out, and the monster's body became very slow again, almost unable to move. But Lin Shen knew that this was not a solution. If he continued to fight like this, his hands would be crippled sooner or later. Once the monster was no longer restrained by the power of acupuncture, not to mention Lin Shen, the entire Lin family compound would probably be slaughtered by the monster. This was a genetically modified creature with crystal-based power. If the third and fourth brothers were here, there should be a way. Now there was no strong man in the entire Lin family who could compete with this genetically modified creature. Calling people over would just be sending them to their deaths. So at the beginning, Lin Shen had no chance to press the alarm to call people over, but now he didn't have to call people over. The houses where the siblings lived were specially designed with strong defense capabilities and good sound insulation. After so much trouble, no one outside heard the noise and rushed over. Lin Shen's first thought was to escape, leaving a useful body behind, so that he would have a chance to make a comeback in the future. If his life was gone, no matter how big his family business was, it would be useless. Just as he was about to turn around and run away, Lin Shen's heart moved again, and he thought of the Fire Seed Infinite Power contract he had obtained before. The Infinite Strength contract requires a blood contract to be signed with a creature, but it does not say that it must be signed with a newly born creature. It's just that adult creatures will not grow anymore, so it's useless to sign a contract. So under normal circumstances, a contract must be signed with a juvenile. But the Infinite Strength contract actually has another advantage, that is, after signing a contract with a creature, the creature is equivalent to a pet, and it is difficult to disobey the master's orders. Of course, this contract is not just about dripping blood on it, it needs to be drawn on the other party's body with blood. And the other party cannot resist during the process. Once the blood contract is resisted, it will fail. If he can choose, Lin Shen would of course want to find a genetically modified creature with sufficient growth potential to sign the Infinite Strength contract. Now, for the sake of his own life, the safety of the Lin family, and the Lin family's industry, he can only try to see if he can sign an Infinite Strength contract with this creature. Of course, it is not without benefits. The level of this creature is high enough. Although it may not be possible to use it to increase strength, it will have a powerful pet, which will also be of great help to the trip to Hulu Mountain. As for whether it was willing or not, whether it would resist, Lin Shen did not intend to ask its will. He used acupuncture to forcefully control its body, as long as he could complete the infinite power contract. After figuring this out, Lin Shen no longer hesitated, and endured the bursts of piercing pain from his finger bones, and punched the red dot on the monster again. After activating the infinite power contract, his other hand trembled as he drew the blood contract on the monster. His hands were covered in blood, and he even skipped the step of biting his fingers. It was strange to say that after activating the infinite power Contract, Lin Shen's blood stained the monster's skin, which was harder than steel, and it actually seeped into the skin. Like a branding iron was branded on the flesh. Even when controlled by the power of acupuncture, Lin Shen could still see that the monster's body trembled obviously, as if it was burned. Unfortunately, under Lin Shen's crazy continuous hitting, without hesitation, the monster could not move at all, and it was difficult to disrupt the formation of the blood contract. When Lin Shen's hand that hit the red was almost unconscious, the blood contract was finally successfully drawn. At the moment the blood contract was completed, the originally dim blood-colored pattern suddenly burst into a glowing light. Like magma. The next second, the blood pattern and the glow penetrated under the skin and disappeared, and the monster, which was originally shaking violently, also calmed down. Lin Shen sat down on the chair, his hands still shaking in pain. He wanted to pick up the water cup on the table next to him and drink some water to calm his nerves, but he couldn't hold the cup with both hands. He grimaced and screamed in pain as soon as he touched the cup. On the other hand, after the monster calmed down, without Lin Shen hitting the acupuncture points, it quickly recovered its ability to move. The enlarged front end slowly returned to its original state, like a dark red snakeskin rope, wandering in front of Lin Shen, slowly raising its head and opening its mouth. This time its mouth did not become larger, but just opened a little, revealing the inner cavity that rotated like countless blood crystal gears, and then lowered its head and spit out a small ruby-like key. Lin Shen stretched out his hand regardless of the pain, and with his clumsy fingers covered in blood, he picked up the ruby key with trembling like Parkinson's disease. After getting the key, Lin Shen was completely relieved. With this key, this weird genetically modified creature could no longer pose any threat to him. After looking at the key and its mouthparts, Lin Shen was wondering where the keyhole was and whether he had to put his arm in to find it. At that moment, the body of the genetically modified creature began to change rapidly. Its several-meter-long body quickly shrank into a dark red pet capsule the size of a peanut. This thing's IQ is much higher than that of ordinary genetically modified creatures. It can actually enter the pet capsule state by itself. Can it open the pet capsule without the key and turn back to the biological state by itself? Lin Shen was a little confused in his heart, and he doubted whether the pet key still had absolute binding force on it. Mutated Death Crusher, Mutated Alloy Creature, Evolvable. Strength, 21. Speed, 21. Hardness, 21. Toughness, 21. Genetic talents. Mutation Devouring, Mutation Evolution, Strengthened Armor Breaking Spikes, Strengthened Instant Speed, Strengthened 100 Refinements. After reading its information, Lin Shen was simply stunned. Shock could not express his feelings at the moment. Lin Shen had only heard of the term mutant alloy creature. It seemed that someone had obtained one in the legend, but Lin Shen had never seen one. And there was no definite news about who had a mutant pet. Moreover, this thing was just an alloy creature. Why did it have 21 attributes? The attribute limit of alloy creatures should be 20, but how could it have 21? Even for mutant creatures, I had never heard of attributes exceeding 20. What made Lin Shen feel even more abnormal was that how could this guy have 5 basic mutation talents, and some of them looked familiar. At this time, Lin Shen did not have the heart to think about it. He took out a few tubes of potions from the cabinet and poured them into the basin. The purple-red liquid filled half a basin, and Lin Shen soaked both hands in it. He immediately felt a heart-wrenching pain in both hands, which was not much better than putting his hands in a frying pan. He resisted the urge to pull his hands out of the liquid. These potions were bought for him by his elder sister at a high price, and they were truly left for him, to save his life. I heard that it was made of the genetic fluid of several special genetically modified organisms. Its manufacturing process and formula are the top secrets of the Cape base. No one except the Cape base can make this kind of medicine. The price is as high as 5 figures. Lin Shen poured 5 bottles, which cost tens of thousands of dollars. But it is really expensive for a reason. After the initial pain, Lin Shen only felt that the wound on his hand was recovering at an astonishing speed, and the bleeding of the wound had stopped. If it continues to soak like this, it is estimated that it will take less than a few days for the cracked bones to be almost healed. No. Lin Shen suddenly thought of something and ran to check. Sure enough, the pet capsule of the mutant steel-tail scorpion, as well as the genetically modified eggs of the black iron swallow and the 100 refined steel beast were gone. After carefully studying the information of the Death Crusher, Lin Shen probably guessed that those things should have been swallowed by it. Death Powder's 2 talents of mutation swallowing and mutation evolution should have the ability to plunder other creatures' basic mutation talents. The other 3 enhanced skills were plundered by it. Lin Shen quickly figured out the cause and effect. Because the name of the mutant Death Crusher was too long, Lin Shen simply simplified it and called it Death Powder. What Lin Shen didn't understand was that the capsule of the speedster was together with the mutant steel-tail scorpion capsule at that time. Why didn't Death Powder swallow the speedster capsule? Is it because the speedster's level is high and its swallowing ability is not so easy to swallow it? Or is it that it only swallows creatures with fire? Lin Shen didn't figure out which reason it was for a while. It's a bit of a loss to lose 3 top-quality pets with evolutionary potential, but it is directly converted into the combat power of Death Powder. For my current situation, it is more useful. Lin Shen restored the Death Powder to its biological state and carefully studied its various abilities. Strengthening the armor-piercing thorns makes its spike-like tail have a strong ability to pierce armor. Coupled with its own abnormal properties, it is a certain threat to crystal-based creatures, not to mention alloy creatures. It can kill them with one stab. Strengthening instant speed is the ability to increase speed in a short period of time, which is also a very practical talent. Strengthening Bailey and Lin Shen has not figured out what ability it is. It seems that it is not an active ability, and diehard fans have no way to demonstrate it. There is no way to demonstrate the mutant swallowing and mutant evolution. We only know that it is the swallowing and evolution ability. Lin Shen can only roughly guess that it is the key to the plundering base mutation talent. As for whether there are other effects, we have to wait for actual combat to find out. However, even without these 3 talents, relying on the enhanced armor-piercing thorns and enhanced instant speed, plus the abnormal attributes of the Dead Powder, it is enough to make it stand at the top of the alloy creatures. With the combat power of the Dead Powder, Lin Shen felt that there might be a possibility of a comeback in this trip to Hulu Mountain. The reason why there is still a possibility is that both the Qi and Wang families have crystal-based combat power. The Dead Powder is barely a pseudo-crystal base, and it may not be able to take advantage against real crystal-based creatures. A possibility is also a possibility, which is better than nothing. Lin Shen, who is in a dilemma, is very optimistic. He continued to soak his hands in the potion. He didn't have much time. If his hands could not recover when he went to Hulu Mountain, it would be very troublesome. It was not until this time that Lin Shen had time to pay attention to the extra fire information in his mind. Lin Shen was actually very curious about what kind of fire a die-hard fan would have. Imperfect superbase evolution fire, sacrifice to heaven, teammates sacrifice to heaven, with boundless magic power. The more they die, the stronger their combat power becomes. There are mountains of corpses and seas of blood, and they are as good as gods. Lin Shen opened his mouth wide for a while, and was unable to react for a long time. It turns out that in addition to failed fire, there are also imperfect fire. If there are imperfect fire, are there perfect fire? And what does this sacrifice to heaven mean? Can all my teammates die before I can strengthen my strength? This is too bad. And how should I define this teammate? If I think my teammates are teammates, can I regard all enemies as teammates? Killing an enemy teammate will make me stronger. Lin Shen thought greedily. He studied for a while, but he didn't figure out how to use this sacrifice to heaven. It seems that it is not an ability to use actively. The effect can only be known when it works in the future. 4. The rest of the time, Lin Shen was healing at home, hoping to make the injury on his hand heal before leaving. Every 12 hours, he had to change the potion, and 5 bottles of potion were needed to completely soak his hands each time. The potion alone cost 6 figures. Fortunately, these potions are really powerful. Although they didn't completely heal Lin Shen's hand injury before departure, it's not a big problem. Normal lifting of heavy objects is no problem. If you want to fight with high intensity, it's still a bit difficult, for fear that the bones that haven't fully grown will crack again. Lin Shen brought potions with him and applied them every once in a while. It should be healed in a few days. During the recovery period, Lin Shen took some low-level genetic mutation eggs to feed the dead powder. The thing accepted everything and ate 20 or 30 steel genetic mutation eggs of Lin Shen. Thinking that after eating so many genetic mutation eggs, he must get another talent, but in the end, there was not even a fart. Not to mention talent, even the body shape did not change at all. Lin Shen was wondering if only after eating a genetic mutation creature with fire, the dead powder could plunder talent. Before the agreed departure time, Lao Yi brought an alloy-grade pet capsule to Lin Shen, which was a platinum beast. Platinum beasts are not particularly rare alloy pets. They are mainly fast and are mostly used as mounts. Many people like to use the platinum beast as a mount. In addition to its fast speed, the main reason is that this guy looks really good. It is snow white and has a single horn on its head, just like the legendary Holy Unicorn. It is the first choice of many appearance control mounts. Lin Xiangdong himself is a person who controls appearance. Among his mounts, there is a platinum beast. Lao Yi found such a platinum beast to facilitate Lin Shen to continue to dress up as Lin Xiangdong. The 2 platinum beasts look exactly the same, but Lin Xiangdong's is a top grade 20 speed beast. The speed of the one Lao Yi found is 18.4, which is a little worse, but it is enough for impersonation. The ghost-faced white beast, wearing a chain mail made of alloy, if no one does it, no one can tell that he is not Lin Xiangdong. When the 2 were about to go out, Wei Wufu followed. He didn't say anything, just followed Lin Shen silently. Lao Yi glanced at Wei Wufu and wanted to say something, but was stopped by Lin Shen. The 3 of them went to the agreed meeting place together. People from the Qi and Wang families had already arrived. Qi Shuheng and Wang Tianer, who were in the lead, were talking to Bai Shenfei. Are you the only 3 people from the Lin family going? Wang Tian'er frowned at the 3 of them. It's just a hulu mountain. Isn't it enough for 3 people to go? Lin Shen sat on the back of the platinum beast, with no intention of getting off. Wang Tian'er's face sank, and he wanted to say something, but was stopped by Qi Shuheng's eyes. Qi Shuheng smiled and said, each family has its own situation. It doesn't matter how many people want to go, as long as everyone works together. Since everyone is here, let's go. Bai Shenfei glanced at Wei Wufu, who was following behind Lin Shen, and said nothing. She stretched out her hand and threw a white pet capsule. When it fell to the ground, it turned into a pet that was as white as jade, like a cow and a triceratops. When everyone saw her mount, their eyes were a little strange. The mount was obviously a crystal-based creature. The people who came out of the Cape base are really extraordinary. Even their mounts are crystal-based. Lin Shen sighed in his heart. No one said anything else. Everyone summoned their own mounts. And the group left the base in a mighty manner. Lin Shen looked around curiously. Since he was born, he has left the base only a few times. The outside world is still very novel and interesting to him. Most of the places on both sides of the road are covered with green plants, and flowers of various colors are distributed among them. There are undulating hills everywhere, but if you look closely, you will find that those hills are not actually mountains, but buildings covered with green plants. More than 200 years ago, this was still a modern city, but now it is almost impossible to see the appearance of the city. The roads and buildings that occasionally appear are also dilapidated, and many have collapsed and been occupied or buried by green plants. Among those green plants, there are occasionally some strange plants, which are actually metal branches and leaves. Lin Shen knows that those are not metal cast works of art, but real living metal plants. These metal plants are also a kind of genetically modified organisms, but the genetically modified liquid in their bodies is very rare and difficult to refine. Most of the time, they are cut down and used as materials. No one was in the mood to talk too much. They urged their mounts to follow the white goddess and galloped wildly on the green field. When they encountered some low-level genetically modified organisms on the road, they were frightened and fled everywhere, and they were too lazy to chase them. After walking around for most of the day, they only walked about 70 to 80 miles at around 3 p.m. A colorful road suddenly appeared in the mountains ahead, and Bai Shenfei stopped in front of the colorful road. Everyone stopped, and Lin Shen looked around only to find that it was not a colorful road at all, but a road covered with colorful metal flowers extending far away, and he didn't know how long it was. I came here a few years ago. At that time, the colored steel flowers here were only scattered among the green plants, and only a few clusters could be seen occasionally. In just a few years, so many have grown, like a long river. Lao Yi said beside Lin Shen. He was mainly talking to Lin Shen, fearing that Lin Shen would not recognize these colored steel flowers and reveal his true colors. Where there are colored steel flowers, there must be steel-tailed scorpions. There are so many colored steel flowers here, and there must be many hidden, steel-tailed scorpions. Let's go and explore first. Wang Tian'er looked at Bai Shenfei and said, Okay. Bai Shenfei nodded slightly without any expression. Wang Tian'er seemed to want to show off in front of the white goddess. Without asking Qi Shuheng and Lin Shen for their opinions, he asked a mutant riding a unicorn to explore the way. After the mutant, a steel shell appeared on his body, And then he carefully urged the horse forward. The unicorn was moving very slowly, and the horse's hooves stepped on the colored steel flowers, making a tooth-grinding squeaking sound, which was very uncomfortable to hear. After running for 30 meters, there was still no steel-tailed scorpion. The man became bolder and sped up a bit. After running for more than 100 meters, there was still no steel-tailed scorpion. The mutant stopped, turned the horse's head, and shouted to this side, "Boss, no steel-tailed scorpion was found here." Strange, there are so many colored steel flowers, but there is not even a steel-tailed scorpion. This is a bit wrong. Wang Tian pondered. Steel-tailed scorpions like to eat the liquid in the colored steel flowers the most. If there are such flowers, there must be steel-tailed scorpions. It is also 9 out of 10. Now there are no steel-tailed scorpions here. There are only two possibilities. One possibility is that these are not colored steel flowers, but just look like them. The second possibility is that something strange happened here, so we can't see the steel-tailed scorpions. Qi Shuheng looked at Bai Shenfei and asked, "Miss Bai, can we bypass this flower path?" Bai Shenfei took out a notebook from her bag, looked at it, and said, "No, we can only go in from here." Everyone's eyes were on the notebook in her hand, even Lin Shen and Lao Yi were no exception. Lin Shen thought, does she really know the way to Hulu Mountain? There won't be a map to Hulu Mountain in that notebook, right? Since we can't take a detour, let's explore the road carefully. Qi Shuheng looked at Wang Tianer. Wang Tianer shouted at the man on the flower path, and the man turned his horse's head and continued to explore the way forward. Not long after, he disappeared in the depths of the flower path. After waiting for more than half an hour, the man rode back on his horse. "Second boss, this flower path is more than 10 miles long, and there is a canyon at the end. There are no colored steel flowers in the canyon." The man returned to Wang Tianer and said, "Have you seen the steel-tailed scorpion?" Wang Tianer asked. "No." The man shook his head. Wang Tianer looked at Qi Shuheng, and Qi Shuheng said to a mutant beside him, "You also go and explore it, and walk along the other side of the flower path." The mutant of the Qi family also used the power of mutation, and most of his body was covered with steel armor. He rode an iron-horned horse into the sea of flowers. Because of the previous exploration by the Wang family, the mutant of the Qi family was obviously much faster, and he had returned in less than half an hour. The flower path is more than 10 miles long, and there is indeed a canyon at the end. There are no colored steel flowers growing in the canyon, and no steel-tailed scorpions were found on the road, nor were other mutant creatures seen. The man said very straightforwardly. "What do you think, Miss Bai?" Qi Shuheng looked at the white goddess. "The place we are going to is that canyon, and we can only go from here," Bai Shenfei said. "In that case, let's go to the canyon first, what do you think?" Qi Shuheng looked at Wang Tianer and Lin Shen again and said, "It can only be like this." Wang Tianer and Lin Shen had no objection. Everyone set out on the road again and stepped onto the flower path. Lin Shen looked at the flower path under his feet. The colored steel flowers were very gorgeous. The flowers were only as big as a fingernail. The petals were in the shape of shells, and the edges were very thin, like a sharp blade. There was no problem for a pet with a steel body to step on it. If a flesh and blood body fell on it, it would be covered with wounds immediately. Everyone was very alert, fearing that there would be any problems. Fortunately, there was nothing unusual. after walking 7 or 8 miles. It was indeed as the two pathfinders said before. There was no colored steel scorpion in the flower path, nor any other genetically modified creatures. Everyone couldn't help but speed up. When they were about to rush to the valley, they suddenly saw that the entire flower path was swaying. They were all shocked and hurriedly stopped the pace of their mounts. Steel-tailed scorpions. So many steel-tailed scorpions. Someone screamed in horror. Lin Shen looked closely and saw clearly that it was not the colored steel flowers that were swaying, but countless palm-sized steel-tailed scorpions that emerged from under the colored steel flowers. They were so dense that they looked like a scorpion river, even under their feet. Several screams were heard immediately, and dense steel-tailed scorpions crowded around the legs of the mounts, with their scorpion tails flashing coldly at the mounts' hooves and legs. The alloy mounts were still able to resist the scorpion tails, but the legs and hooves of the steel pets were not so lucky. They were stabbed by countless scorpion tails, and they jumped desperately in fear. Several base changers were almost thrown off. Save people, rush over. Wang Tian made a prompt decision, rushed over on his horse, and pulled a Wang family base changer who was about to be thrown off directly over, and the two of them rode together. Everyone followed suit, pulling those base changers who did not have alloy mounts onto their own mounts, and then rushed forward, quickly. They had already gone 7 or 8 miles deep into the flower path, and retreated further, so they simply rushed forward. Fortunately, the scorpion tails of those steel-tailed scorpions could hardly cause damage to the alloy pets. Everyone rushed over and trampled to death countless steel-tailed scorpions. After rushing for 4 or 5 miles, the road was full of dense steel-tailed scorpions. No one knew how many of them there were. From a distance, a canyon appeared in front of us. The canyon was connected to the flower path. It was only a thin line apart, but there was not a single colorful steel flower in the canyon. The dense steel-tailed scorpions seemed to be blocked by a mysterious force. No matter how crowded they were, they could not rush into the canyon. Everyone was refreshed and rushed towards the canyon at an accelerated speed. As the person in front was about to rush to the canyon entrance, he suddenly saw a colorful light and shadow drilled out from the ground. The mutant who rushed in front was pierced through with his mount. The man looked down at the blood hole on his chest and the colorful huge scorpion tail piercing out diagonally. His face was full of horror. He opened his mouth to say something, but he couldn't make a sound. Only streams of blood gushed out. In the eyes of the shocked crowd, the man's body and his mount were lifted up and suspended in the air. A colorful giant scorpion tail swayed slowly behind him, causing the man's body and mount to sway in the air. Everyone's eyes were full of horror. You know, the man and his mount were both alloy grade, but they were pierced so easily. The hardness of the scorpion tail was amazing. Some riders couldn't stop their momentum and tried to rush over from the side, but 2 colorful scorpion tails emerged from the ground and instantly pierced their mounts. Fortunately, the 2 alloy base changers reacted quickly enough, jumped off their mounts sideways, and landed in the dense scorpion tide. The scorpion tail of the steel-tailed scorpion pierced them, clanging non-stop, but fortunately the steel-tailed scorpion was not strong enough to pierce their alloy carapace. The 2 swept away the steel-tailed scorpion on their bodies, and immediately jumped up again, landing on the mount of the base changer who responded. The ground cracked, colorful steel flowers flew everywhere, and a scorpion as huge as an elephant with a colorful body emerged from the ground, with 3 scorpion tails hanging on its back and dancing strangely. That's the alloy-level magic armor Scorpion King. No. The magic armor Scorpion King should only have one scorpion tail. How can it have three? Lao Yi stopped in front of Lin Shen and said, in horror. The three scorpion tails of the magic armor Scorpion King swung violently, and the corpse hanging on it was thrown out like a cannonball and hit the ground hard. A big pit was smashed on the ground, and it was submerged by the steel-tailed scorpions that surged up in an instant. It was definitely dead. The Scorpion King swung his scorpion tail and wanted to stab other base changers. An alloy base changer couldn't dodge in time, and could only use his alloy-wrapped arm to block the scorpion tail. Who knew that the scorpion tail was so powerful that the alloy base changer was smashed to the ground with his mount, and cracks appeared on the alloy shell on his arm. Seeing this, other mutants fled in all directions. The fierce three-tailed Scorpion King blocked the canyon, and no one dared to rush over for a while. Damn it, you're looking for death. Wang Tian'er saw that. Two of his alloy mutants were killed, and he threw out a black crystal pet capsule in anger. The pet capsule turned into a pitch-black crystal bird in midair, with its wings spread out to be 4 or 5 meters long, and turned into a black lightning and rushed towards the three-tailed Scorpion King. The three-tailed Scorpion King waved its terrifying scorpion tail and stabbed at the black crystal bird that was flying towards it, but the black crystal bird stretched out its claws and actually grabbed a scorpion tail each. The third scorpion tail stabbed at Thebird's chest, and the bird lowered its head and pecked it, and it actually pecked the hard 5-colored alloy scorpion tail in half. The sharp claws that looked like hooks and blades exerted force violently, and the other 2 scorpion tails were immediately broken. The big bird made a strange cry, grabbed the broken tail, and swung it, throwing the huge Scorpion King's body into the air. With a flap of its wings, the big bird flew up in the opposite direction, like a moon blade slashing the sky, instantly cutting the Scorpion King's extremely hard body in half, and smashed it heavily on the ground, leaving 2 large pits on the ground. The big bird looked up to the sky and made another long cry, flew back to Wang Tian'er, and circled above his head. Is that the black bird? Lin Shen looked at the black crystal bird, which looked like a phoenix, but had no feathers, and looked like a crow, but sounded like a phoenix. The reason why the Suenio base is called the Suenio base is because a nest of base crystal-level Suenio eggs was found nearby. The Lin, Qi, and Wang families all relied on the Suenio to build their families. It is said that at that time, the ancestors of the Lin, Qi, and Wang families found the Suenio nest together, each got a Suenio egg, and relied on the power of the Suenio to build the Suenio base. Later, the Lin family lost the Suenio and declined to the point where they were almost kicked out of the 3 families. Fortunately, the Lin family had a second master, Lin Yin, who allowed the Lin family to stabilize the situation. To this day, the Suenio is still the strongest pet in the Suenio base. Even though the 3 families later got crystal-based pets from other channels, they are still difficult to compare with the Suenio. It is said that the Suenio may be a top-level crystal-based creature with full circumference, because the Lin family no longer has the Suenio. Lin Shen has never seen the Suenio. These are all what his family members said. The Suenio of the Qi and Wang families has been passed down and has rarely appeared. Now Qi Shuang and Wang Tian'er are the heads of the 2 families, and it is not surprising that the Suenio is on them. I don't know whether it was intimidated by the fierce power of the Suenio or because the Scorpion King was dead. The Steel-tailed scorpions like a tide stopped attacking everyone and drilled into the ground one after another. In a moment, they retreated completely. Brother Lin really didn't lie to me. The Suenio is indeed a top-level crystal-based creature. Bai Shenfei stared at the Suenio and said, "It's just a Suenio. It's not bad in a small place like ours. It's nothing in a place like the Cape Base." Wang Tianer said and asked someone to collect the base-changing liquid in the Scorpion King's body. Everyone saw what he was thinking. He used the black bird to kill the Scorpion King. In addition to revenge for his family, he probably wanted to monopolize the Scorpion King. The Scorpion King was obviously not an ordinary alloy creature. Both the body material and the base transformation fluid were rare and good things. The Scorpion King was killed by Wang Tianer, so naturally no one competed with him and let him collect the base transformation fluid. The body of the Scorpion King, naturally, could not be left here. Wang Tianer directly asked two base transformers to drag the body back to the base with their pets. After everyone entered the canyon, it was almost dark. After several families discussed, they decided to rest here for one night and continue to move forward early tomorrow morning. Lin Shen and Lao Yi lived in the tent together, while Wei Wufu kept watch outside the tent. Lin Shen asked Lao Yi to give him a tent, but Wei Wufu refused to use it. He just sat outside Lin Shen's tent, leaning against his backpack and closing his eyes to rest. Fourth Master, the situation at the flower path seems to be a little wrong today. In the tent, Lao Yi lowered his voice and said to Lin Shen, "What's wrong?" Lin Shen asked. "We didn't find any steel-tailed scorpions after 2 explorations. After we entered and reached a place where we couldn't move forward or backward, the steel-tailed scorpions suddenly attacked. It was obviously premeditated. Ordinary genetically modified creatures don't have such intelligence. And that magic armor Scorpion King actually has 3 tails, which is much more powerful than the magic armor Scorpion Kings we have seen before. The genetically modified creatures here are very unusual." Lao Yi said. "The genetically modified creatures here are indeed a bit strange." Lin Shen nodded slightly. "This is not the main problem. The real weird thing is that black bird." Lao Yi's eyes flickered. "Are you saying that the black bird is too strong?" Lin Shen asked in confusion. Lao Yi shook his head and said, "The Suenio is very strong. There is no doubt about that, otherwise the 3 families would not be able to rely on the Suenio to build a base." After a pause, Lao Yi's voice became a little lower. "Didn't you see? Those steel-tailed scorpions are very afraid of the Suenio. Not only the steel-tailed scorpions, but even the 3-tailed magic armored Scorpion King is also afraid of the Suenio. When they saw the Suenio, their movements became a little stiff, otherwise they would not have been killed in just 2 moves. Maybe it's just because the Suenio is too strong. After all, there is a level difference." Lin Shen groaned. Lao Yi did not comment, and said mysteriously, "Brother Xiaowu, I seem to have heard from the 4th Master that the place where the ancestors of the 3 families found the Suenio egg seems to be near this canyon. You want to say that Suenio is related to Hulu Mountain, where we are going?" Lin Shen understood what Lao Yi meant. "Think about it carefully. Although concubine Bai Shen comes from Haijiao Base, she has only studied and trained at Haijiao Base. Even we don't know what her family's background is, and the Qi family and Wang family are even less likely to know. Then why do they trust concubine Bai so much that they are willing to take Such a big risk to come here? They almost obeyed concubine Bai along the way. They didn't even complain to concubine Bai when their alloy mutators were killed or injured, just because concubine Bai said about herself. Do you know where Hallucin is? Even we are wondering why the Qi and Wang families trust her so much. This is so abnormal, Lao Yi said. What do you think? Lin Shen had no intention of guessing and motioned for Lao Yi to continue. After much thought, there may be a possibility that concubine Bai Shen does know where Calabash Mountain is. But she can't enter it by herself. She must use some special things or power to enter it. Lao Yi said in a low voice. The sound was so low that Lin Shen, who was so close, could hardly hear it. Suenio? Lin Shen heard what Lao Yi said. Yes, it's Suenio. If, as she said, fourth master asked her to take you into Hulu Mountain, then she only needs to take you there by yourself. Even if she needs help, she can just take our Lin family members with her. Why? Do you have to bring the Qi family? And the Wang family? Lao Yi said and snorted coldly. I couldn't understand it before. Today I saw Wang Tianer using Suenio, and suddenly I understood something. The only thing the three families have in common is that they all have Suenio, and Suenio has another. It was obtained near this canyon. Maybe the key to entering Hulu Mountain is Suenio, so she had to let the three families come here in order to win the trust of the Qi and Wang families. She may have thought that Suenio is the key to entering Hulu Mountain. She told them about it, so Qi Shuheng and Wang Tianer obeyed her in order to find Hulu Mountain. As long as they find Hulu Mountain, they can completely get rid of us and have everything in Hulu Mountain. They are using each other to calculate. Since concubine Bai Shen knows where Calabash Mountain is, and the Qi and Wang families have blackbirds, why do they want us to come over? We don't know where Calabash Mountain is, and we don't have blackbirds on hand. Lin Shen said thoughtfully. Maybe they are afraid that the third and fourth masters are not dead in Hulu Mountain. If something happens, they can still use you as a hostage. When Lao Yi said this, he raised his head and stared into Lin Shen's eyes, and continued with a complicated expression. Said, maybe there is another possibility. What's the possibility? Lin Shen felt that Lao Yi looked at him like this, and what he said next might be related to him. Perhaps they suspect that you have a black bird. Lao Yi stared at Lin Shen with burning eyes, and said slowly one word at a time. Lin Shen heard that Fong couldn't help but was stunned. How could I have a black bird? Not to mention that the Lin family's pet black bird had been lost long ago. Even if it was not lost, the second brother should inherit the black bird. If the second brother is not good, there will be the third brother and the fourth brother. Brother, it's not my turn. The Lin family's black bird is indeed lost, but that doesn't mean that the Lin family has no black bird. Lao Yi said in a low voice. What you said is so strange. Since it has been lost, it must be gone. Lin Shen stared at Lao Yi, not knowing what he wanted to say. Little fifth master, you may not know this. In fact, the blackbird eggs found that year were not 3, but 4. The ancestors of the Qi and Wang families each got 1 blackbird egg, and the Lin families, the ancestor got 2 blackbird eggs. What? Lin Shen's eyes widened in disbelief, and his voice couldn't help but become louder. Lao Yi quickly reached out and covered Lin Shen's mouth. Keep your voice down, be careful that the walls have ears. Why haven't I heard about our Lin family getting 2 blackbird eggs? After Lao Yi let go of his hand, Lin Shen lowered his voice again and said, I heard this from the master before. One time, the master asked me to drink with Song Yun. When we were very happy, we started talking about the black bird for some reason. Lao Yi recalled, the master said the ancestors of the Lin family discovered the black bird's nest at that time, and they also contributed the most in the process of obtaining the black bird. So when they saw that there were 4 blackbird eggs in the nest, the Qi and Wang families each divided 1, and the Lin family, the ancestors, only got 2. Then why have I never heard of 2 blackbirds in our family? Could it be that both blackbirds were lost together? Lin Shen asked doubtfully. No, only 1 blackbird was lost. After the other blackbird egg was brought back by the ancestors of the Lin family, no one has seen it again, because the ancestors of the Lin family said that the other blackbird egg did not hatch successfully and turned into a dead one. Egg. Lin Shen was slightly startled. Then the fate of our ancestors of the Lin family was really bad. 3 black birds hatched out of 4 blackbird eggs, and that one became a dead egg. You don't believe it, right? The Qi and Wang families don't really believe it either. They have always suspected that the other blackbird egg of the Lin family was not a dead egg, but was hidden as a weapon. So even if the Lin family is in decline, during that time, the Qi and Wang families did not attack the Lin family, because they were afraid that the Lin family would hide another black bird, which gave the second master a chance to rise and allow the Lin family to maintain its current status. Lao Yi continued to recall, during that time, the Qi and Wang families had been testing the Lin family, wanting to know if the Lin family was hiding another black bird. If not, the best outcome for the Lin family would be to be taken away from the black bird. All the interests of the base may even be ruined, but they didn't expect that the second master was so powerful. Before they could get the result, they found that even if the Lin family didn't have Suanio, they would have to pay a huge price to deal with the second master. There's no chance. Later, the growth of the second master has frightened them. In addition, the third master and the fourth master have gradually grown up and risen. At that time, the Qi and Wang families were as afraid as their grandson. I am afraid that they can't even sleep well. The Lin family of Suanio is even more frightened by the presence of those 3 masters than by Suanio. Lao Yi was a little proud when he said this, and he laughed twice. If the second master hadn't disappeared without a trace, I'm afraid there would only be 1 Lin character left in the Suanio base. Lao Yi said, staring into Lin Shen's eyes again, little fifth brother, you should know best, those 3. You are such a person. In a place like the Blackbird base, there is no need to use a blackbird. If the Lin family really still has a blackbird, then it can only happen to me. The most useless 5th child, right? Lin Shen was not a fool. He naturally understood what Lao Yi meant and sighed helplessly, Lao Yi, I really haven't seen anything. Suanio. When the second brother and the third brother are here, I can walk sideways in the Suanio base, and I have the protection of the alloy gene changer at all times. Besides, you think that with my strength, even if I have it, with Xian Niao alive, can I save my life from Qi Shuheng and Wang Tianer? I'm afraid I'll be killed by them before Xian Niao is summoned. Brother Xiaowu, I definitely believe you. But it's useless for me to believe you. The Qi and Wang families don't believe you. Concubine Bai Shen doesn't believe you. I think that Wei Wufu is here for Suanio, in all likelihood. Otherwise, why should I stay by your side? Lao Yi said coldly. There's nothing they can do if they don't believe me. I really don't have any. Lin Shen thought for a while and then said, and no matter how powerful the black bird is, it is only a crystal-based creature. It's hard to say whether it is really that useful. Lao Yi wanted to say something else, but he heard noisy sounds and screams coming from outside. The two of them were shocked and quickly got out of the tent to see what was going on. Wei Wufu, who was guarding outside the tent, had already stood up and looked up at the night sky. Everyone else in the camp did the same, looking up at the sky one by one. Lin Shen raised his head and looked in the direction they were looking. At this glance, he couldn't help but exclaimed, "Ah! The night sky at 8 or 9 o'clock already looks very clean." Perhaps because of the decline of human technological civilization, the number of stars visible to the naked eye in the night sky is obviously much more than before. And it also looks particularly bright. But at this moment, the bright stars in the sky seem particularly dim. The night sky is occupied by orange-red colors, like the morning glow all over the sky, and like the twilight burning the sky red. The source of the orange-red color does not look like a real existence, and it is difficult to describe what kind of existence it is. It seems to exist, but it seems not to exist. It can be seen, but it seems not to be seen completely. The orange-red light is like the outline in the painting, while the main part is empty and distorted. If you say there is nothing there, the starry sky seen through the whole is distorted. If you say there is something, you can't see anything. Only the orange-red outline emits a strange light, recoloring the starry sky, and the blank space is like a twisted bird covering the sky, flapping its wings and soaring. The hollow twisted slowly flew over the heads of Lin Shen and the others. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, it went straight to the other end of the canyon. The orange-red light illuminated the long and dark canyon from near to far, and gradually reached the farthest place. Taking advantage of the light, everyone saw from afar that at the end of the canyon, there was a strange mountain standing in the clouds. The mountain stood proudly among the mountains, and the surrounding hills of all sizes looked like small mounds without the momentum that the mountains should have. What's even more strange is that the shape of the mountain is too strange. Lin Shen has never seen much of the world. The mountains he saw today are more than the total number of mountains he had seen in the previous 20 years. But there are many people who have traveled and have a wide range of knowledge among the others. But no one has seen such a mountain. The shape of the mountain is like a huge gourd, which falls obliquely among the mountains. How can a mountain grow into the shape of a gourd? It is really hard to imagine what kind of landform changes and natural erosion it has experienced to make it look like it is now. Hulu Mountain. That must be Hulu Mountain. A trembling voice sounded, but it was not a trembling of fear, but more of surprise and excitement. Lin Shen also felt that the mountain should be Hulu Mountain. It was too vivid. I think that the reason why the second brother gave it a random name, called Hulu Mountain, was for this reason. What Lin Shen didn't quite understand was that such a huge Hulu Mountain was not too far from the Suanio base, so it should be easy to find. Why did only the Lin brothers know where Hulu Mountain was before? Such a majestic and strange mountain, if you look at it from a distance, you may never remember it for a lifetime. There should be many people who have seen it, and it is easy to associate it with the 3 words Hulu Mountain. Has no one ever thought of this? No. Lin Shen suddenly woke up. When they came to the canyon, it was not dark yet, and the vision was very good at that time. If there was such a strange-shaped mountain in the distance, they would not be able to see it. Why? Didn't anyone see it during the day, but now they suddenly saw such a mountain? Is there really a fairy mountain that can hide in the world as the legend says? Lin Shen thought to himself. The orange-red light gradually faded away, slowly hiding behind the huge Hulu mountain, until the last ray of light disappeared, and the majestic and strange Hulu mountain was no longer visible. In the vast darkness, I don't know if it is still standing there. The atmosphere suddenly became a little subtle, and the people from the Qi and Wang families looked at Bai Shenfei. As Lao Yi analyzed, the reason why they needed Bai Shenfei was because they didn't know where Hulu Mountain was. The unexpected appearance of the orange-red light guided them in the direction of Hulu Mountain, and they themselves had the black bird, so they could enter Hulu Mountain and no longer needed Bai Shenfei. Lin Shen couldn't see what expression Bai Shenfei had now, and thought it was not very good. Miss Bai, it seems that we must renegotiate our cooperation now, Qi Shuheng said with a smile. Not bad, not bad. Cooperation emphasizes fairness. How much you pay, how much you get. If you don't pay, even if we are willing to give, Miss Bai will not be willing to ask for it, right? Wang Tian'er also said with a smile. How do you want to renegotiate? Bai Shenfei said lightly. If you want to play games at the table, you need chips. Miss Bai, you don't have chips now, but it doesn't matter. You play with us, I'll make the decision, and I'll give you 10% when the time comes. Brother Tian'er, do you have any objections? Qi Shuheng said. Miss Bai is very capable, and 10% is not too much. Wang Tian'er also said. What if I don't agree? Bai Shenfei said coldly. It doesn't matter if you don't agree. Even if the deal doesn't go well, we will not embarrass Miss Bai. However, people with different ideals cannot make plans together. If Miss Bai has the ability, just go to Hulu Mountain by herself, and we will never stop her. With Miss Bai's ability, she will definitely return with a full load. No matter how much Miss Bai takes, we will never be jealous. Wang Tian'er said firmly. He was sure that Bai Shenfei could only cooperate with them. Without the black bird, let alone whether she could enter Hulu Mountain, it would be a problem whether she could even reach Hulu Mountain. In that case, let's go our separate ways. After saying that, concubine Bai looked at Lin Shen and asked, do you want to go with me? Before Lin Shen could answer, Wang Tian'er said. Miss Bai, you can do whatever you want. You don't need to worry about the affairs of our three families. Are you willing? Bai Shenfei ignored Wang Tian'er, and didn't even look at him, and continued to look at Lin Shen and asked. You are my junior sister, of course I have to take care of you. Lin Shen said. And walked towards Bai Shenfei. Lin Shen thought very clearly. Even if Bai Shenfei came with a plot, his needs for himself were far greater than those of the Qi and Wang families. Of course, what Lin Shen wanted to see most was that Bai Shenfei and the Qi and Wang families fought first, which was the most favorable situation for him. If you want to go with an outsider, your Lin family will not even care about the past friendship between our three families, right? Qi Shuheng said coldly. People from the Qi and Wang families have already stood between Lin Shen and Bai Shenfei. They can't let Bai Shenfei take Lin Shen away. If the Lin family still has a black bird, it will be troublesome. Wang Lauer, you'd better think it over. If my junior sister and I join forces, do you think you have a chance of winning? Lin Shen said calmly. Wang Tian'er said disdainfully. If you are really that bastard Lin Shandong, I really dare not stop you. It's a pity that you are just Lin Shen, the one from the Lin family who only knows how to eat, drink and have fun. Why don't you take him down? Lin Shen knew something was wrong after hearing what he said before, and turned to look at Lao Yi beside him. Only Lao Yi could be 100% sure that it was Lin Shen and not Lin Xiangdong standing here. Wang Tian'er could be so sure that he was Lin Shen, so it was probably Lao Ye's problem. Of course, it could also be Wei Wufu. He should have guessed that Lin Xiangdong was Lin Shen in disguise, but Lin Shen still thought that Lao Yi was more likely. The moment Lin Shen turned his head to look at Lao Yi suddenly pulled out a knife and put it on Lin Shen's neck, sighing. Brother Xiaowu. I'm sorry. I had no choice. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly saw a flash of cold light in front of him, and he couldn't help but retreat in horror. Lao Ye's retreat speed can be said to be extremely fast. Even Lin Shen was a little surprised that Lao Ye's old body could be so fast, not inferior to the top alloy creatures. But he retreated so quickly, and there was still a scar on his face that spanned the entire cheek. Although it was not deep, it was very hideous. Wei Wufu, holding a cold jade tang sword, stood in front of Lin Shen, and the blade of the cold tang sword was still dripping with blood. You go first, I'll block here. As Wei Wufu spoke, the mysterious substance in his body surged, and in a blink of an eye it turned into a purple armor, wrapping his majestic and tall body completely inside, like a purple-armored martial god. Lin Shen didn't expect Wei Wufu to actually help him, and he didn't have time to think about it. He climbed onto the platinum beast and ran wildly out of the canyon. A Qi family radical who was closest to Lin Shen wanted to stop him, but suddenly saw a flash of cold light, and the radical's head instantly flew into the air, and his body fell down with blood splattering the jade-like tang sword in. Wei Wufu's hand pointed diagonally at the ground, and blood flowed down the blade. Wei Wufu is a man of few words, ruthless, and will cut people down if he disagrees with them. Even Lin Shen feels a chill in his heart when he sees him. Brother Tian'er, our Suenio base seems to be underestimated. Anyone dares to poop and pee on our heads. I can't stand it. Can you? Qi Shuheng's eyes flashed with cold light. I can't stand it either. Wang Tian'er said coldly. Then kill him. Qi Shuheng said in a sinister voice, shaking his hand and throwing out a pet capsule. Almost at the same time, Wang Tian'er also threw out a pet capsule. But before their pet capsules turned into living things, a sapphire-like rapier pierced through the two pet capsules, like a string. Didn't the person who taught you to practice teach you? Pet capsules are not used like this. Bai Shenfei held the long sword in her hand and flicked it lightly. The two alloy pet capsules that were pierced instantly broke into pieces and shattered all over the ground. Qi Shuheng and Wang Tian'er looked at each other, and without saying much, they took out the pet capsule again, but this time they didn't dare to throw it out carelessly like before, and held it above their heads with their hands. The other people from the Qi and Wang families also surrounded Wei Wufu and Bai Shenfei. Leave Bai Shenfei to us, you guys kill that bastard Wei Wufu. Wang Tian'er stared at Bai Shenfei and said coldly. Two phoenix calls sounded at the same time, and two blackbirds jumped up from the raised palms of Qi Shuheng and Wang Tian'er, shooting at Bai Shenfei like two black light blades. They were afraid of Bai Shenfei, and the strongest blackbirds were used as soon as they attacked. Wei Wufu on the other side was also surrounded by the mutations of the two families, and the sound of fighting was endless for a while. Lin Shen originally planned to run away to see the situation first, but who knew that when he turned around, he saw a figure chasing him out. He was riding a platinum beast with a speed of 18.4. The figure was riding nothing, and his speed was faster than the platinum beast. The distance between the two was closing quickly. Lin Shen saw that the man was covered with a black scaly metal shell, and his body was very thin. He looked very scary, like a monster hybrid of a human and a snake. Brother Xiaowu, don't run away. You can't escape. Let's talk it over. As long as you cooperate, I will risk offending Qi Shuheng and Wang Tianer to ensure that you leave here safely. Lao Yi flashed past Lin Shen and blocked the way of the platinum beast. Olji, do you really think I'm a fool? Lin Shen looked at Lao Yi coldly and said, Brother Xiaowu, I really treat you as my own child. Lao Yi was interrupted by Lin Shen before he could finish his words. Are you worthy? Lin Shen's face was full of disgust. You are still young, not my age, so you don't understand. Lao Yi sighed. Olji, if you openly admit your betrayal, I will look down upon you. You are a bitch and want to build a memorial arch, so don't fucking disgust me. Lin Shen continued with a cold face, no need to talk nonsense. What do you want from me? I just want the black bird. And I don't want anything else. Lao Yi said. I've said it many times, I don't have a black bird. Lin Shen already knew that Lao Yi's many previous tests were to find out whether he had a black bird. Little fifth brother, you don't have to lie to me. There must be another black bird in the Lin family. And that black bird must also be at your place. Lao Yi held the short blade and slowly pushed towards Lin Shen, and said as he walked, if it was really a dead egg, how could the Lin family not show it to others? As long as the dead egg was taken out, the suspicions of the Qi and Wang families could be relieved. However, the Lin family never thought of taking it out, even if the life and death of the family was at stake. The same is true. So it must not be a dead egg, but the fourth black bird. The black bird has been passed down to your generation. I know the tempers of those three masters. If there is a black bird, they will definitely be left to you. You are confident because you have Suanio as your trump card, right? So that's what you think? Lin Shen suddenly realized why Lao Yi was so sure that he had a black bird. It turned out that it was Lin Shen's confidence that gave Lao Yi the illusion. Unfortunately, the source of Lin Shen's confidence was not the black bird, but the unexpected discovery of Tinder and pet fans. Brother Xiaowu, you have never experienced hardship, and you don't know the suffering in the world. Some things are not as simple as you think, and I am not as simple as you think. Suanio is very strong, but it depends on who you are. In your hand, believe it or not, even if you have the black bird in your hand, if you really want to fight me, you won't even have a chance to take action. Lao Yi said in a sincere tone, speaking of which, I watched you grow up. Keep Suanio, and I promise not to hurt a single hair of yours. If I can get some benefits from that Hulu Mountain, I can share it with you in the future. Don't force me to do it, that's definitely not what I want. Olji, stop talking nonsense. It will only make me feel sick. I don't have a black bird. If you don't believe me, just kill me and search me yourself. Lin Shen sat on the back of the platinum beast and looked at Lao Yi coldly and said, Little fifth brother, do you have to force me? If I do it, then I can't keep you alive. You and I both know the tempers of the third and fourth masters. If I do something to you, then there is no way back, so I can only keep quiet. Lao Ye's voice also turned cold, and he clenched the short blade in his hand. It was a weapon made of alloy, in the style of a dagger, not a dagger. The sword's body looked like brass, but its blade was a dark white. Why are you afraid of my third and fourth brothers? Lin Shen suddenly asked. Lao Ye was slightly startled, not expecting that Lin Shen would suddenly ask such a question. After thinking for a moment, he said, because the third master and the fourth master are both very strong, so strong that anyone who has seen their strength can't help but fear them. How to put it, saying strong is not entirely correct, because they do not have the absolute strength to crush them, but if someone of the same level as them, or even a level higher than them, fights to the death with them, I believe they will survive. They must be the ones who come down. If the second master is still there, it will be even more frightening. The Lin family is really lucky. If they can survive after giving birth to so many children, even if only one survives, the Lin family will definitely be able to become one in the future. A huge evil. Olji, have you forgotten that? My surname is Lin? I am also their brother. Lin Shen said calmly. Lao Yi laughed. Yes, your surname is Lin. I believe you may be as powerful as the third master and the fourth master in the future, but you are not good enough now. If you are also an alloy gene changer now, I will never dare to fight with you. You are my enemy, but it's a pity that you haven't even completed the genetic transformation. Even if you have the black bird, it's useless. I can kill you before the black bird touches me, and you don't even have a chance. Killing you doesn't require genetic change. Lin Shen said calmly. Lao Ye's eyes turned cold. And he said calmly, in that case, I will give you a chance to summon the black bird. Lin Shen reached out and took out a pet capsule, turned into a super-fast shooter and placed it next to him. It seems you still don't give up. Lao Yi narrowed his eyes and said when he saw that Lin Shen summoned was not a black bird, but a super-speed gunner he won from Wang Tianer. Lin Shen ignored him and directly ordered the super-fast gunner to attack. The super-fast shooter quickly drew his gun and pulled the trigger on Lao Yi. Sparks sprayed from the muzzle of the gun, and the bullet flew out at a speed that was difficult to detect with the naked eye. Dang! Lao Yi remained motionless, the short blade flashed, and the bullet fired at his face. Split into two, flew past both sides of Lao Yi's body, and landed on the ground. Lao Yi held a short blade in his hand and walked toward Lin Shen expressionlessly. Dang, dang, dang. The super-speed gunner kept shooting, but was unable to stop Lao Ye's footsteps. All the bullets fired at him were chopped down by him with his short blade. Lin Shen frowned slightly. In his impression, Lao Yi was not so strong. The speed of the speed gunner was the top among the alloy creatures. Lao Yi was even faster than him, and he could accurately cut bullets. This was not what Lao Yi usually showed. His speed was not slower than the finger that Lin Shen used to acupuncture the speed gunner. Summon the black bird. This is your last chance. Lao Yi had already walked in front of the platinum beast and swung his knife to cut a deep scar on the neck of the platinum beast. With the speed of the platinum beast, there was no chance to dodge, and the body fell to one side. Lin Shen had to jump off the back of the platinum beast and stood in front of Lao Yi. Lao Yi continued to walk towards Lin Shen, and the short blade in his hand was like the tongue of a venomous snake, as if it would spit out at any time to give Lin Shen a kiss of death. Bang! Lin Shen did not wait for Lao Yi to take action, but asked the speed gunner to shoot again. But at the same time as the speed gunner shot, Lin Shen also moved. The 7-step weaponry allowed Lin Shen to move faster than a bullet, but there was no rule that he had to use this speed to attack the person who was shooting. Lin Shen moved as fast as lightning, and pointed a finger at the throat of Lao Yi, where he could see the acupuncture points. Sure enough, Lao Yi seemed to have expected that Lin Shen would have some tricks. When Lin Shen made his move, his short blade also moved at the same time, slashing at Lin Shen's arm. Lao Yi's speed was even faster than Lin Shen's. No wonder he was so confident. This speed was no longer at the alloy level. Bang! The short blade in Lao Yi's hand had already slashed on Lin Shen's arm, and Lin Shen's finger was still some distance away from Lao Yi. Lao Yi originally thought that this knife could cut off Lin Shen's arm, but when the blade cut on his arm, it seemed to cut on an extremely tough steel wire rope. Not only did it not cut it off, but it also caused pain in his wrist. Just when Lao Yi felt something was wrong and wanted to withdraw his hand, a dark red shadow tore the sleeve of Lin Shen's arm and wrapped around Lao Yi's arm like a snake. In the previous knife, Lao Yi cut the dead powder wrapped around Lin Shen's arm. Lin Shen knew that his finger could not be faster than Lao Yi. Lao Yi reacted very quickly. The moment the dead powder wrapped around his hand, his other hand stretched out like lightning and grabbed the head of the dead powder, trying to pull it apart. Unfortunately, he underestimated the dead powder. The moment he grabbed the head of the dead powder, the tail of the dead powder was like a scorpion's tail, instantly piercing his palm and wrapping around it, instantly binding both of his arms. What the hell is this? Lao Yi's face changed slightly. In this situation, he suddenly attacked Lin Shen. He ignored the dead powder wrapped around his hand, used one leg as a fulcrum, and kicked Lin Shen's head with the other leg like a phantom. As long as he kicked Lin Shen to death and got the key of this strange pet, he could immediately reverse the situation. Lin Shen had expected this move long ago. He had already started to retreat before Lao Yi kicked out, and almost at the same time, he let the speedster shoot. When Lao Yi kicked out, Lin Shen's speed had exceeded the speed of the bullet. He retreated and dodged the kick. The wind from the leg blew his hair all over the place. The speedster's bullet also hit Lao Yi. Although the speedster's hardness was a little worse, it was also alloy grade. The bullet hit Lao Yi's strange scale carapace, and only a few sparks were broken, and the bullet was bounced off. Both Lao Yi and Lin Shen were shocked. Lao Yi was shocked that Lin Shen could still use such a speed. He thought that Lin Shen could not have too many life-saving methods like that. It was amazing that he could use it twice. He did not expect that he seemed to be able to use it all the time. Lin Shen was shocked that Lao Yi was not only fast, but also had such a high hardness of alloy shell. The bullets of the speeding gunman had almost no effect on him. Lao Yi chased Lin Shen with all his strength and wanted to raise his legs again, but before he could raise his legs, the dead powder had already wrapped around him. Lao Yi wanted to raise his other leg, but just halfway up, he was also entangled by the dead powder. Suddenly, the whole person fell backwards like a mummy. At the same time that Lao Yi fell, another gunshot rang out. Lao Yi, who had just fallen to the ground, saw Lin Shen's finger pointing at a place below his throat. A hint of joy flashed in Lao Yi's eyes. Even if Lin Shen had a life-saving method, how much strength could he have? It was impossible for him to break his alloy shell. But Lin Shen's initiative to approach him gave him the opportunity to kill Lin Shen directly. As expected by Lao Yi, Lin Shen's finger on him could not cause any damage to his metal shell, but it just felt like a vibration from being poked by a stick. Lao Yi wanted to open his mouth to use his killer move, but suddenly he felt that his mouth could not move. In fact, not only his mouth, but his whole body could not move. Lao Yi stared at Lin Shen with wide eyes in horror. He finally knew the real reason why the speedster was subdued by Lin Shen's finger. Originally, he thought that the speedster could not move because he was hit in a vital part, but now it seems that this is not the case. Pry open his mouth. Lin Shen ordered the die fan. The die fan's tail suddenly penetrated Lao Yi's mouth, directly piercing his teeth, and then stretched his mouth open, rolling out a thin piece like a willow leaf from it. The thin piece was as transparent as a green ghost, obviously made of crystal-based material, and the thickness was thinner than the blade of a razor. Lin Shen took the green blade and reached out to point at Lao Yi again. Lao Yi, who had several broken teeth and a mouth full of blood, immediately regained his ability to speak. Brother Xiaowu. No. Master Xiaowu. I shouldn't underestimate you. I shouldn't underestimate you as a member of the Lin family. Lao Yi, what has my Lin family done to you? Lin Shen asked coldly. No, the Lin family has never done anything to me. Lao Yi laughed bitterly. Since the Lin family has never done anything to you, and you are so old, what's the use of getting the things in Hulu Mountain? How many years can you live? Lin Shen wanted to get some information about Hulu Mountain from Lao Yi. Lao Yi was so desperate, he must know something. It's because I don't have many years to live, so I want to go to Hulu Mountain. Only by going to Hulu Mountain can I continue to leave. I haven't lived enough, and I don't want to die yet. Lao Yi said. What do you mean? Lin Shen narrowed his eyes slightly. The information revealed in Lao Yi's words surprised him. Brother Xiaowu, I can tell you everything I know, but I only ask you to spare my life. Lao Yi begged. You say. Lin Shen looked at Lao Yi expressionlessly. I also accidentally heard the conversation between the third master and the fourth master, and then I learned some secrets of Hulu Mountain. At that time, the third master and the fourth master were talking about the second master. They said that a long time ago, the second master went out for a very long time. When he came back, he was very excited and told them that there was a good thing in Hulu Mountain that could make people immortal. When they were strong enough, they would take their brothers and eldest sister to Hulu Mountain, and the siblings would be immortal and youthful together. Lao Yi recalled. Do you really believe that there is something in the world that can make people immortal? Lin Shen frowned. The second master will not lie. If the second master says there is, then there must be. Lao Yi's eyes were full of desire. Just for this sentence, you want to enter Hulu Mountain at all costs? Lin Shen asked in a deep voice. The older people get, the more afraid they are of death. I really just don't want to die. In the future, I will definitely assist you wholeheartedly and dare not have any more thoughts. Lao Yi said. You have no future. Lin Shen said lightly. Upon hearing this, Lao Yi's face suddenly changed, and he struggled and shouted, Little Fifth Master. You are a member of the Lin family. You can't go back on your words. Before he finished speaking, the tail of the dead powder stabbed at his forehead and pierced his head directly. Killed in one blow, Lao Ye's eyes widened to a degree that living people could not imagine, and he died with his eyes open. Lao Ye never thought that Lin Shen, who usually laughed and ate, drank and had fun all day, would be so cruel, nor did he expect that the people of the Lin family would go back on their words. I didn't promise not to kill you, and even if I promised, I wouldn't let you live. You are too threatening to me. If it wasn't for the surprise, I would not be sure that I could defeat you. Giving you a chance is sending myself to die, and I don't want to die. Lin Shen bent down to search Lao Ye's body and touched out everything on his body. He felt extremely disgusted, but at this time, staying alive was more important than anything else. After a while, Lin Shen touched out everything on Lao Ye's body. An alloy short blade, a crystal-based green leaf blade, 2 alloy pet capsules, and 3 capsule keys. 2 of the keys were obviously matched with the 2 pet capsules, and the other key was actually crystal-based, as crystal clear as yellow crystal, and the key handle was heart-shaped. Strange, why are there only keys, but no capsules? Lin Shen was puzzled and looked at Lao Ye's body again. Lin Shen searched the corpse twice again, and even touched the lining of the corners of the clothes carefully, but did not find any hidden pet capsules. Lao Ye did not have any crystal-based pet capsules on him, not because he had not used them in time. Generally speaking, some people will hide their keys and only take their pets out to avoid being taken away by others. What's the point of taking only the keys, without the capsules? Lin Shen frowned and thought. He could not figure it out for a while, so he had to put the keys away first. Lao Ye's 2 alloy pets, one is the heavy armored monster he rides, and the other is the wind-breaking meteorite iron swallow. Heavy armored monster, alloy creature. Strength, 18.5. Speed, 12.7. Hardness, 16.7. Toughness, 11.6. Base transformation talent. Defense enhancement. Wind-breaking meteorite iron swallow, alloy creature. Strength, 10.9. Speed, 19.1. Hardness, 17.6. Toughness, 18.7. Basic transformation talent, quick / swallow return. The heavy armored beast is not fast and cannot catch up with the platinum beast, so Lao Ye put it away when chasing him. This thing is thick-skinned and strong, and it is okay to use it as a thick shield or to explore the way. Although the power of the wind-breaking meteorite swallow is not strong, its other attributes are not bad, and its dual talents are also good. Quick / can convert speed into destructive power, which makes up for the problem of insufficient power to a certain extent. Swallow return can make the meteorite swallow suddenly turn back during high-speed flight, catching people off guard. The platinum beast was killed by Lao Ye, and the heavy armored beast was just used as a mount, and the wind-breaking meteorite swallow was also a good helper. Boom! There was a loud noise suddenly from the direction of the canyon, as if something exploded. Lin Shen thought for a moment, put away the things, and quietly sneaked towards the battlefield. The dead powder was still put into the clothes, making it entangled on himself. When Lin Shen returned to the canyon entrance and looked inside secretly, he found that there was no one there. Only some tents were left there, and the bonfire was still burning. A large pit with a diameter of more than 10 meters appeared at the place where the fight had just taken place, and several corpses were lying around nearby. Lin Shen observed for a long time, and summoned the meteorite swallow. to explore the way. He found that the tents were empty, and the others did not know where they had gone. Not finding any danger, Lin Shen went over carefully and looked at the corpses. Among them, there was no Bai Shenfei and Wei Wufu, all of whom were radicals from the Qi and Wang families. What happened? Why are they all gone? What's the matter with this big pit? Lin Shen was puzzled. There were still a lot of supplies and gifts in the tent. It can be seen that they left in a hurry and did not have time to take away many things. On the ground leading to the depths of the canyon, messy footprints and hoof prints can be seen. They should have gone into the canyon. Are they chasing someone, or are they attracted to something? Lin Shen thought for a moment, and decided to follow and take a look. He summoned a heavy-armored monster and asked the speedster to sit in front of him, while Yunyan explored the way further ahead. He didn't dare to walk too fast to prevent the genetically modified creatures hiding in the dark nearby. Not far away, he saw several bodies of genetically modified creatures lying on the ground, and the genetically modified fluids in the bodies had not been collected. Lin Shen checked the wounds on the bodies and continued to chase. At a distance, he could see some bodies of genetically modified creatures, but he didn't see even a single figure, nor did he find any living genetically modified creatures. The canyon was very long, and he walked until almost dawn before he reached the end of the canyon, but he still didn't find any trace of Bai Shenfei and the others. The sky gradually brightened, and Lin Shen looked into the distance. There were continuous mountains in front of him, but he didn't see the majestic and mysterious Hulu Mountain. Hulu Mountain is so majestic that it can be seen clearly at the entrance of the canyon. Why can't I see it here? Lin Shen's doubts became even greater. There are many paths in the mountains. Fortunately, there are hoof prints on the ground. Lin Shen followed the hoof prints and chased down. There are many metal plants in the mountains, and even tall trees that seem to be made of steel, just like a steel jungle. The most common type of tree is a red maple. Those trees that are 7 or 8 meters high are covered with red copper-like leaves. Lin Shen followed the hoof prints and turned around in the mountains. After 2 or 3 hours, he was shocked to find that he was back to the canyon. Strange. Lin Shen was even more confused. He was sure that he had been following the hoof prints, and he didn't see Bai Shenfei and the others coming back. Why did he come back again? I'm afraid Hulu Mountain should be here, but I can't see it. They have Suenio on them, so they may have entered Hulu Mountain. Lin Shen thought about it, and there was only this possibility. Unfortunately, he didn't have Suenio, so he couldn't find the place even if he wanted to enter Hulu Mountain. How can such a majestic mountain be hidden? It's incredible. Lin Shen tried to enter the mountains to look for them again, but still found nothing, and finally returned to the canyon. What's even more strange is that there is no trace of genetically modified creatures in the mountains. Theoretically, there should be many genetically modified creatures in the area near the genetic mutation point. Everything here seems a little weird. Forget it. My strength is limited. Even if I enter Hulu Mountain, I am afraid I can't help much. Instead, I may become a burden to the third and fourth brothers. Lin Shen thought about it and decided to go back to the base first. He must complete the base transformation as soon as possible, otherwise his own strength is too poor, and even with a powerful pet, it is not safe. Lin Shen, who was about to go back, suddenly saw a figure stumbling back on a mountain road in the distance. Because the distance was too far, Lin Shen could only see that. It was a person, and he couldn't see who it was. With a thought, he took his pet and hid in the woods, observing the figure from a distance. The figure seemed to be drunk, staggering, and didn't come down the mountain road for a long time. However, when the distance was close, Lin Shen saw the man's appearance clearly. And he couldn't help but be shocked. The metal armor on the man's body was like a cracked tempered glass, with tiny cracks all over his body. Blood seeped out of each crack, and the whole body was dripping with blood, which looked extremely terrifying. It was a miracle that he could survive until now. No wonder he stumbled all the way and could hardly walk. Lin Shen vaguely remembered that this man was an alloy-based transformer of the Qi family. He was very skilled and could be considered a well-known figure in the Qi family and the Suenio base. His name seemed to be Qi Guan, a direct descendant of the Qi family. Seeing that no one else followed him on the mountain road behind, Lin Shen hurriedly walked out of the woods and walked towards Qi Guan. Qi Guan, what happened? Who hurt you like this? Where are the others? Lin Shen asked loudly from a distance. Qi Guan saw Lin Shen and wanted to rush over, but he stumbled and fell to the ground. He struggled to crawl for a few times, but couldn't get up. Save me, I'm dead. Qi Guan lay on the ground and stretched out his hand to Lin Shen with all his strength, his eyes full of desire for life. Unfortunately, he died before he finished speaking. His face fell to the ground, his hands drooped weakly, and he was motionless and silent. What? Do you mean dead? Qi Guan. Qi Guan. Lin Shen called a few times, but he didn't respond at all. Let the speedster go over and turn his body over. The blood stained the ground with a bloody human-shaped mark. It seemed that he really couldn't survive. Lin Shen went over and touched his arteries and nose. He was dead. Lin Shen looked carefully at the metal armor on his body. There were countless cracks all over his body, just like glass that was crushed alive. I don't know what kind of force would hurt him like this. Suddenly, Lin Shen noticed that he seemed to be holding something in his other hand. He was dead, but his fingers were still tightly clenched. Lin Shen squatted down and stretched out his hand to pry it open, but he couldn't pry it open. He took out Lao Ye's short blade and pried it for a long time. He broke his fingers and finally saw what he was holding. Watch. Lin Shen was a little surprised. Originally, I thought that the thing Qi Guan was still holding tightly after his death would be something precious, but I didn't expect it to be a watch, and it looked like an electronic watch that was not very valuable. The strap, case, and dial were all black, and only the dial had white numbers displayed. Could it be that this watch has special commemorative significance for Qi Guan? If there is a chance, I can help him take it back and return it to his relatives. Lin Shen picked up the watch and looked at it, and found that the time displayed on it was a bit wrong. 7 seconds, is this watch pregnant? Lin Shen looked at the sky. It was not dark yet, so how could it be early in the morning? Lin Shen looked at the time, and the time on the watch was still running. 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Soon the time on the watch returned to 0, and a voice suddenly came from the watch. Confirmed user's death, found new user, binding successful, transmission. Countdown starts 10, 9, 8. The time on the watch became 10 seconds, and the time began to decrease by seconds. What the hell? Lin Shen threw the watch away quickly. The watch fell to the ground and continued to count down. Lin Shen subconsciously stepped back and stayed away from the watch. But when the watch counted down to 0, Lin Shen felt that the scenery in front of him suddenly became distorted. The sky, mountains, trees, flowers, and earth were all twisted together in Lin Shen's eyes and spun rapidly. After a dizzy spell, Lin Shen, who had a splitting headache, suddenly felt his body sink and he couldn't help but lie on the ground, as if his body was carrying 1,000 pounds of gravity. Lin Shen pressed his hands on the ground and slowly stood up with great effort. The weight on his body made him feel that it was difficult to stand. The shaking muscles in his legs made him feel overwhelmed, as if his legs would go soft and fall to the ground at any time. What the hell is going on? Lin Shen was stunned by what he saw. There were no mountains or canyons in front of him. What he saw was a white beach and a blue ocean. On the beaches around him, white steel bodies, covered with steel thorns, and sea turtles as big as millstones were lying on the sailor beach, doing nothing. Due to Lin Shen's sudden appearance, hundreds of steel thorn turtles turned their heads and looked over, their eyes focused on him. Lin Shen swallowed his saliva and subconsciously wanted to raise his hands to rub his eyes to confirm whether he had hallucinations. But the action of raising his hands was many times more difficult than before, and there was a delay between his thinking and consciousness. Before his hand touched his eyes, Lin Shen found that he was wearing a black electronic watch on his left wrist. Lin Shen's first reaction was to reach out to take off the watch. Just as his fingers touched the strap, he heard a cold electronic synthesized voice from the watch. Again. The transmission cooling time has not ended. Forcibly removing the transmission device will start the transmission again, and the user will cause irreversible damage during the transmission. Lin Shen's hand stopped instantly, and he thought of the horrible injury on Qi Guan's body. The injury on Qi Guan's body, is it caused by this injury? Lin Shen thought of those injuries and didn't dare to touch the watch again. Alloy base changers were injured like that, what would he, a weak chicken without base change, look like after suffering such an injury? Would he turn into a pile of meat dregs directly? The time displayed on the watch became 71 hours, 59 minutes, and 54 seconds, and the time was still decreasing. Does this mean that this transmission equipment can only be used again after 72 hours? Lin Shen made an intuitive judgment. He didn't have time to think about anything more, because after a moment of daze, the steel thorn turtles crawled towards him angrily. Looking at their expressions, it seemed that Lin Shen had dug up their ancestral graves, and they were determined to tear Lin Shen into pieces. Lin Shen wanted to run, but he stopped after taking only one step. His whole body seemed to be carrying a heavy object, and he couldn't run at all. Lin Shen hurriedly touched his body and took out the pet key and pet capsule with difficulty. Before the steel thorn turtles rushed over, he summoned the heavy armored monster. Under Lin Shen's control, the heavy armored monster bit his chain mail, lifted him up, and threw him on his back. Lin Shen lay on the back of the heavy armored monster, holding its neck tightly with both hands. The heavy armored monster roared, and its alloy thigh, which was thicker than an elephant's leg, stepped directly on the steel thorn turtle that rushed over. Crack! Crack! The sound of steel breaking came, and the steel thorns and steel shell on the steel thorn turtle were directly crushed, and liquid like mercury splashed out. Lin Shen could clearly feel that the speed of the heavy armored monsters was much slower than before, and the speed of those steel thorn turtles did not seem to be as fast as the steel creatures that Lin Shen had seen before. Is it a problem of gravity? Lin Shen guessed, but he felt the watch on his hand vibrating. He looked at the watch sideways and found that it was no longer showing time, but flowing text. Kill the steel creature, steel thorn turtle. Kill the steel creature, steel thorn turtle. As the heavy armored monsters continued to trample, messages kept flowing on the dial. The alloy-level heavy armored monsters were like a tiger entering a flock of sheep in a group of steel-level steel thorn turtles, and launched a one-sided slaughter. Knowing that they were no match for the enemy, the steel-spiked turtles still charged desperately at the armored monsters. They were fearless and seemed to be eager to be reborn. The armored monsters kicked them one by one, and in a short time, 20 to 30 of them were trampled to death. Lin Shen was a little confused at first. Why didn't these steel-spiked turtles run away? Genetically modified creatures are not fools. Even ordinary animals know how to run away. The IQ of genetically modified creatures is not lower than that of ordinary animals, and even higher. How could they not know how to run away? When his eyes fell on the place where the steel-spiked turtles were lying, he understood it instantly. There were sand pits there. In some of the sand pits that were still exposed, Lin Shen saw eggs the size of ping-pong balls. It turns out that these steel-spiked turtles are laying eggs. I have mistakenly entered the collective delivery room. Lin Shen suddenly realized. Looking at the genetically modified eggs in the sand pits, Lin Shen suddenly thought that if he could take all these genetically modified eggs back, it would also be a very considerable income. The egg-laying ability of the steel-spiked turtle seems to be very strong. Just a rough glance shows that there are at least 7 or 8 basic mutation eggs in a sand pit. With so many sand pits, there must be thousands of basic mutation eggs. Right? I just don't know if the teleportation equipment can teleport them back together. There are also materials on these steel-spiked turtles. Although the value is not too high, the quantity is large and can still be sold for some money. Lin Shen was thinking about it when he suddenly heard a scream from the heavy armored monster. Lin Shen looked down and was shocked. The heavy armored monster stepped on the back of a steel-spiked turtle. The steel-spiked turtle was not torn into pieces like other steel-spiked turtles, but the heavy armored monster's foot was pierced by the steel thorns on its back. What's going on? Lin Shen looked at the steel-spiked turtle that was stepped on. Whether in terms of size or appearance, it was no different from an ordinary steel-spiked turtle. It seemed to be an ordinary steel-spiked turtle. But how could the thorns of a steel creature pierce an alloy creature? Lin Shen couldn't help but look at his watch, wanting to see if there was any information about the steel-spiked turtle on it, but he didn't see any information about the steel-spiked turtle, but saw some other information instead. User, untransformed lower life form. Strength, 5, speed, 5, hardness, 5, toughness, 5, theoretical upper limit of life form activity, 100 years. Transformation talent, none. Lin Shen couldn't help but be stunned. This untransformed lower life form, can't it be me? But after thinking about it, it was indeed true. All 4 stats were 5, a complete scumbag. Such a scumbag is already the limit of ordinary humans. And this is the physical fitness obtained after consuming a lot of transformation fluid over the years. The armored monster pulled up its foot and stepped hard on the steel-spiked turtle again. The result was still the same. The armored monster's foot was pierced again. The dorsal thorns of the steel-spiked turtle were unimaginably hard. The armored monster roared in pain but still refused to give in. It wanted to step on it with its other foot. Lin Shen quickly ordered it to retreat. The steel-spiked turtle looked ordinary, but it was definitely not an ordinary steel-spiked turtle. Although the armored monster was very reluctant, it had to follow Lin Shen's order and turn to rush towards other steel-spiked turtles. One kick after another, the armored monster regained its previous invincible posture and crushed several steel-spiked turtles. In a moment, the steel-spiked turtle, which looked ordinary but was actually not ordinary, chased the armored monster and wanted to fight it, but was forcibly controlled by Lin Shen to avoid it. The speed of the heavy armored monster was very slow among the alloy-level monsters, but it was still faster than the steel-spiked turtle. Therefore, no matter how frantically it chased, it could not catch up with the heavy armored monster. It watched helplessly as the heavy armored monster trampled and killed one steel-spiked turtle after another. Lin Shen suddenly found that the speed of the heavy armored monster slowed down, and even the running movement was a little wrong, as if it was limping. Is it so badly injured just now? Lin Shen felt a little strange. If the injured foot just now affected its mobility, why did the symptoms only appear now? Looking down at the injured foot of the heavy armored monster, Lin Shen suddenly felt that it might not be just an injury. The wound on the foot of the heavy armored monster did not ooze out the base transformation fluid, and it did not look that the injury was serious, but its entire leg seemed to be unable to bend. When it walked, it stabbed one by one, as if it was not its leg, but a walking stick. Not good, the steel thorns of the steel-spiked turtle seemed to be attached with something like toxins. Lin Shen saw the problem. Something similar to toxin was still spreading on the armored monster, making its movements more and more restricted. The steel-spiked turtle caught up with it, and the armored monster violently kicked it with its feet, but it bit its ankle and couldn't shake it off. He wanted to kick it with his other leg, but that leg was now like a piece of wood and didn't obey. If you don't make a decision when you should, you will suffer the consequences. Lin Shen summoned the meteorite swallow with a ruthless heart. The meteorite swallow took advantage of the opportunity when the steel-spiked turtle bit the armored monster's ankle tightly and turned into a black flying blade to slash at its neck at an astonishing speed. Who knew that the steel-spiked turtle's movement speed was not fast, but its neck shrank incredibly fast, and it actually let go and shrank its neck, avoiding the attack of the meteorite swallow. The steel-spiked turtle, which dodged the attack of the meteorite swallow, stretched out its neck like lightning, and wanted to bite the armored monster's leg again. However, it never expected that the meteorite swallow, which was clearly flying forward rapidly, would make a strange turn and fly back at a faster speed than before, and slash at the neck of the steel-spiked turtle again. Firstly, the steel-spiked turtle had never expected such a move. And secondly, the distance was too close, and the meteorite swallow was so fast that it did not give it a chance to shrink its neck again. A black lightning flashed across, and with a click, the neck of the steel-spiked turtle was cut off by the meteorite swallow like a flying blade. Its neck was not as hard as its tortoise shell and back thorns, and it was killed by the meteorite swallow with the double blessing of fast slash and swallow return. Killed a mutant steel creature, poisonous thorn turtle. After the steel-spiked turtle died, Lin Shen's face did not have much joy, but ordered the heavy armored monster and the meteorite swallow to clean up the remaining steel-spiked turtles faster. The steel-spiked turtles, who vowed to defend the genetic mutation eggs to the death, still launched a death charge towards the heavy armored monsters without fear of life and death. If there was a choice, Lin Shen didn't want to kill them all. After all, the value of steel materials was not high, and it should be impossible to teleport back with so many things. The reason why he ordered the heavy armored monster and the meteorite swallow to speed up the killing of the steel thorn turtle was because he was a little worried. Not long after, the things Lin Shen was worried about developed in the worst direction. The two injured legs of the heavy armored monster could no longer move, and the body began to become stiff, and it became difficult to walk. What was even more uncomfortable was that the wings of the meteorite swallow began to become stiff, the flight trajectory became extremely unstable, and the speed became slower and slower. There were several times when it almost fell from the air. Fortunately, they were all alloy creatures, which were one level higher than the steel thorn turtle. Otherwise, they might have been killed by the group of steel thorn turtles at this time. Lin Shen didn't dare to go down and press the acupoints of the mutant poisonous thorn turtle before, because he was afraid that he would also be infected with the toxin or something else, so he asked the meteorite swallow to try. The result was terrible. The uninjured meteorite swallows were also hit. Lin Shen didn't know how to save them. He could only watch their bodies become stiff little by little, and finally they were completely unable to move, as if they had turned into metal statues. There were still a dozen steel-spiked turtles left. Fortunately, Lin Shen had a super-speed gunner who shot them in the head and killed the remaining steel-spiked turtles. We must leave here quickly. Lin Shen didn't dare to stay here any longer, fearing that the bodies of these steel-spiked turtles and the genetic fluid flowing out of their bodies would attract other genetic creatures. Even the genetic eggs in the sand pit, Lin Shen had already planned to abandon most of them and only put some in his backpack for backup. I wonder if the mutant poisonous stinger turtle has laid eggs here. While Lin Shen was thinking, the dead powder that had been wrapped around his arm suddenly moved on its own, crawled out from his sleeve, and crawled towards a sand pit like a snake. Dead powder, come out here, don't touch my mutant eggs. Lin Shen's heart moved, and he moved towards the sand pit step by step. He couldn't even straighten his waist and walked with great difficulty. Unfortunately, the dead powder didn't listen to his order and plunged into the sand pit. Before Lin Shen walked to the sand pit, the dead powder crawled out again and rushed to another sand pit. Lin Shen had given up chasing it, and watched the dead powder quickly shuttle through the sand pits, and visited hundreds of sand pits. After crawling out of the last sand pit, the dead powder actually pounced on the body of the mutant poisonous stinger turtle. Its body and mouthparts expanded to a great extent, and it actually swallowed the body of the mutant poisonous stinger turtle in one bite. I haven't collected the mutation fluid yet. That's the mutation fluid of rare mutant creatures. Lin Shen was very depressed. All the good things were wasted by it. This is the material of mutant creatures. Although the level is a bit low, the word mutation means the value is high enough. What's more regrettable is that the mutant stinger turtle should have laid eggs, which are likely to be mutant eggs, and they must have been embezzled by the dead fans. If Lin Shen got it, he could use the mutant eggs to complete the mutation, which would definitely be better than other steel mutants. When Lin Shen was thinking about how to completely control the dead fans actually crawled back by themselves, climbed onto Lin Shen's arm, and shrank while crawling, and finally turned into a capsule in Lin Shen's palm. Genetic evolution. Lin Shen saw this message on the capsule. Oh my god. Evolving at this time. Are you kidding me? Lin Shen tried to unlock and summon the dead fans, but the key didn't work after several insertions, and he couldn't summon them at all. In this dangerous place, this dog actually ate itself and evolved. No. One knew how long it would take to complete the evolution. Lin Shen wanted to curse its ancestors. The ground was full of the corpses of steel-spiked turtles, and the heavy armored monsters and meteorite swallows had become lifeless metal statues. The heavy armored monsters were too big to take back, but the meteorite swallows could be taken back. But Lin Shen was afraid that it carried that kind of toxin, so he didn't touch it. If I had known this, I should have let the dead fans deal with the poisonous turtles. Lin Shen was afraid that the dead fans would also be poisoned to death, so he didn't dare to use them. Now that he saw that guy directly devoured the corpse of the poisonous turtle, not only was he fine, but he also evolved. He knew that his worries were completely unnecessary. The mutant poisonous turtle is a mutant creature, but there is no fire on its body. Is it because of the place, or does the mutant creature not necessarily have fire? Lin Shen didn't have time to think too much. After collecting as much of the base mutation fluid of the steel-spiked turtle as possible, he moved along the coastline. The outside of the White Beach is a steel jungle. Unlike the area near the Sueño base, there are no green plants here at all, and all the plants are in metal. Lin Shen didn't dare to rush into the steel jungle. With his weak body, if a mutant suddenly emerged from the bushes, he wouldn't be able to run. Looking along the coastline, there were large reefs and cliffs in the distance, and the view there was clearer. Lin Shen wanted to see if he could find a place to hide there. As long as he could survive for 72 hours, he could activate this damn teleportation device and go back. After walking a few meters, Lin Shen felt that he couldn't go on, otherwise he would never reach the reef area in his lifetime and would be exhausted. He called the speeder gunman over and asked him to squat down. Lin Shen lay on his back and let the speeder gunman carry him. It wasn't that Lin Shen didn't want to challenge himself, but he was already sweating and sore all over after walking those few meters just now. What exactly is this place? Is it the inside of the mysterious Hulu Mountain? If the inside of Hulu Mountain can form its own world, then what kind of existence is Hulu Mountain itself? Have the third and fourth brothers come here? Is it possible that the missing second brother is here? Lin Shen thought a lot while lying on the back of the speedster. He also knew that the third and fourth brothers might still be alive, but the possibility of the second brother being alive should be very slim. The speedster's speed was obviously affected, but he was still able to walk briskly without any major problems. After walking about 2 or 3 kilometers along the coastline, Lin Shen suddenly saw a person lying on the beach in front of him. The man was lying on the beach, with small waves hitting his body from time to time, but the man did not move at all. Isn't he a dead person? The distance was too far, and Lin Shen could not see the man's appearance clearly, so the speedster sped up. He was wondering if the man was from the Qi family or the Wang family, but when he got closer, Lin Shen immediately recognized the clothes on him. Wei Wufu? Is he dead? Lin Shen was slightly startled. Although he knew that Wei Wufu followed him for a purpose, he had helped him when Lin Shen was in danger. Seeing him die here, he was somewhat sad. Walking to Wei Wufu's side, the speedster put Lin Shen down. Lin Shen asked the speedster to drag Wei Wufu's body out a little, to a place where the waves could not hit him. Wei Wufu's clothes had many torn places, but he did not look injured. His hair was messy, soaked by the sea water, and stuck to his scalp in strands. Lin Shen reached out to test his breath, and then touched his artery. He was surprised to find that this guy was still alive, as if he had just fainted. This discovery made Lin Shen a little entangled. If Wei Wufu had not helped him before, Lin Shen would have immediately let the speedster shoot him to avoid becoming a disaster. However, Lin Shen was influenced by his brothers and sisters, and he always had a clear sense of gratitude and resentment. He couldn't do such a thing as killing someone who had helped him. Just when Lin Shen was thinking about how to deal with Wei Wufu, this guy woke up. He opened his eyes and saw Lin Shen, and was slightly startled, but he didn't say anything. He pressed his hands on the sand and wanted to get up. But when he moved, his face suddenly changed. It seemed that there was something wrong with his legs. He couldn't stand up, but only sat up with his upper body. "Are you okay?" Lin Shen asked, looking at his legs. "My legs can't move," Wei Wufu replied. Lin Shen was silent when he heard it. If his legs were disabled, his life would be over. For a mutant, it would be impossible to fight against mutant creatures without legs. It's just that it can't move, not disabled. Wei Wufu seemed to see what Lin Shen was thinking, and said expressionlessly. Lin Shen felt that this was just Wei Wufu's last stubbornness. His legs looked like he had no feeling at all. What else could it be if it wasn't disabled? However, Lin Shen did not want to dwell on this question now. He noticed that Wei Wufu had the same watch on his wrist, so he asked, "What happened after you covered my escape? Why were you all gone when I returned to the canyon? How did you get here?" "I met a monster. I couldn't beat it. I ran away. I was too slow. I ran into the mountains. The black bird led the way. I found Hulu Mountain. There was a cave on the mountain. I entered the cave and got here. I had a watch on my hand. I fell into the sea. There were genetically modified creatures in the sea. I couldn't beat it. I fought hard. The genetically modified creatures retreated. I fainted. When I woke up, I saw you." Lin Shen was stunned by Wei Wufu's concise way of speaking. Most people talk in a cause and effect way, and then add some polishing descriptions. Often, most of the information in a paragraph is useless. This Wei Wufu is good. He doesn't talk nonsense at all. All of his words are useful information points. It's like reading the outline of the topic. What monster? Lin Shen noticed Wei Wufu's choice of words. He used monsters instead of genetically modified creatures. "I don't know. It looks like a human, but not a human. It looks like a genetically modified creature, but not a genetically modified creature." Wei Wufu replied. Can you describe the appearance of that monster?" Lin Shen felt like he heard it, but he didn't hear it. Wei Wufu was about to answer when he suddenly heard the sound of the sea surging. They both turned their heads and looked at it. Their faces changed immediately. A monster with a body made of blue metal, eyes like rubies, looks like a human, but has fish scales on its body, fins on its back and head, and gills under its cheeks emerged from the sea. It also held a red metal fork in its hand. Staring at Lin Shen and Wei Wufu, stepping on the sea water and approaching the beach step by step. "You go, you can't beat it, a mutant alloy creature," Wei Wufu said. "Nonsense, why don't I go if I can?" Lin Shen's physical fitness is a big problem. He can't run away, so he can only quickly ask the speedster to come and carry him. But the speedster's movement immediately attracted the attention of the mutant creature. It didn't care whether the speedster was heading for it or not. Its scaly legs burst out with terrifying strength and speed. It instantly crossed a distance of more than 10 meters and rushed to the speedster's side, stabbing the speedster with a fork. "You are fucking sick." Lin Shen wanted to cry, but had no tears. "It's rare to see mutants outside. How come there are so many mutants here, and I only met 2 on this beach?" Lin Shen knew that he couldn't retreat at this time, otherwise he would be doomed. Wei Wufu was so cruel, and his knife was so fast, but he couldn't beat this mutant, let alone the speedster. Once the speedster died, he would be meat on the chopping board, and could only be slaughtered. "Shoot." Lin Shen gritted his teeth and gave the order. The speedster pulled the trigger without hesitation, and the bullet shot out from the barrel and shot at the mutant's head. While shooting, the speedster sideways narrowly avoided the mutant's fork. The mutant tilted its head and dodged the speedster's bullet. Its speed was about the same as the speedster's. It could only be thankful that the speedster was a top-level speed pet, otherwise it would be difficult to avoid this fork. Next, Lin Shen reached out and took out something from his pocket, and threw it to Wei Wufu with all his strength. Although they only fought for 1 round, Lin Shen knew that the speedster was definitely not his opponent. Speed is the speedster's most powerful weapon, but he still can't take advantage of the mutant creatures. In other aspects, he is definitely much worse than the mutant creatures, and there is no way he can fight. Wei Wufu caught the thing thrown by Lin Shen, which was a leaf-like crystal blade. He immediately pinched the blade with 2 fingers, stared at the mutant creature, and whispered, "Go." Lin Shen ignored him. When Wei Wufu had a pet and a crystal-based tang sword, he was no match for the mutant creature. Now with only a leaf blade, it would be strange if he could beat the mutant creature. "Find the right opportunity, shoot his eyes, and leave the rest to me," Lin Shen shouted. Wei Wufu frowned slightly. He couldn't understand what Lin Shen meant by saying this. He didn't think Lin Shen himself had any ability to hurt the mutant creature. Wei Wufu didn't say anything. He knew that Lin Shen couldn't run far. If he and the speedster died, Lin Shen would die too. It didn't really make much difference whether he ran or not. After the mutant dodged the bullet, it swung the fork in its hand and swept it across the waist towards the speedster. The speedster didn't even have time to fire a second shot. It can be seen that the mutant still has a slight advantage in speed. Its speed value may be the full value of 20. Of course, it is also possible that, like the dead powder, the speed value exceeded the upper limit of 20 and reached the over limit of 21, but Lin Shen felt that it was not as fast as the dead powder, and it should not have reached 21. The speedster could only retreat quickly, and fired another shot while retreating. And the bullet still shot at the mutant's face. This was Lin Shen's deliberate action, so that the speedster kept shooting at the mutant's face. At such a close distance, the mutant turned around to dodge the bullet, and at the same time swung the fork in a big circle and swept it towards the speedster again. "Now!" Lin Shen suddenly roared. The speedster did not retreat but advanced, almost rushing to the mutant and firing a shot at his face. Almost at the moment when the bullet was fired, the mutant's fork swept the speedster's waist, sweeping the speedster to the side, with his waist obviously twisted, and the alloy spine seemed to be broken. Because the distance was too close, the mutant had to twist his neck to avoid the bullet. A green light flashed in the air and shot at the left eye of the mutant, who was swinging his neck to avoid the bullet. The ruby-like eye was pierced by the green leaf, causing the mutant to reach out painfully to grab the green leaf stuck in the eye. Wei Wufu saw that Lin Shen actually rushed to the mutant at the same time, and his speed was faster than the bullet fired by the speedster. Even seeing Lin Shen's speed, Wei Wufu still didn't think it was a good decision for Lin Shen to rush over. He could see that Lin Shen was a guy without any mutation. He didn't know what means he used to be able to burst out at such speed for a short time. Not to mention that such speed was not much faster than the mutant creature. Even if it was faster than the mutant creature, his strength was not enough to hurt the mutant creature. Rushing over was no different from committing suicide. Especially when Lin Shen actually used one finger to hit the mutant creature's waist with all his strength. Wei Wufu thought that Lin Shen's finger would definitely break, and the mutant creature would definitely be unharmed. Bang! Lin Shen's finger hit a depression in the mutant's waist, making a dull sound and Lin Shen's painful groan. As Wei Wufu expected, Lin Shen's finger bones were broken and twisted into a state that made people feel chilled. And as Wei Wufu thought, the mutant creature was unharmed. Even if Lin Shen attacked its weak ribs, it still couldn't hurt it at all. But everything that happened next made Wei Wufu stay there. The mutant creature stood there motionless, holding the fork in one hand and the blade in the other, like a robot that suddenly ran out of power. It hurt so much. Lin Shen grimaced in pain, his twisted fingers swollen like carrots. Wei Wufu looked at Lin Shen with a strange look, as if he was seeing him for the first time. He had seen Lin Shen hold down a speedster, but he had never thought that he could hold down this mutant creature. What kind of power was that? Wei Wufu had never heard of it. A human without mutation can actually have such speed and incomprehensible means. Lin Shen is a man of some quality. Don't move, come here. Wei Wufu saw Lin Shen take out a bottle of medicine from his pocket and was about to apply it on his finger, and suddenly said. Lin Shen was already accustomed to Wei Wufu's style of speaking, and was too lazy to ask again. He dragged his heavy body and moved to Wei Wufu's side. Squat down, hand. Wei Wufu said again. Lin Shen understood what he meant, squatted down, and stretched out his injured finger in front of him. Wei Wufu's fingers flashed, and he suddenly stroked Lin Shen's injured finger. Immediately, a crisp sound was heard, and Lin Shen screamed in pain. Apply medicine, Wei Wufu said. Lin Shen's scream stopped. After the instantaneous pain passed, his fingers didn't hurt that much, and he felt much better. Looking down, he found that the twisted fingers had straightened. Without saying anything else, Lin Shen poured out a few drops of medicine from the bottle and smeared them on the injured finger, but his eyes were always fixed on the mutant. Fortunately, the mutant was not as strong as the dead powder. Its acupoints were pressed and it could not move anymore. However, Lin Shen did not know how long the acupoint pressing effect would last. He looked at the speed gunman. His spine was broken. Although he was not dead yet, he could not even crawl and could not shoot anymore. Lin Shen gritted his teeth and moved in front of the mutant. He reached out to pull out the leaf blade inserted in its eyes, but the leaf blade was pinched by it. No matter how hard Lin Shen tried, he could not make the leaf blade move at all. You have no mutation. Wei Wufu looked at Lin Shen with a strange look and asked. He was very sure that Lin Shen had no mutation before, but now he doubted his judgment. No. Lin Shen lowered his hands helplessly, looked at Wei Wufu and said, You can still move your hands, can you come and kill it yourself? If you can't kill Give it to you. Wei Wufu took out something and threw it to Lin Shen. Lin Shen reached out to catch it and found that it was an egg. Yes, it was an egg, not a genetically modified egg. Genetically modified eggs are all metal or crystal shells, and this egg is like chicken eggs and duck eggs, with a grayish-white shell, thin and fragile. It is a little smaller, slightly larger than a pigeon egg. I'm not hungry. Lin Shen thought Wei Wufu asked him to eat this egg. Not to mention that he was not hungry, even. If he was hungry, eating such a small egg would not be a problem. No, use it for genetic modification. Wei Wufu said. Use this egg for genetic modification. Are you sure? Lin Shen's mind was full of question marks. How can you use this thing to genetically modify? He thought Wei Wufu was joking with him, but looking at Wei Wufu's expression, he didn't mean to joke at all. If you want to live, use it to mutate. Wei Wufu saw Lin Shen's doubts and continued. Lin Shen still couldn't believe that this thing could mutate, and even if it could, it would be a long process, at least 3 to 5 days, at most half a month, and at most 1 to 2 months. How could he mutate in such a place? I'm afraid that before he could complete the mutation, the acupoints would have become ineffective, and the mutant would come over and kill him with a fork. Very strong, fast, difficult, success will live, failure will die. Wei Wufu said again. Lin Shen had completely adapted to Wei Wufu's way of speaking. He knew that what Wei Wufu was saying was that this egg had great potential and could be used for genetic transformation very quickly. Their current situation is very difficult. Lin Shen must undergo a genetic transformation so that they can successfully survive. If they fail, their current situation will definitely be a dead end. Are you really sure this thing is a genetically modified egg? Are you sure? You didn't take it by mistake? This is really not the small boiled egg you brought? Lin Shen confirmed again. Because no matter how he looked at it, it was just an ordinary bird egg, and it had nothing to do with a genetically modified egg. You're afraid, give it back to me. Wei Wufu said. Then let me try. Lin Shen thought to himself, if this is an ordinary egg, then he has nothing to lose. If it is, like Wei Wufu said, this egg has great potential, then he will make a profit. For a guy as strong as Wei Wufu, the genetically modified eggs that he can say are strong cannot be ordinary goods. But why haven't I heard of any genetic eggs that can allow people to complete genetic changes in a very short period of time? Now that he had made a decision, Lin Shen no longer hesitated. He was not a sloppy person. After taking a look at the mutated creature that was completely unable to move, Lin Shen picked up the genetically modified egg that looked like a bird's egg, opened his mouth and swallowed it. Yes, swallowed whole. Humans who have not been genetically modified cannot actually directly swallow the genetically modified fluid or the base fluid in the genetically modified eggs. Generally, they need to refine and create a base fluid injection first, and then inject it into the body according to the dose. Humans after genetic change can directly swallow part of the genetic change fluid, but there are certain risks. The nature of the genetic fluid is more like a virus. Humans infected by it gradually coexist with the virus and try to control the virus to make it a part of themselves. Of course, this is just a metaphor. In fact, the properties of genetic fluid and viruses are somewhat different. If a human being without genetic change wants to complete genetic change, he needs to swallow a complete genetically modified egg, including the shell, and change his body structure through its infection. Because a large number of transgenic fluid injections have been used before, which is probably equivalent to a lot of vaccines, the risk of this kind of infection is actually not great. After all, the lowest grade, steel-grade genetically modified eggs are used. If the genetically modified eggs fail, the most they will cause is a headache or a fever, which is about the same as catching a cold. When Wei Wufu saw Lin Shen swallowing the egg, there was a hint of recognition in his eyes, and he thought to himself, 6 people who have used the number 14 original egg have died, and no one has died yet. To be able to succeed, Lin Shen can still be so calm even though he knows that failure will lead to death. He is indeed an extraordinary person. Maybe he can really succeed. Wei Wufu himself didn't realize that it was his damn expression that misled Lin Shen. The reason why Lin Shen was misled was because he had never heard of such a thing as death if a genetic mutation failed. He had no such concept in his mind and was completely unaware of the problem, so he misunderstood it. Of course, if Lin Shen knew, he might be more interested. The third brother and the fourth brother had been trying to persuade him not to rush into genetic transformation. They wanted to find him a genetically modified egg with strong enough potential. If Lin Shen knew the origin of this egg, I'm afraid he would still do the same thing in the end. Choose. Of course, there is another important reason that prompted him to make such a decision, that is, he has no useful pets. With this body alone, it is difficult for him to even walk. If he does not immediately enhance his survivability, he will still be a human being. Die. Under normal circumstances, swallowing genetically modified eggs can still be dealt with first, but now naturally there is no such condition. Fortunately, the egg was not big, so Lin Shen reluctantly swallowed it whole. As soon as the egg entered his belly, Lin Shen already knew that this was really no ordinary bird egg, but a genetically modified egg. Almost as soon as the genetically modified egg entered the abdomen, a chill that almost froze the person came out of the abdomen and spread to the whole body in an instant. Lin Shen immediately lost control of his body and fell straight to the ground, but his nerves became extremely sensitive. If a hair fell on his skin, he would feel pain on his skin. Even if the dust touches his skin when it falls, his skin will immediately become red and swollen. It hurts, it really hurts. Lin Shen had never realized that there was so much dust in the air before. The dust that was usually invisible fell on Lin Shen, giving Lin Shen the feeling of being pricked with needles all over his body. Wei Wufu looked at Lin Shen, who was lying motionless on the ground, and had a lot of thoughts in his mind. The reason why the original seed egg number 14 is called the original seed egg, rather than the genetically modified egg, is because its origin is fundamentally different from the ordinary genetically modified egg. More than 200 years ago, various genetically modified organisms suddenly appeared all over the world. Those genetically modified organisms originally came out of the genetically modified zone. Most people have no idea about genetically modified areas. They only know that they are areas where genetically modified organisms gather. What they don't know is why the genetically modified organisms gather in the genetically modified area, and they don't know why the genetically modified organisms begin to appear in the genetically modified area. People like Wei Wufu know very well that the reason why the genetically modified area becomes a genetically modified area is because of the existence of original eggs. It is precisely because these original eggs that came from unknown sources fell all over the world and infected nearby creatures, causing those creatures to undergo genetic changes, that led to the emergence of genetically modified organisms. After more than 200 years of efforts, a small number of original eggs in the mutation zone fell into the hands of humans. The Base Alliance counted a total of 16 known original eggs, 11 of which have been used for mutation. It is unknown how many have not been counted. Every human who uses original eggs for mutation is much stronger than those who use mutation eggs for mutation, and can be called a monster among mutationists. Except for the two who have died, all other humans who use original eggs for mutation have become the best among human mutationists, and are truly at the top of the pyramid. It's just that using original eggs for mutation is very dangerous, and almost every known original egg has a life. The original egg in Wei Wufu's hand is codenamed 14 in the Base Alliance's data. It is the 14th original egg that has been discovered and recorded. The 14th original egg has been discovered for more than 70 years. 6 humans have tried to use it for mutation, and all of them died without exception. Each of the 6 people before had made sufficient preparations, and their physical fitness and other aspects were already at the peak of ordinary humans, but they still failed. Wei Wufu could see that Lin Shen's physical fitness had also reached the limit of ordinary humans, which was the most basic condition for using the original egg mutation. Without such conditions, it would almost certainly fail, and with such conditions, the possibility of failure was also very high. Lin Shen had such physical fitness, but at this age he had not yet undergone a mutation. In Wei Wufu's opinion, wasn't this just waiting for the original egg? For some reason, Wei Wufu felt that Lin Shen might succeed, because some of the things Lin Shen did made him feel unbelievable, and seemed a little unscientific. Silk has emerged. Wei Wufu saw white silk that was many times thinner than hair and looked like fine fluff coming out of Lin Shen's skin, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Lin Shen was experiencing indescribable pain, even cramps and knocking of the marrow. If he could make a sound, his throat would probably be torn apart. Unfortunately, he couldn't even move his lips and eyeballs, let alone scream. He couldn't even blink. Lin Shen had heard people say before that the process of genetic mutation was similar to the process of butterfly transformation. The process of insects transforming into butterflies is called complete metamorphosis, and the body structure will undergo earth-shaking changes, as if it has evolved from one life form to another. Some people even say that insects are actually just a placenta that can move, and the butterfly that grows in the placenta will dissolve and absorb the placenta after a certain period of time. This statement is of course unfounded. The process of human genetic mutation is also a reorganization of the body structure. The shell of the genetic mutation egg melts, decomposes, becomes silk, and forms figurines. The base fluid inside is integrated with the human body to build a new steel body. This process is similar to the process of breaking rice into powder and then adding other materials to stir to make rice flour. The pain can be imagined. Of course, the transformation does not require the body to be broken into pieces, but the process of the base fluid merging into the whole body is also very painful, which can be said to be excruciating. The higher the quality of the base fluid egg, the more painful the process will be. Lin Shen only heard that base fluid mutation was painful, but he did not expect it to be so painful. White filaments grew out of his body, intertwined together, and gradually turned into an oval white figurine. Wei Wufu's expression was a little complicated. Before Lin Shen, none of the humans who tried to use the number 14 original egg for base fluid mutation could reach the stage of forming a figurine. They all died not long after swallowing the original egg. Lin Shen was able to form a figurine, which means that the shell of the original egg has melted and decomposed in his body into a new structure, which is half successful. Next, it depends on whether Lin Shen's body can withstand the combination with the base fluid, which can also be understood as whether it can coexist with foreign viruses. When Wei Wufu was staring at the figurine formed by Lin Shen, he suddenly seemed to sense something and turned his head to look at the mutant creature that was pointed at. The mutant creature trembled slightly, which made Wei Wufu frown slightly. After a moment of hesitation, Wei Wufu pressed his hands on the ground and jumped up. Unfortunately, the lower part of his body was shaking and did not obey his command, which greatly affected his speed. Wei Wufu rushed to the mutant and pointed his finger at the depression on the mutant's waist, which was exactly the position Lin Shen had pointed before. The power of his finger was many times stronger than Lin Shen's, and the depression was pressed down a little more. Unfortunately, when Wei Wufu looked up at the mutant, he found that the mutant's body trembled. What method did he use? Why can he do it, but I can't? Wei Wufu sighed. In his heart, stretched out his hands to support the ground, jumped up again, and then clapped his hands, and pushed the mutant's body out directly. The mutant rolled more than 10 meters on the ground before stopping. The gravity here is too strong, and it is not easy to push it so far. Wei Wufu just wants to delay as much time as possible. According to the data, humans who use the original egg gene mutation will be very fast. Death is quick, and success is also quick, without having to stay in the figurine for days or months. Like the mutated egg. Most of them complete the mutated form within 3 to 10 minutes after forming the figurine, and can directly break out of the figurine. Wei Wufu only needs to hold on until Lin Shen breaks out of the figurine. With Lin Shen's magical means, plus the iron body transformed by the original egg, it may be difficult to defeat this mutant creature, but the hope of escape will be greatly increased. Wei Wufu looked at the mutant creature lying on the ground in the distance, its body trembling constantly, and calculated how much time he could delay if the mutant creature recovered its ability to move first. Not enough. Wei Wufu looked at the watch on his wrist and muttered to himself. The mutant creature's body trembled more and more, and it seemed that it would recover its ability to move at any time. From the time Lin Shen formed the figurine to now, less than a minute has passed. No matter how fast Lin Shen is, it will take more than 3 minutes. Wei Wufu pressed the ground with both hands again and crawled towards the mutant creature in the distance. Coming to the mutant, whose body was shaking violently, Wei Wufu pushed the mutant's body and continued to push it away. Not long after pushing, the mutant's body suddenly shook, then raised its arms, and the body also moved, but it looked a little stiff. Like a robot performing in breakdancing. Without saying a word, Wei Wufu rolled directly behind the mutant and locked its neck with his arms in a naked choke. This move can be used on humans, by applying pressure to the human carotid artery, so that the brain lacks blood supply and falls into a coma for a short time. It is naturally not so effective when used on mutants. In addition, Wei Wufu's legs cannot exert force to wrap around the mutant, so the effect is even smaller. This is also Wei Wufu's helpless choice. Fighting the mutant head-on is not advisable, it will only die faster. Behind it, at least it is not easy for its claws and legs to touch Wei Wufu. Like humans, its arms do not have the ability to flip backwards, at least they cannot flip over completely. Wei Wufu just wanted to delay the situation as long as possible, as long as he could. Delay it until Lin Shen broke out of the terracotta warriors. The mutant's body quickly returned to normal. He ignored Wei Wufu's throat, grabbing him, and pulled out the blade that had pierced his eyes with one hand and threw it aside. As the blade was pulled out, the mutant's eye injury recovered at a speed visible to the naked eye and soon recovered completely. That's why Wei Wufu said he couldn't kill it when he fought with the mutant in the sea. He had severely damaged the mutant many times, but the mutant's recovery speed was too fast and it couldn't be killed at all. In the end, Wei Wufu used his life-saving ability to severely injure the mutant's body to the point where it was almost torn into pieces, making it difficult for it to recover for a while, which temporarily scared the mutant away. It was a pity that Wei Wufu's own body also had problems because of using that kind of power. He fainted after climbing onto the beach, and his legs were difficult to recover. For a while, the mutant reached back with one hand to grab Wei Wufu's head, and his dagger, like nails, scratched Wei Wufu's cheek and pierced into the sand. Wei Wufu locked its neck, swaying his body left and right, dodging the mutant's grabs again and again. The mutant's other hand dropped the fork and grabbed Wei Wufu behind him. Seeing that he couldn't escape, Wei Wufu could only loosen the arm that locked its neck, pressed hard on the sand, and rolled out. "Come, kill me." Wei Wufu tried to provoke the mutant with words to attract the mutant's attention. The mutant also has emotions. It stands to reason that Wei Wufu would want to kill Wei Wufu first, after doing this to it. But for some reason, after the mutant looked at Wei Wufu, he picked up the red fork on the ground and turned around without hesitation to rush towards the figurine made by Lin Shen. This was beyond Wei Wufu's expectations, and his reaction was fast enough. He pressed his hands on the ground and burst out with all his strength. Like a cannonball flying close to the ground, he caught up with the mutant, hugged one of its legs with both hands, and twisted it hard, twisting the mutant to the ground. The mutant kicked back with its other leg. Wei Wufu's legs were unable to move, so he could not dodge at all. He could only loosen one hand and hold its other leg. I thought that after being tossed around by Wei Wufu, the mutant would be angry and fight him to the death. Who knew that after the mutant's legs were held by Wei Wufu, after raising the red fork in his hand, he did not stab Wei Wufu, who was holding its legs, but swung it with all his strength, and the red fork broke through the air and stabbed at the figurine made by Lin Shen. Wei Wufu also reacted very quickly. Almost at the same time when the mutant raised the fork, he loosened one hand, grabbed a stone in the sand beside him, and threw it at the fork thrown by the mutant with all his strength. Unfortunately, the stone was too small and not tough enough. It hit the red fork and immediately exploded into powder. Although it also caused the trajectory of the fork to deviate slightly, it was only a little bit, and it still flew towards the figurine. This was all Wei Wufu could do. There was nothing else he could use. His legs were difficult to move, and he couldn't catch up with the fork that was thrown out. The fork was inserted diagonally into the figurine, and it actually penetrated the figurine directly, which made Wei Wufu a little stunned. The original egg looks ordinary, but it is not ordinary. The strength is much higher than that of ordinary steel-based mutant eggs, and the figurines it transforms into are also stronger than ordinary steel figurines. Although the mutant is alloy grade, the fork has been partially unloaded by the stone, and coupled with the firmness of the figurine itself, it should not be penetrated. Being penetrated so easily can only mean that the strength of the figurine is much lower than Wei Wufu expected. How could it be? It's wrong, it's too weak in comparison. Wei Wufu couldn't help but mutter to himself. What he was thinking in his heart was, how could the strength be so low? Something was wrong. Compared with the people who used the original egg-forming figurine before, the strength of Lin Shen's figurine was much weaker. I don't know why, but it turned out like that when he said it. The mutant creature seemed to have some special obsession with Lin Shen, and I don't know if it was because Lin Shen pressed its acupoints or for some other reason. The figurine had been penetrated, but because it was a little off and not penetrated from the middle, the mutant creature was relentless and dragged Wei Wufu step by step towards the figurine. Wei Wufu couldn't use his legs to exert force, and he couldn't stop it from moving towards the figurine by holding the mutant's legs with both hands. Just as Wei Wufu's brain was spinning wildly, thinking about how to stop the mutant creature from delaying time, the mutant creature suddenly stopped by itself. Wei Wufu didn't know what happened. He looked up at the position of the figurine, wondering what happened and why the mutant stopped by itself. As far as his eyes could see, Wei Wufu saw that the red fork stuck in the figurine was actually steaming. The steam was getting thicker and thicker. In just a moment, the metal rod of the red fork gradually turned golden red, and the color became brighter and brighter, looking like the state of steel being burned red. In fact, Wei Wufu and the mutant both felt the scorching heat emanating from the red fork, otherwise the mutant would not stop. In just a short while, the red fork had completely turned into a crystal gold color, which was very similar to the steel that was about to melt under calcination. Wei Wufu found it difficult to understand why the temperature was so high. Genetic mutation is not steelmaking. At such a high temperature, people would be burned to ashes. What is there to do with genetic mutation? Could it be that the energy of the original egg is too strong, producing such a high temperature? Wouldn't that mean Lin Shen is doomed? No wonder those who wanted to mutate with the 14th gene died in the end. Such a terrifying energy, let alone a human, even a body of steel, can't withstand it and will be melted. Wei Wufu thought to himself. The mutant also stared at the red-hot fork with a puzzled look. The hardness of the fork was the same as its body. If the fork could be burned like this, it would also be burned like that, which made it a little suspicious. The scene fell into a strange silence for a while. The original sense of urgency of life and death was gone, but it seemed even more tense and exciting. Just when the fork was about to melt, a sudden chill came out. The temperature of the fork dropped rapidly, and it turned from gold to red in an instant. After the condensation, although the fork was still red, it became translucent, as if it had turned from metal to crystal. The mutant's eyes showed ecstasy, and it seemed that its fork had turned into a crystal-based material. Crack! Just as the mutant was surprised, the fork suddenly broke, just like tempered glass shattered, breaking into countless crystal particles and falling on the beach. Lin Shen, dead? Wei Wufu saw this scene and felt that Lin Shen in the figurine should be dead. The alloy fork was broken into this state, and Lin Shen in the figurine should be dead. Even if Lin Shen could survive the extreme heat at the beginning, he couldn't survive the final condensation. Not to mention that Lin Shen didn't have a base change, even an alloy base changer might not be able to survive, and the alloy fork was the best proof. The mutant seemed to think so, and its eyes had shifted from the figurine to Wei Wufu, who was holding its legs. Crack! Another crisp sound immediately attracted Wei Wufu and the mutant's eyes back to the figurine. I saw dense cracks appearing on the figurine. The next moment, the whole figurine broke apart with a crash, revealing A figure that was originally wrapped in the figurine. The polished steel armor that looked like a mirror tightly wrapped. A slender and strong body. The armor, which seemed to be made of a mirror, reflected dazzling light from different angles under the sunlight, and was as beautiful as a dream. The sky and the sea were reflected on the armor, making it more mysterious and profound. The mutant stared at Lin Shen, subconsciously raised his legs to rush towards Lin Shen, but found that his legs were still tightly held by Wei Wufu, and he could not rush out. But stumbled and almost fell. "Old Wei, let it go." Lin Shen's voice came from the armor. Wei Wufu was slightly startled, wondering why Lin Shen did not attack now, but asked him to let go of the mutant. "This guy is an alloy-grade mutant, not an ordinary alloy. The original egg-based steel grade can indeed kill the opponent, but it is not easy, not to mention that the opponent is a mutant alloy creature. Lin Shen has just successfully transformed and become a steel-grade creature, so he should not be that strong." Wei Wufu still let go of his hand. As Lin Shen said, the mutant creature, which had no power to restrain it, did not rush towards Lin Shen. Immediately, a pair of ruby-like eyes looked at Lin Shen in doubt. It did not rush towards Lin Shen, but Lin Shen walked towards it step by step. With Lin Shen's footsteps, the mirror-like steel armor on its body gradually exuded an endless burning breath, and gradually seemed to be burned red, gradually turned into golden red, and then golden yellow. The brilliant color carried a burning breath, just like a Holy Spirit warrior burning life. The mutant creature subconsciously took a half step back. The next second, the mutant creature was furious for its cowardice, and it seemed difficult to accept that it would be scared away by a steel creature. When it was about to rush towards Lin Shen, it suddenly saw white clouds rising from Lin Shen's brilliant armor that was emitting scorching heat. The temperature on the brilliant armor dropped sharply and no longer showed that brilliant brilliance. When the mutant saw Lin Shen coming from the rising clouds, its pupils suddenly shrank, as if it saw something that made it feel extremely terrified. In the place where the clouds could not cover, the armor on Lin Shen's body actually showed a translucent crystal state. With just one glance, the mutant creature quickly retreated without hesitation, like a lost dog, turning around and jumping into the sea, desperately diving into the depths of the sea. Crystal-based level? Wei Wufu stared at Lin Shen, who walked out of the clouds. The translucent crystal armor exuded a crystal-clear brilliance in the sun, which was more dreamy and incredible than when he was wearing mirror armor. "Old Wei, I'll carry you on my back. Let's find a hidden place first." Lin Shen came to Wei Wufu and stretched out his hand. "I have a hand." Wei Wufu supported his body with both hands and crawled forward. His speed was still very fast. Lin Shen could hardly keep up with him even if he walked on his two legs. The two rushed to the reef area and finally hid behind a relatively hidden reef. While rushing on the translucent armor on Lin Shen's body had gradually become turbid. Now it was completely no longer transparent. Not long after sitting down, it returned to the mirror steel armor before. Lin Shen certainly couldn't be a crystal base level. He just looked very similar. Sitting down against the reef, Lin Shen looked at the information displayed on his watch. User, Super Base Steel Creature, Evolvable. Strength, 11. Speed, 11. Hardness, 11. Toughness, 11. Base mutation rate, 1%. Theoretical upper limit of the activity of a living organism, 200 years. Base mutation talent, super base transformation. Super-base steel creatures is another term that Lin Shen has never heard of. It seems that superbases may correspond to mutations, or a higher grade than mutations. Could this superbase be related to those fire seeds that failed to evolve into superbases? Lin Shen guessed in his heart. All 4 stats are 11, which is a little higher than the full values of the 4 stats of the steel level that Lin Shen has heard of. With the example of dead fans before, Lin Shen does not find it strange. The term base change rate has actually been heard before, but there is no such detailed data. If the steel level wants to be promoted to the alloy level, it needs to absorb base change liquid. The more base change liquid absorbed, the better the quality, and the higher the success rate of being promoted to the alloy level in the future. I think this base change rate is the intuitive reflection of the success rate of base change after absorbing the base change liquid. The theoretical activity limit of a living body should be how long it can live in theory. It was 100 years before the base change, and now it is 200 years, which has doubled. The base change talent superbasization is the ability to make Lin Shen's steel body look like a crystal base. Because there is no detailed information, according to Lin Shen's own understanding of superbasicization. This talent is somewhat similar to the tempering of glass or the heat treatment commonly used when forging steel. The tempering of glass and the heat treatment of steel are essentially a technology which heats glass or steel to a state where it is almost melted but not melted, and then cools it quickly to increase the strength of glass or steel. The blessing of superbasicization to the body of steel is very similar, but there are also differences. After heating, the hardness of glass or steel will decrease. The hardness decreases during this period of time. After rapid cooling, the hardness will increase. During the heating process of superbasicization, the hardness not only does not decrease, but also continues to increase. After extremely rapid cooling, the hardness is greatly increased. Not only the hardness, but in this process, all the surroundings will be greatly enhanced, even the speed and strength will be enhanced at the same time. Superbasicization also has its shortcomings. After heat treatment, glass and steel will normally maintain the effect of strengthening. However, superbasicization cannot be maintained all the time and will slowly return to its previous state. Moreover, using superbase transformation consumes a lot of energy. Just like now, Lin Shen feels like his body has been hollowed out, and he is very hungry. It is difficult to maintain the state of steel body. After removing the steel body, Lin Shen took out the steel spiked turtle base transformation liquid he had collected before and drank a few sips. If there was a choice, Lin Shen would not want to drink these unprocessed base transformation liquids directly, but unfortunately there was no choice now. He could only replenish his physical strength. After drinking a few big gulps, after the base transformation liquid entered his stomach, Lin Shen felt that his body was like a dry sponge encountering water, and quickly absorbed the base transformation liquid. After drinking the base transformation liquid several times in a row, Lin Shen felt that his condition was much better. Not long after drinking the base transformation liquid, the watch vibrated again. Absorbing steel base transformation liquid. Base transformation rate +0. Absorbing steel base transformation liquid. Base transformation rate +0. Lin Shen drank so much base transformation liquid, but the base transformation rate did not increase at all. Would you like some? Lin Shen handed the water bag filled with genetic mutation liquid to Wei Wufu. Wei Wufu was not polite, took the water bag and filled a lot, wiped his mouth, and gave it back to Lin Shen. Mutation? Wei Wufu looked at Lin Shen and asked. Is the genetic mutation egg you gave me a mutant genetic mutation egg? Lin Shen pondered and asked back. It seemed that Wei Wufu did not know the true quality of the genetic mutation egg. No, the original egg, number 14. Wei Wufu replied. Lin Shen said with some distress, Old Wei, I have little education, low cultural level, and very limited understanding ability. Can you trouble me to explain it in a more popular way? Social phobia, it's hard to say. Wei Wufu replied. You, social phobia. Lin Shen looked at Wei Wufu with a strange look. Who would have thought that this strong man like an iron tower, with a cool and cold expression all day long, could turn people with poor psychological quality into social phobia with just one look at anyone, and he would actually be a social phobia. Then, let's talk slowly. Lin Shen had no choice but to patiently chat with Wei Wufu. When he was undergoing genetic mutation, he had already realized that there was something wrong with the genetic mutation egg. The entire genetic mutation process was very different from what he had heard before. When he was mutating, he really felt like his body was melted and reconstructed. Thinking about the pain now still makes Lin Shen shudder. After a long chat with Wei Wufu, Lin Shen finally roughly understood what was going on. 6 died before me? Lin Shen was suddenly a little scared. Now, according to Wei Wufu, there are also strong and weak mutators who use the original egg mutator. But no matter how weak, it is still a mutant mutator, which is much stronger than the average mutator. Wei Wufu actually doesn't know much information, because most mutators who use the original egg mutator will not easily tell others about their mutation information, and most of the information about them is also judged from their actual combat performance. What is certain is that Wei Wufu himself is a mutator who uses the original egg mutator. He started as a mutated steel creature, and later after being promoted to the alloy level, he became a mutated alloy level. From Wei Wufu's mouth, Lin Shen also learned a very critical piece of information. Mutant base mutators can only increase their base mutation rate by absorbing the base mutation fluid of mutant creatures. Ordinary base mutation fluid is ineffective for them. Where can I find super base creatures? Lin Shen smiled bitterly, not knowing whether he was lucky or not. If he could not find super base creatures, would he have to stay at the steel level forever? It would be difficult for him to break through in this life. Old Wei, is your leg okay? When Lin Shen looked at Wei Wufu, he saw Wei Wufu making a silent gesture to him. Lin Shen immediately shut up, and then followed Wei Wufu's gaze and looked out from the gap between the reefs. He opened his mouth in surprise. What did I see? Is that an angel? Am I dead? Is this world the legendary paradise? Lin Shen saw a handsome creature wearing a white robe, with white wings on his back and golden curly hair, flying on the sea. It was obviously not a base mutated creature, let alone a human. Lin Shen could only think that it was a creature in myth and legend. No, not dead, no, planet. Wei Wufu said in a low voice. You mean, this is on another planet? In other words, that angel-like guy is an alien? Lin Shen understood what Wei Wufu meant, but was even more surprised. Originally he thought he was in the cave inside Calabash Mountain, but he didn't expect that he had left his own planet and came to other planets. Yes. Wei Wufu answered affirmatively, but kept staring at the angel flying on the sea, and then continued, heavenly beings are in danger. How do you know he is a celestial being? Lin Shen asked doubtfully. In the past, there were many dangers. The universe and humans were very weak. Wei Wufu emphasized. The word danger again. What Wei Wufu probably means is that he has seen many celestial beings before, and they are very dangerous creatures. In the universe, humans are a very weak race. So, you have been to other planets before, and you have been to many planets? Lin Shen became more and more surprised. Yes. Wei Wufu nodded again, still staring at the angel on the sea. This world is far more complicated than I imagined. Lin Shen saw from a distance that the person on that day was also wearing a black thing on their wrist. Although he couldn't see the details clearly, but judging from the general appearance, it should also be on their wrist. The same transmission device. Some people have speculated that genetically modified creatures are alien creatures for a long time, but it has always been just a guess. Now it seems that it is not a guess, but people who know the truth choose to hide the truth for some unknown purpose. Tian seemed to be looking for something on the sea. After flying back and forth several times, he probably didn't find what he was looking for. After wandering on the sea for a long time, just when Lin Shen thought he had not found what he was looking for and was about to fly away, he saw the heavenly man stopping in the air. What is he doing? Lin Shen saw Tian stretching one of his arms, but because the distance was a bit far away, it was not clear what the meaning of this action was. Lin Shen looked at Wei Wufu, who shook his head. Obviously he didn't know what the heavenly man was doing. The two watched for a while, and suddenly found that the sea water below Tian was surging up, and the waves were much larger than before. Suddenly, the waves on the sea surface exploded, and a huge figure broke through the waves, jumped into the air, and rushed towards the heavenly being suspended in the air. Crystal-based creature. Lin Shen opened his mouth slightly, surprised by the size and beauty of the crystal-based creature. The whole body is blue, like aquamarine, like the legendary crystal sky swallowing python. The part that breaks out of the sea is already dozens of meters long. Under the sunlight, the countless scales on the blue body reflected the light, making it extremely bright and gorgeous. With such a huge body, I don't know how much it weighs. The momentum of breaking through the sea is really a bit like swallowing the sky and eclipsing the sun. Lin Shen couldn't help but think to himself, it's hard to imagine how there can be such huge creatures on a planet with such strong gravity. Shouldn't the stronger the gravity of the planet, the smaller the size of the creatures? If we can find the basis of this giant python, if I transform into an egg and sign a blood contract with him, it would be a pity how powerful my power will be. The giant python opened its huge mouth and swallowed the heavenly being in the sky. Compared with that, the body of the heavenly being was really small and pitiful. The next second, Lin Shen saw the white robe on Tianren's body tearing apart, and the white jade-like substance quickly overflowed from his body, instantly covering his whole body and condensing into a white jade carapace. Even the wings on his back were coated with a layer of white jade. Very thin jade layer. From a distance, the man looked like a statue of an angel warrior, carved from crystal white jade, showing majesty in his holiness. The heavenly man's wings fluttered, and he flew across the sky like a thunderous giant. A white jade foot stepped on the top of the giant python. As if the giant python was hit hard, the giant python soaring into the sky suddenly fell back into the sea, causing waves tens of meters high. Taking advantage of the victory, Tian pursued the python and rushed towards the giant python in the sea. Before it could reach him, a giant tail suddenly swung out from the waves nearby and slapped Tian hard. The celestial being had no time to dodge, so he blocked his body with his arms and withstood the blow from the giant tail. His body immediately flew out like a cannonball, flying dozens of meters in the air and crashing into the sea water. Being hit by such a terrifying force, even a crystal-level person wouldn't be able to withstand it, right? Lin Shen murmured to himself. The giant python turned over and dived under the sea surface. The sea water suddenly rolled even more fiercely. Countless turbulent currents stirred up water columns like fountains, as if continuous volcanic eruptions were continuously erupting on the surrounding sea surface. Surge. It seemed that the heavenly man was not killed, but actually fought with the giant python in the sea. Obviously he has wings, but he has to give up his own advantages to fight the crystal-level blue giant python in the sea. Is he brainless or is he strong enough to ignore the impact of the environment? Lin Shen asked. Strong. Wei Wufu said the word strong, and he didn't know whether he was referring to the heavenly being or the giant python. From time to time, a body of a giant python appeared on the surface of the sea, but no celestial being was ever seen emerging from the water. On the turbulent sea, a water column that was 100 meters high suddenly exploded, and the body of the heavenly man was thrown out of the water column. The giant python emerged from the waves like a shadow, opened its mouth to swallow the sky, and swallowed the heavenly being whole in one mouthful. Heavenly beings don't seem to be very good at it, Lin Shen said secretly. But the next second, Lin Shen saw a big hole exploded in the abdomen of the giant python, and the celestial being rushed out of the hole. Boom! The body of the giant python fell freely and hit the sea surface. The surging waves rushed onto the beach, flooding the hiding place of Lin Shen and Wei Wufu. Fortunately, the waves came and went quickly. After the waves receded, the celestial being pulled the body of the giant python and walked onto the beach step by step. It may be that the celestial being consumed too much energy in the battle. Or it may be that the body of the giant python was too heavy. Without the buoyancy of the sea water, the celestial being could not drag its body halfway to the beach. Plop! The celestial being fell straight to the ground and lay on his back on the beach without moving. The hole in the abdomen of the giant python continued to flow out of the base transformation liquid, but the celestial being still did not move, as if he was dead. You, stay, I, go. Wei Wufu supported his body with both hands and crawled towards the body of the giant python. Lin Shen roughly guessed that Wei Wufu wanted to drink the python's base transformation liquid. Maybe that thing would be useful for his body injury. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Shen did not go out and continued to hide behind the reef. Wei Wufu crawled closer, looked up and down at the person for a moment, and crawled directly to the wound of the python, opened his mouth and drank the blue base transformation liquid. That flowed out. Friend, that's my prey. I don't think I invited you to enjoy my prey? A hoarse voice sounded behind Wei Wufu. Wei Wufu turned his head and saw that the person actually slowly climbed up from the ground, staring at Wei Wufu with a cold look and said, "Aliens also speak Mandarin?" Lin Shen was confused for a moment when he heard the angel speak. More than 200 years ago, when human science and technology were at their most advanced, no one could break out of the solar system, let alone discover aliens. Besides, how old is humankind? How long ago did Mandarin appear? Even if we set off in a light-speed spacecraft from the day Mandarin appeared, I'm afraid we haven't even reached the alien planet yet. Spreading Mandarin to aliens, who are you kidding? But that Mandarin's Mandarin was really standard, at least Lin Shen felt that he was definitely not as good as him. Seeing the white jade armor on his body disappearing and returning to his original appearance, with a smile on his face, Lin Shen felt a little awkward no matter how he looked at it. Wei Wufu wiped the genetic fluid from his mouth and said with a bit of embarrassment, "You're going to die, it's a waste." Lin Shen understood Wei Wufu. What Wei Wufu meant was that he thought the heavenly being was dead and the genetic change fluid was wasted when it flowed to the ground. But the gods don't understand Wei Wufu. His smiling face gradually turned cold. He stared at Wei Wufu and said, "You want me to die? It seems that I called you friend by mistake. A trash like you is not worthy of being me, friend, so you have no choice but to die." Lin Shen finally understood why Wei Wufu was afraid of others. The way he spoke, he was afraid of others if he was not afraid of others. Wei Wufu obviously felt that it was too troublesome to explain, so he simply refused to explain. "Pretend that you are weak and lie down," Wei Wufu said. Tian didn't know how he understood it, but he actually understood it anyway, and his face became even colder. "You said I was pretending, and you said I was weak, and you asked me to lie down and die? You have no strength," Wei Wufu said again. Okay, a mere crippled alloy human actually said that I have no power, then I will show you whether my Tianqin is powerful." Tian directly punched Wei Wufu, who was sitting there. Lin Shen was hesitant to go up and help. The heavenly being named Tianqin was too powerful. He was 2 levels higher than him. He didn't think he could kill that Tianqin after going 2 levels higher than him. Wei Wufu actually had no intention of hiding. He put one hand on the ground and made a fist with the other to meet him. The 2 fists collided together, and to Lin Shen's surprise, it turned out to be an even tie. Wei Wufu's upper body, where he was sitting, leaned back and bumped into the giant python. It didn't seem that the impact was serious, and he quickly sat up straight again. Body. Tianqin also took a few steps back, staggered, and almost fell to the ground. Wei Wufu was only at the alloy level, 1 level lower than Tianqin. This attack was evenly matched. Even Lin Shen could see that Tianqin's battle with the giant python just now consumed too much, and now he has no strength. Even it's possible that he was injured, but it's just not visible on the outside. "Stop pretending, lie down." Wei Wufu looked at Tianqin and said. Hearing this, Tianqin swallowed back the blood that reached his mouth, forced himself to stand there, and laughed angrily. Okay, a disabled alloy level scum dare to laugh at me. Today, I will let you look how easy it is to kill you, this scumbag." With that said, Tianqin took out a gun from nowhere, pointed the gun at Wei Wufu, and said coldly, "Savage and uncivilized country bumpkin, do you know what this is? Celestial beings also use guns?" Lin Shen was greatly surprised. He thought that Tianqin, who spoke so loudly, would come up with something earth-shattering, but it turned out to be just a revolver. The power of the pistol should not be enough to cause damage to mutant alloy gene changers like Wei Wufu. Lin Shen was a little confused. What was he doing with a gun at this time? Could it be some high-tech product like a laser gun? Lin Shen previously thought that he would bring out some powerful genetically modified pet capsule pistol. Wei Wufu rarely said a complete sentence, and his eyes became a little solemn. "I didn't expect you, a savage and uncivilized country bumpkin, to be knowledgeable Enough to recognize a pet capsule pistol. Tian was a little surprised, but immediately returned to his arrogant posture, holding the pistol and said, "This is a pet capsule pistol, yes, but it's not an ordinary pet capsule pistol, it's called an angel revolver. When fired, the speed of pet capsule transformation can reach 44. In other words, it is faster than the Jingji level. The accelerated pet capsule has a very short distance after leaving the muzzle. Time can transform into a pet state, and it will reach the place where I shoot at a speed of 44. Do you know what this means?" Without waiting for Wei Wufu to answer, Tian said in a negative tone, "And the compressed space inside my angel revolver can hold 7 pet capsules. Guess how many crystal-level pet capsules I have packed in it?" Wei Wufu was silent. Of course he knew what that meant. He couldn't dodge the bullets fired from the angel revolver. If he used his body to block it, even if he blocked it with his arms wouldn't be able to resist the crystal pet that hit him at 44 speed. As for how many crystal-based pet capsules there are in angel revolver, it actually doesn't matter anymore. Just one is enough to kill him. And there is no need to doubt why the heavenly beings don't have crystal-based pets. They are born with crystal-based pets. Lin Shen was surprised and happy. He didn't expect that there was such a thing as a pet capsule pistol. Judging from Tian's description, the pet capsule pistol is a device that accelerates the pet's transformation and gives the pet an initial speed. Able to accelerate to 44, that thing is indeed quite terrifying. It is much faster than inserting a key with your hand to transform the pet capsule into a fighting posture, and it is almost impossible to be interrupted. It's just that Lin Shen still doesn't understand. It seems that using the pet capsule pistol can transform the pet into a fighting posture without using a key. So what's the need for the key? But this is what Lin Shen is happy to see. If this is the case, then as long as he takes the gun away, won't all the pets inside be his? High-tech gadgets, I like. Lin Shen used the power of genetic transformation and transformed into a body of steel. The mysterious steel substance gushes out from his body and covers it, forming a mirror-like armor that wraps his entire body in it. Don't shoot yet, let's talk. In fact, we can cooperate and win-win. There is no need to become enemies. Lin Shen quickly walked out from behind the reef. He had to get within 7 steps of Tian before he launched the pet capsule. The distance is enough. Tian was startled when he saw someone suddenly coming out again. After he saw clearly that the person who came was actually a steel carapace. Everyone laughed angrily. What the hell kind of day is it today? Any rubbish dares to jump out. It disgusts me, first a crippled alloy, and now a piece of rubbish steel, to cooperate with me? What qualifications do you rubes and scum from a barbaric society have to cooperate with me if you really think I can't kill you? Even if I'm injured? Bar? No, let's go. Wei Wufu couldn't help but frown when he saw Lin Shen coming out. He knew that although Lin Shen was only at the steel level, but if he really made a move, the alloy level might not be his opponent. But after all, the levels were there, and it was so difficult for the two of them to fight a mutant alloy creature. The Tian in front of them was much more difficult to deal with than the mutant alloy creature. Although the speed Lin Shen had shown before was very fast, it was much slower than the 44-speed pet capsule pistol. Lin Shen ignored Wei Wufu and continued to say as he walked over, "Aren't you curious about why we came here?" "I don't care why you came here." Tian Xin obviously didn't buy it. He still pointed his gun at Wei Wufu and was about to shoot. In his opinion, even a crippled alloy-level creature was more threatening than Lin Shen, who was a steel-level creature. Do you know that there is a creature that is more advanced than a mutant creature? If you kill it, you will never know where that creature is. Lin Shen said faster. Whether he could save Wei Wufu's life depended on his own luck. What did you say? Tian Xian really stopped his finger. Although the gun was still pointed at Wei Wufu, his eyes looked at Lin Shen. It seems that you know what I'm talking about, right? Lin Shen said as he walked. It seemed that he was walking towards Wei Wufu. But in fact, Wei Wufu was within 7 steps away from Tian Xian. Tian Xian did not stop him and said coldly, I don't know, I hope what you know can help you save your life. Above the mutant creatures, there is another advanced creature, you should know this, right? Lin Shen said. That's just a legend, don't tell me that there is such a legendary thing on this planet. Tian Xian said he didn't believe it, but he didn't seem to have the intention to shoot. If you don't believe it, then shoot it. Lin Shen had already walked to Wei Wufu, and he breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. Believe it or not, that's my business. You should make it clear first. Tian Xian said. It's not clear. Lin Shen shook his head. Why can't it be clear? Tian Xian was puzzled. Because I can't make it up anymore. Lin Shen laughed. You are looking for death. Tian Xian felt that he was insulted by Lin Shen, and he didn't even go to hit Wei Wufu. Turned the gun and pointed it at Lin Shen and pulled the trigger. Lin Shen wanted this effect, and the moment Tian Xian pulled the trigger, his speed suddenly increased to an unimaginable degree. The firing rate of the Angel revolver is 44, which is faster than the crystal base, and Lin Shen's current speed is even faster than 44. Just like a phantom. Tianqin's finger has not been pulled to the bottom, Lin Shen has already arrived in front of him. Under Tianqin's doubtful, surprised, unbelievable, and fearful eyes, Lin Shen's finger tapped him hard. Tianqin's body was frozen there, and he had already pulled half of the trigger and could not pull it anymore. Impossible. How can a steel trash have such a fast speed? Not to mention that it is a barbaric and uncivilized garbage race like humans. Tianqin felt that his 3 views and cognition were overturned. It is impossible for the steel level to have such a fast speed. This is an iron law. Not to mention humans who have entered the universe for a short time, even races that have developed in the universe for countless billions of years cannot break the barriers between levels. What makes Tianqin even more difficult to understand is that although he was injured, his physical strength is still there. What means did a steel level use to make him unable to move with one blow, and even difficult to speak? Tianqin looked at Lin Shen, his eyes full of confusion and bewilderment. Wei Wufu's eyes were also a little complicated, and he thought to himself, this person is getting more and more outrageous. Lin Shen didn't care what they thought, and slowly took off the pet capsule gun from Tianqin's hand. In Lin Shen's opinion, a celestial being without a shell to protect him is much easier to deal with than a genetically modified creature. Tianqin's body is very tough, and alloy-level weapons probably can't hurt him at all, but he is soft, and his acupoint pressing ability is soft but not hard. The harder it is to press, and the softer it is, the better. No matter how tough you are, even if you are invulnerable to swords and guns, but you are soft, you can be pressed casually. Sometimes Lin Shen himself feels that the ability of acupoint pressing is exactly the same as human nature. If you are strong enough, it is difficult for others to control you. If you are too weak, even if you are very capable, you are still easy to be controlled by others. It is human nature to bully the weak and fear the strong. Old Wei, can you use this? Lin Shen looked at the structure of this PET capsule pistol, which is very similar to a revolver, but also a little different. The white jade gun body, which is somewhat similar to the Tianqing carapace, is engraved with mysterious runes, but the shape is exaggerated, with a sense of beauty that blends retro and technology. The firing pin of the gun is in the shape of an angel's small wings, which looks very unique. Lin Shen can also shoot, but he doesn't know how to open the magazine. This is a little different from the guns he has seen. He wants to see what PET capsules are inside. Yes. Wei Wufu nodded. Lin Shen handed the gun to him. After Wei Wufu took the gun, he pressed a certain part of the gun body, and then swung it directly, and the gun wheel swung out diagonally. Wei Wufu took a look and handed the gun back to Lin Shen. Lin Shen took the gun and looked at it, and couldn't help cursing. A poor guy is still loading it, so shameless. There are 7 magazines on the gun wheel, each of which can be loaded with a PET capsule, but there are 6 empty magazines, and only one is loaded with a PET capsule, and it is obviously an alloy-grade PET capsule. No wonder that guy didn't shoot all the time. It turns out that he can only shoot one shot, and it may not kill Wei Wufu. Lin Shen pushed the gun wheel back. Hold, key. Wei Wufu said again. Lin Shen understood what Wei Wufu meant, and followed Wei Wufu's example, pressing down on the gun body. A magazine-like thing was pulled out from under the buttstock, which contained not bullets, but a key. This thing is quite cleverly designed. After playing with it for a while, Lin Shen had completely understood how to use it, and was full of surprises. For others, this is a powerful tool for using pets, and the key is the strength of the pet inside. The gun is just an acceleration launcher. For Lin Shen, with this thing, he can have a speed faster than the crystal base level. But Lin Shen has not figured out where the energy for accelerating the transformation and movement speed of pets comes from, and whether it can be used all the time. Lin Shen asked Wei Wufu, and Wei Wufu said that he didn't know either. This thing cannot be made by humans. It is a product of alien technology. Only a few humans have this thing, and most of them are purchased from aliens or bartered. Wei Wufu had come into contact with some PET capsule pistols before, but he only knew how to use them, and he didn't know much about the structure. Your name is Tianqing, right? I'll give you a chance now. Whether you can grasp it or not depends on you. Lin Shen reached out and tapped Tianqing again. Tianqing immediately regained the ability to speak. After a change of expression, he suddenly smiled and said, "Friend, you are right. I think we can cooperate and win together. Let's be friends." Next, you are not going to say that you know there are mutant creatures on this planet, right? Lin Shen curled his lips and said. Tianqing said seriously, "It is possible, but I am not sure about this. I only know that a world king died on this planet. If we can find his relics, we can ascend to heaven in one step. I came here after 9 deaths and many hardships, just to find the relics of that world king." World king? Lin Shen looked at Tianqing in confusion. The one Who divides the sky into boundaries, points to the earth as the king, rules over thousands of stars, and controls the life and death of billions of races is the world king. Only the most powerful and invincible king in the universe is qualified to be named the world king. Tian said slowly. Lin Shen suspected that Tian was just learning and applying what he had just learned on him and used the same tactics on himself that he had just used on him. Do you think I will believe it? Lin Shen took out the leaf blade, walked up to Tian, and stabbed his eyes with the blade. I have evidence, in my backpack. Tian yelled. Lin Shen's hand failed to stop and he moved it forcefully. The leaf blade did not pierce his eyes, but pierced the lying silkworm below. I have to admit that the physical strength of the Jingji level is really terrifying. Lin Shen used the leaf blade to pierce it like this, but it only made a shallow wound, just enough to break the skin. I'm sorry, you shouted too slowly. I couldn't stop it. Please be careful next time. Lin Shen said with a smile. It's okay, it's okay. I can't blame you. Tian quickly said. It was okay. I want you to pay attention. Next time I yell to hurry up, what are you thinking about? Lin Shen said and walked behind Tian and saw that there was indeed a small backpack on his back. It was woven with metal wire and tied to in the middle of the two wings. Lin Shen took off the backpack and originally wanted to tear it off with all his strength, but after tearing it twice, the bag was unscathed. Tian brand backpack, famous brand, high-end goods, made of crystal spinning material, durable. If you like it, I will give it to you, Tian said in a flattering manner. This is mine, why do you give it to me? Lin Shen glared at him. Yes, that package in your hand is of course yours. I was confused and said the wrong thing. Tian said this, but in his heart, he was already itching with hatred. Asshole. Trash, idiot, you don't let me find a chance. After I recover, I will snatch all your things, even your underwear, and I will snatch them 10 times. Lin Shen ignored him lazily, studied it, and found that the bag even had a password lock. Friend, the password is 66. Tian was a lot more sensible and gave the password himself without waiting for Lin Shen to ask. You Celestials are so advanced, why are you still using this traditional combination lock? Lin Shen did not turn the number wheel, but looked at Tian and asked. Other fingerprints, pupils, face unlocks, and even DNA locks are not very reliable after defeat. The password lock can last longer. There is a small devil's flame in Tian's heart. Swaying wildly, open the lock, quickly. Unlock the lock, quickly. How? Can I give you the real password? Once the password is entered incorrectly, I will let you know how ignorant and stupid you country bumpkins are. It makes sense. Lin Shen stretched out his hand to the combination lock and pressed his fingers on it. Under Tian's earnest eyes, he did not turn the numbers. Instead, he turned to look at Tian and said, "What do you mean? The civilization is so advanced, the gods are so smart, and they think so thoughtfully. They even thought about the problem of the bag being robbed after the defeat. They will definitely design a mechanism to unlock the enemy. You tell me, if my memory is not very good, if you remember the wrong password, will there be any danger if you enter it incorrectly?" This cold sweat broke out on Tian's forehead. By the way, my memory is not very good. What was the password you mentioned just now? Lin Shen asked with a smile. 66. Tianqin hadn't answered yet. Wei Wufu, who was taking a big mouthful of genetic fluid at the side, wiped his mouth and said. Tian Xian's face turned dark immediately. Lin Shen clearly wanted to help him get off the steps, but as soon as the steps were put up, he just hesitated for a moment, and Wei Wufu took down the steps. Can you speak? If you can't speak, why don't you take a few more years to learn? At this time, Tianqin wished she could go up and slap Wei Wufu hard. No, he remembered it wrong. The password I just told you is 994572. Tianqin said bravely. Lin Shen had already guessed that the combination lock had an anti-theft design, and he would definitely not open it by himself. If he didn't go down the steps at this time, he would definitely suffer a lot later, and he didn't want to suffer. Is that so? Lin Shen tilted his head and looked at Wei Wufu and asked. No, 66. Wei Wufu seemed to speak much more eloquently at this time. You. Tianqin cursed the 10,000-word essay in his heart, but he had to put a smile on his face and said, Friend, that friend was a little far away just now. He must not have heard clearly what I said. It's 994,572. You can never be wrong if you believe me. Good friends don't lie to good friends. Okay, since we are good friends, then I believe you. Lin Shen said, stretched out his finger and turned the number wheel to the numbers 994572. Just a snap was heard and the lock opened. When Tianqin saw that Lin Shen actually entered the password, he said town lock. The door, he felt regretful and uncomfortable in his heart. If I had known this, I should have made up another one. Tianqin regretted it so much that her teeth almost broke. There was no use regretting now. I could only watch as Lin Shen poured out everything in the bag. In addition to a few pieces of clothing, the bag also contained a metal box the size of a glasses case and other odds and ends that looked like items for daily use. Where is the evidence you mentioned? Lin Shen looked at Tianqin and asked. It's in that box, Tianqin said helplessly. Lin Shen picked up the box and looked around, then surprisingly without any nonsense, he reached out and slowly opened the unlocked box. What is this? Lin Shen asked as he looked at the contents of the box in surprise. Haven't you heard about the story of the 3 treasure boxes of the ancient king of the realm? Tian Xian was slightly startled, but immediately said, the ancient king of the realm is the king of the realm I mentioned. He conquered the universe and became a generation of king of the realm in just 10,000 years. He founded his own universe dynasty, the ancient dynasty. Unfortunately, the ancient dynasty only existed for a short period of more than 20 years, before it was replaced by other dynasties. A dynasty founded in 10,000 years was replaced in just 20 years? Lin Shen felt that the gap was too big. Who said it wasn't? The ancient dynasty was the shortest-lived dynasty in the history of the universe. It's really a pity. However, the story of the ancient king of the realm and the 3 treasure boxes is widely circulated. After hundreds of millions of years, it is still talked about with relish. Tian Xian vividly described the story of the 3 treasure keys. The ancient king of the realm had almost no defeats in his life. It sounds like it took a long time to establish a dynasty in 10,000 years. But in the history of the entire universe, there are not many people who can start from scratch and establish a dynasty in just 10,000 years. After the establishment of the ancient dynasty, the ancient world king encountered a strange thing. His closest friends, anyone he cared about, died one after another in accidents. The ancient world king was so powerful that if someone deliberately harmed the people around him, he would have taken strict precautions. His most beloved concubine died under his nose, and the ancient world king had no way to deal with it. After that, his relatives died one after another in front of him, which proved that it was definitely not an ordinary calculation, but destiny. It was God's punishment for him for killing too many lives. When he founded the dynasty, and he wanted him to be cut off from relatives and friends and old alone. The ancient world king, who fought all the opponents in the universe with an invincible attitude, tried all kinds of means, but could only watch his brothers, close friends, wives, concubines, and descendants die in front of him one by one because of accidents. In the end, the ancient world king had to offer a reward to the entire universe. Whoever could solve his dilemma would have power and wealth at his fingertips. If he wanted power, he could dominate the heavens. If he wanted wealth, he could become the richest man in the universe. When the bounty was offered, many talented people and liars came, but still no one could solve his dilemma. Until the only direct bloodline of the ancient king was a little prince and two little princesses, someone finally came to help the ancient king out of his dilemma. The man asked the ancient king to build 3 treasure chests, and then opened the first treasure chest, and asked the ancient king to put the most valuable thing he thought into the box, and repeatedly warned him that it must be the most valuable and precious thing he thought, except for emotional things. The ancient king thought that the man wanted his most valuable thing in return. At that time, the ancient king had reached a desperate point, and a little bit of material possessions was nothing. Almost without hesitation, he put the most valuable and precious thing he thought into it. The man nodded, opened the second treasure chest, and continued to tell the ancient king to put the most valuable and precious thing he thought now into it. The ancient world king did not hesitate and put his most precious thing in it. The man nodded again, continued to open the third box, and asked the ancient world king to put in what he thought was the most valuable thing now. This time, the ancient world king felt a little unhappy, thinking that the man was too greedy. He asked again and again, and he had already put his 2 most precious treasures in, but he was still not satisfied. The ancient world king thought that he just wanted something valuable anyway, so he picked a very valuable thing and put it in. Although it was not his most precious thing now, its value was not much different. The man locked all 3 treasure chests, and then unexpectedly returned the 3 keys to the ancient world king, and then said something even more unexpected. The man probably meant that if the 3 treasures that the ancient world king had just put in were really the most precious and valuable things he thought at the time, then the ancient world king's dilemma would have been solved. However, if the 3 treasures inside are not the 3 treasures that the ancient king of the world thinks are the most valuable, one of his blood relatives will die if one is wrong, 2 will die if 2 are wrong, and 3 will die if 3 are wrong. The ancient king of the world will only have 3 blood relatives left. If all are wrong, they will all die. The ancient king of the world asked the man how to calculate wrong and how to calculate right. The king of the world should ask his heart about this question. After the man said this, he floated away without asking for any rewards or taking the 3 treasure chests. As a result, the man's words really came true. The little prince died, and the 2 little princesses survived. The reason why the ancient dynasty was so short-lived has a lot to do with this incident. Tian sighed and said. Later, the ancient realm king died somewhere unknown, and the ancient dynasty fell apart because there was no successor. No one has ever seen the 3 treasure box again, but the 3 treasure keys have been passed down. Legend has it that the 3 treasure box was carried by the ancient realm king. As long as you can find the burial place of the ancient realm king and the 3 treasure keys, you can get the 3 most precious treasures in the universe. You don't mean to tell me that this is one of the treasure keys? Lin Shen said, looking at the key in the box, with a complex look in his eyes. Yes, this is one of the 3 treasure keys, Tian said with certainty. Lin Shen saw that Tian's expression did not seem to be fake, but it was hard for him to believe that this key was one of the 3 treasure keys, because this key looked very similar to the golden crystal key he found on Laoyi. Just looking at the story that Tian told, there are loopholes everywhere. But rumors are full of loopholes, and many rumors are far from the truth. But it is also possible that there are some shocking facts hidden in that absurd rumor. Maybe it was not God who made the ancient king of the world alone, maybe his relatives and friends did not die in an accident, and it is even possible that there was no one who asked the ancient king of the world to put the treasure in the treasure chest. Even if it was put in, could the ancient king of the world not take it out again? But if this key is real, then what lock can it open? Is it really related to the ancient king of the world? Maybe there is really a treasure chest, although it may not be the ancient king of the world's treasure chest at all. Lin Shen held the key and looked at it again and again. Except for the different sawtooth shape, this key is extremely similar to the one on Laoyi in terms of size and material, and even the heart-shaped design is exactly the same. If there really is a 3 treasure key, why does Laoyi have one? If this is a story Tian made up to save his life, then what are these 2 keys for? Lin Shen was puzzled. There were too few clues. Putting away the key, Lin Shen did not ask Tian anything, took the water bag and went to collect the base transformation liquid flowing out of the python's wound. Wei Wufu had just drunk a lot, and now he couldn't drink anymore. Old Wei, how do you feel? Are you feeling better? Lin Shen asked, while collecting the base transformation liquid. Good. Wei Wufu nodded. That's good. Lin Shen also put his mouth close to it and sucked the base transformation liquid overflowing from the wound. After only a few sips, Lin Shen stopped drinking. These base transformation liquids are indeed good things. These base transformation liquids are useful to Wei Wufu, indicating that this is a crystal-based mutant creature. But after Lin Shen drank it, the information displayed on the watch was still the mutation rate +0. For him, it can only be used to quickly restore physical strength and energy, and it cannot increase the success rate of mutation. It is a waste to drink it now, and drinking too much may cause problems. After all, the energy content in it is extremely high. However, Wei Wufu gradually regained consciousness in his legs after drinking a lot of gene liquid. Friend, what I said is true. We can cooperate to find treasure chests. There are exactly 3 treasure chests. We each have one. When the time comes, I will let you pick it. First, isn't it okay? Tian was still talking over there. How do you know that the ancient king died on this planet? Didn't you say that no one knows where the ancient king died? Lin Shen chatted with Tian in a casual manner. To be honest, my sister-in-law's second aunt's uncle is a historian, Tian said sincerely. After listening to the previous part, Lin Shen no longer had the interest to listen. A clear sound of a phoenix suddenly came from the sky. Lin Shen immediately looked in the direction of the phoenix sound and immediately saw the orange halo. Of the translation. It's that bird. No. It's flying over here. Lin Shen saw clearly that the terrifying orange halo was actually flying over here, and without saying a word, he called Wei Wufu and ran. He couldn't even see what the bird looked like, and didn't know how terrifying it was, so he didn't dare to face it. Friend. Take me. Seeing that Lin Shen and Wei Wufu were about to escape, Tian Xian shouted anxiously. Lin Shen hesitated for a moment, turned around and carried Tian Xian to continue running. The three people didn't run far, and the orange halo was already close, so they could only find a place to hide in the reef. Fortunately, the orange halo was not aimed at them. Seeing the orange light covering the sky fall, the entire white beach and ocean were dyed orange. Lin Shen and the other two were worried, and they all moved closer to the reef, thinking that the orange-red light might cause damage such as high temperature and burning. As a result, after the light fell, they did not feel the temperature rise nearby. The huge body of the giant python was directly picked up and thrown into the sky in an instant. Such a huge body, I don't know how heavy it is, ordinary cranes probably can't lift it, but at this time it was thrown hundreds of meters high like a toy. It is really hard to imagine what kind of terrifying power it is. Another phoenix cry, the orange-red halo soared into the sky, and met the giant python in the sky. It was just a moment of contact, and the giant python disappeared, as if it was swallowed by the twisted halo. Under the stunned gaze of the three people, the orange-red halo flew towards the depths of the ocean and disappeared in a moment. Steel sacrifice, +1, steel sacrifice, +1. Some information suddenly appeared in Lin Shen's mind. Thinking carefully, it turned out that the heaven sacrificing ability had moved. What's going on? Lin Shen was puzzled. He looked around and didn't find anyone nearby. Why did the sacrifice suddenly react? In the information about the increase in sacrifices, Lin Shen felt a heat flow in his body out of thin air. The heat flow spread to his whole body, as if his blood was boiling, and the cells in his body were active. His muscles were full of strength, as if any punch could penetrate steel. Alloy sacrifice, +1. After this message, Lin Shen suddenly felt that the heat flow in his body seemed to explode. The terrifying energy filled his whole body, surging, as if he couldn't suppress a volcano that was about to erupt. It was obvious that his body had been terribly strengthened, and even the steel armor on his body was constantly strengthened. On the mirror-like armor, a blood-colored halo actually bloomed. What's the matter with that kid? Tian Xian was stunned, and felt strange in his heart. No matter how you look at it, Lin Shen is just a small piece of steel-level trash, but he was able to burst out such a terrifying speed before, and he could also use a finger to make him unable to move. Now his body is actually glowing, just like the blood-colored Buddha light. It feels more and more outrageous. Wei Wufu also stared at Lin Shen, who was glowing with a blood-colored halo on his body. He didn't know what was going on. How could the steel body have color? Can the steel level be enchanted? I haven't heard of it. Nothing? Wei Wufu asked. It's okay, you watch him first, I'll go around. Lin Shen pressed Tian Xian's acupoints again. His strength was obviously many times stronger than before. This finger pressed down, and Tian Xian was so painful that tears and snot came out. Lin Shen turned and left. He could vaguely sense the location of the sacrifices. Now the sacrifices were constantly increasing and were still in the same location. He wanted to go and see what was going on and what those sacrifices were. With the blessing of the sacrifice to heaven, Lin Shen felt that his whole body was full of strength. The gravity here was no longer too much for him. He rushed into the steel forest with the wind under his feet and headed in one direction. Hearing fighting and screaming from a distance, Lin Shen quietly sneaked over and found that there was a mountain outside the steel forest. A group of people at the foot of the mountain were being besieged by a group of genetically modified creatures. Those genetically modified creatures were very strange. Each of them was bigger and more majestic than the Hulk. They were monster giants, made of metal lumps. The largest number of them was the gray steel giant, and there were probably thousands of them. There was also a taller giant with a blue metallic luster on its body. It should be alloy grade. And there were dozens of them. There were also several giants who looked like black jade all over. They were about 7 or 8 meters tall. They were extremely powerful and their fists were like black jade hammers. They should be crystal grade without a doubt. The most terrifying thing is that among the many giants, there is a terrifying giant king who is more than 10 meters tall and has a body like obsidian, and there is an obsidian crown on his head. The people besieged by those giants are the people of Qi and Wang families and Bai Shenfei. Bai Shenfei is fighting with the giant king alone, and the situation does not look very optimistic. And the people of Qi and Wang families, under the siege of the surging giant tide, continue to fall down, all relying on the 2 black birds to support. When Lin Shen saw someone fall down, he had a reminder of sacrifice. +1 in his mind. There is no doubt that those sacrifices are the people of Qi and Wang families. The watch on his wrist is also constantly vibrating, and his various values are skyrocketing. Now Lin Shen was sure that those sacrifices were from the Qi and Wang families. What is a bit strange what is the reason that made them become sacrifices to heaven? On the way to Calabash Mountain, people died at that time, and Lin Shen already had the ability to sacrifice to the sky, but the sacrifice to the sky was not triggered at that time. Lin Shen thought about it over and over, and finally his eyes fell on the watch. If there is any difference between now and before, it is that they have all come to this planet, and they all have such a teleportation watch in their hands. Does it mean that anyone with a watch is considered my teammate? Tian also has a watch on his hand, does he count as my teammate? Lin Shen now had the urge to go back and kill Tian immediately and test it. Lin Shen thought for a while and suppressed the impulse. Ignorance is terrible, so Lin Shen wants to know more and understand as much as possible what the world is like. Wei Wufu is a window to understand the world. The problem is that this window is not big enough and has some flaws. It is very difficult to open it. Tianqin's window is big enough, so he still needs to learn more from Tianqin and cannot kill him so easily. The Qi and Wang family suffered heavy casualties, and almost all the iron levels were dead. There was no iron level that could survive such a battle. The alloy level Genachangers are not much better. If it weren't for the support of the crystal level pets Qi, Shuheng and Wang Tian had second hand, they would almost all be dead. Lin Shen had no intention of rushing out to help, but just lurked and watched the battle silently. Although it is cruel, this is the law of survival. If he hadn't been lucky enough to possess the fire ability, he might have fallen into the hands of Qi and Wang, and his end would have been worse than death. The most eye-catching presence in this tragic battle was Undoubtedly concubine by Shen and the two black birds. Concubine by Shen fought against the giant king. Although she failed to gain the upper hand, she was not completely suppressed by the giant king. There was still some back and forth. Lin Shen estimated that the giant king was most likely a mutated crystal base, and had a combat power similar to that of the giant blue python. Concubine by Shen was actually able to fight against the giant king without falling behind. This level was not much worse than Tian Xian. The two black birds were equally fierce, hovering in the air and falling from time to time. The alloy giant couldn't even block it with one of its claws, and would be directly scratched on the head. The crystal-based giant also panicked and dodged and resisted in front of Suenio, not daring to confront Suenio head-on. Two black birds alone contained more than 10 crystal-based giants, and the other 4 crystal-based pets couldn't take advantage of each other one-on-one. Why are these people surrounded by giants in a place like this? Lin Shen frowned and looked around. Logically speaking, this mountain is surrounded by bare mountains. If there are so many of them, why would they come to this bare place if they can't hide in the steel forest where they can easily hide? It is even more abnormal that there are so many people and they are surrounded by giants. They were surrounded when they wanted to go up the mountain, right? Then why did they want to go up to this lonely mountain? Lin Shen couldn't help but look at the mountain. The mountain is not very high, just a few hundred meters. From a distance, you can see rows of pits on the mountain, and there are many of them. Lin Shen estimated that those giants probably stayed in those pits curled up like stones. The Qi and Wang families wanted to go up the mountain, but they didn't realize that the stones were not natural, so they were surrounded. What do they want to do up the mountain? Lin Shen was too far away to see what was on the mountain. Those giants must have been attracted by them. I'm going to the mountain now to take a look. Maybe I can get some benefits. The power in Lin Shen's body continued to rise, surging inside his body, leaving him lying here doing nothing. It's really uncomfortable. Just as he said, Lin Shen made a circle and came to the other side of the mountain. After carefully looking to make sure that he didn't find the genetic giant, he started to climb up. In fact, even if there are genetically modified giants, Lin Shen is not afraid. As long as he doesn't meet the giant king, he doesn't even need to use his fire ability. He can compete with those giants by relying only on his physical strength. With the blessing of Tian, his surroundings have exceeded 20, approaching 30, and he is fully qualified to fight against ordinary crystal-based creatures. As the sacrifices increased, his surroundings were still growing, but not as fast. As expected, the giants were all lured away by the Qi and Wang families. There are also many pits on the mountain here, which must have been where the giants rested before. After climbing to the top of the mountain, I didn't even see a steel giant. But I found a cave. I asked why I didn't find anything along the way. It turns out that the cave is here and can only be seen from the front. Could it be that they wanted to enter this cave and were surrounded by the giants? Lin Shen then thought, did they want to hide in the cave, or did they discover something in the cave? Fortunately, Lin Shen didn't need to worry about this issue. He only needed to sneak into the cave and take a look. Looking down the mountain, the battle became even more fierce. There were less than 20 people left in the Qi and Wang families. The giants were also killed and injured in unknown numbers. There were giant corpses everywhere under the mountain. The giant king and white goddess were fighting fiercely, and They had no time to pay attention to the top of the mountain. Lin Shen lay on the ground and crawled forward, approaching the cave. He didn't want to attract the giant king. Fortunately, the giant king really didn't have the energy to distract it, and Lin Shen entered the cave smoothly. Genetically altered eggs. The first time Lin Shen entered the cave, he saw the genetically altered eggs in a pool at the end of the cave. The cave is quite big, but not deep. You can see the bottom at a glance. At such a high place, there is a hot spring pool in the innermost part, and the spring water in the pool is still steaming. In the middle of the pool, there was a black diamond-like genetically modified egg, half a meter high. This was the largest genetically modified egg that Lin Shen had ever seen with his own eyes. Just by looking at its appearance, you can tell that this is a crystal-level genetically modified egg. Isn't this thing the descendant of the giant king? If it is, it will be developed. Lin Shen jumped into the pool. The water in the pool was not deep enough to cover his calves. He grabbed the genetically modified egg with both hands and tried to pick it up, but he couldn't pick it up the first time he tried hard. Lin Shen's surprise was extraordinary. His current strength was 27 points. An elephant could just raise one hand and play with it as a ball, but he couldn't pick this thing up. So how much does this thing weigh? Of course, Lin Shen didn't expect it to be so heavy, so he didn't use any special force. This time, Lin Shen opened his stance and hugged the half-meter-high black diamond-like genetically modified egg in the easiest position. It's so heavy. Lin Shen felt it was a bit difficult, so he carried the genetically modified egg outside the pool and released it. It was so heavy that all his strength was used to hold it, and walking was too slow. Fortunately, the genetically modified egg is egg-shaped. Lin Shen pushed the genetically modified egg out, and there was nothing else in the cave except this genetically modified egg. He looked at the situation at the foot of the mountain. There were less than 10 people left in the Qi and Wang families. The battle between the White Goddess and the Giant King was not very optimistic. When he first came here, there were more than 200 people. Now there are only a few left. Lin Shen was a little sad. After all, humans have only obtained part of the power of mutation, and it is difficult for them to be metallized inside and outside like mutation creatures. Generally speaking, humans are at a disadvantage in the same level. These people can hold on until now, mainly relying on the black bird. In addition to the 2 black birds, the crystal pets in the hands of Qi Shuheng and Wang Tian are almost dead. In this battle alone, the Qi and Wang families have suffered heavy losses, and their strength has been greatly reduced. Even if the 3rd and 4th brothers can't come back in a short time, with Lin Shen here, they should be able to compete with the Qi and Wang families. The premise is that Qi Shuheng and Wang Tian can go back alive. If they and the black bird are defeated here, the Qi and Wang families will basically not be able to compete with the Lin family. Because several alloy teammates died, Lin Shen's circumference has exceeded 30, which is not low in the crystal base level. The upper limit attribute of the crystal base level is 40, and Lin Shen is now more than 30. The ability of offering sacrifices to the sky is really powerful, but it is a bit laborious. Isn't it good to live well? You have to rush to die. There are not so many troubles in the world. And they are all troubled by mediocre people. Lin Shen was in a good mood. While the Giant King was not paying attention to this side, he pushed the base-changing egg out. Who knew that he had just pushed the base-changing egg out of the cave and heard a roar from the foot of the mountain? The giant king, who was originally fighting fiercely with the white goddess, actually left the white goddess and rushed to the mountain frantically. How did he get discovered? Does the giant king have telepathy? Lin Shen clearly saw that the giant king didn't pay attention to this side and came out, but he was still discovered. He subconsciously stepped back a little and returned to the cave. The giant king had obviously discovered him, but he didn't give up and still rushed up at an accelerated speed. My attributes are so strong now, what's there to be afraid of? Just fight it directly. Lin Shen still subconsciously felt that the crystal-based creatures were very powerful. For a moment, he didn't remember that his current attributes were not weaker than the crystal-based level. He turned around and wanted to run, but he stopped again after changing his mind. In addition to the sudden increase in attributes brought by the sacrifice to the sky, Lin Shen's greatest confidence also came from acupuncture and his super-base transformation. His current attributes are definitely not as good as the giant king, but after the hardening blessing of the super-base transformation, it is very likely that his attributes are not weaker than the giant king. Instead of running away, it is better to try to see how much power he can achieve under the dual blessing of the sacrifice to the sky and the super-base transformation. Even if he can't beat it, he will have no problem escaping. With the angel revolver in his body, he can rush out with the bullet after firing a shot. That speed is not comparable to the giant king. At that moment, Lin Shen used the super-base transformation directly, and the armor on his body quickly became as brilliant as burned steel. Under the rapid quenching of ice gas, the armor became translucent, which looked very similar to the crystal base level, and ordinary people could not tell the difference at all. Lin Shen's series of actions were all completed in the cave on the top of the mountain, and Bai Shenfei and others at the foot of the mountain did not see it. Bai Shenfei was even a little confused as to why the giant king suddenly abandoned the battle. With the roar of the giant king, all the giants actually left them behind and rushed up the mountain with the giant king's body, which made the people of Qi and Wang families surprised and happy. For a while, they didn't know what happened, but they all felt like they had escaped death. Go! Wang Tianer and Qi Shuheng called on the surviving subordinates to retreat. As they retreated, they turned their heads to look up the mountain from time to time. Suddenly, everyone found that a human figure appeared on the top of the mountain. Is that a human base changer? Someone couldn't help but ask aloud. Is it a human mutant, or a crystal? No wonder those giants suddenly ran up the mountain. That crystal stole their home. Besides us, there are other human mutants here, and it's a crystal? We fought hard, but that bastard actually took advantage of us. How shameless. Humph, cleverness backfired. He thought he was clever and helped us out, but he was trapped. I'm afraid he's dead. While everyone was discussing, the giant king was almost at the top of the mountain. It couldn't wait and jumped up directly. The rocks under its feet were shattered like a spider web under the pressure of the terrifying force, forming a web-like crack area of dozens of meters. The giant king jumped high and almost instantly arrived in front of Lin Shen, faster than an ordinary bullet. Coupled with its huge body and the huge gas explosion sound produced by the sonic boom, it makes people feel that its punch can smash the entire mountain. Concubine Bai had been paying attention to the situation on the top of the mountain. She had been thinking about who that person was. Is it senior brother Lin? Or Lin Zongjing? Whether that person was Lin Shandong or Lin Zongjing, seeing that he did not dodge, but swung his arm and Punched, his small fist met the terrifying black fist of the giant king. Concubine Bai did not think that was a good choice. She had fought with the giant king for such a long time, and she knew the giant king very well. Its strength and hardness were both top level in the crystal base, and it was even possible that it had exceeded the limit of the crystal base level. Its speed was slightly weaker, but it was still stronger than the average crystal-based creature, which should be around 37. The weakest point of the giant king should be its toughness, which is estimated to be less than 30. The influence of toughness is not easy to see at ordinary times, but it is also equally important. Just like forging a knife, after heat treatment, the hardness of the blade steel is increased, but if the toughness is not good, it cannot cut some harder things. So chefs usually have two knives, one with high hardness and thin blade for cutting vegetables, high hardness and wear resistance, and can stay sharp for a long time. The other one is for cutting bones, with a thick blade, and the hardness may not be particularly high, but the toughness is better, and the bones will not be damaged when cutting, at least. It will not break when slapping garlic. The low toughness of the giant king is only relative to its other attributes. In fact, its toughness is not low in the crystal base level. Moreover, its body is so thick, not as thin as a slicer, so it is not a problem if its toughness is a little lower. Under the attention of everyone, Lin Shen, standing on the top of the mountain, punched the giant king who was punching in the air. Bang! There was a loud bang between the fists. The next second, everyone widened their eyes and saw a scene that they would never forget in their lives. In the explosion, countless dense white cracks appeared on the obsidian body of the giant king in an instant. The next moment, the giant king's huge body in the air exploded, turning into countless fragments that flew out directly in a splashing manner, with a few black base transformation liquids in the middle. Boom, exploded. A Wang family alloy base transformer said in a trembling voice. The scene was too shocking. Not only him, Qi Shuheng and Wang Tianer also didn't come back to their senses for a long time. The power of that punch was really unbelievable. That was a top-level crystal-based creature, and it was actually bombed by a punch. Bai Shenfei's eyes were full of complexities, and she murmured to herself, "Who is he?" The giants who rushed to the top of the mountain stopped involuntarily at this moment, staring blankly at the figure on the top of the mountain that was not huge, but made them afraid. After killing the giant king, Lin Shen felt the surging power of offering sacrifices to the heavens in his body recede like a tide, and he couldn't help but frown secretly. No wonder it's an imperfect super-base talent fire seed. It sacrificed so many lives, but it only killed one giant king and died. It's really not perfect. Lin Shen didn't dare to stay any longer. He turned around and pushed the base-changing egg, and then went down the road. From the back mountain, the giants who rushed to the middle of the mountain didn't dare to catch up, and watched Lin Shen disappear behind the top of the mountain. The base-changing egg rolled down, and Lin Shen couldn't catch up with it. He was worried that it would break if it rolled down like this. Fortunately, the base-changing egg was much harder than he imagined. It rolled faster and faster until it rolled down the mountain and hit a boulder more than 10 feet high, smashing the boulder into pieces, but the base-changing egg itself was not hurt at all. Lin Shen came down from the mountain and wiped off the stone powder on the base-changing egg, but found no trace. It's worthy of being a crystal-based level. Lin Shen praised in his heart, and pushed the base-changing egg in the direction they came from. Before returning to the beach, he met Wei Wufu in the steel forest. At this time, Wei Wufu was able to walk, but he didn't seem to have fully recovered, and his legs and feet looked a little unsteady. How did you get here? Lin Shen thought something happened over there, and asked hurriedly. The sound, looking for you. Wei Wufu said. Lin Shen was relieved after hearing this. It was probably because Wei Wufu heard the sound of him blowing up the giant king, and was a little worried, so he came here to find the sound. Let's go back and talk about it, Lin Shen said while pushing the base-changing egg forward. When the two returned to the reef, Tian was still there motionless, and the effect of acupuncture was still continuing. Crystal-based egg? Tian was slightly surprised when she saw the base-changing egg pushed back by Lin Shen. Crystal-based creatures are not rare, but it is not so easy to find crystal-based eggs. Lin Shen got a crystal-based egg back in such a short time, and he didn't know where he found it from. Lin Shen did not say that this was a mutated crystal-based egg, but pushed it to the corner and hid it first. Friend, what do you think about what I said before? If we work together, there is a high chance that we can get the treasure chest left by the ancient realm king. Tian persuaded Lin Shen more eagerly. Now he no longer believes that Lin Shen is only a steel level, and thinks that Lin Shen's steel body is just an illusion. And he is actually a crystal-based level, and not an ordinary crystal-based level. After all, what kind of existence is the ancient realm king? Lin Shen chatted with Tian in a casual manner. In the following period of time, Lin Shen learned a lot of information about the universe from Tian, and the more he listened, the more shocked he was. In the past, Lin Shen thought that the crystal-based level was already a big boss, but for the races in the universe, there was no difference between the crystal-based level and the steel-based level. Steel, alloy, and crystal-based are collectively referred to as base-mutated creatures in the universe, and they belong to the lowest level of existence. However, this does not mean that the base change stage is not important. According to Tian, the base change stage is very important. It is the stage of laying the foundation. Only with a high enough foundation can we go further and become stronger in the future. For example, the Celestials are born at the crystal base level. There is only a very small probability of giving birth to some steel and alloy level newborns, which are all underdeveloped. Lin Shen has been chatting with Tian, but he did not mention the matter of looking for the remains of the ancient king of the realm. He is still very clear in his mind that with their current strength, compared with the existence of the ancient king of the realm, it can be said that the gap between heaven and earth can be said. If the ancient king of the realm left some means, they may not even know how they died. Lin Shen still insisted on his previous decision. When the teleportation device can be used, he will teleport back directly. Saving his life is the first priority, and everything else can be done slowly. Now the whereabouts of the third and fourth brothers are unknown. They should have come to this planet, but the planet is so huge that it is like looking for a needle in a haystack to find them. If they die here, Lin Shen will have to shoulder the heavy responsibility of continuing the incense of the Lin family. He cannot use his useful body to take risks that are completely uncertain. Tian also saw that Lin Shen did not want to find the remains of the ancient king of the world at all, but only wanted to get information from him. But his life was in Lin Shen's hands, and he dared not speak up. He was so depressed that he almost wanted to vomit blood. Under Lin Shen's coercion and inducement, he got a lot of secrets from Tian. According to Tian, mutation is just the first small step out of the planet. Humans are carbon-based creatures, and they are highly dependent on oxygen and the environment. Without mutation, it is difficult to survive on other planets in the universe. This planet only has stronger gravity, and the environment is similar to where humans live. Some planets have very thin oxygen, or even no oxygen at all. Humans without mutation cannot survive in such places. There are also various high and low temperatures, various radiation environments, which are not places where ordinary humans can go. They kept talking until the countdown on the watch was about to end, and Lin Shen also had a relatively macroscopic understanding of the universe. Are you really not going to look for the treasure chest of the ancient king of the realm? That is a treasure that can allow you to directly cross the racial class. Tian wanted to continue persuading Lin Shen. Things are good, but you have to live to enjoy them. I am not lucky enough to enjoy the treasure chest of the ancient king of the world. You can go find it yourself. Seeing that the countdown on the watch had ended, Lin Shen said hello to Wei Wufu and prepared to teleport back with the base-changing egg. Don't go, unlock it for me first, Tian said anxiously. It will be unlocked naturally when the time comes, Lin Shen said, and started the teleportation device with Wei Wufu and left here. He didn't kill Tian. First, it was not easy to kill him. Without the blessing of the heaven, his strength was not enough to kill Tian, who was comparable to the mutated crystal base. Second, Lin Shen also had other plans and didn't think about killing Tian. When Tian regained control of his body, Lin Shen and Wei Wufu had already left for a long time. The light and shadow in front of Lin Shen's eyes rotated. When his vision recovered, he found himself in a dark cave. Except for a window-like light far ahead, he could not see anything. Old Wei. Lin Shen called several times, but no one responded. He could only push the base-changing egg and try to walk towards the light. The light gradually grew larger, like an open door. There was light, and it was very close to the door, but it was still pitch dark nearby, and he couldn't see the scene outside the door. After Lin Shen tried several times, he found that there was no danger in passing through the light gate, so he pushed the base-changing egg out. The scenery in front of him changed again. Lin Shen found that he was back in the mountains outside the canyon before, but the watch on his hand disappeared. Looking back, there was no light gate or dark cave. There was only a small hill a few hundred meters away. It seemed impossible for such a small hill to have such a long cave. Seeing Wei Wufu standing not far away and no one else nearby, Lin Shen walked a few steps over there, but there was still nothing, and he couldn't go back to the dark cave. It seems that next time I want to go in, I must find the black bird to lead the way. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu exchanged a few words, and the two took turns pushing the base-changing egg into the canyon. When they reached the flower path, Lin Shen suddenly heard a cracking sound, and cracks appeared on the base-changing egg. Damaged? Lin Shen saw cracks on the genetically modified egg, and his first reaction was that it was damaged when it rolled down the mountain. Then he thought, this is the genetically modified egg of the giant king, how can it be so easy to be damaged? It's not damaged, it's just that this thing is just about to hatch. And it's hatched, Lin Shen thought. Wei Wufu watched from the side without saying anything, but silently used the genetically modified power, and the mysterious substance flowed out of his body and turned into a shell to protect his whole body. According to Lin Shen, the giant king is likely to be a mutant crystal base level, and its offspring are naturally also mutant crystal base level. Even if it is just born in a confused state, it may not be so easy to tame it. There are more and more cracks on the genetically modified egg, and Lin Shen also took out the capsule gun. If the little thing inside attacks him, let it suffer a little. Crack. Crack. There are more and more cracks on the genetically modified egg, and suddenly it splits in two from the middle. And a round thing rolls out of it. Lin Shen and Wei Wufu, who were originally ready for a beast taming battle, were stunned after seeing the appearance of the thing clearly. Even the look in their eyes when they looked at the thing became extremely surprised and unbelievable. What is this thing? Lin Shen rubbed his eyes, wondering if there was something wrong with his eyes. But no matter how Lin Shen rubbed, all he saw was that fat thing. What rolled out of the genetically modified egg was not a genetically modified creature. The reason why it is not a genetically modified creature is that there is no metal object on it. With white feathers, a round body, red eyes, and pink claws, it looks like a fat white pigeon. A genetically modified creature cannot be of flesh and blood body, so this fat white bird does not look like a genetically modified creature at all. But it clearly came out of a genetically modified egg, so what else could it be if not a genetically modified creature? Not to mention that Lin Shen did not understand, even Wei Wufu was at a loss. When the two were full of questions, the little creature shook its body and walked towards the fragments of the genetic mutation egg. Maybe because it was too fat, it walked like a duck with its butt twisting back and forth, which was funny and cute. The little creature pecked it, which shocked Lin Shen and Wei Wufu. The genetic mutation egg was heavy and hard. It rolled down the mountain and smashed the big rocks into pieces, but it was not hurt at all. The little creature pecked such hard fragments easily and swallowed them piece by piece. This fat bird is indeed a genetic mutation creature, but I don't know why it has grown into this appearance. No matter what, I will tame it first. Lin Shen rushed over to grab the fragments, intending to tame this strange genetic mutation creature with his usual means. Lin Shen had just rushed to the fragments and had not had time to pick up the fragments when he found that his fat bird was shaking its butt and running towards him. This frightened Lin Shen, and he could not help but take a few steps back. Wei Wufu was also as if he was facing a great enemy. Because the fat bird was too fat, it did not walk fast. It flapped its wings anxiously a few times. Maybe it was really too fat. Not to mention flying, it could not even jump, and it could not catch up with Lin Shen. Just when Lin Shen was looking at its funny appearance and felt a little bit amused, the fat bird suddenly flashed and disappeared on the spot. Not good. Lin Shen immediately realized that something was wrong. Before he could make any move, he found that the disappeared fat bird appeared at his feet, stretching its round head and rubbing his calf, looking like it was acting cute and coquettish. This, Lin Shen felt that he had really opened his eyes today. He had never seen or heard of such a genetically modified creature. He carefully reached out his hand and stroked the feathers on the fat bird. The fat bird did not reject it at all, and even leaned its body against Lin Shen's hand. After stroking it, Lin Shen was more certain that it was indeed flesh and blood. Under the snow-white fluffy feathers, there was warm flesh and blood, not cold metal. What on earth is this? Does it have a pet key? Lin Shen picked up the fat bird and studied it carefully. The fat bird cooperated very well and did not move. It shrank its neck and looked at Lin Shen with red eyes, curiously. It was fine that the giant king's egg was not a little giant king. Lin Shen could barely figure out how it turned out to be a fat pigeon with flesh and blood. After looking at it for a long time, he could not see where on it could hide a pet key. Key. Do you have a key? Give me the key, Lin Shen said to the fat bird. The fat bird tilted its head and looked at him with a puzzled look. Seeing that the fat bird didn't understand, Lin Shen put it down and took out a pet key to show it to the fat bird. Do you have this thing? Give it to me. The fat bird still didn't understand, and its little face was full of confusion and ignorance. It shook its butt and ran to Lin Shen's feet, rubbing its head against his legs affectionately, and made a cooing sound. Okay, stop rubbing, go eat your food. Lin Shen was speechless and helpless, picked up the fat bird and sent it back to the genetic mutation egg fragment. The fat bird happily lowered its head to peck at the fragments, twisting and turning, and it looked really silly and cute. What do you think? Lin Shen asked Wei Wufu beside him with a wry smile. Wei Wufu stared at the fat bird for a long time before he spit out 4 words, too fat, lose weight. I know it's fat. I'm not saying that. Forget it. Just pretend. I didn't ask. Lin Shen was speechless. The fat bird was about the same size as an ordinary pigeon, but it was much fatter and almost round. With its white feathers, it looked like a snowball from a distance. It was not big, but it had a big appetite. It ate up so many fragments of the genetic mutation egg in just a short while. I don't know how it could eat so many fragments with such a small body. After eating, the fat bird swayed to Lin Shen's body again, stretched its head to rub against Lin Shen, and scratched him with its little claws, as if it wanted to climb up. Lin Shen reached out and picked it up, and the weight of the fat bird did not increase at all. The weight of the genetic mutation egg was so heavy that even Lin Shen, who was blessed by the heaven, had a hard time holding it up. The fat bird ate all the fragments of the genetic mutation egg, but its weight was still very light, not much heavier than that of an ordinary pigeon, as if those fragments were not eaten by it. Let's go back. First, Lin Shen put the fat bird into the backpack, which was open and not locked. This backpack was obtained from Tian. Tian said it was a heaven brand. On the planet where he lived, it was a famous brand. The fat bird was very obedient. It stayed in the bag, with its round head sticking out of the bag, and its red eyes curiously looked around. I don't know if getting this thing is a blessing or a curse, Lin Shen thought to himself. Now he was asked to throw away the fat bird, but he was reluctant. After all, although this thing was a little strange, anyone could see that it had a strong ability. When the two returned to the Suanio base, they found that Qi Shuheng and Wang Tianer had not returned yet. They were teleported to that planet earlier than Lin Shen. Lin Shen entered later than them. Their teleportation device cooled down much earlier than Lin Shen, so they should have teleported out earlier. They have not returned yet. Either they are dead and cannot be teleported back, or they do not want to come back and have other gains on that planet. Lin Shen still hopes that they can come back. After all, if they go to Hulu Mountain next time, they will need the Suanio on them to lead the way. When the people of the Qi and Wang families knew that Lin Shen was back, they became unusually quiet, and no one dared to inquire about the news. They were very afraid that their people would never come back, so the Qi and Wang families might not be able to compete with the Lin family. However, the 4 managers of the Lin family came to visit Lin Shen. Lin Shen did not say anything, but just asked them to do their job and maintain the normal operation of the Lin family business. After sending off the 4 stewards, Lin Shen had a good chat with Wei Wufu, and finally let Wei Wufu stay in the Lin family. Wei Wufu didn't have to take care of the Lin family's business, he just had to follow Lin Shen to do things. The reason why the Lin family was in a hurry to come back was that there were 4 important things to do. The first thing was to wait for the dead fan to evolve. It was Lin Shen's main battle pet. With it, Lin Shen would have more security when he went to that planet again. The second thing was to get more pets, equipment and fire to prepare for the next trip to that planet. The third thing was to have a blind date and have children. No matter how much preparation there was, no one knew what dangers would be encountered in that place. In case Lin Shen couldn't come back, someone in the Lin family had to continue the bloodline. This was what he promised his brothers and sisters, and he had to do it. The fourth thing was to learn a base transformation technique that suited him. After the base transformation, you can start practicing the base transformation technique. The base transformation technique is a practice method that can purify and refine the base transformation body. In simple terms, it is to remove impurities in the steel body, alloy body, and crystal body, so that the properties are higher and the base fluid can be better absorbed. Of course, this is just the human understanding. In fact, base transformation technique is not called base transformation technique in the universe, but evolution technique. In the universe, evolution technique can be said to be varied and numerous. And almost every race has its own unique evolution technique. However, evolution techniques also have their own advantages and disadvantages. According to Tian, the most popular evolution techniques in the universe, the top 5 evolution techniques are Heaven Heart Technique, Life of All Things, Evolution Theory, Nerve Transformation, and Source Sutra. These are the abbreviations of the 5 top evolution techniques. For example, the full name of Heaven Heart Technique is Heaven and Man are One Idealistic Technique. It was originally an evolution technique created by the Tian clan. Later, it was widely circulated. Many races took Heaven and Man are One Idealistic Technique as a compulsory course, claiming to be the top of the 5 evolution techniques. Of course, Lin Shen felt that Tian was somewhat boastful. Lin Shen analyzed that these 5 evolution techniques were not top-notch, but only the most widely spread and classic ones. The reason is the same. Lin Shen did not believe that the upper-class races in the universe would be so kind to share the most advanced evolution techniques with other races. There are too many races in the universe. It is difficult for a race like humans who have just entered the universe to attract the attention of those big races. Many races will disappear silently soon after entering the universe, and then new races will rise again. Tian said that he knew the human race, but only a very few humans, and those humans were not very famous, they just happened to know. Wei Wufu also confirmed this point. There are indeed many humans who have gone out, but there are no human masters known to the universe so far. There are only a few famous human masters. Tian said that there is a universe race ranking list, and humans are not even qualified to be on the list. The ranking list ends at 100 million, and most of the races, like humans, are not qualified to be on the list, which shows how many races there are in the universe and how fierce the competition is. As for whether there will be invasions by the big races in the universe, in fact, there is no need to worry too much about this so far. Even for those big races, it is extremely difficult to reach another life planet through space travel, and it takes too long. Maybe by the time they sail over, humans have already disappeared in the long river of history. The passage between planets mainly relies on the transmission device, which is the watch device that Lin Shen wore before. Only when you reach a fixed transmission area can you use the transmission device, and the transmission is directional, and each transmission device only corresponds to one planet. No transmission device has been found to transmit here yet. Even if there is, the genetic mutation resources here are so poor that there will probably not be too many people coming. Just like the planet that Lin Shen and his friends went to before, you can find mutant creatures just by walking around. On Lin Shen's side, the probability of encountering mutant creatures is about the same as winning a lottery. What puzzled Lin Shen was that there were so many mutant creatures on that planet, but not even a single fire was found. This was a bit strange. Could it be that only the native mutant creatures here have fire? Lin Shen had to think this way. This point needs to be confirmed by finding more fire. Lin Shen recalled the Heaven and Man in One idealistic art he learned from Tian. Although he memorized it, he did not plan to practice it. First, he did not trust Tian, and second, there was no need. Because on their planet, there is not only heavenly hard art, but also evolution theory, life of all things, transformation of nerves, and Source Sutra. The 5 classic evolutionary techniques in the universe are all circulated here. Lin Shen compared the Heaven and Man in One idealistic art mentioned by Tian with the heavenly hard art he had read before. It is almost the same. The content is roughly the same, with only a few details that are different. However, in the basic transformation technique, the 5 classic evolutionary techniques are all abbreviated. The only difference is that the basic transformation technique is only the basic transformation level part that has been circulated, and the content mentioned by Tian also includes the later part. Lin Shen also asked Wei Wufu about this. He didn't know who brought back these evolutionary techniques in the beginning. At the beginning, there was indeed only the basic transformation part. Later, some humans also got the later part, but most of them were not complete. Just as Lin Shen guessed, the 5 major evolutionary techniques are actually just relatively basic evolutionary techniques. Even in large bases, some big families have abandoned these 5 classic evolutionary techniques and practiced more advanced evolutionary techniques. Just like Wei Wufu, his family has these 5 basic evolutionary techniques, but he practices another evolutionary secret technique. It is said that his elders in the family obtained a secret evolutionary technique of a large cosmic family due to some opportunity. And Wei Wufu has promised Lin Shen that he will teach him that evolutionary secret technique. Talent is really a wonderful thing. For the same thing, people without talent find it difficult, while people with talent find it simple. Lin Shen wondered if he was particularly untalented. He had been studying very hard, but he could not learn what Wei Wufu taught him. The movements were obviously the same, but Lin Shen could not sense the flow of power in his body that Wei Wufu said. Don't worry, it's simple, learn. Wei Wufu tried to teach him how to do it over and over again. Lin Shen really wanted to tell Wei Wufu that he was not in a hurry, but simply could not learn it. Old Wei, I know what's going on. Let's stop here today. There is no rush for this kind of thing. You should bear more fatigue and teach me slowly. I will learn slowly. There is a long way to go. Lin Shen received the news and knew that Qi Shuang And Wang Tian'er had returned to the base, so he stopped practicing temporarily. It has been 7 or 8 hours since the morning. Lin Shen has learned the movements and theories for a long time and remembered them. I don't know why he can't put them into practice. Suanio Base is such a small place, and nothing can be hidden. Lin Shen asked someone to find out a little bit, and found out that there were only 7 people from the Qi and Wang families who returned, and 8 people including Bai Shenfei, which can be said to be a heavy loss. However, it is said that when they came back, they pulled back several carts of things, which were covered tightly, and no one knew what was inside. Lin Shen estimated that after they escaped from the giant mountain, they went to other places and got some things, but they didn't know what they got. Not long after, Bai Shenfei came to visit, and Lin Shen asked someone to take her to the reception room. Sister Bai, this trip has been fruitful, Lin Shen said while pouring tea for Bai Shenfei. Bai Shenfei stared at Lin Shen, as if she wanted to see something from his expression. Nothing was gained, but I almost died there, Bai Shenfei said lightly. I heard that you came back with Wei Wufu? Lin Shen nodded and said, after I escaped, I hid myself. I was a little worried about your safety, so I didn't leave. I waited for 3 days until Wei Wufu came out. He said that he was separated from you after entering the cave, and he didn't know your situation. We waited for a long time, but you didn't come out. I thought. Bai Shenfei stared at Lin Shen's eyes, as if trying to judge whether what he said was true or false. After a while, she said, I did encounter some troubles. If it weren't for the help of masters, I'm afraid it would be really troublesome. Master? What? Master? Is there anyone stronger than you in Suanio Base? Lin Shen asked in surprise. Of course he is much stronger than me. Bai Shenfei couldn't tell anything from Lin Shen's expression, and asked after pondering, I heard that your second brother disappeared after entering Hulu Mountain many years ago? Are you saying that the master who helped you is my second brother? Lin Shen asked back with a look of surprise. Bai Shenfei said calmly, I didn't see the man's appearance, I just guessed. Qi Shuheng and Wang Tian'er guessed that the man was your 4th brother. I don't think so, your 4th brother is not that strong. Lin Shen showed disappointment, second brother has been missing for many years, we all thought he had died, if it is really him, that would be great. By the way, what did you gain? Lin Shen asked again. The gains of Qi and Wang families are not enough to offset their losses, plus they suspect that the master is your 3rd or 4th brother, they should not dare to have any ideas about your Lin family in the future. After a pause, Bai Shenfei continued, this matter is over, I will return to the Cape Base today, are you willing to go back to the Cape Base with me? I can introduce you to join the training camp where I am, which is the training camp where senior brother Lin has been. Lin Shen was really a little hesitant. He didn't want to join any training camp, but after Bai Shenfei left, he didn't know if he would have the chance to see her again, and he didn't know if he would have the chance to get the fire on her body. After pondering for a long time, Lin Shen suddenly looked up at Bai Shenfei and asked, Sister Bai, do you have a boyfriend now? Bai Shenfei was slightly startled, why are you asking this? If not, what do you think of me? Lin Shen thought, if he could take down Bai Shenfei, he could not only get the fire, but also solve the problem of blood inheritance of the Lin family. You want to be my boyfriend? Bai Shenfei looked at Lin Shen with some surprise. Who doesn't want to have such a beautiful girlfriend? Although Lin Shen couldn't see her expression, but from her tone, it seemed That there was a little possibility, which surprised Lin Shen. Although Lin Shen couldn't see what Bai Shenfei looked like. Just by looking at eyes of others looking at Bai Shenfei, he knew that Bai Shenfei must look good. If he could really let Bai Shenfei be his girlfriend, it would not be a loss. It's a pity that I don't like my brother. Bai Shenfei stood up and said, since you don't want to go, I won't force you. Bai Shenfei thought that Lin Shen didn't want to go to the Cape base with her, so she found such an excuse to reject her tactfully. Lin Shen sighed helplessly. He also knew that if he spoke so rashly, how could Bai Shenfei consider him? He would not consider himself either. After sending Bai Shenfei to the gate and preparing to turn back, Bai Shenfei turned around and suddenly said to Lin Shen, if you really want to be my boyfriend, it is not impossible. Sister, just tell me what conditions you have. Lin Shen pondered. Bai Shenfei took out something and threw it to Lin Shen, if you can learn this, come to the Cape base to find me, and then I can consider giving you a chance. After that, Bai Shenfei turned and left without waiting for Lin Shen to say anything. Sister, I take your words seriously. Lin Shen took the thing and found that it was a diary. He opened it and looked at it. There were handwritten words inside. Really? Bai Shenfei's voice floated from afar, and she had already walked away. Is this a base transformation technique? Lin Shen looked carefully and found that it was all familiar content. It should be some kind of base transformation technique, but because there was only content but no name, he didn't know what this base transformation technique was called. When he turned to the end, there was only the base transformation part, and no content behind it. Suddenly giving me a base transformation technique, what exactly does Bai Shenfei want to do? Lin Shen couldn't figure out what Bai Shenfei meant for a while. Back in the house, Lin Shen studied it carefully several times. This base transformation technique is more complicated than the one taught by Wei Wufu, and it should not be an ordinary thing like the 5 classic base transformation techniques. It looks like this basic transformation technique is quite advanced. If I can learn it, I can solve the problem of basic transformation technique, get a beautiful and strong girlfriend to continue the family line, and get the fire. It can be said that I can kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Lin Shen thought about it and felt really excited. However, he also knew that even if he really learned this basic transformation technique, Bai Shenfei might not really be his girlfriend. He couldn't figure out what Bai Shenfei meant. After Bai Shenfei left the Lin family, she looked at the gate of the Lin family at the end of the street from a distance and muttered to herself, it is not so easy to practice talent theory. I don't know how many geniuses can't practice it, otherwise I wouldn't be stuck at the basic transformation level and can't break through. I don't know what kind of talent can be used to practice talent theory and become the key to open the door of my destiny. As expected by Bai Shenfei, the Qi and Wang families became obedient and did not make any more troubles. Even in some matters involving the interests of the 3 families, the Qi and Wang families made some concessions. The reason was simple. The punch that Lin Shen used to kill the giant king was too scary. They did not meet Tian, and they thought that there were only the Lin brothers in that place besides them. Naturally, they were very scared, afraid that the man was one of the Lin brothers and would come back to trouble them. Lin Shen did not plan to move the Qi and Wang families for the time being. First, because his strength was not enough, and second, he really did not have extra time and energy. These days, he has been learning the basic transformation technique with Wei Wufu, but there is still no progress. He can't sense the flow of power that way. Wufu said. Old Wei, help me see how this basic transformation technique works. Lin Shen gave up decisively. With his current attributes, if he can practice it, it should be effective in these few days. If there is no effect, it is just a waste of time to persist. Lin Shen was not a persistent person. He would let go decisively when it was time to let go. He did not like to wait for miracles to happen. Wei Wufu took the notebook handed over by Lin Shen and slowly flipped through it. This notebook was not the one that Bai Shenfei gave to Lin Shen, but a copy that Lin Shen copied down himself. Wei Wufu read it once, then turned it over and read it again. He flipped through it several times in the middle, and it took more than 2 hours to read it. Lin Shen waited patiently on the side, not rushing Wei Wufu. You ask? Wei Wufu put down the notebook and looked at Lin Shen. Can I practice? Lin Shen asked directly. Try. Wei Wufu answered with only one word. If you can practice, practice. If you can't practice, don't practice. What does try mean? Lin Shen frowned. Advanced, there are mistakes, there is no follow-up, change, try, no problem. Wei Wufu said. Lin Shen understood. Wei Wufu said that this basic transformation technique was very advanced, but there were some mistakes in the middle, and there was no follow-up. He can help to revise it, and it's okay for Lin Shen to try to practice it. This is similar to what Lin Shen thought, and there is really no harm in trying it. As for the mistakes in the base transformation technique, Lin Shen actually copied them wrong on purpose. Old Wei, please help me revise it, I plan to give it a try. Lin Shen said. Okay. Old Wei took paper and pen and corrected all the places he thought were wrong. Lin Shen watched from the side. The places that Old Wei corrected were all the places where he wrote wrong, and he didn't find any problems with other parts. Old Wei, do you know what base transformation technique this is? Lin Shen took the base transformation technique that Wei Wufu had revised and asked casually. Originally, Lin Shen didn't expect Wei Wufu to really know what base transformation technique this was. After all, such an advanced base transformation technique should be confidential to anyone who possesses it, and it is impossible to spread it casually. Who knew that Wei Wufu hesitated for a moment and actually said, maybe. I know. Lin Shen was very surprised and hurriedly asked Wei Wufu in detail what was going on. Wei Wufu explained for a long time before Lin Shen understood what was going on. Wei Wufu had never seen this basic transformation technique before, but he had heard of a basic transformation technique that was very similar to the basic transformation technique that Lin Shen copied down. Most of the basic transformation techniques practiced by humans were passed down from the universe, and only a very small number were created by humans themselves. Among the few basic transformation techniques created by humans, most of them were borrowed or plagiarized from other basic transformation techniques. Wei Wufu only knew one basic transformation technique that was completely created by humans from theory to methods. That was the basic transformation technique talent theory, created by Bai Ye, who was known as the first person in basic transformation with great effort. It is because the idea of this talent theory is completely different from other basic transformation techniques, so although Wei Wufu has never read talent theory, he can guess that it is talent theory. Of course, Wei Wufu also used the word maybe, which means that he cannot be very sure that this is talent theory, but he guessed that it is very likely. Wei Wufu said that Bai Ye is almost invincible with talent theory, and Lin Shen was puzzled at first why he had never heard of such a famous person. Later, I learned that Baez NB is limited to the basic transformation level, because no matter how you practice talent theory, you can't break through the basic transformation level. In other words, you can only be invincible at the basic transformation level. There is no possibility of promotion, and the entry requirements are too high, and ordinary people can't practice it at all. Later, there were stronger people who studied Baez talent theory, but unfortunately, the results were the same. No matter who practiced, they couldn't break through the basic transformation level. To this day, there is still a school of people who insist on studying talent theory. It is said that there were some breakthroughs more than 10 years ago, but after so many years, I still haven't seen anyone who can really practice talent theory successfully. In fact, apart from Byakuya, few people in history have been able to master the talent theory, let alone break through. This is really interesting. If you don't have talent, you can't practice it. If you have talent, you can't break through it. This kind of base transformation technique is really not worth spreading. It's more like destroying geniuses. Lin Shen plans to give it a try. As long as you don't break through the base transformation level, the base transformation technique can be replaced, so it doesn't hurt to try it. Lin Shen did what he said and began to practice the base transformation technique given to him by Bai Shenfei, but the result disappointed him again. This base transformation technique still did not allow him to feel the power flowing in his body, which made Lin Shen a little depressed. According to Wei Wufu, only humans with extremely good talents can practice talent theory. If he can't practice it, it means that his talent is not very good, at least not a genius among 10,000. I don't believe it. Lin Shen directly took the Heaven and Man Unity Idealistic Heart Sutra he got from Tian to practice. He wanted to feel what the feeling of power flowing was like first, and then try to practice talent theory or the secret base transformation technique taught by Wei Wufu. If you don't practice, you won't know. After practicing, Lin Shen was shocked. Almost everyone can practice Heaven Heart Sutra, which anyone who is a steel-based transformer can practice, but he still can't practice it. Is my talent really so bad? Lin Shen was a little disappointed, but he thought about it again and felt something was wrong. Even if his talent is so poor, it can't be so bad that he can't do the base transformation that everyone can practice, right? Lin Shen didn't give up, and asked someone to get the other 2 of the 5 classic base transformations, to test. He tried the Source Sutra first, but still couldn't practice it. Then he tried the Nerve Transformation, but the result was still the same, and he still couldn't practice it. Do I really have no talent for cultivation? This is not right. The foundation of the general base transformation is to complete the base transformation. Since I have completed the base transformation, it proves that I have talent. Why can't I practice it? Lin Shen was puzzled. Wei Wufu couldn't explain what was going on with Lin Shen. He had never heard of a base transformer who couldn't practice the 5 basic base transformations. Lin Shen still didn't give up, and went directly to the study of the third brother, broke the lock, and found several books of base transformation collected by the third brother to practice. He tried several more transformation techniques, but the result made Lin Shen's face look worse and worse. Just when Lin Shen thought he really couldn't master the transformation technique, he tried again and it worked. Lin Shen finally sensed what Wei Wufu meant by the flow of power, just like water flowing through sand. That power flowed through his body, washing his flesh, bones and internal organs, as if he was not made of flesh and blood, but made of sand. The fine liquid continued to flow through his body, taking away the impurities in his body and slowly excreting them out of his body. It's done. I can still practice. Lin Shen looked at the base transformation technique that saved his confidence. The 3 words evolution were written on the cover, one of the 5 basic base transformation techniques. It's okay if I can practice it. I will practice evolution first. After I get used to the feeling of power flow, I will practice other base transformation techniques. It should be able to achieve twice the result with half the effort. After Lin Shen and Wei Wufu discussed, Wei Wufu also felt that Lin Shen's idea was feasible. He should practice evolution first, and then practice other base transformation techniques. Wei Wufu had read evolution before. When he read evolution that Lin Shen got from his 3rd brother, he found some mistakes. The strange thing is that after Wei Wufu corrected those mistakes, Lin Shen could not feel the flow of power in his body. He practiced with the wrong version and it was restored. Strange. Even Wei Wufu thought it was too strange. He confirmed again and again that he was not wrong. The evolution theory that Lin Shen took did have many mistakes. Anyway, it's just for transition. It's wrong. It doesn't have much impact. Lin Shen continued to practice with the wrong version of evolution theory, and the effect was surprisingly good. After Lin Shen became proficient, he tried to practice the secret technique taught by Wei Wufu again, but it still didn't work. He tried talent theory again, but it didn't work even better. Could it be that I really have no chance to get the fire from Bai Shenfei? Lin Shen was a little melancholy. His plan to get both money and people was afraid that it would fail. Lin Shen tried all the basic transformation techniques he could find again, and the result was still the same. Except for the wrong version of evolution theory, he could not feel the flow of power when practicing any basic transformation technique. The effect of practicing the wrong version of evolution was unexpectedly good. After only a few days of practice, the duration of the iron body was greatly extended, and even the duration of the super-base transformation was somewhat extended. Humans were originally flesh and blood. Using the iron body through base transformation not only consumes a lot of energy, but the body will also be overloaded and unable to maintain the state of the iron body for a long time. Therefore, ordinary base transformers, even at the crystal base level, cannot always maintain a fighting posture, and usually maintain the state of ordinary humans. Various base transformation techniques have the effect of extending the duration of the iron body. But it is just a question of whether the effect is strong or weak. The biggest advantage of the 5 basic base transformation techniques is stability, and the effect of extending the time is also okay, but it is not as obvious as the evolution practiced by Lin Shen. It has been extended a lot after only a few days of practice, which makes Wei Wufu feel a little surprised. Since other base transformation techniques are not working, I can only practice evolution. Lin Shen is still acceptable to the current result. Although he couldn't practice those secret or special base transformation techniques, fortunately, the effect of evolution theory was not bad, and it was easier to find the later part of evolution theory. If he practiced talent theory, there would be no subsequent part, and he had to create it himself, which was too troublesome. It's a pity that I can't have a chance with Bai Shenfei. Lin Shen knew that his chance of catching up with Bai Shenfei was very slim, so he officially put blind dates on the agenda. Now Lin Shen needs to practice evolution theory every day, learn combat skills from Wei Wufu, and find possible fire sources. He has no time to fall in love. Blind dates are undoubtedly the most time-saving and cost-effective way for him to pass on the family line as soon as possible. For this, Lin Shen also spent a lot of money on matchmakers, but when the girls in the base heard that they were going to introduce Lin Shen to them, they shook their heads like fans and refused to even meet him. Lin Shen was very helpless. He had been mentally prepared for this situation. If it weren't for this, Lin Shen, who shouldered heavy responsibilities, would not have been married until now. After all, marriage law no longer exists in this era, and many people get married at the age of 17 or 18. Lin Shen is tall and energetic, and he has money. Although he does not participate in the management of the Lin family's business, the pocket money given to him by his eldest sister every month is already a lot of money for ordinary people. The reason why no girl is willing to go on a blind date with Lin Shen is because Lin Shen has a well-known ex-girlfriend in Suanio Base, Lu Qing, from the Lu family in Yashan Base. Yashan Base is one of the stronger bases nearby, and the Lu family is stronger than the Qi, Wang, and Lin families combined. Of course, that refers to the three families before they were seriously injured. Now they can't compare with the Lu family. Suanio Base and Yashan Base are not far away, and they often have trade exchanges with each other. Once Lu Qing followed her family to Suanio Base to open a store. After staying in Suanio Base for a few years, she and Lin Shen fell in love with each other and soon developed into a couple. When Lu Qing left Suanio Base, she declared that anyone in Suanio Base who dared to touch her man would bear the consequences. The problem is that Lin Shen and Lu Qing broke up a long time ago, but no one in Suanio Base knows about it. Others didn't believe Lin Shen's words. Instead, they suspected that Lin Shen couldn't bear the loneliness and wanted to develop an underground love affair while Lu Qing was away. Lin Shen really had no choice but to go find Lu Qing and drag her to the Suanio Base to hold a press conference to publicly announce that she had broken up with him. Little fifth brother. When will the third and fourth masters come back? An old man found Lin Shen, who was practicing fighting skills with Wei Wufu, and asked anxiously, "Uncle Lei, when did you come back? Where's eldest sister?" Lin Shen couldn't help but feel happy when he saw the old man. Uncle Lei is in charge of accounting in the Lin family and has always followed the eldest sister. Since Uncle Lei is back, the eldest sister should be back too. Something happened to us at the Yashan Base. The owner and the goods were detained. Uncle Lei said anxiously, "Little fifth brother, tell me quickly when the third and fourth masters will come back. This matter cannot be delayed. It will be troublesome for the master if we delay any longer. Uncle Lei, tell me slowly, what's going on?" Lin Shen's face darkened, but he still comforted Uncle Lei. Lei Shen hurriedly explained the general story. The eldest sister took the goods to the Yashan Base for sale. There was no problem at all. They had already established sales channels, so just send the goods there. After delivering the goods, we have to pick up a batch of goods at the Yashan Base and come back, so we can't make this trip in vain. There was a problem when receiving the goods. The eldest sister received a batch of bulk goods and found nothing unusual at the time. Later, when she took a careful inventory, she found that there was a mutated egg inside. This discovery was naturally surprising. Who knew that not long after, the person who sold the goods to the elder sister came back and demanded a return. "We are all doing business, so we have already settled the money and goods, so of course it is impossible to return the goods. In fact, the man didn't come to return the goods by himself, but the Su family members found out about the mutated eggs, arrested him, and took him to return the goods. Naturally, the eldest sister refused to withdraw, so the Su family directly seized the eldest sister and the goods. Fortunately, the eldest sister saw the opportunity early and sent someone to send the mutated eggs back to the Blackbird base. So they didn't succeed. Su Tianga put Uncle Lei back just so that he could inform the Lin family to bring the mutated eggs to replace him. Lin Shen had heard of the Su family. In addition to the Liu family in the Yashan base, the Su family was much stronger than the Lin family. Where are the mutated eggs? Lin Shen asked in a deep voice. I have asked before, and they all said that the person who sent the mutated eggs did not come back. I don't know if there was an accident on the way, or something else happened. Uncle Lei said anxiously, little fifth brother, third master and fourth master, when can we come back? This matter can only be solved by asking them to take action. Uncle Lei, you need to rest and have something to eat first. Once you have rested, we will go to the Yashan base. Lin Shen originally planned to go out to see if he could find fire in other bases and have a blind date by the way. Now that something like this happened, he happened to go to the Yashan base. Little fifth brother, what's the point of going to the Yashan base? The third master and the fourth master have to go there. Uncle Lei was too anxious, and for a moment he was a little garbled with words. After he realized what he was doing, he hurriedly explained, Brother Xiaowu, that's not what I meant. You also know the strength of the Su family. If the third and fourth masters come forward, they may sell out favors. Uncle Lei, I understand what you mean, but I don't know when the third and fourth brothers will come back. It's important to save people now. Let's go to the Yashan base to check the situation first. At least we can't let the eldest sister there alone. Alone. And without support, Lin Shen said lightly. But Uncle Lei wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by Lin Shen. No, but, Uncle Lei, if you are tired, you can stay and rest for now, I will go first. Lin Shen said. Brother Xiaowu, if you really want to go, the old man will show you the way. Seeing that Lin Shen had made up his mind, Uncle Lei had no choice but to say through gritted teeth. In a cave on a hill more than 20 kilometers southwest of the Asian god base, Su Tianga leaned on a chair and hummed a little tune happily. He has been in a very good mood recently. As the best of the younger generation of the Su family, he was the first to be promoted to the alloy level and was highly valued by the family. He might have the opportunity to become the helmsman of the Su family in the future. A few days ago, another mutant egg was found, although it was taken by the Lin family's caravan. First, he left the owner of the Lin family's caravan, Lin Miao, and the mutant egg would most likely return to his hands in the end. Su Tianga is not stupid. He knows the origin and background of the Lin family's caravan. The three families in the Suanio base are all on good terms with the Liu family. The Liu family also has a lot of business there. The Su family has always wanted to get involved, but there is no chance. Moreover, Su Tianga heard that Lin Zongjing and Lin Xiangdong, the real powerful figures of the Lin family, have not returned to the base for nearly 2 months. I am afraid that they are in danger. Of course, even if Lin Zongjing and Lin Xiangdong are there, Su Tianga doesn't care. How can the Lin family, a mere Suanio base, be compared with their Su family? Even if Lin Zongjing and Lin Xiangdong come together, he will definitely get the mutant egg. That is a mutant egg. With the mutant egg, who else in the younger generation of the Su family can compete with him? He heard that the Lin brothers valued friendship the most and would definitely not ignore Lin Miao's safety. It was a sure thing to recover the mutant egg. Boss, old man Lei from the Lin family brought people back. The younger brother in charge of looking out ran back to report. Su Tianga's eyes lit up when he heard it, but he still suppressed his excitement and asked, how many people came? Including Old Man Lei, there are 3 people in total. The younger brother replied. 3 people, those who came should be Lin Shandong and Lin Zongjing. It seems that the rumors are not credible. They are not missing. I heard that. The 2 people are still a little capable, so we have to be careful to deal with them. Su Tianga pondered. Boss, that person calls himself Lin Shen, and the other person is his guard. The younger brother said hurriedly. Lin Shen? Who is Lin Shen? Su Tianga looked confused. He had never heard of this name. Lin Shen is the 5th child of the Lin family, the youngest in the family. He is not involved in the family business. He is over 20 years old and has not undergone gene mutation. He is good for nothing except eating, drinking, and having fun. An old man with white hair but no wrinkles on his face said lightly. Mr. Zhou, do you know this person? Su Tianga was a little surprised that a crystal-based strongman like Mr. Zhou would know Lin Shen. I heard someone say that Lu Qing, the girl from the Lu family, talked to him for a while when she went to the Suenio base. Not long after she came back, they broke up. Mr. Zhou said. It turned out to be him. After hearing what Mr. Zhou said, Su Tianga also remembered and said with a smile. Such an important matter, the Lin family turned out to be him. It seems that Lin Shandong and Lin Zongjing are really missing. Bring them here. Since it was not Lin Shandong and Lin Zongjing who came, Su Tianga did not have so many concerns. Compared to dealing with Lin Shandong and Lin Zongjing, Su Tianga naturally prefers to face Lin Shen, who only knows how to eat, drink and have fun. At the foot of the mountain, Uncle Lei said with a bitter face, Brother Xiaowu, what are you planning? Now we don't have mutant eggs, wouldn't it be suicide if we go? It's better to go back before Su Tianga comes and make a long-term plan. You go back first. Lin Shen said lightly. How can that be possible, Brother Xiaowu, who do you think I am, old Lei? I am an old man, and I will die if I die. What is there to be afraid of? I am afraid that something will happen to you, and I will not be able to explain to the master. Later. Uncle Lei sighed. Before Lin Shen could say anything else, someone on the mountain shouted, Lin Shen, our boss asked you to come up and talk. Lin Shen walked up the mountain without hesitation, and Wei Wufu followed closely behind. Uncle Lei muttered to himself, God bless, please don't let anything happen. The 3 of them walked up the mountain path. There were many base changers on both sides of the mountain path staring at them. When they entered the cave, they saw Su Tianga sitting on a chair with a big horse and a golden sword, looking like a bandit boss. Behind him stood the white-haired Zhou Lao. Tie him up. Su Tianga looked down at Lin Shen and said coldly. He thought that a kid like Lin Shen, who was raised at home and had never seen the world, could be easily controlled by just bluffing, so he had to give him a warning first. Anyway, there were only 3 people like Lin Shen, and with the crystal base sent by Zhou Lao's family to protect him, Su Tianga was not afraid that they could rebel. A few younger brothers rushed up after hearing the words, and directly stretched out their hands to hold down Lin Shen and the other two. Ah! A scream stunned everyone. The base changer who rushed to the front had his head cut off by Wei Wufu's sword. His body fell down with a bang. The alloy knife in Wei Wufu's hand was still dripping with blood. His crystal-based Tang sword was lost. On that planet, Lin Shen was temporarily unable to give him a crystal-based sword, so he could only give him an alloy sword to make do with. Su Tiange was stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that in this situation, Lin Shen and his men would dare to take action and behead them right away. Are they reckless or stupid? Don't they know that the people of the Lin family caravan are in their hands? Uncle Lei was also stunned. He didn't expect that the guard brought by Lin Shen, who had been silent all the way, would not say a word and directly draw his sword to kill people. Isn't this courting death? You are courting death. Su Tiange was furious. The moment he stood up, the alloy shell had already wrapped his whole body. All the mutants of the Su family also transformed and showed their weapons. Misunderstanding. It's a misunderstanding, Lin Shen said. He killed everyone. Tell me how he misunderstood? Su Tiange asked fiercely with anger in his eyes. My brother has social phobia. So many strangers came up and touched him, which made him feel very uncomfortable, so he had to take action. Lin Shen explained seriously. You call this social phobia? I'm still a fucking social bull, kill them for me. Su Tiange gritted his teeth and said. Don't move. All the mutants used their mutation power and drew their weapons at the same time, and were about to rush up to punish Lin Shen and the other two, but were shocked by Lin Shen's loud shout. Lin Shen was holding a revolver in his hand, pointing the muzzle at Su Tiange, and saying, You'd better not act rashly, otherwise my gun won't recognize anyone. After a moment of silence, everyone suddenly burst into laughter. Even Su Tiange laughed, and then pointed his finger at his heart, saying sinisterly, Come on, aim here. If you can hurt me, I'll take your last name from now on. Su Tiange didn't recognize the pet capsule pistol at all, and thought that Lin Shen had an ordinary revolver in his hand. Even if the pistol was loaded with armor-piercing bullets, it couldn't break his alloy shell. Others also thought that Lin Shen was here to make fun of him. He actually threatened an alloy base changer with a broken revolver. Isn't this funny? Even Uncle Lei, who was his companion, thought that this Xiaowu brother was too outrageous. He sighed secretly and felt that today might be a bad day. Old Zhou also looked at Lin Shen coldly, as if he was looking at a clown. Not to mention that the bullets from the pistol could not hurt the alloy-based transformer, even if they could, with his crystal base, it would be as easy to pick up the bullets with bare hands as to take something out of a bag. Bang! The gunshot rang out, and when everyone was laughing, Lin Shen really fired the gun. Lin Shen fired the gun, but he didn't shoot Su Tiange, but Elder Zhou, who was standing next to Su Tiange. The Su family knew the details of the Lin family, and the Lin family also knew about the Su family. Before Lin Shen came, he had already seen Su Tiange's detailed information. The most talented person in the younger generation of the Su family, he was already an alloy-based transformer before he was 20 years old. In addition to the large amount of resources given by the Su family, he himself is also a very hardworking person, and there is a good chance that he will become the leader of the new generation of the Su family in the future. For a family with such future hopes, the Su family will definitely arrange experts to protect him. Elder Zhou's appearance of white hair and childish face is so outstanding, and he has been standing next to Su Tiange. When Lin Shen took out the gun, he subconsciously protected Su Tiange, and he was contemptuous of Lin Shen's threat. With a gun. If Lin Shen can't tell who is the expert who protects Su Tiange, then he is really a pig. Seeing Lin Shen firing the gun, and it seems that the gun was off target, and the muzzle tilted towards him, the contempt in Elder Zhou's eyes became stronger. If it was a base changer attack, he would still use the base change power and use the crystal base carapace to protect his body first. But in his opinion, the gun was a waste. How could it hurt a noble crystal base changer like him? Zhou Lao wanted to show off and wanted to take the bullet directly with his bare hands to let Su Tiange see the strength of him, an old servant of the Su family. But the moment the gun went off, Zhou Lao only felt a flash in front of his eyes, and he didn't have time to react at all, and then his brain suddenly went blank. Who am I? Where am I? What happened? Zhou Lao's brain only had time to flash these few thoughts, and then he fell straight back. In the center of his forehead, a blood hole was spurting out red and white things. For a moment, everyone in the cave was petrified. Su Tiange seemed to have turned into a robot, and turned his neck stiffly to Zhou Lao, watching Zhou Lao fall straight down, and some of the red and white things spurted out also splashed on his face. Mr. Zhou is dead. He was killed by a gun. How could it be possible? It must be fake. I must not have woken up yet. Su Tiange stood there woodenly for a while, as if he was possessed by a demon. The smiles of the other base changers in the cave froze on their faces. The more happy they were just now, the more uncomfortable they were now. Uncle Lei was surprised and happy. He couldn't believe his eyes. One bullet actually killed the crystal-based strongman next to Su Tiange. He even wondered if he was dreaming. What did you say just now? Where did you want me to aim? Lin Shen pointed the gun at Su Tiange again. So what if it's a crystal-based? A crystal-based without using the power of base changers still has some gaps in flesh and blood compared to crystal-based creatures. The pet capsule. In the gun was the alloy-grade black armored bee that Tian had originally put in. After being accelerated to a speed exceeding 44 of the crystal-based, it was not difficult to penetrate the skull of a crystal-based human. If Mr. Zhou wasn't so arrogant and looked down on the gun in Lin Shen's hand, and had used the base transformation power early and protected himself with the crystal-based armor, it would not be so easy for Lin Shen to kill him. Of course, it was also because Lin Shen didn't give him a chance. Lin Shen was pointing at Su Tiange from the beginning. He turned to attack Mr. Zhou just before he fired the gun. Even if he wanted to use the crystal-based armor to protect his body at that time, it was too late. After all, it takes time to use the base transformation power, and that time can never be faster than the speed of a bullet. Su Tiange turned his head with difficulty and said with a forced smile, "Brother, misunderstanding, it's all misunderstanding. In fact, I am also a social phobia. I was too nervous just now and said the wrong thing. Don't mind it, brother." Su Tiange was really scared. He felt the fear of humans being dominated by guns and bullets more than 200 years ago. Even if he had an alloy armor to protect his body, he still felt like he was wearing nothing and had no sense of security. The body of Mr. Zhou beside him was still bleeding, his eyes bulging. And he died with his eyes open. Jingji was shot dead. Su Tiange didn't think he was tougher than Jingji. He didn't want to become a cold corpse at such a young age, with a bright future. The more things a person has, the less he wants to leave this world easily. Lin Shen walked to Su Tiange's side. Su Tiange didn't dare to move at all. He even raised his hands very talentedly. This action has not been used for many years. Lin Shen walked behind Su Tiange and put the muzzle of the gun against the back of his head. Don't shoot, brother, let's talk it out. It was my fault before. I apologize to you. The moment the muzzle of the gun was against his head, Su Tiange felt that his soul was about to break through his head and fly out, and said in a trembling voice, Wei Wufu and Lin Shen's methods of crippling people with a disagreement were simply insane and even more cruel than him. Who knows if Lin Shen will shoot him directly in the next second. Su Tiange was really a little scared. These two people just don't play by the rules. Where's my sister? Lin Shen said indifferently. What are you all standing there for? You bunch of rubbish, why? Don't you go and invite our sister over? Su Tiange shouted at the dazed mutants below. The mutants who had reacted quickly ran to the side cave. Stop. Lin Shen said coldly. Some people stopped, but some were still running. Inside. Bang. Another shot, the bullet flew past Su Tiange's head and directly blew up the head of a mutant who was still running to the side cave. Everyone stood there again and dared not move. Su Tiange was numb and stood there woodenly, his legs trembling. When Lin Shen fired the gun just now, Su Tiange thought he was shooting him and felt that his soul had really left his body. Now he dared not move even more. At such a close distance, he did not see how the bullet flew over. The speed of the bullet was too fast, and it should not be the speed that a pistol could fire. Brother, you say what to do, I will listen to you. Su Tiange swallowed the non-existent saliva and said with some difficulty. Old Wei, Uncle Lei, go and pick up our eldest sister. Lin Shen said to Old Wei and Uncle Lei. Okay. Old Wei responded and walked towards the side cave. Little Fifth Master, don't worry, we will go and pick up the Master family. Uncle Lei was surprised and unconsciously changed his address. Hey, you lead the way. Lin Shen casually pointed to a mutant. The mutant quickly led Old Wei and Uncle Lei to the side cave, not daring to delay at all. There was only one bullet in the angel revolver before, but now there is more than one. Since Lin Shen returned to the Sueño base, he has tried every means to get pet capsules back and fill all 7 magazines. Fortunately, he has money and the Lin family also has stocks, otherwise it would be really difficult. Lin Miao and the people in the caravan were locked in a cave with alloy locks. Except for Lin Miao, who looked relatively calm, the expressions of others were somewhat uneasy. They all knew that the 3rd Master and the 4th Master were not in the base before the caravan set off. What if the 3rd Master and the 4th Master have not returned yet? Who can replace them? Who dares to replace them? Lin Miao seemed calm, but she was not calm in her heart. Of course, she knew that her 3rd brother and 4th brother were not in the Sueño base, but as the head of the family and the leader of the caravan, she could not fall down first. Anyway, Master, do you think the 3rd Master and the 4th Master can come? Although he asked many times, the young gene changer in the caravan couldn't help asking again. Yes. Lin Miao answered calmly, without any hesitation. The young man felt relieved, leaned against the wall and took a few deep breaths, and his emotions calmed down a lot. Suddenly, the stone door blocking the cave was opened, and 3 people walked in. "Master, you have suffered, we are here to save you." Uncle Lei saw Lin Miao sitting on the ground chained, and he rushed over with tears in his eyes. When had Lin Miao ever suffered such hardship? Everyone was surprised and happy to see Uncle Lei coming. Lin Miao was also happy in his heart, but he still asked calmly, "Is it the 3rd brother who came, or the 4th brother who came?" "Master, neither. The 3rd master and the 4th master have not returned to the base yet." Uncle Lei took the guard's key and said while opening the alloy shackles for Lin Miao. "No? Then who brought the mutant eggs to exchange for us?" Lin Miao was slightly surprised. "There are no mutant eggs. The person who sent the mutant eggs may have had an accident halfway and did not return to the base at all," Uncle Lei said again. "Then why would the Su family release him?" Lin Miao looked at Uncle Lei in confusion. Since the 3rd and 4th brothers were not here, and there were no mutant eggs to exchange for them, why would Su Tianga release them? Everyone in the caravan also looked at Uncle Lei. They were just as confused as Lin Miao Miao. "It's little 5th master," Uncle Lei said excitedly. "Little 5th master? Which little 5th master?" Everyone was unable to react for a while. They couldn't figure out who little 5th master Uncle Lei was talking about. In their impression, Lin Shen was the spoiled little 5th brother who only knew how to eat, drink and have fun. "5th brother is here?" It was still Lin Miao who reacted first. She knew Lin Shen's personality too well. There was no one in charge at home, so it was not surprising that Lin Shen would come here. What she was puzzled about was how Lin Shen, who didn't have a mutant egg, got the Su family to release him. And judging from Uncle Lei's performance and the way he addressed Lin Shen, it seemed that her brother had done something amazing. Little 5th master is so amazing. Uncle Lei spitted and exaggerated what had just happened. Everyone was stunned and confused, wondering if Uncle Lei was wrong or if they had heard it wrong. "Is it possible to kill a crystal-based strongman with a pistol? I asked you to tell a story, not a myth." "The Su family courtyard of Yashin base." "You mean, he hit you in the face, killed our Su family's Jingji, and followed you to the Yashin base in a big way?" Mr. Su squinted and stared at the face that was swollen like a pig's head. Su Tianga said slowly. "Yes." Su Tianga's face was burning with pain. But it was not Lin Shen who beat him, but him who asked to apologize to Lin Miao and slapped himself. If this were not the case, Su Tianga would not let him back, because he was afraid that Lin Shen would kill him and silence him. But in front of the old man, he still wanted to save face, and he was too embarrassed to say that he smoked it. What Su Tianga didn't expect was that Lin Shen had no intention of killing him. Not only did he not kill him, he also followed him to the Yashin base, and he only brought one Wei Wufu with him. Lin Miao and others had already returned to Suanio base under Lin Shen's arrangement. "Xiaoga, how do you think this matter should be handled?" Mr. Su looked at Su Tianga and asked. Su Tianga's heart tightened, but there was no expression on his face. He thought for a while and said, "Old man, if you let me handle it, I think we should not trouble Lin Shen anymore. Not only should we not trouble him, but we should also try your best to repair the misunderstanding between us, and preferably establish a certain friendship with them." "What? Do you think our Su family is not as strong as the Lin family, and cannot avenge you?" the old man said with a cold face. Su Tianga said quickly, Old man, you have misunderstood. Our Su family is of course stronger than the Lin family. The reason why I say that is not because of how strong the Lin family is, but because of the people behind them. The people behind? You mean the Lu family? Do you think our Su family is afraid of the Lu family? The old man's voice became colder. Su Tianga saw this, and said bravely, the people behind the Lin family are definitely not the Lu family. And the gun in Lin Shen's hand is not something the Lu family can possess. Continue. The old man stared at Su Tianga with a very oppressive gaze. Su Tianga said, that revolver is definitely not an ordinary thing. Our Su family doesn't have anything like that, and the Lu family probably doesn't have anything like that either. How can the Lin family, who is just a blackbird base, have something like that? Lin Shen clearly knows that the Yashan base is our Su family's territory, yet he dares to come here like this. I don't think he is a fool, so he must have some support that we don't know about. Also, after all, the Lu family has good relations with the Lin family. I didn't choose to take action inside the base before. I wanted to block their caravan outside because I didn't want to conflict with the Lu family because of this matter. Lin Shen has already entered the base. If you want to move him, the Lu family cannot sit idly by and watch the conflict with the Lu family now, which is not in line with the interests of our Su family. My child, you have really grown up. After hearing this, Mr. Su's pretense of coldness faded away, revealing a look of relief. It's good that you can ignore personal honor and disgrace and not be blinded by hatred. In no case. It's even better to be able to make correct decisions based on the information. I have a successor to the Su family. Old man, do you mean to say that you know the origin of that gun? Su Tianga showed his sobriety and wisdom again. He did not get carried away because of Mr. Su's few words of praise, but he still understood the key points. The approval in Mr. Su's eyes grew stronger. Yes, I have seen such a gun before. To be precise, it was not a gun, but a pet capsule launcher. That thing cannot be made by man. Don't ask me about that thing. Where it came from, I don't know. There is definitely someone behind the Lin family's ability to possess that thing. You are right about this. After a pause, Mr. Su continued, what's the name of the person next to Lin Shen who talks very strangely? Wei Wufu. Su Tianga replied quickly. He was still very impressed by Wei Wufu. His surname is Wei, so it shouldn't be wrong when you think about it. A city with 1,000 people, a guard for 100 years. The guard who defends Wufu is probably that guard. Mr. Su continued with a stern look. I didn't expect that the people of the Wei family, actually got involved with the Lin family. Is it a coincidence or a conspiracy? Old man, you said that Wei Wufu is from Tianqing Wei family? Su Tianga's face changed slightly when he heard this, showing a worried look. The Tianqing Wei family, even though they are thousands of miles apart, still has a very loud name. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is deafening. There are many genetically modified areas near Tianqing. From the beginning of genetic modification, it has faced waves of genetically modified organisms. There were originally more than 1,000 members of the Wei family of the Tianqing clan, and they had guarded Tianqing for more than 200 years. Countless people named Wei died, trying to keep the city intact. Tianqing still has the surname Wei to this day. A city with 1,000 people, a guard for 100 years, is the most indestructible line of defense for mankind. that is. Not an ordinary pet capsule launcher. It can only be found in a place like the Wei family. Mr. Su said thoughtfully, the Wei family is the Wei family after all. It is not an unreasonable master. Even if it has an agenda, it will not take us away. Go to the dead end. Just do what you said and try your best to repair the relationship with the Lin family. Lin Shen didn't really touch you. This already shows a lot of things. You can go ahead and do it without being afraid. Send someone to Tiancheng to inquire and confirm whether Wei Wufu is a member of the Wei family. Old man, don't worry, I will be careful about this matter, Su Tianga said solemnly. At this time, Lin Shen and Wei Wufu were shopping in the market of Yashan Base. Lin Shen wanted to see if he could find genetically modified eggs with fire in Yashan Base. The market at Yashan Base is much bigger than that at Suanio Base. Suanio Base only has one street with shops selling mutation eggs and pets. This Yashan market is much bigger than the street at Suanio Base, at least 10 times larger. The roads in the market are crisscrossed, and there are shops everywhere. There are shops selling mutation materials, mutation eggs, pets, and recycling. Each category has its own area, and any area is much larger than the street at Suanio Base. When Lin Shen came to the area selling mutation eggs, he was dazzled. On the stalls, in the shops, and even in some corridors, people were selling mutation eggs. There were all kinds of varieties, big and small, colorful, and all kinds of mutation eggs, and the quality was naturally different. Lin Shen basically just glanced through, first scanning the stalls outside, and did not see any mutation eggs with fire. It's strange, there are so many genetic mutation eggs, but there is not even a fire. When I was at the Suanio base before, I found a few randomly. Forget it. Let's clean up the shops first and then make plans. Lin Shen walked into each shop one by one. After walking through many shops, he didn't find any fire. When he came to a shop with a very luxurious front, Lin Shen hesitated and didn't go in immediately. The plaque of the shop read Lu. It was the Lu family shop. When Lin Shen was still hesitating whether to go in, he just glanced inside and saw several rows of genetic mutation eggs on the shelf facing the store door. One of the genetic mutation eggs was covered with thick mosaics. Fuck, God, you are playing tricks on me, right? There is nothing anywhere but here? Do you have to be so ridiculous? Lin Shen was a little speechless, but he didn't hesitate and walked in directly. Who cares if he is an X or not to mention that this is just a shop opened by the X's family, even if the eggs are laid by the X, as long as the other party is willing to sell, he dares to buy it. How much is face worth? The most important thing is the spark. Lin Shen saw a girl in sportswear talking to the clerk at the counter. She was probably a customer who wanted to buy genetic mutation eggs. From the back, although she was wearing a formal sportswear that didn't show her figure, and there was no curve, her legs were really long, her hair was black and thick, and her ponytail made her look very healthy. Overall, it made people feel that the girl was very punctual and had a large amount of sex every month. It looks very suitable for having children. Lin Shen retracted his gaze. Now he came to buy fire, and the matter of finding a woman to have children could be put aside for the time being. Lin Shen took Wei Wufu to the front of the counter and pointed to the genetic mutation eggs on the shelf behind the counter and asked, "How much are those?" Before the clerk could answer, Lin Shen suddenly heard a familiar voice next to him and said in surprise, "Lin Shen? Why are you here?" Lin Shen turned his head to look at the girl who was talking. After seeing her appearance clearly, he couldn't help but frowned and said, "Yi Yuzhen, why are you here?" Lin Shen not only knew this girl, but he would probably never forget her in his life. Love strategist Yi Yuzhen, this is what she calls herself. She is Lu Qing's half-brother's best friend, but Lin Shen thinks that the title of love military dog is more suitable for her. Lin Shen and Lu Qing broke up, and Yi Yuzhen made great contributions. It can be said that without Yi Yuzhen's infinite efforts, Lin Shen and Lu Qing would not have broken up so quickly. I heard that my elder sister was in trouble. You came to the Asian god base for my elder sister, right? Yi Yuzhen said. That's my family's business. Don't worry about it. Lin Shen said coldly, and then looked at the clerk and asked, "How much are those base mutation eggs?" The clerk smiled and said, "The base mutation eggs on the shelf, the first and second rows of steel eggs start at 1,000, and the third and fourth rows of alloy eggs start at 30,000. Each egg has a different price. Which one you like is clearly marked on it. No one is cheated." "Sir, you are Monsieur's friend, I can give you a 30% discount. Do I look like someone who needs a discount?" Lin Shen pointed to a steel egg and said, "I want that one, pack it for me, how much is it in total?" "Okay sir, the price of that steel-grade spiral snail egg is 999, today's special price." The clerk continued to serve with a smile. "This is 1,000 yuan. Lin Shen generously put 1,000 yuan bill on the counter and then said, "Don't forget to change." Lin Shen doesn't take advantage of the Lu family and Yi Yuzhen, but he will never let them take advantage of him. The clerk quickly packed up the spiral snail egg that Lin Shen wanted, and handed it to Lin Shen with $1. Lin Shen took the things and turned around and left. He and Yi Yuzhen had nothing to say, and there was no need to say hello. "Lin Shen, my elder sister's matter is a bit troublesome. If you come here to ask Lu Qing for help, I can help. You contact her." Yi Yuzhen said. "No need." Lin Shen didn't want to talk nonsense with her, and left the Lu Yuanai store directly. Yi Yuzhen looked at Lin Shen's back as he left, with a strange look in his eyes. After Lin Shen's figure completely disappeared, Yi Yuzhen retracted his gaze, pondered for a long time and left the store. It's right to come to the Asian god base. Lin Shen got the genetic mutation egg with fire. And he was in a very good mood. Since he had gained something, Lin Shen planned to go through all the stores in one go. If he could find a few more fire seeds, it would really be worth the trip. Unfortunately, after visiting all the shops, Lin Shen did not find any genetic mutation eggs with fire, and he was somewhat disappointed. There are so many times more genetic mutation eggs here than in Suanio, but why is there only one fire? Lin Shen really couldn't understand what the law of the fire was. But it was good to get a fire. Lin Shen wanted to find a place to sleep with the genetic mutation egg and see what kind of fire ability he could get. "Someone, follow," Wei Wufu said. "Let them follow," Lin Shen said lightly. He knew that the Su family must have been paying attention to them, but he came here to solve the problem thoroughly, otherwise when the Su family went to the Suanio base for revenge, he would not be able to protect the safety of the entire Lin family. It is better to fight in someone else's home, so Lin Shen came Of course, Lin Shen is a pacifist. It is best not to fight if he can, and it depends on what the helmsman of the Su family thinks. What surprised Lin Shen was that the Su family was really patient. He had been at the Yashin base for 3 or 4 hours, and the Su family had not come to stop him. Since they don't come to find me, I'll continue to do my own thing. After leaving the market, Lin Shen went to the matchmaking agency. After a round of the Yashin base, Lin Shen found that there were still many young beauties in the Yashin base, at least much more than the Suenio base. The Suenio base was so big, and they were all from the old families, and they knew each other well. It was difficult for Lin Shen to find a match there, so he thought it would be easy to find one in the Yashin base. He was a wealthy family after all, and he was not bad-looking, so it should not be difficult to find someone who met his requirements. He didn't have time to find someone himself, so Lin Shen chose the most time-saving way and got a super VIP at the matchmaking agency. The fat lady boss of the matchmaking agency was so happy that she couldn't close her mouth. She was almost kneading her shoulders and legs when serving tea and water. My requirements are very simple: a clean family background, beautiful, and easy to give birth, Lin Shen said, while drinking tea. Don't worry, I will arrange it for you right away. They are all the best resources I have, and you will be satisfied. The fat lady boss trotted back with a stack of information and photos. Handsome guy, take a look at this, the alloy female warrior, she has a good family background and strength. After marrying her, you don't have to do anything, just wait to count money. The fat lady boss laughed as she said this. A little short. Lin Shen looked at the photo and said, what about this one, although it is only steel grade, she is beautiful, gentle, and obedient. The fat lady boss picked another one without saying a word. A little thinner. Lin Shen looked at the photo again and frowned. It doesn't matter. We have many high-quality girls. How about this one? She has beauty, figure, status, and career. Why does the information say there is a child? Lin Shen looked at the photo and thought it was okay, but after a closer look at the information, he found that there was a child. It's a girl, it's okay. The fat lady boss took it back and picked another one. The two of them compared it for a long time, but they didn't like this one or that one. They picked a lot but couldn't choose one. Handsome guy, I understand. The fat lady boss was very patient. She didn't get impatient, but smiled ambiguously. What do you understand? Lin Shen asked with a smile. What you want is actually just one word. The fat lady boss said with a smile. Which word? Lin Shen asked, curiously. Big. The fat lady boss said a word directly. Big? Lin Shen blinked after hearing it. Yes, big. The fat lady boss said with certainty. Is it big? Lin Shen's eyes were filled with laughter. Big. The fat lady boss's eyes met Lin Shen's, and they both laughed as if they had reached some kind of tacit understanding. Okay, then it's big. Lin Shen nodded. It's definitely big, I guarantee you'll be satisfied, you don't need to look at these, I'll arrange it for you in the evening, wait for my good news. The fat lady boss said confidently. Lin Shen left the matchmaking agency, strolled around the area, found a place to have dinner with Wei Wufu, and then returned to the booked hotel to stay. At night, the fat lady boss sent a message, asking Lin Shen to meet at a tea place. She had already made an appointment, and asked Lin Shen not to ask anything. There would definitely be a surprise when they met. Lin Shen took Wei Wufu to the meeting place together. Although it was best to do this kind of thing alone, Lin Shen was afraid that the Su family would suddenly attack him, and he would feel uneasy without Wei Wufu. After entering the store and going up to the second floor, Lin Shen saw a beautiful woman sitting by the window, wearing a black hip skirt, with legs longer than her life and long wavy hair. Lin Shen could only see her side profile, and had to admit that the fat lady boss was quite reliable, and indeed a little big. Lin Shen looked at it at first glance and thought it was really good, and it must be easy to raise children. It felt like she could have 2 babies in 3 years, and the children would not be hungry. I guess, you must be waiting for me? Lin Shen walked over, picked up the token of the agreement on the table, a blue rose, and looked at the other person with a smile. When the 2 people made eye contact, Lin Shen was suddenly stunned, and the rose in his hand fell to the ground unconsciously. Why is it you? The 2 shouted almost at the same time. The woman turned out to be the love strategist Yi Yuzhen, and Lin Shen almost didn't recognize her. This woman usually wears loose sportswear, but I didn't expect her to be so sexy. I never thought that a love strategist would end up on a blind date. Lin Shen picked up the teacup and took a sip before casually saying, "After all, we are acquainted. Is it necessary to mock me like this? Besides, you are also on a blind date, and you are not much better than me. What qualifications do you have to laugh at me?" Yi Yuzhen said while holding the teacup. "Then I have to thank you. If it weren't for you, how could I have the opportunity to meet so many girls and sit here with you two? Drink tea?" Lin Shen said with a curled lip. Yi Yuzhen seemed to know that he was in the wrong. Surprisingly, he did not refute Lin Shen. After thinking for a while, he said, "I know you are here for your elder sister's matter. You want to find Lu Qing. I can help you make an appointment with her." "You help me make an appointment with her? Then I dare not see her. Who knows what bad things you say to her about me behind her back? Don't let her help the Su family to deal with me. That would be really unfair to me." Lin Shen mocked. "Lin Shen, can you be more virtuous?" Yi Yuzhen said while biting her red lips. "That's a good point. Don't you understand the truth? Why didn't you have a little moral integrity before?" Lin Shen said with a smile. Yi Yuzhen glared at Lin Shen, stood up, picked up his bag and was about to leave. "Don't leave yet," Lin Shen shouted casually, but who knew that Yi Yuzhen really stopped? "Haven't you scolded enough?" Yi Yuzhen said. "Aren't you here for a blind date? We haven't talked about anything yet, and you're leaving now. Isn't it inappropriate?" Lin Shen said with a smile. "No, Lin Shen, what do you mean?" Yi Yuzhen put his bag back on the table and sat back down. "What can I mean? I'm here for a blind date, and you're here for a blind date too. It's not too much to get to know each other, right?" Lin Shen said. "No, are you crazy? Do you really want to have a blind date with me?" Yi Yuzhen looked like he had seen a ghost. "Why would I come here if I wasn't going to have a blind date?" Lin Shen asked back. "Okay, tell me how you want to disgust me." Yi Yuzhen crossed his arms with an expression of seeing what you can do to me. It was just this action that made her seem particularly unattainable. "Don't say such harsh words. I'm not you. I won't disgust you casually without any grudges. Without waiting for Yi Yuzhen to refute, Lin Shen continued, since we are both here for a blind date, I want to know how many boyfriends you have had. Is this not too much? It's not too much, but I don't want to tell you. Yi Yuzhen pouted. Then what do you think of me? Lin Shen continued to ask. You don't really want to have a blind date with me, do you? Can you stop playing tricks on me? Yi Yuzhen looked at Lin Shen suspiciously, with a hint of joy in his eyes. How many times do you want me to say it? Okay, I'll say it one last time. I'm here for a blind date, and you're my blind date. Can't I have a good blind date? Lin Shen said seriously, looking at Yi Yuzhen's appearance as if she was sitting on pins and needles. Lin Shen felt so comfortable in his heart. Before, because of this Yi Yuzhen, he and Lu Qing had quarreled and got angry a lot. When she was unhappy, Lin Shen felt very happy. On second thought, if he really got together with Yi Yuzhen, it would not be bad. To be honest, Lin Shen felt that if he really wanted to find a good girl, he would really harm her. His ultimate goal of wanting to get married was to continue the incense of the Lin family. It can be said that the girl who married him was just a tool. In addition, Lin Shen himself had already planned to embark on the road of evolution. No one knew when and where he would die. Maybe he would not be able to come back next time he went to that planet. Lin Shen himself felt that if a good girl married him, it would really be a waste of her. Even he felt that he was nothing. But he had no choice. Now his brothers were in danger of death. He had to leave some blood for the Lin family before he left. For Yi Yuzhen, Lin Shen had no guilt at all. He had hated Yi Yuzhen for a long time. Thinking about the miserable appearance of Yi Yuzhen raising 2 children alone after Yi Yuzhen married him and gave birth to 2 babies, if he died outside, he was still a little excited. No. Why should I die? Lin Shen suddenly realized that he was cursing himself. He cursed several times in his heart, pooh, 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 I can't die, so let her give birth to me and tire her to death. Besides, in terms of figure and appearance, Yi Yuzhen is really good. Why didn't I realize that Yi Yuzhen is so awesome before? Could she have had plastic surgery? Lin Shen just thought so, and he also knew that Yi Yuzhen couldn't have had plastic surgery. If you really put something in your body, it will be almost impossible to become a genetic mutation. Foreign objects filled in the body are likely to cause serious problems during the genetic mutation, leading to genetic mutation failure or even death. So few people will have plastic surgery now. Lin Shen remembered that Yi Yuzhen had been a genetic mutation for a long time, so she couldn't have had plastic surgery. No way, you don't really like me, do you? Yi Yuzhen stared at Lin Shen in surprise, but for some reason, there seemed to be a little bit of subtle joy in her eyes. If you like it, just tell me whether you agree or not. Lin Shen said. Brother, can you please stop playing tricks on me? What is our relationship? You don't want to take revenge on me, do you? Although he said this, the smug look in Yi Yuzhen's eyes became stronger and stronger, and he could hardly hide it. What do you mean by our relationship? You ran away from one of my girlfriends, so you should compensate me for one, right? Lin Shen said with a smile. Yi Yuzhen looked at Lin Shen with a complicated expression, and for a moment he didn't know what to say. Suddenly, there was a noise from downstairs, and soon someone came up to the second floor and walked directly towards them. The two couldn't help but turn around and found that the person coming was Su Tiange. Yi Yuzhen frowned slightly, turned to Lin Shen and said, "I'll help. You stop this person, so that we can clear up what happened before." Saying that, Yi Yuzhen was about to stand up and greet Su Tiange, who was walking over, but suddenly felt her hand being held down. In the blink of an eye, she saw Lin Shen's big hand pressing her hand, and her cheeks suddenly felt hot. "Drink tea. I'll handle my matters myself." Lin Shen took back his hand and said while making tea. Yi Yuzhen looked at Su Tiange, who walked straight over, without getting up again, and thought to himself, "Let's see what Su Tiange is going to do first, and then it's not too late to help him. Anyway, we just can't let anything happen to him." Yi Yu really didn't think Lin Shen could really handle Su Tiange. She still knew very well what kind of person Lin Shen was. He has not yet been genetically modified in his 20s. He is not good at fighting. He is proficient in eating, drinking, and having fun. He is a young master who has been pampered since he was a child and has never suffered or suffered. Maybe he didn't even know how powerful Su Tiange was, or how strong the Su family was, so he came to the Yashan base to save his eldest sister out of passion. The intention is good, but things will definitely not work out. Yi Yuzhen watched Su Tiange walking step by step, and had already reached Lin Shen's side. Lin Shen still didn't look at him. He was still minding his own business making tea there, and couldn't help but frown slightly. This is too careless. If Su Tiange suddenly takes action, how can we prevent it? No wonder he has ever been so worried and suffered such a crime. Yi Yu really wanted to get up again, but suddenly heard Su Tiange spoke. "What do you do for a living? Is this how you are usually taught to take care of guests? How can you let Brother Shen make tea by yourself? What if you burn Brother Shen's hand?" Under Yi Yu's incredible eyes, Su Tiange bent down and took the tea set from Lin Shen's hand, and said with a smile, "Brother Shen, why didn't you say something when you came to my brother's shop? You also made the tea yourself. Isn't this a slap in my face, brother? Brother, you are busy with your work, I will make tea for you." After saying that, Su Tiange ordered the waiter, "Go and get the 2 taels of new tea from ancient trees stored in my safe. How can such ordinary tea be tasted by my brother Shen? Is Su Tiange crazy, or is there something wrong with my brain?" Yi Yu was so stunned that everyone was a little dumbfounded. He looked at Su Tiange with a flattering face, and then at Lin Shen, who was sitting there as if nothing was wrong. He didn't know what was going on. What is the situation? Things seemed to be a little different from what Yi Yu really thought. She originally thought that Lin Shen wanted to deal with the Su family and turn to the Yashan base, where the Lu family came to for help. Now it seems that is not the case at all. Su Tiange's various behaviors are really difficult for Yi Yu to understand. He clearly intercepted the Lin family's caravan and captured Lin Shen's eldest sister. How could he be so friendly to Lin Shen, even to the point of deliberately trying to please her? This made Yi Yuzhen wonder if the information he had received was wrong. The Su family did not hijack the Lin family's caravan at all. Not only did the 2 families have no hatred, they even had a close relationship. Of course, Yi Yu really knew that this was impossible and the information would not be wrong. "Brother Shen, how about you try my tea? Sister-in-law, you want to try it too?" Su Tiange changed the tea set and brewed tea again. After brewing, he first brought a cup to Lin Shen, and then brought another cup to Yi Yuzhen. Yi Yuzhen pursed his lips. and glared at Lin Shen, but said nothing. Sit down and talk. Lin Shen took a sip of tea before saying to Su Tiange. Su Tiange's actions already represented the attitude of the Su family, so Lin Shen naturally needed to give his own attitude. He knew that the Su family must have some concerns to make such a statement. But no matter what their concerns were, it didn't make much difference to Lin Shen. As long as he is given another period of time to develop, it won't be long before he no longer needs to care about what the Su family thinks or does, nor does he need to know what the Su family's attitude is. Su Tiange sat down quickly and said with a smile, Brother Shen, how long do you plan to stay at the Yashan base? After finishing the work, I will go back in 2 days. Lin Shen said casually. Brother, just speak up. If you need me, don't dare to say anything else. In Yashan base, brother, I still have some respect. Su Tiange said quickly. Okay. Lin Shen nodded slightly. Seeing that Lin Shen did not reject his goodwill signal of release, Su Tiange suddenly felt more at ease. If something is easy to handle, do it quickly. If it is not easy to handle and you are not in a hurry, you can let it go for a while. Su Tiange suddenly said this inexplicably. How do you say this? Lin Shen looked at Su Tiange and asked. Brother Shen, you don't know something. Our family has done a lot of investigations recently, and various signs indicate that within half a month, a large number of genetically modified creatures will emerge nearby, and it is likely to form a beast tide, which will be very troublesome. It's better to stay away as much as possible. Our family and the Lu family are already making full preparations to protect the base. Su Tiange said. Why didn't I know about the beast tide? Yi Yuzhen said with a frown. If everyone knows that a beast wave is about to attack, I'm afraid most of the people in the base will run away. How will there be enough manpower to protect the base by then? In order not to cause panic, this matter is currently only a few of our Su family and Lu family. Several senior officials know about it, but as long as you observe carefully, you should be able to see clues from some of the preparations the Lu family is making. After Su Tiange answered, he looked at Lin Shen and said, if it weren't for Brother Shen, I would never know this news. I will reveal half a word. And I asked Brother Shen and sister-in-law to help me keep this secret. If you two have relatives and friends in the Yashan base, find a reason to take them to other bases to stay for a few days, and then come back when the beast tide subsides. Not too late. Yi Yu is really a smart person. She just recalled some recent events in the Lu family and quickly figured out that Su Tiange was not alarmist. There were indeed traces, but she had not thought about it before. Yi Yuzhen now completely believed that Su Tiange really had a close relationship with Lin Shen, otherwise how could he possibly tell Lin Shen such a fatal thing? However, the Su family's previous hijacking of the Lin family's caravan and Lin Miao was definitely not false, which was somewhat contradictory. What did this person do to cause such a drastic change in the attitude of the Su family? Is this still the Lin Shen I know? Yi Yuzhen looked at Lin Shen with a strange expression, feeling that the familiar face, it seems to have become a bit strange. What is the situation of the beast tide? Please tell me. Carefully. Lin Shen was really curious. Beast tides rarely appear near the Blackbird base. At most, there are only a few lost genetically modified creatures that break into the base and are surrounded to death. He has never seen a real beast tide siege the city. Su Tiange was about to answer when he suddenly heard the sound of beeping coming from Yi Yuzhen's side. Both of them turned to look at Yi Yuzhen. Sorry, I had to leave early. Yi Yuzhen took out the communicator from his bag, looked at it, stood up, and said. Communicators can generally only be used in some bases, because the equipment outside the base is easily destroyed by genetically modified organisms, so outside the base, the communicator is of little use. Because there is no equipment in the Sueño base, the communicator in the base is useless. Lin Shen does have a communicator, but it is a pity that there is no place to use it. The method Lin Shen uses most to understand the outside world is radio broadcasts. I heard that some very large bases still have TV stations and internet access. Yashan base doesn't have those facilities, and Sueño base doesn't even have them. Yi Yuzhen got up and walked towards the stairs. He didn't walk very fast, and he was even more careful when going down the stairs. But until her figure disappeared from the second floor, she didn't hear the voice she wanted to hear. Asshole, don't you know how to contact me? Yi Yuzhen spat in a low voice, before leaving quickly. Lin Shen didn't mean to refuse, but he didn't think of it at all. He had never used the communicator in the Sueño base, and he didn't bring a communicator with him, so he naturally didn't think of it. Tell me in detail, what's the matter with this beast tide? Lin Shen said again. Su Tian thought for a while and said, this beast tide is a bit strange. It has something to do with the mutant egg that your Lin family bought. What does it have to do with that mutant egg? Lin Shen was a little surprised. There is a steel forest in the northeast of the Yashan base. The trees in the steel forest are a little different from ordinary metal plants. The tree trunks and leaves are blue. Looking at a large blue forest, it looks like a blue ocean. We locals call it the green tree sea. The green tree sea is very large. There were originally many kinds of genetically modified organisms in it, but recently, the number of genetically modified organisms in it has become fewer and fewer, and only one kind of genetically modified organism has become more and more. Su Tiange detailed the whole story. After Yi Yuzhen left the tea house, he walked across a street, turned a corner, entered a store, and went directly into a private room without waiting for the waiter to greet him. Yuzhen, why didn't you tell me that Lin Shen came to the Yashan base? As soon as Yi Yuzhen entered the door, a sweet-looking, slightly chubby girl questioned her angrily. You have broken up with him for a long time, why should I tell you? You don't want to tell me that you, Lu Qing, want to go back to him, right? Yi Yuzhen put her bag on the coffee table and sat down next to the girl. Who wants to go back to him? I just heard that he went to our store, and I wondered if he came to see me. Lu Qing explained. Why do you think he came to see you? Yi Yuzhen leaned back on the sofa, her sexy and round legs crossed, looking at Lu Qing, and asked with a smile. The eldest sister of the Lin family was kidnapped by the Su family, and he must have come here for the eldest sister's business. What else can he do, except ask me to beg me? Lu Qing pouted. Do you want to help him? Yi Yuzhen asked. That depends on his attitude. If he comes to beg me, maybe I will help him. Lu Qing said. Yi Yuzhen thought to himself, please? That's impossible. The current Lin Shen is not the Lin Shen you know. I think he should be able to solve it himself. Yi Yuzhen said. He can solve it himself? How can he solve it? Don't I know what he is like? He only knows how to eat, drink, and have fun all day long, and he is a sister's treasure boy and a brother's treasure boy. What can he do to solve it? I tell you, I will wait for him to beg me. Lu Qing said angrily. Then you wait. Yi Yuzhen wanted to laugh in his heart, but he said, well, yes, just wait for him to beg you, and then he will apologize to us. That's what I think, but you also know that he has never left the Suenio base. He is unfamiliar with the place here. I am afraid he can't find the door even if he wants to beg me. How about this, you go to see him later. If he asks you where I am, tell him that I am here. Lu Qing said. Okay. Yi Yuzhen smiled a little strangely. Lin Shen and Su Tiange were still talking about the beast tide. According to Su Tiange, the batch of genetically modified eggs that the Lin family took back came from the Green Tree Sea. Some time ago, the number of genetically modified creatures in the Green Tree Sea decreased rapidly, while a steel creature called Mushroom Beast multiplied rapidly. A team of genetically modified people entered the Green Tree Sea to hunt mushroom beasts, killing a large number of mushroom beasts and finding a batch of mushroom beasts' genetically modified eggs. One of the mushroom beasts' genetically modified eggs was slightly different. Those genetically modified people didn't understand it at all, and didn't think about the possibility of mutant eggs. So they sold the entire batch of mushroom beasts' genetically modified eggs to Lin Miao. When Lin Miao was counting, he found the mutant egg and directly found a reliable person to send the mutant egg back to the Suenio base first. Later, Su Tiange accidentally heard a member of the genetically modified team talk about this while drinking. He guessed that it might be a mutant egg, so he robbed the Lin family's caravan. What Su Tiange wanted to talk about was not about him and the Lin family caravan, but that after that, he also took people to the Green Tree Sea to see if he could find mutant eggs again. As a result, after entering the Green Tree Sea, the situation inside surprised Su Tiange and other mutants. There were so many mushroom beasts in the Green Tree Sea that it was unimaginable, and the original mushroom beasts were all steel creatures, but they found a large number of alloy mushroom beasts in the Green Tree Sea. This discovery shocked everyone, and Su Tiange immediately came back and reported the matter to Grandpa Su. Grandpa Su personally took people to the Green Tree Sea to check the situation. All signs showed that it would not take long for the mushroom beasts to rush out of the Green Tree Sea. At that time, it was afraid that a beast tide would form, and the Yashan base would inevitably bear the brunt. Grandpa Su personally met with the head of the Lu family. After research, the two families began to prepare for war in secret. Brother Shen, when I went in, I saw a huge mushroom beast as big as a hill. And unlike the red-hooded mushroom beasts, that huge mushroom beast had a blue hood. I think it was a mutant mushroom beast. Unfortunately, I didn't bring enough people with me at that time, and when my grandfather went there again, it had disappeared. It was such a pity. Su Tiange said with some regret. Lin Shen heard what Su Tiange meant, and he was obviously persuading him to leave quickly. But in fact he wanted to seduce him to stay and fight against the mushroom beast tide. Mutated creatures are indeed very attractive to ordinary mutators. Even if they can't get mutant eggs, the materials on the mutant creatures can be sold at a high price. Unfortunately, Lin Shen is not an ordinary person. If Su Tiange didn't say there were mutant creatures, he would have a 1 in 10,000 chance of staying to see the excitement. Hearing that there were mutant creatures in the Green Tree Sea, Lin Shen immediately made up his mind to leave immediately, and resolutely not stay in the Asian God base. Originally, Lin Shen was thinking about finishing the blind date before leaving, but now he didn't wait any longer. He planned to pack up and return to the Sueño base immediately. Brother Tian, I suddenly remembered something. Let's stop here today and talk about it another day, Lin Shen said as he stood up and walked out. Brother Shen, wait for me, I'll take you. Su Tiange was a little confused. He didn't know what was wrong with Lin Shen. He was talking well and hadn't finished talking yet, so why was he in a hurry to leave? But he didn't ask, and he almost couldn't catch up with Lin Shen. After finally catching up, Lin Shen had already walked to the gate with Wei Wufu. Stay. Lin Shen said hello and left in a hurry with Wei Wufu, leaving Su Tiange stunned at the door. Where are you going? Wei Wufu asked. Home, Lin Shen said as he walked. Things? Wei Wufu was slightly startled. No, go back. Lin Shen walked as he repeated the time. When there might be a beast tide rushing out of the green tree sea. There are many beasts, just right. Kill them, it's a benefit. Wei Wufu's eyes lit up. No matter how many benefits there are, you have to be alive to get them. Who knows how many mushroom beasts there are in the green tree sea, how many alloy creatures, how many mutant creatures, what if there are crystal-based creatures in it? Tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of base mutated creatures, even if they are not high level, they can tire us out. How long can your alloy shell last at a time? 3 hours or 4 hours? Okay, I'll count it as 24 hours. In 24 hours, can you kill hundreds of thousands of base mutated creatures? Once you lose the alloy shell to protect your body, can you guarantee that you can survive in the beast tide? Lin Shen taught Wei Wufu a lesson. Exaggerated. Wei Wufu was obviously a little dissatisfied. What I said may be a bit exaggerated, but who knows if I will be right. We only have one life, even if the chance is 1 in 10,000, we can't gamble with our lives. There is no room for negotiation. Listen to me and go home now. This is not the place for us to stay. Before the Lin family has a successor, I have to keep this useful body and can't make any mistakes. Lin Shen took Wei Wufu out of the Yashan base, summoned his mount, and left without looking back. Su Tiange was dumbfounded when he received the news. He didn't know why Lin Shen left. Would he be scared away by the beast tide I told you about? With that gun in his hand, Jingji could kill anyone at will, so what was there for him to be afraid of? Did I not tell the story well? That can't be right, because what I told was very storytelling, with a proper beginning, development, transition and ending, and a climax, foreshadowing and attraction, so why did he leave? Isn't the mutant mushroom beast attractive enough? Su Tiange scratched his head, unable to figure out what went wrong with what he said. Originally, he wanted to attract Lin Shen and let him help in the beast tide, but he didn't expect that just when he started, Lin Shen actually ran away. Lin Shen returned along the original route, wanting to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible. While he was running wildly, Wei Wufu in front suddenly stopped his mount, and Lin Shen behind him almost bumped into him. Old Wei, why did you stop suddenly? Lin Shen finally stopped his mount and asked Wei Wufu next to him. Wei Wufu didn't say anything, but just pointed to the road ahead. The road they were walking on was originally a county road. At this time all kinds of weeds grew on both sides of the county road. You could still vaguely see that it was an asphalt road in the middle of the road, but it was already broken and full of potholes. This is because the caravan often passes by here, so it can maintain this state. If no one walks, it won't take long for the road to be covered with weeds and vines. At this time, there seemed to be a black cooking pot upside down on the ground in the middle of the road. Only 10 to 20 meters away from the two people. Genetic creature? Lin Shen said as he led his mount. Retreated behind Wei Wufu, using the power of genetic transformation to transform into a shell to protect his whole body, and at the same time pulled out the angel revolver on his waist. Wei Wufu nodded slightly, and, while using the power of genetic transformation, he also pulled out the alloy knife on his back. Perhaps because the attack posture of the two people was too obvious, the black pot seemed to sense it and turned back and forth a few times. Then with a bang, it bounced up from the ground. Lin Shen then realized that the black pot was only a part of the mutant creature, growing on the top of the mutant creature's head like a mushroom cap. And under the black mushroom cap, there was a black and gold model similar to the Q version of Tyrannosaurus Rex. Overall, it looked like a Q version of a dinosaur metal statue with a mushroom cap. A big head and a small body, with a disproportionate proportion, but with a cute sense of harmony. Is this a mushroom beast? Lin Shen frowned slightly. He remembered that the general mushroom beast should have a red mushroom cap with gray and white spots, and a gray and white cast iron body underneath. Even the mutant mushroom beast that Su Tiange mentioned should have a blue cap, so how could a black cap mushroom beast appear? Its head is similar to that of an ordinary red cap mushroom beast, and its eyes are also black, like a big black gem. Mutation, Wei Wufu said, and jumped up from his mount, slashing the black-capped mushroom beast with his alloy knife. With the force of thunder. Lin Shen did not stop him, but the muzzle of his gun was aimed at the black-capped mushroom beast. The black-capped mushroom beast was obviously a mutated alloy. As an alloy, Wei Wufu had the strength to fight against the mutant, so Lin Shen was not worried about this. What Lin Shen was worried about was that this was not the direction to the Green Tree Sea, so how could a mutated mushroom beast appear? Besides it, were there any other mushroom beasts nearby? Looking around, he did not find any other mushroom beasts. For the time being, Wei Wufu's knife had already slashed the top of the black-capped mushroom beast's head. The black-capped mushroom beast had a chubby body and moved surprisingly fast. With a kick of its fat short legs on the ground, it actually avoided Wei Wufu's lightning-like slash. At the same time, it twisted its body and swung its round tail to Wei Wufu's waist. This is a unique attack method of genetically modified creatures. Humans cannot use such attack methods at all due to their innate limitations. Generators who are used to fighting humans can easily suffer a great loss when encountering such genetically modified creatures. Wei Wufu is obviously a genetically modified creature with rich combat experience. The moment the black-capped mushroom beast swung its tail, Wei Wufu's footsteps moved quickly, following the momentum of the black-capped mushroom beast turning around, and at the same time, he chopped the black-capped mushroom beast's neck again with a knife. The speed of the black-capped mushroom beast turning around was not faster than Wei Wufu's movement speed. The fiercely swung tail was always a distance away from Wei Wufu. Instead, Wei Wufu's knife was about to cut the black-capped mushroom beast's neck. Beautiful body movements, beautiful swordsmanship. Lin Shen couldn't help but admire. When Wei Wufu taught him to practice swordsmanship, he once told him that body movements and swordsmanship are inseparable. If you don't practice body movements well, you can't practice swordsmanship well. If you only practice swordsmanship without body movements, you can't practice swordsmanship. Unfortunately, Lin Shen's talent in fighting is just average. After practicing with Wei Wufu for such a long time, he has only learned a little bit. Just when Lin Shen thought that Wei Wufu was about to succeed, he didn't know if it was an illusion, but he actually saw a cunning look in the eyes of the black-capped mushroom beast, and the expression on his face seemed to say, "You've been fooled." The next second, the black-capped mushroom beast suddenly stopped twisting its body, and turned to face Wei Wufu. Its chubby claws were raised quickly, and it actually clamped the alloy knife that Wei Wufu chopped down. Then the claws twisted, and the alloy knife snapped in the middle. The black-capped mushroom beast jumped up without hesitation, and its fat hind legs kicked Wei Wufu in a series of air kicks. Fuck, this mushroom beast actually knows kung fu. Lin Shen's eyes were about to pop out, and the series of actions of the black-capped mushroom beast made his scalp numb. Wei Wufu threw away the hilt in his hand, blocked with his arms continuously, and collided with the metal fat feet of the black-capped mushroom beast, making a series of metal collision sounds. Every time he collided, Wei Wufu took a step back. It was obvious that the strength of his arms could not match the strength of the black-capped mushroom beast's thighs. The strength of one man and one beast was both top level in the alloy grade, and the difference was estimated to be not much. However, how much strength you have does not mean how much power you can exert. In fact, in actual combat, having 20 strength means that the maximum strength is 20. Generally, the power that can be exerted is only more than 10. Unless you are trained, use a specific way of exerting force, and prepare in advance, it is difficult to exert the full 20 strength. Even for a guy like Wei Wufu who has first-class fighting skills and force skills, he can only exert about 70% of his strength in a fast battle. After the black-capped mushroom beast landed, it suddenly bent down and swung its tail, just like the sweeping kick in human fighting skills. The tail quickly swept towards Wei Wufu's legs, which made Lin Shen tremble with fear. The attack routine of the black-capped mushroom beast was as smooth as flowing water, and Lin Shen was a little depressed watching it. His fighting skills were not as good as those of a genetically modified creature. If he had gone up, even if the strength and speed were not much different, he would have been knocked down by the black-capped mushroom beast long ago. Wei Wufu seemed like an emotionless fighting machine. No matter how shocking the black-capped mushroom beast used, there was no way to change his expression even a little bit. Wei Wufu was so calm that it was scary. Even if the black-capped mushroom beast's claws almost brushed against his eyelids, he couldn't blink. His body moved quickly, his movements kept changing, but his expression remained unchanged. Wei Wufu blocked the waves of attacks of the black-capped mushroom beast in the most effective way. The black-capped mushroom beast just made a mistake when it jumped into the air, and Wei Wufu crouched over it, grabbed its tail and threw it over his shoulder, and threw it heavily to the ground. The pupils of the black-capped mushroom beast contracted. And the next second he was extremely angry, kicking Wei Wufu with both legs. The moment Wei Wufu let go and retreated, the black-capped mushroom beast actually stood up with a somersault, then flew back and pulled away from Wei Wufu. The black-capped mushroom beast, with a pair of big black gemstone eyes, stared at Wei Wufu, as if he was extremely angry, and his body was shaking constantly. When Wei Wufu rushed towards it again, he suddenly saw that the mushroom cap on the black-capped mushroom beast's head was lit up like a light bulb, emitting a hazy white light. This discovery made Wei Wufu stop and look at the black-capped mushroom beast carefully. Although Wei Wufu's name is Wufu, he is not a reckless man. He is observing. The black-capped mushroom beast did not give him time to observe and rushed directly, hitting Wei Wufu with the mushroom cap. Wei Wufu was very careful and did not punch its head. Instead, he quickly moved sideways to avoid the impact of the black-capped mushroom beast. The black-capped mushroom beast suddenly stopped, sank suddenly, and swung its tail again, hitting Wei Wufu's waist. Everything happened too fast. Wei Wufu had no time to dodge, and could only lift one leg to block the sweeping tail with his leg. Bang! The sound of metal collision resounded throughout the forest. Wei Wufu took 2 steps back and was shocked to find that the alloy carapace was rapidly fading where his calf collided with the black-capped mushroom beast. Wei Wufu was still using the power of the base transformation, and the alloy body was not withdrawn, but the metal shell on his calf disappeared, and there was no way to form an alloy shell to protect his body. It disappeared, not broken or fallen. The metal shell on the calf seemed to have a natural defect. The black-capped mushroom beast attacked continuously without stopping. Wei Wufu could dodge it, and could only block it head-on. The strange thing was that wherever he had physical contact with the black-capped mushroom beast, the metal shell would disappear without a trace, and he could not summon it no matter what. What kind of ability is that? Lin Shen was surprised in his heart. Knowing that he could no longer watch the battle, he pulled the trigger at the black-capped mushroom beast. The pet capsule, transformed by the black-capped beast, flew out like a bullet, and at an incredible speed, it directly hit the mushroom cap on the top of the black-capped mushroom beast, which was emitting white light like a light bulb. Bang! The black armored bee, which had already transformed into a combat form in the air, moved its tail forward and its head backward, with a speed that surpassed the crystal base, and its tail slammed fiercely into the bulb-like mushroom cap. Lin Shen guessed that this was the key to the magical power of the black-capped mushroom beast. If he could destroy its mushroom cap, he might be able to break its strange ability.